You were just amused by the fact that we had to do this.
Yeah, there's a couple of things at once. I'm fond of the name of this episode.
Oh boy.
All right, now I'm really excited.
I
Oh,
hope I get to
I'm
see the
gonna
thumbnail.
over
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah.
minimalistic, you
The
know.
one where the one where we talk about
I mean,
Ironheart.
it's to the point. To the point and accurate.
Should be a sad
One of
emoji in there, shouldn't there?
I will say I've noticed just because what I've seen on Twitter about dinosaur movie
Oh yeah.
has been a lot of people talking about, oh, would this dinosaur beat that dinosaur? This is the coolest dinosaur. Wow, dinosaur, dinosaur, dinosaur. All the people who said they really liked the movie and loved it. Literally zero of the posts that I've seen about it have anything to do with the characters or the plot.
It's
Nobody mentions any of it.
a really common
Never
tell
pops
for
up.
shit films when people are like, I love it. Why? Oh, it was so good. Ah, yeah. Man. And it's like, what was the name of the
And here's
characters?
the awkward one. The real awkward one is you can also tell when a film is pretty lacking if it's all about the cinematography. If that's the only thing they talk about.
Yeah.
Look at these shots. It's like, yeah, they're cool shots, but you know, why aren't you talking about the characters or the story?
There's some other stuff in there, right? They're like, yeah, sure. I really liked that. Dude, sometimes with this stuff, I always want to do those sorts of tests. Take someone who loves it and be like, dude, I love Nina. She was such an awesome character. Like, when she's introduced, you just get this huge sense of, you know, what kind of role she serves for Kincaid on like that. That's the kind of ship that you know is tight as fuck, and it's only dinosaurs that can tear it apart. Just to have them sort of nod, you'd be like, who's Nina? They'd be like, oh, wait. Then you want to experiment, just make a character up and see if you can get away with it. Because they just don't even know what happened in the fucking movie. Anybody who even enjoyed it. Because it's all about the dinosaurs, don't you know?
There's
Yeah,
yeah,
that's what it's about.
I really
Yeah,
didn't quite
that's right.
know how many people really seem to be super enthusiastically happy about this movie because, oh, the dinosaurs are so cool. Like,
You know,
that's it. That's
for an
it.
audience that doesn't care about the dinosaurs they've already seen, a lot of time was spent on all the dinosaurs we've already seen.
Unusual. Oh, and it's
Apparently
made
the T-Rex.
$318 million opening weekend.
Mm.
Nice.
Yep.
Yay! Is that still behind
that's-
Dominion, though? Like, comparatively?
I think it
well,
is,
the
right?
problem
Because
with-
it is still the 3 versus 5 day weekend or whatever it is.
That's the main thing. Yeah, this is over the course of more days because 4th of July thing makes it a 5-day weekend.
That's still funny.
'Cause that's
5-day
another thing-
weekend.
It is pretty funny. But this is what you got to pay attention to, lads. Whenever any company or any sort of thing is just talking about their success, there is a very plain and straightforward way that will be conveyed. Typically, when something is ultra successful, and there's always more esoteric metrics that will be used. Units shipped is the clearest example of this. For instance, in the video game industry, we have shipped this many units. It's like, why not how many you've sold actually directly to customers? Because that's usually the metric that's used for successful games.
My favorite one of those is still the Zack Snyder Rebel Moon one. It's like if you go by minutes viewed and then you double it because there's people in every household, and then you assume that everyone who watched it 5 minutes watched the entire thing, and then you assume that it's like they would all have bought the movie ticket, then it works out as being bigger than Barbie. But if that was the case, they would have released it in the cinema, wouldn't they? And they didn't. So go fuck yourself.
Fringy,
Pretty funny.
I saw
Yeah.
this. I saw this. I thought you'd find it amusing because you've played Mass Effect. Someone was talking about how this puzzle sucks and it's way too hard. You remember this one in Mass
I
Effect
haven't played the
2?
first. Is this in the first? Oh, is this Mass Effect 2? I don't actually
do you-
remember this.
Oh, this is do you know the Tower of Hanoi puzzle? You have to move all of the blocks from one stack to another, but you can only put
I
smaller
genuinely can't
stacks on
remember
top of
this.
big. All right, fair
I
enough.
can't remember this.
Huh? Fair enough. Fair enough.
Damn.
All right. We should talk about Ironheart. I
Yeah,
kinda wanna
sorry,
get done in a
chat,
bit.
but you know that's the reality.
I wanna do some stuff, and I don't
Yeah.
want to talk about Ironheart that much. And dinosaurs and Black Girl magic have sort of subsumed my life over the last week. So I'd really rather just get through it and put it behind me because ooh, what a show! Another banger. Another real
Well,
banger.
you know
Another
what? It is
quality production.
I have seen it's been kind of fascinating. Like a lot of people, even though there was like a tweet recently that said like, you know, Phase 5 of the MCU was ended, and it naturally sort of provoked many people to say like, what was it? Like, what was Phase 5? Now I find that interesting because I think that's a valid point, but it does seem somewhat contradictory to the generally positive things that people have tended to say, particularly about recent Phase 5 projects, starting with fucking Deadpool and Wolverine. I saw another tweet where someone was pointing out again that you know, the big one take fight, like
Oh
it,
yeah,
it
between
lacks
that and
weight.
Old
Like
Boy.
how did this film make $1 billion? It's like, well, I know how. It's because when it came out, everybody fucking loved it, except
Bad,
for
They
us.
yeah.
said it was great,
Like,
and everyone was excited, and everyone went Deadpool,
everybody
so
Deadpool,
said
Deadpool,
it's
fucking
Deadpool,
great. And
Deadpool.
Ridiculously predictable. Because we knew at the time that would
yeah,
happen.
well, and I guess it's just that you know, it's like people still say like Deadpool and Wolverine is like good or valuable, and it's like, okay, that's a Phase 5 project. It's like, what else? Agatha. People really tried to pretend that they thought that was great. Cap 4. I've seen. I don't know why it happens, but like usually when the film that gets shit on gets released on like digital, you start to see an influx of people actually trying to say that the film's good, but it kind of didn't work with that one. Obviously, Daredevil, heaps of people were saying that that was really good. Thunderbolt, people were saying was great. And now Ironheart, people have been saying is actually good. So, like, you have this inherent contradiction of, wow, Phase 4 sucks, but also, wow, all of the generally recent Phase 5 projects have actually been pretty good. You guys get what I'm sort of see what I'm getting at?
Yeah, they've done it. Well, I feel like they did this with the last Phase too.
Pretty
Uh-oh,
much.
Marvel's not
Yeah.
really in a good spot. I've been worried
Whatever
about
is coming
Marvel. And
out,
then you go through all the
whatever
reviews
is
and it's
coming out
7s and 8s.
right now at this particular point is actually worthwhile for a few months, and then it all just disappears.
That
And then
long?
people look back in retrospect and go like, "Oh, that was actually kind of crap." But now you've got this situation where they're already there saying it was crap, while simultaneously kind of insisting that the recent projects are not bad or even good. Nothing's changed. It's all just been awful.
Well,
And
it's
this
just
is
a
just the
coping
latest.
mechanism. It's like
I
in some
guess.
instances, it's a bunch of people who are well. What is even the like anti woke grifters? I think in some instances, it's like, well, the bad people say it's shit, so I have to say it's good. There's a little bit of that goes on. Then there's just the general coping mechanism, which is like I have basically nothing else in my life except this fucking trash heap of a franchise. So I need to make sure like there's still I'm still on board with this. There's still things to enjoy. I still have an excuse to spend my money on it because my life has no meaning otherwise. Like there's a degree of just desperation that comes in as well, I think, and like just never ever listen to any of these people. They are useless
You're
and
talking about
they have no taste.
Disney adults, colloquially
Yes.
known. Yeah. What a name. Yeah, I was thinking as well because Quantum Mania is a part of the Phase 5.
Phase 5.
Yeah.
It's the
Beginning of
beginning
Phase
of Phase 5.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys saw, but Michael Douglas and Evangeline Lilly have both retired.
From like
Quickly.
acting in general,
Yeah,
have they?
just
Haven't
in
they?
general.
Yeah.
She said she may come back one day. He said, nah, he's got no plans, which he is 80, so.
I mean, yeah, that follows.
I just like the narrative, which a lot of people said is like, oh my god, that movie was so bad it killed both of their careers. You're just like, well, film just ain't doing it for me no more. That's it. So yeah, you know, Marvel collecting careers.
It's a bit of an awkward thing, you know. Something that's been identified is that Star Wars is in a pretty bad place now, considering that a lot of actors will just like say, "Nah, I'm all right. Like I don't really want to do that." Compared to what's the usual anecdote, right? That that Liam Neeson agreed to do Phantom Menace without even reading the script.
Yeah, because he wanted to be a Jedi, right?
Yeah, because he wanted to be in the Star Wars movie. Yeah,
You had
exactly.
there was that recent one. Is it? I can't remember the name of the actor who plays Draven in Andor, who said basically the same thing. Like when he was given the role in Rogue One, he was like, "As long as I get a line to speak in a cool sounding name, it's Star Wars, so of course I'm in."
Oh yeah,
Because he's old enough to
he
remember
said
when
he
it was
grew
good.
up. Yeah, he said he grew up. That was the rebel commander at the base, right?
Yeah.
Raven, yeah.
He was the one who said in a behind the scenes thing. He said he remembered specifically seeing the movie when it came out in it was
77.
77. And so the idea of him being in a Star Wars production was just so amazingly cool to him, even all these years later. And especially when you know that Andor is incredibly good. So he essentially skipped all the in between, and he went from like something really good to something really, really good.
Well, you know,
So that it's cool to hear that. It's really cool to hear that.
on the note of Liam Neeson, right? Like he was just like, yes, enthusiastic to come and do Obi-Wan the show. That pains me indefinitely. You have him basically there, joyous like a kid, to play Qui-Gon, a character that everyone really likes and enjoys the idea of maybe knowing a bit more about, because he was a bit more of an interesting, different kind of Jedi. And he's right there, and you have the excuse, and then you just... What was his line? He says, like, hi or some shit? I don't
Took you
know.
He
long enough
basically
or
says,
something.
"Hi, come on."
Yeah, that's basically it. It's just unbelievable. Thank goodness we had Reva the whole season.
The reason why I brought that up is because I think Marvel is rapidly heading to that place where people will not actually be that interested in participating, and they'd rather do something else.
I do think though,
It's
like Marvel has benefited so far from a lot of its failures being so very forgettable. Whereas
That's
Star
true.
Wars has almost become a brand synonymous with actively ruining careers. Because it is so like eternally fucking awful, and so much grief gets put on people who are in it, rightly or wrongly, mostly rightly. That it's now doing more damage to you if you go for a Star Wars project. Whereas Marvel is like, what is the worst that can be said? Even in Ant-Man 3, Evangeline Lilly's sort of there, and you get the sense every time the camera's on her that she's wondering what the hell she's even doing in the movie. But she's not bad. She's not awful in it, and she's not being made to look completely ridiculous despite the haircut. So it's like you can just kind of forget about her and it and move on to the next one because there's so many of them. Star Wars is more defining.
You're right. You're actually. I think you're totally right. That's kind of a good point because I mean it's kind of been made a joke of at this point that there are a lot of characters and then by extension actors who will just never be a part of it again. And that's in a sense it's like, oh yeah, and they'll just like go and do something else, I guess. Compared to in the case of Star Wars where it's just like, yeah, it just seems more the failures are more consequential and recognized. I mean, hell, the Marvels is like actually one of the biggest box office bombs of all time, but it's almost like it doesn't register as that to anybody really.
Yeah.
Compared to the Rise of Skywalker, which made considerably more money, but was more prominently not successful. You know,
well, I mean,
or at least not as successful.
The more time goes on, the more you look back, I think someone could be convinced the Marvels was a joke everyone made up. Like, imagine they did a team up of 3 women that no one gives a shit about, and that was their first like team.
That's the benefit of releasing like 3 movies and 3 or 4 TV shows a year, is that the failures are kind of, you move past them, whereas Star Wars has been lingering on its last cinematic failure. That's the last movie they've made for the last 6 years at this point. That's been the case. Rise of Skywalker, that was the last one. And it scared them out of making movies for 5-6 years.
Gal Dalva's Gravekeeper said, "Is this live or pre-recorded?" This is pre-recorded.
This is pre-recorded.
Yeah.
Yes. This is we recorded this 3 months ago.
They all are, aren't
5
they?
months ago.
I was really surprised when I joined because I always thought that they were live, and then I learned when I joined that we pre-record all of these. So
it's crazy.
Kind of a shock.
So we're mostly going to be guessing the plot for Ironheart, but we have a pretty good system for guessing.
There were leaks. There were some leaks that we got someone on the inside, and they kind of handed us some stuff. So whoever our 4th guest is, we kind of left some openings for them to talk about some things, and then they'll interject. This is a complicated and intricate production we have over here at Every Friend.
Some people say we make it harder for ourselves. I disagree. This is the easiest way. And what I'll do is edit out any mistakes after it goes live.
Isn't it, right? It's like if you actually listen really closely, we never talk in detail about any plot specific ever. It's because we're hedging our bets as to what really is going to happen.
Man, those themes were awful, as well as the plot and the characters. Also the music.
The CGI was bad, and the music was bad, with the exception of
the pacing
one song.
was bad.
The pacing was not great. Yeah, it's very true. Insert name here. All right.
Well, how about that world building? Wow.
Oh boy, I love the world building. We might have to start with a little bit of meta world building though, because a lot of people
Ooh.
might be asking at home, who is Ironheart? Who is
Yes.
Riri Williams? Who is this lady? What's going on? Maybe I shouldn't say lady. Lady implies she's older than she really is. Not like old, but just older. You wouldn't call like a 24-year-old. You wouldn't call that a lady. Or you could. I have, but you typically don't. Normally that's or like if a little
Lady
girl, you
gives
said,
off a sense of
now young lady.
maturity that she clearly does not have.
True. Yes, that's true.
I'm sorry.
Uh,
I can't believe that I just saw on Twitter that for the Michael Douglas retiring that they used a picture of him from Ant-Man.
I
Are you
know,
kidding
that's
me?
the meme. Everywhere has been using pictures of him from it because I guess it's like his last big movie. But at the same time, it's like, bro, you
the
just need
man's gotta
to.
have taken some photos.
They got to do the meme. They got to take it the full way and say Quantumania. Ant-Man the Wasp Quantumania actor Michael Douglas is finally retired. You know, that's where we all know him from. That's his main
Disney
movie.
Ant-Man Quantumania fame.
In case you don't get it, they should be either using just a picture of him for real, or they should be using him as Gordon Gekko, or any other number of the character
Basic
falling down.
Instinct.
They should be using any of his prominent
Falling down would
movies.
be a good one, yeah.
Falling
It'd
down.
be
Yeah.
actually the most crushing way to refer to him. Gay Ant-Man actor Michael Douglas has retired. Just,
Gay Ant-Man actor Michael Douglas.
Disney Marvel's Ant-Man and the Wasp Quantumania gay actor Michael Douglas. Jesus. They even fit it in a tweet.
Hey, listen, stop that.
Pretty smart ass.
Talking about Riri Williams, not gay actor Michael Douglas of
Where's gay
Quantumania
ads?
fame. So Ironheart, the character, was created in 2016 by Brian Michael Bendis and Mike Deodato, and she was inspired, as I
Bendis
learned,
made a lot
by
of characters. He made Miles Morales as
yeah,
well.
and he's been.
He's been much more well received.
I would say so. I would say. I mean, I certainly, based on the first
One of them is
multiverse movie, I quite like him.
way
so-
fucking better than the other, I guess you could say, right? In quality wise,
Yeah.
maybe. I don't know.
But apparently, Riri Williams as a character was inspired by Sky Jackson, who's currently a 23-year-old actress who's been in a lot of Disney stuff. She starred as Zuri Ross in a Disney Channel comedy series called Jessie from 2011 to 2015. I've never heard of who this is, but I'm so sorry, Mrs. Jackson, for you being the inspiration for this shitty character. Don't even know you, but I'm sure that you deserve better. But yeah, she was in some comics, but predominantly, all you need to really worry about, and the film rarely worries about it, but all you need to worry about is her first appearance in the MCU, which was in Wakanda Forever back in 2022. She wasn't a
Film
big
that,
part of the movie.
The film that I think everybody reliably forgets even was made, like actually
Oh,
more
yeah,
so
people
than any
forget.
other Marvel movie.
That's because Wakanda Forever was 17 hours long and boring and terrible. It was actually a miserable movie to watch.
How
Pretty
dare
much
you.
devoid of anything except a couple good performances, and that's essentially it.
That is one of those ones where it's like, we did a whole episode on that. And it's like, are you sure? It's like, yep, yeah, we did.
We actually did.
Wow.
Yeah. I don't even remember we did an episode on that. I'm going to be honest with you. I knew I had to watch it for a reason. That must have been it.
it also sort of made a mistake canon, right? Because they solidified and committed to the idea that because Chadwick Boseman was dead, so was his character. We're not recasting. So we have to get, if we're doing another Black Panther character, it has to acknowledge that he really still is Black Panther, and there isn't going to be another proper one. So Shuri is the one who sort of gets it by default, even though if anyone tried to kick her off a waterfall, she would fly and probably keep flying for several miles because she's so tiny. But rather than just saying, yeah, it's tragic that he's gone, but we're doing what comics have always done, and this is the new one. It was like, yeah, this is the only real reason this movie exists, really. It's like pay tribute to beloved dead dude.
It did. I think conversations about it were like, oh, that's a really honorable and it's the right thing to do and stuff, but it didn't take long before it turned into, actually, wait, this is not only the wrong thing to do, kind of weird and gross to like, yeah, to...
Oh,
I think
everybody's
I think
like,
it's the
oh,
execution was
T'Challa, like, you don't get him anymore in any movies ever. You don't get the Black
Insane
Panther
decision.
like ever. So now I think most people basically realize it's like it probably is worthwhile to ensure that you can actually have like the character
they can-
continue to be a part of stories.
They can
rather than
correct this with the
locking-
multiverse, though, so it's all good, guys.
Of course they
They
can.
could.
Yeah, and they probably will. They probably will do that.
It was also like, while the film was supposed to be a really touching, heartfelt tribute to the guy, Disney being Disney, doesn't really know how to do respect.
No.
And it revived his Twitter account and promoted the movie from his Twitter
Jesus.
account.
Oh,
They've
God,
done that. They did that with Stan Lee, I'm pretty sure, as well.
Really?
Hello,
I didn't even.
Chadwick Boseman back from the dead. Go watch Wakanda Forever. It's an amazing film that I'm not in.
Ugh.
Did they do that?
I think they did. Yeah, I remember it being a news story. I think I put it in my video.
See, I could imagine
you-
maybe a lot of things were automated on different Twitter accounts for different, like there is a version of that they accidentally let that happen, as in like they were like, oh fuck yeah, we let that promotion that was timed or prepared, or that the accounts all come under a list that some intern has to just process them all or something as part of contracts. But I could also 100% believe that they didn't see anything wrong with doing that. They're like, what? You would want his fans to see this movie.
Yeah, that's how they'd say it. It's there is a way to do what they did, but like respectfully and meaningfully. But these films are dog shit and Disney's evil, so of course it came across as awful and manipulative and corporate. So yeah. He's great in Civil War though. They can't take that away from us.
Yeah, someone just
No
said
movie, not
apparently
so much.
Jay Longbone did bring it up in our coverage of the film. I just didn't remember that. It's that's next level Disney. But they
Yeah.
do a lot
I
of
don't
next level
remember-
stuff.
I don't remember a lot about Wakanda Forever, and neither
Yeah.
do you, and neither does any of you listening to this. So, brief catch up. It won't take long. Riri Williams, her first appearance was in Wakanda Forever. She was at Cambridge, Massachusetts, and at the time she was 19 years old. And she was so insanely smart that the United States government was using her vibranium detector that she put together as a school project for her metallurgy class, which only took her a couple months to do.
Hmm.
So Wakanda essentially sent their goons to kidnap her, even though she's an American citizen. And when we first meet her at Cambridge, she's actually changing the terms of a deal that she made with another student. Her and this other student made an agreement that he would give her $800 for her to help him with a project. He needed to have the grip algorithm for his robotic hand done. And when they agreed upon 800, Riri shows up and says, 800 was yesterday's price. Now it's 1,000. So the first time we meet her, she's essentially extorting someone and changing the
Well, I was about to
conditions
say,
of the deal she made.
Isn't that gangster like dialogue? You see that in gangster movies all the time.
She refers to it as, oh yeah, 800. That was yesterday's price. She says now it's a band, which I get it's slang for $1,000. So yeah, she's right off the bat kind of a bad person, but boy is she smart. In the show, in the movie, she builds her projects in her workshop because she fixed some trucks for the head of sanitation. And she had to build a functional quantum computer to get past her own encrypted laptop. She has already built, at this point, a functionally flying, essentially Iron Man exoskeleton. And she uses this when escaping from the FBI. If you will remember the vivid imagery that might be burned into some of y'all's heads. She throws a vehicle at a line of police officers.
I remember
which
that. Yeah.
explode into a very large fireball. And then she builds the ugliest Iron Man suit ever when she is in Wakanda at
Yep.
the end when they fight.
You should grab an image of that. Actually, remind people what it looks like.
They put it in the trailers. It's so embarrassing. Why would you sell that as the product?
Well, it's because the problem you're going to have, obviously, is everyone will compare you to what Iron Man at his best was, because of course they would, which also happens to be some of his first iterations of his suit. So it's like, yeah.
You naturally invite this when you have a character called Ironheart. It's like, yeah, I mean, people are going to compare it to Iron Man.
suit, yeah.
And it's what
But
the
yeah.
idea was in the comics, right? Like her motive. I've not read them. I think Jedi Brooks has read them. He hates Riri Williams with a passion, which is very funny to witness. But
Me too.
I think, well, absolutely. I now understand why. Yeah, but I think he says that her motivation in the comics is some evil generic white professor dude says you'll never be as good as Tony Stark, and so she decides that she's better than him after all and makes the suit. And it's like it sort of comes up in Ironheart occasionally, but never in a way that I was expecting to go somewhere, and it never really does because they want a second season. But she is horrible. Yeah, like police murdering, psychopathic con artist genius who doesn't know how to turn all of these inventions we know she can make just from Wakanda Forever into an income stream.
Here
legally.
it is.
Oh, you got it?
It is
Horrifying suit. And I remember it being pointed out because she's got engravings like for cornrows on the top of her helmet, which is like, what the fuck? As if anybody would ever model the Iron Man like helmet to account for your hair. These all like funny versions of that, but it's like, why?
Well, the top of the
feel like
helmet's
this image is
really
just-
thin, so it has to go up to account for it.
This image is kind of like a good example of almost like the more futuristic the tech has become, the worse it starts to look because the tangibility is gone. It's just lost. It can be anything you want it to be, and they decided to make it this. It also doesn't help that the actual just visual effects in general look worse.
Yeah.
Like, that doesn't help.
Oh, it's such a horrific Iron Man suit. And it's like, it's not though, it's Ironheart. You're like,
Arguably, well, maybe at the end we'll discuss whether or not it's the worst of the 4 that she has. Yes, 4.
Yeah, that's right.
Going forwards, oh yeah, at the end of Wakanda Forever, she goes home like nothing ever happened. She just goes back to MIT. She just gets to do that.
I recall that
And
she
the
was
Wakandans-
basically fairly superfluous in the movie, really. Like,
She's
really.
not
It's
very
a weird
prominent at all,
introduction
no.
in the set. Like, it's an interesting comparison you could probably make with her introduction in Wakanda Forever and say like Peter Parker's in Civil War, in the sense that one of them does a really good job of establishing a character with not a huge amount of screen time who isn't the most important thing in that movie, and the other one attempts the same thing and does a much worse job of doing it because Peter Parker has a use in Civil War in a way that Riri Williams kind of doesn't really in Wakanda Forever. The vibranium detector thing she builds is what they need, kind of, because that film establishes that despite what the first Black Panther film told you, actually there's another vibranium deposit on the planet which the Aztecs have, which no one else can detect except for her with her device. And obviously, in aid of keeping all of this kind of secret as well from the American government, they need what she can make, but they don't really need her so much. And then once she's in the movie, she flies around in that monstrosity and just has a couple of VFX shots, and that's really it. And then they keep her suit when they send her back to college, even though she's seen inside Wakanda. They know how clever she is. They know also probably that she steals shit for a living. The Wakandans don't like other people having their stuff, and yet they voluntarily sent her back knowing that she probably has enough information to recreate a whole bunch of it because they need to for later shows. So it's
she's a
retarded for the
brilliant young black
Wakandans.
girl, it's got to keep in theme. It's a kind of it's dripping throughout the show, and it can't
feel
really
like
be
as well,
avoided.
it's like a remnant of that spam plan they had, Wakanda Forever being one of the last iterations of, we got to get all of our new heroes out as soon as possible, just get them all out, scattershot, because it was crazy how many new superheroes got introduced across it's just a wacky period of time, and they're all, you had She-Hulk, Ironheart being girl Iron Man, girl Thor, girl Doctor Strange,
Loki?
girl Loki. It was kind of like very obvious that was the plan, and obviously they've had catastrophic results, to say the least. Mainly because nobody likes any of these characters, and you're starting to wonder if you'll see any of them again. Maybe, got to make room for the X-Men. I'm afraid we're introducing a whole army of new people.
Something I want everyone to keep in mind going forwards. This is actually really important for this show. We've talked about it before. It pops up every once in a while because there's so many examples of just incredibly talented writing and incredibly well characterized people in these shows. So something to keep in mind is, as we've said before, it's very easy to give certain characters certain traits. It's very easy if you're a writer to write a character who's fast, because you can simply write they are fast and then they move fast and boom, they are fast. It's very easy to write a character who is strong because you could simply say this character is strong and then write them doing strong things, and it's very believable. It's sort of like it's sort of self-evidently true, some of these traits. It's very easy to write a character who's handsome or something like that. You could simply, if it's in a book, you can simply say it's the case, or you can cast a handsome person, another example. However, there are some things that are a bit more difficult to write characters as, in terms of getting the audience to believe the trait that you want a character to have is real, at least real in the story. Namely, these are things like cleverness, wittiness, and to a lesser degree, intelligence, but it's still in that category. You, as a writer, have pretty much all the time that you need to write a character to be quippy, witty, clever. You don't have to do it on the fly like the character often does in these scenes. So you get some help there, but there's often going to be a level of tethering, I suppose, between how clever the writer is and how clever they can write a character. It's not really something you can fake or simply assert is the case and have it be that way. And intelligence is similar in that you can say that a character is extremely intelligent, and you can have everyone else in the show constantly glaze this person for how intelligent and brilliant they are. And then you could simply say in the writing, oh, she builds an Iron Man suit in the kitchen, and she programs an AI overnight, and she does all of these things that are essentially impossibly difficult to do, and just assert that she simply was able to do it. However, something that I really want everyone to take note of as we talk about the show, and for those who've watched the show, you already know this. Riri is told to be extremely intelligent, maybe the most intelligent character in the MCU. She's insanely smart. She is a genius. This is a trait that is constantly hammered over and over and over ad nauseum. Riri is a super genius. However, virtually all of the problems that take place in the plot and almost all of the decisions that Riri makes in this show are incredibly retarded. When she is not doing something that is sort of just prescriptively, she creates a piece of technology, or she is able to construct something in zero time with zero resources because she's just that smart. Apart from those instances, she is incredibly stupid. What she does is stupid. How she engages with new information given to her is very stupid.
Or how she
Riri
doesn't
is a
engage with new
moron.
information given to her, which is quite often the case.
Oftentimes,
Thing
yeah,
happens,
yeah.
just doesn't even examine it. It probably is worth stressing as well, because like we're used to seeing characters in the MCU making bad decisions and stupid decisions because obviously it's the MCU. But like I'd say she even makes uncommonly stupid decisions. Like she's
I
quite
would agree.
exceptionally stupid even by Marvel standards, which only makes it worse because, as you say, like every scene is designed to tell us she is a super genius. Every decision she makes isn't just dumb, it's incredibly dumb by the standards of the MCU.
It is a bit
When you're
amusing, right? Because
watching- Go ahead.
when Tony loses a suit, it's like if he's within Stark Tower or the Avengers compound or some other place where he's storing suits, you'd be like, well, you always can get another one. But if it's somewhere distant, it's like, well, he's fucked. But with this character who several suits get mangled in this show, I'm always just like, are you not like screwed? And he'd be like, time to build a new one, grabs a wrench, and then like next scene, got it. He was like, oh, all right, good for you, I guess. It's a pretty useful little skill you got there.
The Tony Stark comparison is really instructive, and it will be instructive for other reasons as well. But like on the genius is making mistakes point, it's useful because like a lot of Tony Stark does make mistakes, quite big and impactful mistakes. But like what they usually do, at least the mainline movies, less so maybe like Iron Man 3. But like some of them make a good point of showing that like the reason Tony Stark makes mistakes is that he still is incredibly clever, and his fault is his excess. Like he applies his principles and he takes them to the nth degree, to the point where they become self-destructive. Like Age of Ultron, putting the suit of armor around the world is the thing which creates a vulnerability which gets exploited in a way that he can't foresee, but which was foreseeable. It's not a stupid thing in the way that lots of Riri's decisions are stupid and unintelligent things to do. It is an intelligent person misapplying his genius, but still being a genius at the same time. You can do very clever people making mistakes. This show does not do that.
Yeah, you can have an intelligent character who is still vulnerable to other traits, other character flaws. They could be far too proud. They could be arrogant. They could be procrastinatory, if that's a word. They could be lazy. There's all kinds of different traits that a character can have who, despite their intelligence, enable them to do things that cause them negative effects. But a lot of Riri's problems and issues and decisions are purely down to an intellectual decision that she decides to make. You can't levy a lot of the things she does to, alcoholism or impatience or jealousy or anything like that, any other sort of sin that she might have. A lot of this is just purely she is making a very stupid decision. So keep that in mind as we go forward, because again, the show really wants to, really, really desperately wants you to believe that she is a super genius. Maybe the smartest person in the MCU currently. I don't even know how that stands, but certainly one of them.
Can
Based
she
on
truly outclass
not-
Shuri? I don't know.
Oh, I don't know. But I suppose we can go ahead and get started, so we can start going through these 6 episodes. There's a lot of nothing in here, but there's also some. I don't want to say anything important here. There's nothing important in this show, but it'll be relevant and things to remember as we go forward. So, episode 1, Take Me Home, is the name of the episode. Opening scene. Riri is talking to another girl who is Natalie, who's a friend of hers. And what Riri says as they're doing this little selfie recording, this little video on their phone, she's saying that what she wants more than anything else is to be bigger than Jobs, bigger than Gates, bigger than Pym, and bigger than Stark, right? She wants to be like famous, well-known. She wants to be, big. And the girl next to her says that more than anything, she wants a night with Thor and his hammer. And so I was like, oh, it's a little joke. But she says what she really wants is just to be happy. And that's your boom. Keep that in mind. It'll be super important later. Then we get the opening voiceover, Riri's opening voiceover for the first episode of her show. And we're gonna have some things to talk about here. They kind of front load a little bit of info that many of you will find frustrating and annoying. So let's go through it piece by piece, because we're going to have to compartmentalize this a little bit. Feel free to interject whenever your heart desires. She says, I'm here because I can be the greatest inventor of my generation, which doesn't mean much without the resources to bring my ideas to life.
In a cave.
Like an important thing that keeps getting emphasized. That specific thing.
Mm-hmm. She says, after her internship abroad, I realize I'm going to need the equivalent of a whole mountain of cash, essentially, a mountain of vibranium to be great. So interesting that she sees that as the case, that she needs essentially untold amounts of priceless materials in order for her to be seen as great. She can't do it with less.
Well, it's
This
already
is something
broken in the sense that all the examples that she quotes as being the people she wants to be bigger than, none of them used vibranium. None of them required vibranium. They all made shit without vibranium. And in many cases without resources initially.
It's a bit of a meme, but Tony Stark was able to build this in a cave with a box of scraps. I did see people on Twitter. I did see a lot of people. He was talking about the arc reactor. Tony built an arc reactor in a cave with a box of scraps.
Yeah, because people misconstrue that scene. Like because I used that quite a few times in the first video I did on Ironheart, and people were like, no, but it's not fair because he was in a cave with his own weaponry, so of course he could make a suit. And so, but they weren't talking about the suit. Obviously,
about the arc reactor.
It's the arc reactor, which is like, and even then,
that's what Obadiah says.
Because what I saw people saying as well was like, yeah, but like that first Iron Man suit was shit. It's like, so it wasn't shit. That was insane. That doesn't exist. There are no Iron Man suits actually, like in the real world.
Well, what's weird is it's believable. It looks like it was made with a box of scraps. It is effective, and it's really neat.
Is, like, that worked. That saved his life. It got him out of there. He could fly using it. Like, that was really good. But he was talking about the arc reactor for a start, and that is the reality. Right. Tony, for as much as that can be pointed to, as much as it can be pointed to, like, oh yeah, he had a whole bunch of resources. Like, sure, for the other suits, But the arc reactor, like he created that in a cave with a box of scraps.
And then there's additionally, like you get, so like, obviously Tony Stark's quote to Peter Parker in Homecoming, isn't it? It's like, if you're nothing without the suit, you don't deserve to have it. In Iron Man 3, when he doesn't have the suit, he has to go around effectively making weapons out of whatever he can find. Like this is a guy who does not rely on his billions or his resources in order to be the person he is. They help, but he gets them for a reason, right?
Avengers made that point as well. It's like, big man, suit of armor. Without that, what are you? It's like, he's a lot. That's what the
Billionaire,
MCU's.
philanthropist, playboy. Yeah.
Well, I was going to say that's what
same
all
with
the
Spider-Man.
films are about. Is like, who is Tony Stark? What is the man under the machine? And it's a lot. There's a lot of stuff going on. It's really quite impressive.
And if you want to just get down to just like the, I mean, Iron Man 3, I know we all don't like that movie, but like he made a whole bunch of stuff that he used to like get into that evil base. You remember, like
It's like a hardware store, right?
Yeah, like he can build a lot of really cool stuff with a box of scraps. All right, and I mean, Peter, he's not rich by any means, and he created the web fluid for his web shooters. And then you see how he does it. He does it at school, like he whenever he's in chemistry class, he'll just make it in the lab.
There's a follow-on as well, because then sometimes people will say, well, yeah, but Riri might not know any of that, but it doesn't work because Tony Stark is obviously like the most public, most recognizable hero in the MCU who saved the entire universe from Thanos.
Well,
so in order for her to come away with this impression that he is nothing without billions, and without billions you can't make stuff, already she is a retard. Like she has to be. She has to have read nothing.
This is not something that is ever seen as wrong. The show never says, "Oh, Riri was wrong to think this." It wasn't just the resources he had access to.
I think the show believes that this is just a fundamentally true point that, like, well, yeah, without the access to resources, you're just kind of fucked. Really, you can't really do anything.
Her next line is, "I need cash, money. Do you think Tony Stark would be Tony Stark if he wasn't a billionaire? No shade. That's just the way the world works."
Yeah, that's this is like a bad way to start. You're already putting your character that you want people to like on the back foot when effectively you are trying to put down the accomplishments of one of the favored characters in this universe.
Suggestion.
Well, unless this is something that is supposed to be like, this is something she grows to
be
learn
overcome.
Yeah. If that was the case, that would be something. But lol arcs.
Well, let's compare. Good old The Marvels, I believe. Well, and Miss Marvel. Miss Marvel worships Captain Marvel. She thinks she's amazing, the best hero ever, and loves her and kind of wants to emulate her. We pointed out, bit strange, because Captain Marvel's exploits are actually off-planet for the most part. The people that Miss Marvel should end up worshipping are probably like the Avengers, Cap, Iron Man, etc. But, fine. Yeah, the writers want it that way. They forced it that way. Captain Marvel's fucking awesome, and Miss Marvel just wants to be just a big old fan in-universe. Like, right, okay. Meanwhile, and I know this line comes up in one of these episodes, I forget which one, but there's it felt like an insecurity on the part of the writers to push too far into hating Tony Stark. I wonder if there was more shitting on him in the original draft, but she says something along the lines of he did so much for the field, being like engineering and stuff. So she didn't want to go too hard on saying anything mean about Tony Stark. And I was just like, man, the writers are just not even paying remote attention. That wouldn't even be his legacy to you. He died to save you. He died to save the universe. It's well beyond what he's done for engineering. There's a man who essentially chose to end his life so that you could, live. Not only that, but also bring back all the people that were lost, all those families. It's the ultimate sacrifice. That is what he would be known for. Do you remember? I think it's in Far From Home. There's a documentary called Heart of Iron or something like that. On his little thing, and it's just it's probably gonna focus on the fact that he made that sacrifice, not you'll involve it, but
it's funny that you say Heart of Iron. It's
I know, right?
Man, feels like it's right there for you.
This is what I mean. What I'm saying is that everything about the universe points to Riri. You could easily make it so that she thinks Iron Man's incredible, Tony Stark's amazing, and to be even close to anything, to achieve anything like him would be incredible. But no, she has to be kind of reluctantly inspired, if that at all. Meanwhile, Captain Marvel, if anything, you could find her kind of annoying. She is originally an Earthling, and she spends very little time on this planet helping, and she arrived late in loads of scenarios. There's a way that you could get to the point of not liking what she's done, but instead, no, it's a hyper worshipping of how amazing she is. It's just like, it's interesting how that works out. You have to, buck against the realities of the world in order to tell the stories that you specifically want to.
Yeah,
It's
I mean,
also-
just keeping in mind the fact that this show is named, that they chose to make this new superhero character. Her name is Ironheart, right? So, I mean, count on however many fingers you may or may not need, how much her kindness, her compassion, and her empathy ever come up as being a relevant aspect of her character that they chose to name Ironheart. So we'll see. It will not take you many fingers. So she says that the AI the AI prototype that she's got going already costs millions of dollars, which clearly I don't have. So yeah, my means of fundraising have been a little experimental. Essentially, it shows Riri because she is so, I would say, absurdly intelligent, at least in this regard, by the show, that she has time to do a lot of people's homework and specially develop technology for them to use and pass off as their own as projects for their schoolwork in exchange for cash. She is essentially, other people are
So
plagiarizing all of her work and passing it off as their own, and she's taking money for it.
And this means
well, so
that,
one of the
according to the Ironheart universe, you will make more money from selling homework to students than you will from selling an AI to Google. It's like,
Or
Yeah,
defense
like,
contracts,
Cause
or I mean, like,
one of the
it
things
is
it's worth mentioning. One of the things that she is like a giant. It's like a protective shield.
like a bubble force field.
It's
Yeah.
insanity.
you're
She'd be set for
telling me-
life in many ways.
You're telling me that she wouldn't just be able to sell that alone for like $1 billion and then just
Yeah,
build whatever she wants afterward?
Yeah, like she wouldn't be working for Boeing or Northrop or anything, any of these military
Ah, well.
contractors or corporations, or
That would mean that she's making herself small.
Well,
Rags.
the big problem to solve is we need a underdog level not fully provided
Even
for.
though-
We can't have it be given everything. That's fucked up. We're gonna have to get her to
though-
fight
even
for
though
it to
this is-
earn it. But
problem is that
simultaneously
when
make
you
her
make
a
stuff-
prodigy of intelligence and engineering
and
that's
recognized
blowing the
for it.
world
That's the
apart.
problem. Universally recognized for it. She is
Yeah.
fully funded through MIT. She has skipped years of school.
She
She
has the
got there
grant, the
really
Tony
early. She
Stark
has
grant?
she has a grant.
Well, yeah,
They call it the Stark Fellow. No, it's the
the
Stark Fellow.
Tony Stark.
Yeah.
It's written. I've got it down.
It's the Stark Fellowship. I think it's supposed to because there's the September Foundation grant, which is in
Civil
Iron
War,
Man
right?
2. Or no, that was Civil War. I think yeah, that's right. It's like I don't think they've watched any of the older Marvel films. But like, so she's fully funded all the way through. If they wanted to do this character premise, and if they wanted to keep her sort of like as a petty thief at the beginning, but a brilliant one who can invent loads of shit, and someone who wants to raise herself up through the ranks of society, she needs to not be recognized. She can't be understood. She can't be fully funded through MIT. She has to not be at a major university. She can't have a fellowship. She has to be trying to make ends meet while she's holding day jobs down and living effectively in the underworld. That's the only way you can even begin to do the sort of premise that they're setting out here.
But suppose
She
part of the
is-
problem
it's-
is that you could justify somebody being really, really, really clever and having these really cool ideas that people look at and go, "Well, that's stupid. That's not going to work. Like, you can't make that." And that could be, the reason why. Because you could think about like people who actually were like way ahead of their time in terms of coming up with something really awesome that people didn't understand. But the problem is
Yeah,
that everything
like
that
Flick
she makes
and
is
Bug's
derivative.
Life.
Well, it's just that the stuff that she makes is derivative. It's an Iron Man suit. Like, it's not. This is not new technology. It's like meant to be improved technology, but like it's something that already exists that everybody understands, which means that she's not really in that position.
Hey,
Like, everybody understands the technology, everybody understands the application, and she can make it. So she's just in a good position to make a lot of money.
yeah,
pretty much.
It's something I said on Open Bar. It's fucking crazy that the reaction to her creating an Iron Man suit that is fully functional is, "Hey, plagiarist." As opposed to, "Hey, what the fuck? How are you able to do the holy shit? You've made an Iron Man suit."
I will give you. Here is a check. Write any number that you please on it and work for me. That would be what every
Hammond,
single
dude,
company and
Dude, or
corporation
every
and
other
government
company,
would want.
yeah. I mean, Hammond couldn't build Not Hammond. God damn it.
Hammer?
Yeah, that's right. Iron Man 2 guy. He couldn't build an Iron Man suit, and I'm sure there are plenty of companies like that would be so eager to get somebody to help build them Iron Man suits.
It's just absolutely absurd. And again, you would have to be like I don't know, you'd have to be profoundly unintelligent to not be able to use the pieces of technologies that you can create, both in terms of hardware and software, and not be able to get a job someplace. You're set for life. Now, we have to, of course, we have to glaze over the fact that she should be in prison for throwing police cars at United States, like at the FBI, and
Mhm.
potentially killing them. She should be in prison for that, for attacking the government. However, this film doesn't want to remember that, so we'll just play along with the show. Either way, the idea that she's not set for life instantly and for all time is absurd. If she needs funding and she needs a laboratory and she needs equipment, there will be companies and governments the world over tripping over each other in order to hire her and have her stuff.
Nope, gotta do
So-
jobs for students. Odd jobs like creating shields.
And also it's just like this is a very immoral thing to do. You are helping a lot of other students cheat to get through their exams and you're accepting cash for it.
It's so funny because when you said it's an immoral thing to do, I was like, oh, we're not even remotely there yet. It's like, oh, you mean relatively? Yeah, starting out, you could say that. That's going to get dwarfed soon enough.
And also,
Also,
remember,
I
all
mean,
of this is
this is,
after the C.
It's worth, you were talking about the whole idea of like, yeah, even though she says she's smart, or the show says she's smart, she's making dumb decisions. Like, yeah, this, for example, when all of the stuff that's being made is so amazing that obviously she made it, it's like, it's only a
sci-fi
matter of
technology.
time. It's only a matter of time before they figure out that you made it, which means you will be caught, which means you are screwed.
Well, yeah,
Like, why would you
when they
do
ask
this?
the student, when they ask that one student, how did you make this magic sci-fi bubble technology? What's he gonna say? Oh, I just
Show
just
your
came to
workings.
me in a dream. Yeah. Like he's not gonna be able to explain it. So you're stupid. You're stupid, not just that you're kind of doing it in a way that will obviously get you caught, but come on. And also, this is after Wakanda Forever. Her only reason to be involved in that plot was because the CIA was using her revolutionary vibranium detection methodology. So they already know that she's an insane super genius who can make stuff that's useful for the United States government that no one else has. But she's just walking around and she's not like employed by them with a gajillion-dollar grant for, Anyway, Riri says that she wants to revolutionize safety, that her suits would shorten the response time of first responders, firefighters, search and rescue teams, etc. Remember this, because Riri's
Yeah,
motivations, they
remember this.
kind of
remember this.
change.
Why?
They change a bit.
That specifically is a line I feel like was tossed in later, like in production, because
Well, when they
nothing really
realized
else
that there's very
matches
little
that shit.
Hero stuff in this show. There's like very little actual hero stuff that's going
Oh,
on.
not
in this
that. No,
superhero
I'm
show.
talking about her secret motivation becomes clear at the end of the show, and they probably realized in retrospect, oh shit, we didn't really set that up at all, because everything she says in the beginning of episode 1 is entirely like ego. Almost none of it has anything to do with that fundamental motivation. So they're probably like, oh, do the thing about the first responders. We just get an ADR thing in there. That'll sort it out.
Yeah, if anything, this seems out of character for her. Based on what she says for the majority of the show and how she acts for the majority of the show, her saying that she wants to use this stuff to help people and revolutionize safety, this seems out of character. It does seem like something they added in later. It does not match who we know.
My initial read as well was that it was probably added in after the fact, but then as I went on and watched more episodes, this is just how characters are in this show. Like, a character will say a thing, clearly establishes this is what they think and this is what their values are. In their very next scene, they will say something that is completely the opposite. And it's almost every character does this at least once. Most of them do it multiple times. Riri does it in fucking every scene she's in. So I'm not sure that it is like a reshoots thing, and it could just be that this is how they write. They don't know. They put the line in and then they forgot they put the right line in, or a different team of writers did the next episode and they had a different idea for what she should think and do. Because it kind of requires a bit of competence to look at that and say, yeah, we need to change the tone of the opening. And I'm just not convinced they have it. So it's a tricky one. I don't know. I could see them adding it back in, but the next time she brings it up, obviously, is when she's like, this is like more reluctant aspiration. Like, I reluctantly admire what Tony Stark did. The next time, it's almost like she's quite bitter about it, but for reasons that never ever get explored forever, ever, ever. And we probably will never know what they are. And it's just very different tonally once again.
I do somewhat wonder if there was ever a sense that they wanted to get a bit of hatred for Tony for the generic sort of, no billionaire is a good person or something like that, but that they just couldn't because it was just too ridiculous. Like, the guy essentially chose to kill himself to save the whole world twice, so you can't, like, just doing that just doesn't really work. And besides, it's a seriously bad move to play with the MCU audience, who, famously are so happy with how Tony was handled from start to finish that he's coming fucking back to play Tony and to play another character.
Yeah, you do wonder, because this show was completed years ago, as far as I'm aware, and it kind of sat in editing limbo for a while. So who knows what was changed in terms of what they sort of rejigged for the story, in terms of, oh, now we're bringing back Tony Stark, oh shit, and things of that nature. Who knows? It does make you wonder, because there's some commentary towards him in this. Not actually that much, but there's some that makes you raise a brow. So we see Riri in a laboratory in school, and she's plugging in some stuff and to some other stuff, and she's doing some work, and then it sparks up, and then people panic a bit, and oh my gosh, electricity. There's a little like mini problem that goes on with the equipment, and then next we see the teacher panicking and everything like that, and he says, "Everyone get out! Everyone get out!" And we cut to her in, I guess, the dean's office, a teacher's office. And the teacher's arm, who is in the lab with her, his arm's in a sling. And he's got a little bandage on his head. And Riri is asking for her grant to be extended for another year. And we hear from the dean lady that apparently Riri has been here for 4 years and has had as many disciplinary hearings, and she is no closer to a degree. She says that Riri says she wants to build something undeniable. She wants real-life scientific epiphanies. Riri tells her that she has to explain her homework to her professors. She says, quote, you just want me to be small, but I refuse.
What is the like, is it, again, with the benefit of seeing the whole show, what's the undeniable thing got to do with the core motivation? Like, what is that?
Because it gets really confused, because the reality is that she is quite ego driven. Like, she does essentially want to be recognized. Like, that's super important to be seen as having made something really awesome, that she made it, she herself, not it's necessarily its application or its utility, but that she made something really cool and is very impressive.
IMO, I'd just be like, don't you think we should avoid doing that, considering how sensitive the primary motivation is? You don't really want to jury rig a fucking ego-driven bent to that. That's gonna damage.
Just a second ago, she was saying, "I want to do this for the betterment of mankind," and then just a moment later, she says, "I want to do something that's undeniably me. I want to build something that people can look at me and say, boy, that sure is iconic and amazing. Like, aren't you great, Riri?" Like back to back.
This is another instance of this would be like, she's got like a free ride. Like, through university, basically. And, like, the conclusion is she just hasn't done any of the coursework. Like, she hasn't done anything. So she got a whole bunch of money to go to MIT, which is, like, Ivy League, one of the best universities in America, right? Like, in the top 10. Like, in the world, basically. Like, you've got this incredible opportunity that so many people would want to be able to go to, like, the best, like, university in the world, basically, for, like, what you want to do. And you just spent the whole time not doing any of the coursework, helping other students cheat, and like, and basically just like building your own stuff. Essentially,
well, she has built a fully functioning Iron Man suit, which is technically the property of the university. So she's built stuff. They're about to say
built insane things.
Shouldn't that be enough to pass?
Well, you think it would be? But they're also they're about to say that, well, the financial cost of the damage you just did, essentially blowing a few fuses, means that we're now going to have to expel you. But like, she built an Iron Man suit, and the university's brand is on it. So like, I don't think that's true. Like, she is She could already be selling all of this shit on the open market. The fact that she's building it effectively under the university funds with the university branding and the university owns what she makes, that they could just recoup the cost by selling the suit easily. She's clearly more valuable than the damage that she's so far done.
Isn't it coincidental that the only time like it sparks the fuck out that destroys the whole lab is when she's only working in like a material full, resource heavy, plenty of planned environment with loads of experts around her, as opposed to whenever she's crafting anything in her garage or at home. I mean, there's an instance where something goes wrong, but it's so cringe. We could talk about it later. I just mean that like it seems almost plot convenient that it went wrong for her here when she's just so amazing at everything she does.
Yeah, because they know the other things that she's made.
These are all absolutely like correct points, basically, as far as I'm concerned. The thing that I was getting at more so is like Riri's actually like pretty privileged in this like moment, considering that she's going to like one of the best universities in the world on a free ride, and like it doesn't appear to be recognized that that's the case.
No, they made her small, which to be fair, they call her out for, which I actually like.
Well, the thing is, it's just like all she needs to do is complete the coursework and get the degree. Like, and then after that, like you can then. But I guess that's the thing. It's like, oh, I don't want to get like an internship. It's like you're seriously saying you couldn't go to Silicon Valley and get and get venture capital funding for basically anything that you want to do.
Well, that's
you
the thing.
show them
In reality, she
like,
wouldn't be in MIT for 4 years. Like, she would already have been picked up by one of the biggest companies in the world. And I know she has a line saying, "What do you want me to go to Silicon Valley and be put in an office with a small window and lots of people I have to pretend to like?" No,
you retard. You would run an entire division.
Well, I mean, what is the meme? The meme is that all the people who make all the tech companies drop out of university. That's the meme. That it's such a meme that people actually think like, oh yeah, I don't need to go to university or something. It's like people like all of the famous people dropped out of university. They dropped out of these kinds of universities as well, like Harvard, Stanford, like all these places. So it's kind of funny, but like I just don't get it. Like, do they not recognize that getting to go to university for a free ride at one of the best universities in the world? There's like, Riri, maybe like you should count your blessings and just sort of accept it and then just kind of work through it. And then after you're done, you figure out what else you're going to be doing. If you want to go there, that is, if you want to actually go to that university, it's like, what do you think you're there for? You're there to get the degree.
To reorder it a bit, like, I think it sounds so fucking basic. Identifying the core motivation for your protagonist is usually a good idea. Shocking suggestion, I know, but that's what you should do. If they had it like her real motivation all along is she wants to build a suit so she can protect people because something happened in her past and she wasn't able to protect people. But she's also kind of ashamed of it because maybe the thing that happened in her past she's kind of responsible for. So she doesn't want anyone else to have control of what she builds. She has to have control of it because if anybody else does it, she can reference Tony Stark and Ultron. She can reference a number of MCU canon things in the character she most admires. This is why I will not build stuff for MIT. I won't build it for any other company. I have to use it. I have to protect people. I'm not going to tell you why. It's a deep, dark trauma that I'm not quite ready to explain yet. That would be perfectly acceptable as a starting point. Then you can do some exploration. You can understand what went wrong, what she did, why the motivation is what it is, and why even she does some pretty nefarious things to further it. But they just don't have one. They have no more. She's got, because then shortly she's gonna like get everything she wants and still go stealing money to make it, even though she already possesses it. I don't know who she is, except that she's a bitch, and that's not ideal for your character.
And if the idea is at the beginning, you have a character who is sort of aimless, they don't know what they want, they're just sort of going through life making things and they don't know what they're really doing it for, then that would be the thing that you sort of focus on. And then along the way, they find what gives them their inspiration. They discover maybe this was the reason all along and I just didn't know it, or they think back or they reflect or someone tells them something and they learn about it.
The problem is they're kind of locked in. She already made basically a functional, you mentioned it, like a sort of Iron Man exoskeleton in the last movie. So like, in a sense, that's kind of locked up. She's already made a suit. And if that's what she wants to be doing, then that means it's like, oh yeah, I guess you're already there then, right? Like she wants to make an Iron Man suit. Rather than like have this sort of exploratory phase of figuring out like what exactly is it that she's interested in creating.
Yeah, and I mean, because we're just at the beginning, and we're going slow because it's kind of like front heavy because we have to establish what we need to here, which is kind of that you can't have this story. This story doesn't make sense logically. You can't have a character with these traits who has this notoriety already. The government's certainly aware of her. A lot of people should be aware of her. Who's not is already super successful and has the ability to do anything she wanted, which would be its own interesting story. A girl who, through her own genius, because she's not very mature yet in terms of her age and whatnot, but she's incredibly technologically capable. The idea that she sort of finds herself in a new world of, I don't know, some new corporate world, or all of a sudden she has everything she ever wanted at a super young age and she doesn't know what to do with it, or she struggles with the responsibilities of what her abilities could bring to the world. That could be a story that we could talk about. But it's not the one that they wanted. But unfortunately, the story that they wanted is incompatible with the setting that they've created for her. They did this. They made two incompatible things right off the bat. So when Riri says she just wants to be Riri says to the dean, "You just want me to be small, but I refuse." And the dean lady, she kind of shoots her down. She says that's a bunch of BS. The dean says that she works hard to get qualified people like us into seats here, which I think is a reference to them being black women. It's got to be throughout the show. The show really leans into that aspect of it. So, all right, bit of nepotism there for that. The dean then tells Riri that she knows that she sold completed assignments to students at every school in the area. MIT has a zero tolerance policy on plagiarism. She's expelled.
Well, rip.
Because that's
what
probably
happened.
at least what would happen. At the least, that's what would
happens.
happen. Yeah. So God forbid she gets
But
proper consequences.
outside of the meta of her creating insane, it's like if you cracked time travel and you go, that's plagiaristic on Bruce Banner and fucking Tony Stark. So no, it's like, bro, I think there's a bigger issue to be dealt with here. There's still time travel in this universe, by the way.
No.
Yeah, there is. They just don't use it ever.
I mean,
No.
I don't know. So campus police take her back to the laboratory so she can gather up all of her stuff. And instead, because they're not watching her for some reason, they're just fucking around, these guards. Riri goes around stealing a whole bunch of stuff, somehow without anybody noticing her. And she is somehow able to completely don a white Iron Man style suit that she built with her grant money. And then she takes off. She leaves the lab and she flies away as the MIT AI, Trevor, guides her home to Chicago, Illinois.
I do like that, like, while there are two effectively like campus police in the room with her, talking to a random stranger saying, "We're here to make sure she doesn't take anything that doesn't belong to her." And then they turn around and, oh shit, she's put the entire suit on and now she's flying away.
I guess they thought, like, that would be really funny if they say that and then she's actually doing it right behind them, as opposed to, like, oh, that's stupid though. No, but it's funny. Oh, okay.
Yep. I don't know how they don't see her. I don't know how they don't hear her, but she just can do it.
Yeah. Off she goes.
Well, yeah, this is theft. I mean, she is stealing a suit that does not belong to her. The only reason she was able to make this is because of the grant money and the support in the laboratory that she was given by MIT.
That makes it hers.
Takes it and
that makes it hers, and she's allowed to steal it too.
Hers. Yeah,
that's how that works.
It's fine though, right? Because like it's got the college AI system on it, so they can presumably track it. They'll know exactly where she's going, and as soon as she stops, they'll send the police around to arrest her, and then that'll be done.
Let's give them the credit and say they have absolutely no way of tracking it. I'd say step one might be to check her house.
Maybe.
Well, we'll get there. Do not you worry. We will get there. Now the MIT AI, Trevor, guides her home to Chicago, Illinois. Important to note. Yeah.
Yeah. What were you gonna say?
I was gonna say that please keep in mind that the distance between these two locations is essentially 1,000 miles.
Oh yeah, because you're flying all the way from Massachusetts to Illinois. It's like, yeah, you're flying from New England to the Midwest. It's not a short distance.
You are flying a very long distance.
What I was going to
just keep that in mind. Go ahead.
I recall that they released like a thing about like, yeah, you know, Chicago's like an important part of the show's identity, you know, setting it in Chicago, and I decided to look it up. It's like, yep, just like every other thing that they make, it's made in Atlanta. They did some like establishing shots in Chicago, but this was made in Atlanta.
Well,
It's
if you
like,
move the
yeah,
letters
oh,
around,
alright.
Chicago, Atlanta.
Well, no,
Chicago is
What?
an
I
anagram
find
of Atlanta.
Yeah.
it's just funny. It's just like, yes, no, Chicago's an important part of you know, it's important we got Chicago in there. It's
It's
like,
integral.
I don't know. I mean, if Wikipedia is to be believed, they maybe were there for like a couple of weeks tops to get like exterior shots, but it was shot in Atlanta, which it's like, okay, yeah, all right, sure, that's fine.
Doesn't sound fine.
No, it's totally fine. It's just they released a thing where they were talking about like how important the identity of Chicago was to it. It's like, and when I was watching, it's like, but you didn't go there, did you? Because like so much stuff isn't actually like shot on location. So, like everything is shot in like Vancouver or Atlanta or Toronto. It's like, and that's it basically. So, yeah, that's where she is
So
now.
yeah, she is, but she doesn't get to Chicago yet because we have to establish some new characters, and you're gonna really like these. They're really cool. These are some really cool new characters.
Yay.
So let's cut away from her flying to Chicago and all of the crimes and terrible things that she's done. All right, put that on hold. Um, we pan to a place in Chicago where we see some criminals outside of a house attempting a break-in. There's a guy in a van. There's somebody outside at this electrical panel. There's some people who are ready to get into the the big house itself. One of them's disabling the security system, and he insists that they don't call him Stewart, call him Rampage.
Hmm.
They say that Rampage is a dumb name, so that's that thing. Fuck it. One of them puts a nicotine patch on a door handle and lights it with a match, and it makes the flames like fizzle and destroy the door lock. It's this weird technology thing. I don't know how it works.
I love
Maybe, I don't know.
technology.
Technology's fun. They go
I
inside
didn't
the
know.
mansion and they trigger an alarm on a door
I
inside.
didn't know it was a nicotine, but the nicotine patch
It's
is
not I
actually
call it
highly
that.
flammable.
I call it a nicotine patch because it looks like one, but it's just like a white plastic piece of paper that they put on the handle, and then when it is set alight, it makes the handle like pop out of the door socket, and then they could go in. It's
It's
I'm gonna try it the next
pyrotech. You
time I
wouldn't
see someone.
understand because you're a little
That's
nerd.
true. I don't understand. That's true. It's not my area of expertise. But they go inside the mansion because I guess they're looking for something. They trigger an alarm, and then some guards come in, and there's some bad fighting that happens, and they
Really
punch,
bad
and then
fighting. Yeah,
yeah, it's like all the fighting in this show.
nobody
But
has
they do
guns
some
in this show. It's
nope,
something you
not
notice.
unless yep, not unless it's needed for drama.
Good choice of role,
But
by
they
the way,
leave.
for Eric Andre. Nice. Really.
Oh yeah, Eric
Well, just
Andre is Stewart / Rampage. It's Eric Andre.
Rampage.
Hell
It's
yeah.
it's
So
funny that he calls himself Rampage. How fucking embarrassing, huh? What an embarrassing fucking loser.
So
That's what the
funny.
show thinks. The fact that he keeps called that's his name.
Isn't Rampage in the comics like he's best friends with Punisher and like he
Oh,
has iron
God.
suits of his own? He's like sometimes he's like an ex. I think was he in Vietnam and he became homeless and he became like a homeless Avenger and then he made iron suits and then he became friends with the Punisher because he was the only person who ever liked him and was nice to him. And then like so that was I think Rampage in the comics.
They kept
This
most
Rampage,
of that. It's only a little bit
yeah,
different.
most of it. I mean, he's a
Yeah.
fat, sweaty nerd with a Discord profile, so it's kind of very
Fuck
similar.
yeah, dude. He's just like me. That's how the audience. Gotta give him.
but yeah, so there's some bad fighting. They fight with the guards, and then they decide to leave because I guess the jig is up. They return.
A really awkward cut there, where it's like they say the police are coming, we have to leave, as they're sitting in a van outside in like some leafy suburb, and then just a cut, and then it's kind of dark, and they're in a parking garage. I just thought there was supposed to be a scene in the middle of it where they escape. I guess
we just have to assume they escaped perfectly fine.
Yay.
Now they say that they're done stripping the van, and they return to their boss, Hood. Hood
Man,
tells them to go get some rest.
we'll say that the MCU is better than ever for its current set of, like, its rogues gallery, so to speak. And Hood, what a welcome addition. Just a legend.
Yeah, really exciting. The
Mhm.
MCU will never be the same.
I mean, yeah, there you go. So Hood and a friend of his, a cousin of his, John, are on a bridge and they're talking about firing Stewart because Stewart kind of messed up on the job with the security system. They're talking about firing him and they need to find a replacement. And as they're talking about needing to find a replacement tech guy for their little criminal group, Riri flies past them in her iron suit.
Wow.
She tells the AI to text Xavier to meet her at her mother's house. The text appears on the HUD of the suit on the inside, and it actually fills out before Riri tells the AI what to write. So not very good timing on the CGI there, team.
No, it's just it
Um,
knows because it's well integrated.
It's predictive. Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
It's in her brain. Also important to note that the picture of Xavier is wearing a green beanie, which I find really funny because he's wearing a green beanie when she meets him later. I just thought it was funny how that's just his green beanie. He's always wearing it.
It's
I just
iconic.
noticed. Yeah. Now, as she is flying through Chicago, the HUD suddenly blares with warning lights. Access denied. Student expelled.
Whoa.
Again, this is why I told you to note that it is almost exactly 1,000 miles from Cambridge to Chicago, and only just now has the suit got the notification that she's been expelled, and this ain't her property. This isn't hers. She has stolen it. This is obviously left the property. Riri's already a dangerous criminal at this point because of Wakanda Forever and all that. No clue why. First off, the entire U.S. government isn't out to get her anyway, but this show forgets that was a thing. But no clue why. This is only just now happening as she has reached Chicago. No signal was sent. The police and the government weren't notified. Just nothing happened on the entirety of her 1,000-mile journey.
Yeah, it makes sense.
The visor of her suit pops off. So she's now bare. She has an open helmet now. It just
What
pops
part
off.
of the protocol is that it just pops off the helmet?
Oh, it's the same part of the protocol that makes all the other suit parts start malfunctioning and popping off, and then she crash lands because the suit stops working.
Ah, that,
How
right.
awkward it would be if the suit just because it was popping off the visor. Is there any reason why it wouldn't just be ejecting whoever's in it? It's like that'd be
It would
really awkward if it ejected her while she's flying through the air.
It'd probably just lock up. Or it would
You'd think it would
engage
just
an
lock up,
automatic
yeah.
landing procedure. Is like
But I
automatic
guess
landing.
that would be awkward
and
as well because if it locked up, then she'd just be stuck in there and wouldn't be able to.
then
What I'm
they-
saying
yeah,
is
then they
that,
go
like,
get her.
her crash landing is like a comparatively better outcome than just being ejected from the suit or being locked in it and being unable to get out.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it malfunctions and she sort of skids down the street and crash lands.
Oh, and you got to tell people, Rags, about the title card.
That's right. All of the episodes have a little Ironheart written somewhere as if it's diegetic, whether it's a street
People are
sign or if
really-
it's on a.
People really like this. It's fine.
It's okay.
Yeah, it's okay. It's
Yeah.
all right. But people
On one
seem to think this is
episode-
like amazing.
Yeah, on one episode, it's like hanging up next to a picture. On another episode, it is a street sign. On another episode, it's on a box of White Castle takeout. It's fine. It's fine.
It's
This one is
okay.
the worst one. This is the worst one.
This
I
one
think.
looks not great. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
And
for me,
it's a
it's just
bit-
the
yeah.
surrounding context. It's just like, what am I to think of this fucking character? It's only been 10 minutes and she's already just like consider all the references of everything that's just happened, you know? It's like, man, what a mess. And I guess that's
Yeah.
what this intro is trying to support. It's like, okay.
And yes,
So-
really, people have really been. This is something that's come up a lot. There's two other things I think that have. Yeah, there are two other things that I've seen people praise specifically a lot, and I guess I'll bring those up when we get to them.
So yeah, there's a random kid with a wagon who comes by as Riri is walking down the street, half clad in the Iron Man suit armor that she has, and she's carrying some of it. This little kid, he says he can carry her armor bits in his wagon because she's attracting attention. And the two continue to walk down the middle of the street like a bunch of assholes. And she tells him that she's Riri Williams, bad girl genius. That's how she refers to herself.
And he
bad girl
correctly points out
genius.
that this is incredibly cringe. I quite like the little cart kid.
Landon, yeah. His
He
name is
constantly
Landon.
makes
He
fun of
might
her,
be the best character,
and
yeah.
Unironically, I think
probably
he
is.
might be the best character. We might
He
have
probably
a.
is, yeah.
I think so. It's either between him and. I don't even want to think about it, so I won't. So they arrive at her mom's house where Xavier is waiting. He's wearing the same iconic green beanie as his profile picture on the text message, so that's how we know it's him. It really helps.
By the way,
Landon.
how obviously her armor is like a very thin, pathetic plastic in these sequences, because there's just
Oh yeah.
no effort to make it seem like it's a really heavy piece of gear. Like, you know, I can't believe we keep referencing
If
Iron
it's
Man
not
3
powered.
positively, even though I really do have many issues with that film. But when it's powered down, he has to drag it because it is very heavy. The arc reactor being the thing that helps you power up the whole suit and organize it. Like, without... I mean, why would I even suggest they would even account for this stuff? Whatever. It's a goofy Halloween costume now.
There is actually a
It's a
scene later in this episode or episode 2 where she does actually have to lug it, and it is really heavy when it's fully put together. Apparently, it's lighter if
They
you
do that in
carry it in
episode
pieces.
5. Yeah, they do this in episode 5. It's one of the very small things that I like about this thing that should be sort of taken as like a baseline obvious thing. But when the iron suit is not being powered, it is very bulky and heavy.
That's how it should work.
Like, yeah, that's how it should work. It needs a big power source to move all that with all of the, all the motorized joints and the exoskeleton stuff to power it. Without that, So, Oh, sorry. Yeah. So they arrive back at the mom's house. I say back. She arrives at the mom's house. Landon then wants her to pay him $20 because he carried her stuff. She says that's highway robbery.
Isn't
Funny
it
that she
crazy
would
how
say
like,
that.
if you can
Yeah.
you can do legitimate things and provide services to people in exchange for money, and that this is legal and probably a good thing that Riri should consider doing from time to time.
Yeah, but
Boring.
I guess they didn't arrange. I guess they didn't arrange how much it was. But Landon's he's hustling, man.
Well,
Landon's he's got his hustle. He's working.
It's good
He works
foreshadowing
hard
though,
for the
because
money.
she's considering stealing from the kid in this scene, just subtextually.
She
It's a
does.
setup. It's good stuff.
They do imply that she paid him. The scene cuts as she kind of like reaches for a wallet or something, and then Landon's.
She
leaving.
mugged him.
So
They
I
just
think,
didn't have it on screen. 100%.
yeah, I think so. It would fit her. It would fit her character more
very
for her
much
to
would.
steal from him. Look, I don't know why they feel really insistent to have her stealing a lot of stuff in this show, as well as her other friends. But look, I just tell you what happens in the show. That's it. So yeah, we're racking up all the extortion. So inside, there's some ladies in the apartment. They're talking about how kids sometimes act out after traumatic events, and that Riri's been like this for years because Natalie, her friend, and her stepdad died 5 years ago. And her mom says, no, this is just Riri. She's just kind of always like this, and da. We will come to learn later that these ladies are her mother, Ronnie, and Miss Stanton, who we will talk about later, because she really only has one scene of note in this entire series. Riri walks in to the apartment and doffs her suit remnants, because you don and then you doff, right? For those you didn't know, you could use that. You could say you doff things, and it sounds kind of, distinguished for you to say that. Huh? So her mom, Ronnie, says that she bribed a janitor at MIT on her first week to keep a lookout for her. And that's how she knows that Riri has been expelled.
So unnecessary and strange. You paid money
It
for a
is very
janitor
strange.
to watch her, as
At a
opposed
huge
to
university.
it could have just been the university called, because of course they did.
Well, the entire
Also, yeah, the
scene
police
is
would be there.
unnecessary and strange. It's like it's almost worth keeping a tally of just like the number of people that are being they get thrown into these scenes when they really don't have anything to do yet, and it doesn't really serve very effectively as setup because of how many of them there are. Because you've already got Riri, 2 professors, Mother, strange crystal friend, Cart Kid, Xavier, mention of Natalie, mention of father, mention of I think somebody else as well. Like when you do this, it kind of you don't know that you're really supposed to give a shit about like the Crystal Lady. I don't give a fuck about her, and to be fair, I'm never going to give a fuck about her because her role in the plot is absurd. But like, it would have been better and I think more streamlined to go straight from like she leaves university to the scene that's currently on the screen. She goes to meet Xavier, and he's like, "Have you been back to see your mum yet?" And she's like, "No, I haven't been because I know what she's going to say. The university's, they're going to have called. She's just going to nag me. She's going to start talking about how it's, am I acting out because of my dad? Like all of this stuff. Mention it in dialogue without throwing people onto the screen when they don't have anything to do yet. And you can save a lot of time and you don't overwhelm the viewer with new random people. And the whole thing just makes a degree more sense than it actually does."
Construction of storytelling aside, as was just mentioned there, it is kind of absurd that this is how she finds out that Riri was expelled. The police should be here. The government should be here to retrieve all of their sci-fi equipment that they paid for that she stole. She should have been called a long time ago. Riri needs to be arrested. Well, she should have already been arrested before the show started, but she needs to be doubly, triply arrested now for all of her theft of extremely valuable science fiction technology that does not belong to her. It is the fact that she gets away with it and the university does not in any way care about this theft and it never pops up in the plot ever is insane. She
It's
just
a
gets away
looming
with it.
problem.
Yep, she just gets away with it. MIT does not care about what Riri did. No one cares. She just is allowed to get away with it. But hey, I guess when you're insanely plot privileged, you can just do things like that. So Xavier arrives at this point and he says, "Hey, black people," because that's how you address a room of
I saw that
black
clip
people.
before I'd seen the episode. I was like, come on. Why do they keep doing these
That's how
things where it's like they want people to
That's
make
how
fun
they
of them?
talk, Mahler. That's how they address each other.
I
That's part
see.
of their culture. You wouldn't understand, all right? You weren't raised on the streets like I was. This is how we say hello.
It's crazy
right?
because oftentimes I walk into the room and say, "Hey, white people." People find it weird, but
I
think it's
just
natural.
always say, "Hey, black people," regardless of context. When I walk into the Chinese buffet, "Hey, black
Hey,
people."
black people.
You know, when I go to the the taco stand down the street, "Hey, black people," I stick my. It's just one guy. He's Mexican.
When you walk into a room, there's no one there. Just say, "Hey, black people." Because something you do,
And
you just want to make sure everyone feels welcome.
Just in case.
Yeah.
Whenever I get home, I always say, "Hey, black people," just in case there's a. Well, Xavier arrives and he leaves with Riri. They're like, "Oh, let's go," because Riri doesn't want to be here and talk to her mom. She'd rather be with Xavier. So they go out together and they're having a walk down the beach at night. And Riri says that all people care about are Iron Man suits. She could build 1,000 other things and people wouldn't care.
Not true.
Which is just like, we don't have to talk about how obviously incorrect that is. But she said even though she's been selling other things to students to get them to pass their classes, and the CIA used her vibranium detector in Wakanda Forever, I mean, obviously, people care more about more things than just Iron Man suits. Obviously. She says that if she could build a better Iron Man suit than anybody else, people would have no choice but to respect her. So again, reiteration on she wants to be iconic and respected and recognized for her genius, and she wants to be famous and well known. That seems to be her motivation, despite the first thing she says about helping people. You might as well forget about that. It like never ever pops up ever again. All of what she says until the very end is going to be, I want to be iconic, I want to be famous, I want to be well known, I want to be recognized for my genius, which isn't even necessarily a bad thing. Depending on how you go about it, you should want to be respected and all that sorts of stuff for your incredible talents and skills. The problem is that Riri's a terrible, shitty person that I hate. And nothing in the film ever talks about how, woe to ye who overvalues pride or that sort of thing. It's never something that she has to worry about in the show. She says she needs to get a job that pays, a lab so massive that they don't notice if she steals resources in order to make a suit. She wants to go to Dubai because things feel so small in Chicago. She just says this. She just tells Xavier, I need to get to work. I need to get a job in a big lab where I can steal stuff. A lab that's big enough for me to get away with stealing things for my Iron Man suits.
It's
She just says
insane.
this. That's it. It's not. This isn't subtext that I've like reworded. This is just what she says openly to him.
She begins by saying, "No, I don't want to go work in Silicon Valley because it's a small no, I don't want to do that." And now it's, well, I do want to go work somewhere like Silicon Valley because I can steal from them as well. But if you're there, then you don't need to steal from them because you've got all the resources you need. I don't understand why they've done this. Why is this your character?
I don't know. She can do no wrong. I don't know. Yeah, unless this is the thing that she has to learn to grow past throughout the season. I mean,
Right?
spoilers.
I don't
it
need
isn't.
to go anywhere else. I can make stuff in Chicago, and it's like, is there any reason why you couldn't? Chicago's like the
huge
third biggest city in America.
Yeah.
Massive city.
It's not, and doesn't it have like actually the second largest? Like, it's Chicago. It's huge.
It is a huge city. I don't think I've ever seen a city as big as Chicago with my eyes.
Well, except for New York. Have you been to New York?
No, I think the biggest city I've been to is Houston. I've been outside of Houston. And I think that's the biggest city I've ever seen. I guess Seattle. No, yeah, Seattle.
Seattle's
Yeah,
pretty
I guess
big,
that.
but I'm pretty sure Chicago's got the second largest number of
Chicago's
skyscrapers in
huge.
America.
Because it was built like there was a
New York, then
huge
Chicago.
industrial boom, but then it sort of went into decline, I think, around the 50s, 60s, and it sort of started to deindustrialize. I think like the tech economy's revived it, but it's the size that it is because it used to be, I think, a lot richer than it currently is.
Yeah, a lot of people are confused, and I was too. Did you mean Houston in Texas?
Yes.
You said Houston. I've never heard it said like that.
Houston.
How
is it?
I've always heard Houston, but
is the H silent or not? Is the question.
I've only ever heard Houston.
I've only ever heard Houston as well.
Houston. Well, that's how big it is. It's big.
Someone's
however
got to know. Is it silent or is it?
I don't know actually.
I've seen a few people saying the H is not silent, but one person said that it said both ways. So maybe because when you said that, I was like, are you? I assume you're talking about Houston, but
Houston.
That's all I've ever heard.
Houston. I feel like I've heard it both ways. I don't know. They both sound correct to me based on how I've heard them, but maybe that's just a regional thing.
I am not an authority on how American cities are pronounced. I will admit. But I've
that one
always heard.
It might be accent dependent. Yeah.
You know, the one that really gets me is in American media when they actually say Arkansas, and I'm like, wait a minute.
Yeah, that's pretty
funny.
They?
I've heard it before every once in a while, and I'm always like, I thought, what are you doing? Stop it! It's confusing me.
That's a whole state.
No, I know, but still,
I've never. Like Arkansas is like as a word to pronounce it like that. That's bizarre to me.
Are you saying that it would be more unreasonable to mispronounce the name of a state than a city?
I think it could be.
Well, there are plenty of cities that have a lot more people than any given state. That, like, for instance, if somebody didn't know how to say Wyoming, if they didn't know, it's like, well, I don't know how often Wyoming comes up compared to New York or Los Angeles.
Sure.
I don't know how you would mispronounce Wyoming, though. That feels like one. Wyoming again. Kansas is
maybe,
particularly when there is Kansas, and it feels like everybody's heard of Kansas.
That one's more intuitive as a mistake.
Kansas. It's like, huh? Oh wait, no. That doesn't sound anything like it's written.
That one makes more sense. Yeah. Then again, because I'm born and raised here in Arkansas, so I've always known. So I'm steeped in Arkansan culture. Because it's Arkansas, but it's Arkansan, right? Like if you're from Kansas, you're a Kansan, I suppose. Same thing with Arkansas. You're an Arkansan if you're here, but it's not Arkansas. This is what happens when you get a French bastardization of an Algonquin word that gets passed down through hundreds of years, and that's where you live now. So,
they should have anticipated this.
Yeah, they really should have. French once again, another big L.
The French failing us.
Xavier takes her to a mural that they put up of her stepdad and her sister. And we learned that the red Barracuda she was working on, the muscle car, that Shuri repaired for her in Wakanda Forever using magic. she sold for money to work on her iron suit. So Riri has, because she's so desperate for money, she sold what is a very, very sentimental car that her dad and her used to work on when she was young. She sold it for money to work on her iron suits. So, okay. Guess she was really desperate for cash. She just couldn't get any money, Riri Williams.
It's dumb shit of like strapped for cash and simultaneously working on some of the most expensive engineering projects on fucking Earth. I don't know.
As they return home, Xavier gives her a mixtape he made. If anyone ever gives me a mixtape, I'm just gonna let you know I'm not listening to it, so don't bother.
Damn.
John is there, walking a dog, and John watches her go inside. You remember John was talking with Hood earlier on, and he sees Riri go into the apartment building. I have no idea how he knows that this is the person who flew by in the Iron Man suit. In fact, he couldn't have known, as far as I'm aware.
Intuition.
I don't know how he knows.
I mean, it's already convenient enough that they're standing on a balcony saying, yeah, what we really need is some hardware. And then, oh shit, there's some hardware flying through the sky.
I thought it was
That's
funny.
convenient. But then it goes one step further. It's like, yeah, he just knows. How did you find out where I lived? Google. Okay.
No clue how. No clue how. It should essentially be impossible to just know. But yeah, he just sees her while he's walking by, as if by accident. So, Riri and Xavier are in a scrapyard warehouse later on because she needs parts for her suit's hardware, but it will not help her with the AI. So, she's trying to get parts for her suit.
It's also again another like this is such an inefficient use of our first episode. We have an entire scene where she's with Xavier, an entire scene which is a conversation that it conveys a bit. It's really led to set up. We miss dead dad and my sister. Here is a mixtape. Pick up the next day, it's another scene with her and Xavier. So we've got two, which we could easily have condensed into one. We didn't need to have to. And it sort of sucks a lot, some of the dramatic weight out of the previous one. If you have like, we're going to part now on an emotional note and I'm going to give you a mixtape. Oh, hey, it's morning now. Hey again. Saw you last night. That's great. Let's go make some shit. Just put the two together and make the one quite effective as opposed to two doing half a job each.
You could put them together more smoothly. Yeah, and then it could end with the night that they are getting all the parts. He gives her the mixtape instead of just like splitting it down the middle like that. So they're at this warehouse. She needs scrap for the physical part of her Iron Man suit, even though that won't help her with the AI part of it. Because Riri is such a genius, she can just do all of that stuff insanely well and with virtually no resources. Riri goes to see Jim, this guy who runs this mechanic joint. He's glad to see her, and then he keeps telling her about how her Tony Stark fellowship is so great, and how she'd come in when she was a little girl to haggle with him, and that she was always with her best friend Natalie. It's like ridiculous glazing of her by yet another character, and he's telling her things she already knows purely for the convenience of us, the audience, so that we know who Natalie is.
As you know, glazing is special, and it's not even done because we're about to have another bit, which is exactly the same.
No. Oh, it goes on. Oh, it goes on. Riri does not have the money to pay for the scrap that she gathered. So before she asks Jim if she could essentially spot it to her, and maybe she'll pay back later, or maybe she'll just steal it because it's Riri and she's a thief. Before she's able to ask him that, John shows up. And he pays for the stuff himself and even tells Riri to keep the change, like he's helping her out. John seems like a really, really nice guy. Wow. John then starts talking about how you couldn't open a newspaper without seeing a story about Riri Williams, and it pans to an article on the wall that says Riri Williams is the youngest ever to win at Chicago Science Fair, and she did this when she was 12.
Aww.
John says that Riri finished 9th grade at age 11 and she started college at 15.
Do you think we'll ever have a smart person in this universe ever again that just worked really hard and got to be really smart by age 30 at whatever thing they were doing?
Nobody can ever just be like pretty good at something. They have
really
to be
talented,
the absolute
absurdly
best to a degree that is absurd.
Or that they cracked it when they were like 70 something. They're like, yeah, it took me a while, you know?
Well, they didn't really figure out what it was that they wanted to do in life until they were in their 20s or something, and then it was until their 30s that they actually started to, you know, make really good progress. It's like, no, everybody is like a prodigy. They're amazing right from the start. They're the best at everything.
Outside of the scrap yard place, John is asking her why she isn't working at Stark Industries, which is a good question because they should be lining up around the block to hire her, even if she is a thief, and they'll write it off. She says that she doesn't have $1 billion. She can't compete without resources.
But
Okay.
Stark Industries can, so you could solve that problem by working for them.
Yeah. I mean, you had the grant, you had the CIA buying your stuff. If you showed up at Stark Industries and showed them, look at what I can build, they'd probably just hire you on the spot. Anyway, John gives her a business card, location to a pizzeria place, and tells her to meet his employer there the next morning. So she goes there the next day to Desperitos Pizza, which is closed. She goes in, she gets on the elevator, and it takes her up to the second floor where she's supposed to meet this guy, this new employer dude. But on the way, the elevator stalls, and the lights flicker, and Riri pounds on the panel, and as she pounds on the panel, it falls off, revealing a timer inside.
Oh dear.
Gas starts expelling from beneath a tarp in the corner, and in it has a black box with a bow and a note that says Riri. We then
If
hear the
only,
hood.
like,
Yeah?
she was a tech genius who could possibly figure out a solution to the conundrum she now is presented with.
That's
Because
true.
like,
She's in a
got
real
an Iron
sticky
Man
wicket.
suit and she's in a stuck elevator. I don't think she's got too much trouble getting out of this using her brain.
Well, she will use her brain, as we will see in a moment, because the hood speaks over the intercom. He says, "In less than 3 minutes, the air won't be breathable. There's a gas mask in that black box that you need to breathe, and this is her interview." Hilariously, Riri exclaims that this is illegal when she has attacked the police and stolen government property. She's appealing to the law here. Always hilarious to see. So all of the little, we'll just call them the misfits, our gaggle of misfits, our little team of criminals, they're watching her on the camera. Riri uses broken glass to cut a wire, strip it with her teeth, and then she taps the two wires together, and then uses the handrail that she is able to pull off of the interior of the elevator to lift up the door and then get outside. Which is not the intended way that they thought that she would do it, but she comes up with something, I guess, creative and clever with her muscle.
What you just described
able to
was
do
the goal from the writers. Not sure that really is achieved with how they run this scene. Certainly not how I would have wanted to organize proving that point. I thought it was fucking bizarre when she just rips off the handrail.
Yeah, I don't think you could. I just don't think you could do that. I don't think, especially
I said
maybe if you were a super mega strong man, like that in and of itself should be something that she should know she cannot just do. Her plan relies on her doing that, and she just assumes that that's something that she could do.
I was saying to, I think it was on Open Bar, that like that's just extremely unsatisfying. It's like, well, maybe it was, I don't know, loose, and it's like, oh. It just doesn't really say anything about her there, does it? It's just like,
fortunate. That's fortunate.
Yeah, that's really lucky, because I don't know that any person could just rip that off of a wall.
Captain America, maybe, you know, he could get that done.
Captain America.
Captain America could maybe do it, yeah.
But it's not
Riri's
the
a
skill
little
they're
girl.
recruiting her for either. So like, she gets out, the door opens, and it says, "I heard Williams was a genius." I was going to have to call her Riri genius. I heard Riri was a genius, and I had to see it for myself. She's not a genius, particularly to get out of this problem. She's just quite strong, and yet they're recruiting her for her genius. You would have thought that to establish the point, they would have had her use her genius to escape the elevator rather than brute forcing her way out. Because they've got two fighters on the team already.
That's where I think that the writers would tell you, it's like, that's the point. You expect her to use some kind of engineering solution, but she used her brain to applicate her brawn. That's something they didn't even expect.
Which doesn't have brawn.
Well, that's the thing.
She's
it doesn't
a very
work.
Small, skinny girl.
I think they probably entertained doing a smart way to exit that the other guys didn't anticipate, but instead they were like, wouldn't it be subversive if it was actually kind of a strength reason she gets out? Just exactly what you wouldn't expect, but they should have anticipated. It's like, well, yeah, but that doesn't work, does it?
It's
Well, yeah,
also
especially 'cause,
important to note that the only reason she can open the door is because when she pounded on the panel, it just popped off and showed all the stuff underneath it and the timer for it. That seems to have been a complete and total accident that happened. So it's fortunate, I
You
suppose. A
nailed
lot of
it.
fortunate things occurring.
He's way
Maybe she
better.
just made use of what happened and she thinks on her feet or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
So yeah, the Hood is there with all the others, all the misfits, and he tells her that she's a genius. Again, we need to be constantly reminded that she is a fucking genius.
The hallmark
When she
is
asks,
great characters.
yep, if you can't prove your traits, just have all of the other characters tell the character their traits for us to hear constantly. When she asks why they did that, trapping her in the elevator, he says it doesn't matter what he did. What matters is what she did. She
Like, oh,
beat
that's not like a
Stewart.
response.
That's
Correct,
funny.
it
Like
isn't.
a good response at all.
I would be pretty upset because I could have died.
Well,
And
again, this
I would
is
be
just a
pretty.
stupid scene to happen because, like, if you already know that Riri Williams can build like an Iron Man suit, you don't actually need to do the test to understand anything, but you certainly stand to alienate her by trying to
Yeah.
kill her. That
Now
would
she
maybe
doesn't
cause
like
problems
you.
for you.
And
Mhm.
also, these are just two completely different skill sets. Like, can you escape this elevator trap in 1 minute? That has nothing to do with the fact that you can build these
Can you build a
crazy
suit for
sci-fi
me?
suits.
Yeah.
Completely two different like skill sets. Like, there's gonna be some overlap, I guess, but like under the stress and the fact that she's never seen this elevator before and she doesn't know how they work, and is like you could have just killed her, I guess. So good job, morons. Anyway, she says that, Hood says that Riri beat Stewart's time, and she recognizes Stewart as Stuart Clark, the Aura X fellow, at Rampage on the Tech Makers Discord. So,
Wow.
it's, yeah, it's not gonna matter. The Hood says that he can see that she's upset with mediocre folks taking her spot, mediocre institutions rejecting her genius. Soon enough, you're
Um,
gonna get tired of making yourself so small to fit inside all the boxes they put you in.
Oh
That
god.
is not what happened. She has
I,
never been rejected by anyone, ever.
no. I
None
also
of this makes sense.
like. I'd be curious as well from the writers. Like, writers, do you actually believe like MIT is like mediocre? You don't. I know you
Surely
don't.
this is
You
just the
definitely do
villain
not.
lying to her, right?
Maybe. Yeah, but the thing is that remember that was her perspective was that she had to make herself seem small. So I presume, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know that I don't know that there's much of a sort of a rebuttal that like, oh, maybe Riri should have just stayed at university. You know what I mean? It should have just kept doing that and done her coursework.
Yeah, it's all of this is nonsense. You know, as you had mentioned. I guess you could say that he's specifically trying to lie to her to get to big her up so that he'll join, but I do not think that's the case based off the writing.
So the
that I'm
reality
seeing.
is that they want the Hood to be a sympathetic villain. That's what they want. They want him to be a sympathetic villain. The idea is that there was something that he was missing, something that he could have had, that he wants to have, and that there's some validity to that feeling, but that it's misguided. And that particularly like, ooh, the evil Hood, it's corrupting him. Like, you know what I mean? It's like I feel I'm not crazy, right? Like you are meant to like the Hood is meant to be somewhat sympathetic according to the show.
Oh yeah, I mean he essentially he escapes justice at the end.
I would say
So
it's well within the MCU's purview. Like, they wanted to do that with Killmonger, rather, the children killer. Oh, definitely want you to understand why these people do these things, and that it's a little bit more complicated than strictly evil, even though most of the time they just are really evil.
because the Hood is really
Yeah,
evil.
well, I mean,
He's a
yeah,
psycho
the
murderer.
Hood. Yes, to be clear, he is super evil. He is insane. He is a very, very, very bad person. But I don't know. It feels like in keeping with a lot of, like Marvel doesn't want to kill villains anymore, do they? Not really. Like that's you know, like it's kind of like it's a bit awkward because before they would kill off villains that was probably worth keeping them around to give them more stuff. Now we're in the era where they're kept around but they suck. Like they just none of them.
Been a while since we've had a good
all-
villain, yeah.
Monkey's paw curled.
Yeah. You want
Um,
villains that don't die and stick around? You got it, buddy.
okay,
Girls.
and we're gonna make him. So, he says Hood says to her that she's ready. When she's ready for respect and for money, she should work for them, but she doesn't want to. Hood shows her a box full of money and says she'll get lots of cash if she signs on and agrees to do 3 jobs with him. When he tells her the jobs won't be legal, she says she doesn't want to hurt anybody. Let us flash back to Wakanda Forever, where she is throwing a car at a bunch of police officers and makes a massive fireball raging inferno.
Yeah, but they don't count.
So,
They don't
yeah,
count.
Even
they don't.
if you ignore that, which you shouldn't, but even if you do, you don't know these people. They could be like, yeah, okay, we won't do that, and then they'll just do it. You have no idea who they are. You
Well, there's
can't
also-
trust them.
I mean, they don't even have the excuse of ambiguity, because the minute she says, "What is the job?" and he says, it's like extortion, breaking and entering, and then later on, of course, before they actually go on the first mission, it basically amounts to industrial terrorism.
Yeah, it's-
And like, she has no excuse of ignorance at this point. To uphold her "I don't want to hurt nobody" thing, you have to accept that none of those things do,
Well-
by necessity, hurt
Well,
people, which they
She
don't
do.
just assumes the extortion will be through non-violent means as opposed to the typical violent means of do it or else. It's like,
yeah,
nah,
because
nah,
normally
it's
it
all
would just
good.
be theft. But we don't have to leave this room, because when she says she doesn't want to hurt anybody, they tried to kill you a moment ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you're on
Well, and
the
also
team in theory, right?
And also, they will hurt people. It's just they'll do punching, and it's like, oh, that's
No,
not
they'll
good,
kill.
right? It's like,
They'll kill.
well,
kill.
that is what that's. I guess what I'm getting at is it's like, oh, because it's kind of this stupid attitude that a lot of things have. Yeah, punching people is like, that's okay.
That's
You know,
fine.
like
That's a
punching
freebie.
them, that's right. You just knock them out. It's not like if you knock someone out, that's like really bad for them.
But even
You
then,
know?
Yeah,
like,
they fall and
it's
hit their
still,
head
it's
and-
still that belief can't withstand the first heist movie character introduction
course
scene when
not.
John introduces himself as being an expert with knives. Clown is the expert with bombs, and then you've got 2 people whose job it is to punch the fuck out of people. It's like, knives are more than punching generally, and bombs are also a little bit more than punching, and punching also does harm. So no, and she knows all of this before going on the first mission. Because I had a few
Well, again,
people
they
in the
tried
comments.
to kill her.
They did try to kill her. Like, I had a few people in the comments on the first video saying, "Well, Tony Stark was kind of a villain at the beginning of his film too, because you know he sold
He killed
weapons to
evil
terrorists." And it's like,
terrorists.
but you didn't watch the movie then, did you? Tony Stark didn't know what his company was doing. His vice was like personal vice, but his ends and his moral justification was always a moral thing. It was always, this is the weapon that will end the war quickest. This will protect American lives. He doesn't know they're being sold to terrorists, and the moment he sees what is the reality of the situation, he becomes this like moral avenging angel to stop this from happening. So in other words, as soon as he realizes the thing he has been involved in is wrong morally, he goes completely against it and tries to shut it down. Riri Williams doesn't have the excuse. She's told at the outset, this is highly dodgy shit you're going in for that people will definitely get her to do, but here's some money. And then the money makes her go, yeah, okay, fine. So like, she is a villain at this point, and she knows she's a villain, and she carries on doing it, which makes her kind of a psychopathic villain in the way that I don't remember the last
She
MCU
doesn't
character who's like this.
recognize.
No, maybe Carol
doesn't
Danvers is the
recognize, yeah.
closest, but I don't know that even
Yeah, she
Carol
gives
is
psychopath
necessarily.
vibes. The inability to recognize what it is that you're doing and your moral
Her
culpability.
going woo while
Especially after-
flying through a ship, blowing up the people
You know-
who she considered her
Runner
allies only like
allies
a day
yesterday,
ago.
yeah.
On
Yeah.
the wooing, actually, I was just thinking, you know how the suit, the motivation we get later, this is kind of the tonal imbalance I think about. She escapes with the suit in the first few scenes, and it's very much a joyous, happy lol sort of, haha, here I go, woohoo. When it's like, wouldn't you want to portray the character as what she's thinking about, according to them later in the show, of the whole reason she's building it and wants it is that core memory of the tragedy? You know, like taking that suit from them to ensuring that she has it and can keep it. Like Riri should be quite solemn about that and determined. Like, this is important, this has to be done this way. But no, it's just like the woo! Because they always do that. Everything has to be that way. It's not much nuance.
I mean, we'll see later. They got examples of her like cheering on and enthusiastic as she watches people getting beat up by her crew. But we'll get there when we get there. Yeah. So She takes the cash and agrees to work with him. He says that they'll need the iron suit tomorrow, and she shakes his hand. Because that's how you plan a heist. It's like just a day in advance, really, that you need to make these plans, and you
Yeah.
just do it. So, back at her house, she's building an Iron Man suit in the kitchen. Because there you go.
Yeah. You've never done that?
Xavier's mix. No.
Bit
I
embarrassing,
built a
but you know.
delicious pizza once
Ooh,
in my kitchen.
an iron pizza?
It was an iron pizza. That's right. It was very chewy. She's building an Iron Man suit in the kitchen. Yeah, again, it's just we'll see this time and time again in this show. I don't believe that she has the physical materials necessary for her to be able to do this stuff. I don't think that she has access to the hardware. She doesn't have access to the tools to do it. It doesn't matter how smart you are. You are going to hit a wall with what you are able to do with your intelligence because you do not have the materials necessary
Well,
to
that's
make
you
your
see, you're
idea
proving a
come to
point,
life.
Rags. You're proving a point. This is why
Yeah,
she
I
needs
guess
to
if I
do
was
this to get this
yeah.
money.
It's a shame that she had all of it and threw it away and stole it. But so she listens to Xavier's mixtape, and in the mixtape, there's Natalie's voice in it, which leads to a flashback of Riri and Natalie and their dad working in the garage on the Barracuda. This is the night where Natalie and the dad, Gary, the stepdad, Gary, are killed in like a drive-by. So yeah, it's a traumatic memory for her.
It's a
Riri
really
gets emotional and yeah, go ahead.
It's a dodgy thing to do. I'm not sure I would do that without asking a person first. I don't think I would give someone a mixtape with the voice of their dead best friend on it without telling them that that's what I'd done. Especially if they were also a really good friend of mine and I knew, even if the writers haven't quite figured out that this is what she does yet, that she's inclined toward having panic attacks. I think I might be a bit more sensitive than maybe doing that. I
I think it's
understand that
fine
it's a
for him to do it.
convenient way to do, but you know.
I think it's okay for him to do it because Natalie was his sister, Xavier's sister, and I guess I don't think it's unreasonable for him to be like, hey, because especially the thing that she says was like some happy kind of memory thing that they had shared. So I think that's okay. It's never implied that he even knows that she has these panic attacks, or really that anybody knows she has these panic attacks, as far as I'm aware.
Except that later on,
Except
when
the
she does have the first one, and the Riri hologram calms her down, like Riri says, sorry, the Natalie hologram calms her down. Riri says, "You were the only one who could ever talk me down," which kind of implies that other people couldn't.
yeah, I guess so. Maybe they
That's
don't know
pretty
how
good
they
spot.
get triggered, uh, but anyway, they got killed in a drive-by, so that's unfortunate. Now she has a bit of a panic attack and she gets emotional. Her mother comes in and says that Riri never wanted to talk about what happened, because Riri is upset that she doesn't like how her mother didn't clean up the garage. Essentially, just kind of left it as it was. They get into a little argument about that, and the mother is like, "Oh, you don't tell me things," and they have like a little bit of a, I guess there's like a little bit of wall between them. Riri doesn't want to go to her to share things and whatnot. There's just sort of that wall there.
Character stuff,
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
in theory.
In theory,
So John and Hood are at the Misfit HQ, saying the team is ready for tomorrow. They're gonna go and get Sheila Zarati at Tunnel, TNNL Tunnel, and the two more marks will be after that before the big job. So Hood takes off his shirt, and we see that he's got this flumpy stuff on his back, and his tattoos, like these pulsating red kind of veins coming out of his around his back. So something's definitely up. What could that mean? Ooh boy, I guess we will figure that out later. So we get a montage of Riri building her suit in the kitchen of their apartment, and Hood is getting more tattoos on his back that John is putting on. So I guess that's used to cover up the veins, or to try and contain them, or I think it's
Doesn't
just
seem to be
like
doing a great
decorative
job.
No, that's why I think it's just, I don't know. Maybe he just likes tats. Maybe he just likes to get inked up.
Like, even on the
Maybe that's
parts
just
that are
him.
completed, it's very clear. It's like, oh, you got like
You
a
can tell.
horrible cancer, dude. You
Yeah.
don't want to look at that.
Not looking good. Now, Riri is in the kitchen that night, and she is using some sort of a brain mapping program on her laptop hooks it up to like her head with the little nodes, to do some sort of an AI brain thing, and it ends up killing the power to the apartment. And Riri essentially waits for the brain mapping to finish because it's going to take her like 3 hours, and then she falls asleep.
4 hours specifically, but like it. I almost think that's an insult that you could throw at someone. Like it would only take 4 hours to get your entire brain onto a laptop. It's like it's not like the most.
It's a super advanced laptop. For us, it would take like 10 minutes, but for her and her incredible genius, it takes 4 hours.
Damn.
You and I, 10, 15 minutes in and out, we'd be done. We're just simpletons compared to her.
And we'd have to be awake while it was happening, whereas she can do this all in her sleep.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. It makes it easier. But yeah, oh, by the way, Hood goes into, he's got like this locked vault in the HQ where he puts the cape, the hood, on a stand, and we hear spooky whispering noises. But while this is happening, Riri, yep, she's waiting for the brain scan to finish, and she falls asleep. And in the morning, she's woken up by Natalie, or what appears to be Natalie. This is some sort of a computer-generated AI construct that has been created from her mind. And Riri faints. And that's the first episode.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Yeah. Off to a good start. Off to a solid start.
There was precisely one thing in it that I was like quite interested in, actually, which is like basically right at the end. Because obviously, so far, just in episode 1, you have to discard a lot of shitty bullshit, which is just horrible, and it's not going to lead anywhere good, and you already know it's not. But there's the potential of a really, really interesting story in the sense that you've established that Riri has this traumatic backstory. You've established that she was close with her family, and they've sort of drifted apart. You've got Natalie as the locus around which the entire family arc will revolve, because you've got Xavier who's in there, who is like a potential boyfriend character, who is also Natalie's brother, and like Natalie is the hinge for this show. And now, going forward into episode 2 and beyond, exploring what this Natalie thing is very important. B, how all the people react to the knowledge that this Natalie thing exists is incredibly important. How Riri comes to terms with it. Will she accept it? Will she examine what it is? Will people hate her for doing this, or will they come to love it? Will she try to... All these really, really potentially interesting character things, which I was quite sure we were never going to see much of, but could have been made for a really interesting show. It's very disappointing knowing what comes next, because like that was a potentially really strong hook.
Oh,
but we
yeah,
also have
this
to
could
do
be neat.
magic and terrorism, and apparently that's more fun.
Magic and terrorism is fun. On that, we do agree.
It is safe to say, like, what's happened here, right? Like the process, the last event of that episode.
End with the cliffhanger to get started for the next episode, kind of thing.
I just mean because like you'll imagine why I found this quite amusing on different shows that discuss this, but being like they just randomly introduce the idea that you can generate a full personality.
Oh yeah.
Based on just like, you know, basically
that's genius.
The movie Transcendence, right, is like converting a human's brain into a copyable AI, basically creating a degree of immortality. Loads of sci-fi concepts to discuss. Obviously Soma could come up, but a lot of people were saying like, can't believe they just fucking casually introduced that into this universe. Why do you think, why guys, why do I find that funny?
Vision?
Nope.
It's already happened, hasn't it?
Jarvis?
Oh, Tony Stark building his dead family projection.
Your brains are going back in time, and it's good that they're doing that, but those are all very late. There's one that outstrips all of them by far.
In the MCU, it's because the first AI...
Ultron earlier than that. Way earlier than that.
Earlier than Ultron.
Yeah, the evil what's his name? Zola. Yeah.
There you go. A lot of chat people got it as well.
You're right.
So I was amused by everyone shitting on this for doing that, and I was like, bro, Winter Soldier did this ages ago.
They did that analog.
He got like cancer AIDS in the 70s in this universe, and he did it in the 70s. At least
lost
Riri is in a
technology.
universe where they have, like, if you had Ultron and you had all the other shit, it's like, I don't know, there's some precedent for artificial intelligence and stuff. But, yeah, Zolo outclasses all of these fuckers by far. And he blew himself up, and we never saw him
Real
again.
genius. Yeah, because he's really smart. He's a really genius guy.
Imagine how long it took to store him, you know, on all those, all that magnetic tape or whatever the fuck they were storing him on.
That's right. He had like miles and miles of it. They
I guess
tried, but
the only difference is like obviously that presumably took him quite a lot of work and ingenuity, and it was a long period of time,
The
and he
whole
worked toward it by
facility and-
implication, whole facility. Whereas Riri goes to sleep for 4 hours, and she was dreaming about Best Friend, and so Best Friend now is a fully emergent AI model. It's kind of Zola on steroids, I guess.
But
Oh yeah, this is insane that
but
you're
he
able
did
to
it
do
50
this in
years
the
ago,
integration.
you know?
True, yeah, with the technology requirements, it's a bit different.
Well, the problem in this universe is the technology is skyrocketed. Remember, they have that, what was it in Guardians 3? It was like a thing where you can just attach it to yourself and it'll auto-heal.
Oh yes, the medical thing.
The
that we'll
broken
never,
bone
ever
thing?
see.
Yeah,
Yeah, and it's
fixture.
just like, wow, Peter, you want to let Earth know about this? 'Cause that's
Share
amazing.
that with the rest. Would you like to share that with the rest of the
Thanks,
class?
These things,
Yeah.
like they're only allowed to exist because either they never get acknowledged again, or they decide that it can't be done again for reasons that are never given. So it was like this is the line in Daredevil Born Again when the criminal guy says, "Could I be a Skrull?" And the answer is just no. But actually, he could be a
But
Skrull.
actually, he could be,
And
yes.
in this
Could be,
situation,
yeah.
like we'll get, I think it's 2 episodes time, is it, when the mother says, "Oh, Natalie's brilliant. Can you make one of dead Gary?" And Riri's like, "No." But
we'll
we
get
haven't
there.
established, we
We'll
will
get
never
there.
establish that you can't do that. You could do that. You can recreate dead people in your sleep. I think people might even pay for that service.
Oh, they would.
Yeah.
So we'll talk about it when we get there because the whole AI Natalie digital skinwalker thing is a huge part of the show, unfortunately. And there will be a few moments where we talk about this and its implications and how they don't do anything with what the story should be revolving this. So as it pops up, we will discuss it. But episode 2 is called "Will the Real Natalie Please Stand Up?"
Nice.
Obviously, that's not possible because the real Natalie is dead, but we'll see what they mean by that. You know, maybe it's who knows. So Riri takes her iron suit back to her room, puts it in the closet because her mom is coming. The Natalie hologram is being emitted from the suit. This is not something that will be consistent at all, but you're just gonna have to deal with it. They're not.
Why is this
we're
something
not-
that the suit has like a feature for? Why does the suit have like a projector for a hologram? Is it just
Because-
like just
because we
pass
want-
that on for
because they
fun?
wanna
How
have
else are we going to
Natalie's
have the
actress.
actor? Yeah, God.
Yeah,
You're such a
so you can have Natalie's
nitpicker.
actress be
No,
part of it.
yes, this is adjacent to nanotech helmets, by the way. Like this, as
Basically.
far as I'm concerned, of like, you could do something like more interesting and creative, but you just didn't bother. You're like, oh no, it's like she's basically just there as like an actual person instead of having any way of presenting the character in a creative way. It's like, nope, it's just like she's there. It's like she's actually a real person who exists in the world.
So Riri wants to erase the entity and start over again, obviously, because this is super insanely creepy and weird, and things obviously didn't go to plan. The AI is the AI is extremely annoying with the way that it talks and its mannerisms and the things that it says. It's probably the worst depiction of an AI I've ever
Most annoying
seen.
character in the show.
What do you mean,
and-
Bish? That's the first thing she
Bish.
said, right? Bish.
If I ever
Yeah, no, most annoying character in the show for sure. Which
Yes.
is saying something.
It really is. But
Also,
Natalie
like-
is an anchor that this show has to drag around, but it's a loud anchor that won't shut up and is annoying and evil.
And surely, like a huge meta fail, like marketing for this movie, the new Iron Man, it's a girl, and she's gonna have all this background where she's just auto genius and got all this. Already kind of a story that's like struggling to get on its feet, and then you have her version of Jarvis, because she's a black girl, is also a black girl, saying like the shit that ends up in the trailer is some of the like cringiest shit she says in the show, and you're just like, what are you doing? What do you think people are gonna like just automatically gravitate towards this instead of? Remember the Jarvis stuff? They imply through the stuff in Endgame, and then obviously if you know anything from the comics, you don't need to, that it's based on the butler that they would have had in the family. the like Iron Man, or rather Tony built it after that, right? Because that was the name. Edwin Jarvis, I think, is his name, right?
I forget.
But you see him in Endgame helping out his dad, like with bags or something, and I always
Oh,
considered
yeah,
that like
yeah,
a
yeah.
nice, that's kind of
That's
neat.
neat.
They never had to make that over it, but here,
Well-
I mean, I don't even know what to say with this. It's just like you made the character
Fringy-
incredibly fucking annoying.
Fringy, you know the A or the VIs in Halo, especially as they kind of get into the later sort of time periods. It's something I did kind of like. That one of the few sort of newish things that they introduced that I liked is that you'd have an AI that would obviously recognize it was an AI, and it wasn't like a super crazy powerful AI, but it would help people to do things on spaceships and whatnot as like an assistant. And they would allow the AI to take a particular form or shape. One of them was like a World War II fighter pilot. It was kind of dressed up as and like a bomber jacket.
Halo 4 and
Um,
5, yeah.
yeah, to kind of give it a little bit of personality that was appropriate and to help people like personally kind of connect with it a little bit for, just working with it and whatnot. Um, I was considering like, wouldn't it be really cool if Riri made an AI and it was like Leonardo da Vinci? Like this old Italian guy dressed in period specific clothes because he was like this famous inventor who revolutionized so much stuff and a great artist and everything. And she like really, really admired him. And so she based her AI maybe around some historical character so that you could do something interesting with their back and forth. That's the way he talked, the words he'd use, that his mannerisms would just be kind of a little bit out of place, but still neat.
The
That'd be fun, but no fun allowed.
Fun reference, because one thing to clarify, another reason why I know Jarvis better than I realized, because I did watch the Peggy Carter show, and he's in that. I think he's like a main character.
Did you?
Yeah, not I think I watched season 1. I didn't watch season 2. There is 2 seasons, right? I'm not making that up.
I think there's 2. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, in any case, that he's also in that. But what you just said, Rags. I don't know if has any of you guys seen Altered Carbon?
I have not.
Nope.
I've heard of it, but I've not seen
Heard of it, yeah.
So season 1, something I really liked was there are hotels. Main character just has to find one, and he goes to. I forget the details on this. Someone in chat will be able to better give more context, but they probably know what I'm aiming for. It's like a hotel run by Edgar Allan Poe, and it's an AI approximation of what he may or may not have been like. And as soon as he goes there, I was already just like, that's an interesting idea that each of these hotels are run by like famous people from history as a sort of a stylistic way of, and like the places you go best matches, I think their sort of eras and stuff. Because the payoff or part of it is that once you agree and pay for the room, like you get all services, and our character is obviously like hunted and different action scenes take place and stuff. And at one point, I think because he's attacked in the hotel, the AI system has a defensive measure for guests, and it's Edgar Allan Poe comes out with a shotgun. I just remember being like, "This is fun. Like I'm enjoying this. This is entertaining." And what you just said is like a really obviously cool thing to do, but like, why would they do that?
Yeah, we have to have this annoying, like just chattering, loud, obnoxious, just an annoying bitch constantly throughout the show. The AI is incredible. It's my least favorite AI in anything ever, just because of how unappealing it is to have her around in every scene.
Which is really
I would like to say also
unfortunate, given
people
like
in
how important it should be, and it's not even as important as it really should be in the show. But like, it takes on the personality of the best friend. In which case, make the best friend less of an annoying shit. If you're gonna do this, and we are gonna have to spend lots of time with this thing, don't make it so fucking irritating. But why would anyone be its best friend? I don't understand.
It'd be nice if it was something classy and distinguished and clearly different from her, and it showed that she had an appreciation of maybe history, or there was someone in her that she read about that she really admired and wanted to have it around, and it could, it would just be
Well, and of
really
course,
neat to have them be so
if you want to
different.
deal with an idea that because along that line, it's like, why would having it be like, oh, she went to sleep and then it created like basically a perfect copy of her. It's like, wouldn't it kind of be more interesting and kind of more justifiable if she was more of like a bit of a mess of different traits? Because when it feels like it's this dumb thing in bad stories where it's like the brain is like the things that you like visualize in your head, or like memories you recall, or things that the way that you think is like not clean. It's kind of like muddled
Yeah.
and sort of obscured and blurry, and
What's that?
things blend together. It's
What's that movie,
it
Eternal
should
Sunshine of the Spotless Mind,
Oh,
right?
such a good
Where when
film.
he goes, the
yeah. I mean,
visualization
what
of
is the
memory
point?
and things is
What is the
of even
point?
so cool in that movie. Yeah,
Yeah, well,
this is
it's an
just like, oh
excuse
yeah, it's a
to
memory thing. The actress is here,
it's an excuse to
If
recommend that
you
film, Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. Go watch it if you haven't.
Oh yeah.
and before I
definitely watch
forget,
it before Ironheart.
oh yeah, just don't watch Ironheart. Watch everything in your life before Ironheart. But people in chat mentioned that in Star Trek Voyager there was a hologram Leonardo da Vinci, and it was played by John Rhys Davies. So
Oh,
I didn't know that. Neat.
Reese.
That'd be cool. I need to look up some clips
Reese.
later. That'd be
Right,
cool.
Davies?
John
Him and
John Rhys Davies.
Him and Gary both
Reese
do
Davies.
rise all the time. Me and Az have to correct constantly. Reese.
John
Reese.
Rhys Davies or Davis.
Davies.
Gimli.
Isn't it?
I think it's Dave. That one's actually difficult because different people in Britain pronounce it both ways. So, but Reese is definitively Reese. It's a
Reese.
Yes.
John Rhys Davies. Gimli.
Don't worry, you
Um,
will forget, and you'll instinctually call him Rise, and it's okay. We'll just do this dance again.
Yeah, sure.
It's
you-
love.
Yeah,
It's what
sure.
that is. It's done with love.
It's just the
Not
love of the game.
to drag us back to the insufferable character, but because I kind of like the idea of having it a bit of a mix and match of like memories, but the other way to do it would be, and kind of what I was hoping they might do, is that you introduce this as a concept, and like, there should be two major responses. It should be Riri kind of shocked and horrified and thinking, what the fuck is this? How did I do it? And what is it? And on the other side, probably to make it a bit more interesting, the Natalie AI should also be in a state of shock and like uncertainty. What am I? What like having only
you.
partially born
Platoon.
and then having to find out more about itself as time goes on. That could have been interesting as well, rather than fully formed and completely insufferable.
We'll talk about that in a bit, because there's a particularly potent time to talk about it, but keep that handy, because that is one of those very potentially interesting things that they could have done something with that they just don't. So we will have a discussion on the AI and its role and how But you're right in the terms that if it was me and I had accidentally created an AI construct that had a very realistic physical, I guess, manifestation in terms of a hologram, and it looked like a beloved relative that had died, I would want to have it change immediately. That is not okay for you to look like that. You're going to look like something else. You're not going to look like a beloved dead relative.
It was
That is
remarkable.
very inappropriate.
I feel like you don't even need to make all of the statements because they have what's the character, the boyfriend guy. He's you like
Xavier.
yeah. He says
He does pass
he
the test
basically lays
later,
out quickly all of the main arguments for why it would be monstrous to do it. And I was almost like, wow, yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
Like,
that's
there you
right,
go.
Xavier.
Because it's like the writers actually recognize, yeah, this is pretty insane and weird.
The way you write around it is because it is the dead best friend who was taken from her, before she was ready. Have her actually go to press the delete button and not be able to kind of kill her friend a second time. Like that could have been a very strong scene to establish why she's still around.
Yeah.
You don't get that either.
Nope.
She can't, because it won't. Well, we'll get into this in just a second. But before Riri orders the AI to begin a diagnostic to find out what went wrong to make the AI look like this, because again, it's worth saying this is a perfect one-to-one copy in terms of appearance and mannerisms as Natalie, the dead friend. So, and just to be clear, I will be referring to the AI as the AI for the entirety of this episode, because it is not Natalie. And she tries to come up with like an anagram sort of thing of Natalie. What are those called, where the letters mean something?
Initialism? Acronym.
A what? An acronym. Natalie is an acronym for something, but it is the AI. But she gets before she can try and start up the diagnostic to see what went wrong. The AI, by the way, is quite resistant to her orders to begin this diagnostic to find out what's wrong. She gets a text about that job at 11:30. She needs to be placed at 11:30. So Riri leaves the AI and her suit in the room to go to the meeting. So
No,
I don't think that I really like the pacing here of her creating this thing, and before we can have this big conversation about the nature of what it is, the plot's just like, no, you got to do the job. She has to leave. We can't have a chat,
it
even though
keeps
there'd be
doing
plenty of
this.
time to have
It
it.
does this over and over and over again. It's like, this is the most important thing you've just done, but oh no, I have a text to go and do something I shouldn't be doing that is less important. So I'm going to go do that instead. This is the first and probably the most egregious example, but there are many other such examples where texts arrive and she fucks off. But like, you've just, your whole goal is you need money to build a suit and create an AI. You have a suit, you've created an AI in your sleep, you don't need the money to do this anymore. The job is now significantly less important than staying and figuring out how you made an AI that is untethered and won't obey your instructions, and that looks like your best friend who is the most important thing in the world to you. This is the scene you have to stay on. You can't go and fuck off and do another job. That's insane. And they
Yeah,
keep
they
doing
wrote it
it.
to where there's a hurry. She could have, if she woke up 30 minutes before or anything like that, so plenty of time. They got plenty of time to have a chat, have a conversation, but they hurry right through it. This is huge.
On the note, by the way, of her absolutely not being Natalie, which is very much true. Something I don't like, because barely anything explores this, is take person's brain, put them into artificial intelligence that is essentially connected to the internet, and then they're just exactly the same, as though being exposed. Like, do you remember the sequence where she has to search for something? They treat it like
In the files
you're a
and laptop.
person who is on a computer, as opposed to the amount of instinctual activity you would have as an AI, and it would all just be flowing in and out constantly. You would just, you get a brain blast. Like, funnily enough, they do it with Ultron, right? And it makes him mad or confused.
Insane.
Yeah, like, that is closer in the MCU to anything realistic in terms of what it would be like to become an AI, get bombed with every piece of information that's ever fucking existed, and then someone's like, hi, and then you know, the way she behaves, just like, it's not even remotely, there's a sense of anything AI happening, which just bores the hell out of me in terms of like an idea or approach to it, but whatever.
Yeah. They don't do anything interesting with this. If anything, they do anti-interesting things. So, but again, we'll have plenty to talk about regarding the AI later on, because unfortunately, the AI is a very prominent character in this show. So, as she's leaving to go get ready for the job stuff, Xavier is in the kitchen and he invites her to this shindig that night. They got this little party going on, and he wants her to come. And she tells him to text her the info later. We then see an advertisement for Tunnel, the company that they're going to hit with the job. We see an advertisement for it, and essentially it converts the old subways of Chicago into an absurdly elaborate semi-sci-fi transit network for people's cars.
I mean,
It would never
puts them
happen.
on these.
It's
It would
it's
never-
a really stupid idea. It's I'm pretty sure it's something Elon Musk has like proposed. It's this really dumb idea of like, why don't we just make freeways but underground? It's like, why don't you just build trains?
Well, it's
Like,
not
why would
even.
it be-
They're not even like
why would-
freeways, because there's a rail. It's a rail system underground that could lift up cars, make
Yeah,
them descend,
yeah,
and fling them
it's,
around. But
it's
there's individual platforms that lock in the cars
Individual
into
the insane
platform
amount of
carries them along
mechanics
the rail.
and difficulty to achieve something that's kind of not even that impressive. Ultimately, it's like,
Dude, bro,
Because the
like-
car has wheels. Just have
well,
the
again, it's just stupid, like trying to reinvent shit that just works. Just build like roads and trains and shit are just pretty effective. Like, oh yeah, no, what we're gonna do is you put your car on a little platform and it goes under down and it whizzes you by. It's one of those things where you see it and you're like, oh, that would be cool. I wouldn't have to wait in traffic. It's like, yeah, you would. All the traffic would just go down there. It would just be a disaster. It'd be horrible.
like I guess it's executed in a way that's so quick and efficient that it just helps people get around faster.
No way. No way. It's
that's-
more efficient than just the road.
Well, I don't think it's a replacement for the road. It's just like an extra option.
If it was genuinely way faster, it would just encourage more people to drive their cars into the platform, and then it would just become shit anyway.
Maybe, yeah.
It's a profoundly stupid idea.
It is extremely elaborate and
build a
intricate and
train.
expensive, but it seems to
Build
be that at least
trains.
In the show, it seems to be that this is like a super massive, elaborate sci-fi way to get your car from point A to point B, and they've got these massive systems and docking bays and tunnels, and it's absurdly complicated.
It's
But
absurd.
that's
It is
what
pretty
it
funny that
is.
Riri is like, oh yeah, Chicago, nothing's happening here, but in MCU Chicago, like it's they've got this massive underground system of all of these things that ferry cars around like 100 kilometers per hour. Why is she saying
So,
like this? This is one of many high-tech ventures that are actually happening in Chicago. So I don't know why she's saying this. Like, yeah, can't get anything done in Chicago, and then the entire plot just proves that's not the case. But that's the thing. She has
however,
to go on the arc where she realizes upon, and it's not even because she sees all of this crazy technology. It's just like, oh yeah, Chicago's great. We should do stuff in Chicago. Like, all right, yep.
so this is billed as like something that will destroy communities. Like it's a
I think
bad
it's like
thing.
they're doing like a parallel, I think, for like how some of the freeway systems that were like built in the 50s and 60s in America would just like carve through things. But the problem is it's underground.
Yeah,
So I
this is
don't really know
under
how they're doing
Chicago.
that. Really.
Yeah,
Like,
I don't.
I
They're
don't
not really building it as that, and I don't. I'm not even sure they have that in mind either. They're every time the 2 times they go on these heist missions, the writers insert a line that tells the audience how you're supposed to think about it in order to make what they're about to do justified. It's a single line in each case, and it is just tacked on to make you think these people aren't complete wankers because, the people they're attacking, they're rich and evil and they hurt people. So in this case, it's, oh yeah, it destroys communities. So that's bad. Second one, it puts inner city Chicago farmers out of business. So that's also bad. Neither of these
Ugh,
two
that
things ever
one.
comes up again. Neither of these two things actually
We'll talk
motivates
about
the
it, yeah.
characters because they're going to steal money and not give it back to the community. All they're doing is stealing money from the company, leaving the company running, being on its payroll as a parasite, and then having the money to spend
profiting off
frivolously
of
on
it.
themselves.
They're
So
profiting off of
It
this
is
stuff that they're condemning morally.
it's just an excuse to make it seem like these are not selfish thieves who just want to rob and extort people and hurt people. It's a pathetic attempt with a single line to try and say, no,
The show
it's good that we're destroying this company. It's good that we're extorting this company because this
the
company's
show doesn't have
bad for
a
some reason.
the show doesn't have a particularly negative opinion of the gang, of the crew, you know.
Yeah.
It doesn't look down too much upon what they're doing or just the way that they act really at all.
No,
which is
there are a little band of misfit characters who
Merry
are
Man.
just
it's funny
down
because
on their luck or
actor
whatever, even though they're not.
the actor for Slug said
Slug.
in an interview that like Slug is part of a group of, and I use the direct quote, urban Robin Hoods, which is very funny, and that they steal from the rich and give back to the community. That is how they
But
understood
they
the
don't.
role of their
When did that
This
characters.
is
part
a
happen?
What they do.
When
This
did
is
that
a
happen? When did they give any
It
money
never
to
does
anybody
happen.
but themselves?
They must have told this guy something different that they didn't tell the rest of us, and it wasn't in the
I
show.
wonder if
Maybe
the viewers that, because there's a scene where they're like, "Oh, here's all the things I'm going to do with it." It's like, yeah, but you're not doing it now, buddy. Like, what? So why would you even say that? Like, oh yeah, no, I intend to at some undetermined point in the future. It's like, okay, some people just do things now that are helpful.
Nope.
Without lots of money.
Well, it
Can't
would
be
help
done.
me
Can't
if I
help
stole
things
from this
without money.
company.
It's just,
So
ugh.
so yeah, Riri arrives at the pizzeria at the HQ that they have, and
Their headquarters, yes.
that's right,
The
their
base of
HQ,
operations.
Misfit HQ.
Their little club.
So we meet our incredible team. So let me run down real quick. They have no real traits except for what they do for the most part. So we start off with Slug. Slug is this they them green haired weirdo person, some
The
hacker
computer guy,
extraordinaire.
yeah, they get
Yeah,
on the
he's the
computers
hacker.
and do the computer
Um,
stuff.
But this is a hacker extraordinaire from
Hacker,
Madripoor.
hacker
Because
with
remember
extended
Madripoor?
nails, by the
Do you
way.
guys- do you guys remember? I don't know why I'm thinking. Wasn't there a Family Guy cutaway where like Peter was like he was a receptionist, but he had like the long fingernails?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
I
feel
know
like
what
that
you're
was a
talking
joke
about.
somewhere.
Because it just struck me
Yeah.
immediately, and you see the typing like one time zoomed in with the nails, and it looks awkward as
It
shit.
is very funny.
It's just
I
like,
can
why?
only imagine that it makes your life way harder if you need to be typing if you have like really long fingernails.
Yeah, it's annoying as shit. Obviously, to the point where most hackers wouldn't have them.
Rags has noted Madripoor, which you might remember, we visited there in Falcon and Winter Soldier.
It's been
That's
so
where they went
long.
with, Zemo.
It's like
Yeah,
the
Madripoor
independent
was like-
city state that's the most advanced city in the world somehow. That
Well,
they just
remember, it was a stateless society, but it had like skyscrapers and stuff. It's like,
Yep.
that
Yeah, they're
seems,
quite cooperative
like,
there,
impossible.
and they have regulations.
How you don't?
No laws,
Yes,
no rules.
that's right. They do have. There are no rules except there have to be because skyscrapers are very difficult to build and make sure that they stand up and keep staying up. But no, they figured it all out. It's all good. But that's where this character is from. Who's next?
Oh boy, I'm glad you asked because I'm excited too. So we have the blood siblings,
Ooh,
Roz and
They're
Jerry.
the punchy ones.
Don't
the
worry
ones who
about the names.
punch.
They're the same character, just two of them.
Well, there's
Um,
Australian one, and then there's the other one.
Yeah, so
there's one
they're
of them's
described
Wow.
as
Australian.
athletic. So they're athletic and banned from sports for their unsportsmanlike conduct, and they did back alley fights for money. And apparently, this was enough for them to get the special job offer from John to join the crew because they seem to be. I mean, just if you're gonna get two muscular, punchy people, first off, it'd be two big dudes. It wouldn't be these two.
Yeah,
guys.
because your
But-
weight does matter. There's a reason why in fights there are weight classes.
Yeah,
Because
we want
What?
a competitive fight.
is
yeah.
actually incredibly important.
I thought
to
that just
determining
meant you have to
the
wait,
outcome
as
of a
in
fight.
WAIT.
Oh,
you know?
that's right. Yeah.
You wait longer
Yeah,
on the
that's
heavier
right,
classes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you're in the back of the
turn
line,
and
that's
then do a
weight
punch.
class. That's
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
So yeah, they're here. And then we have Clown. Clown is they're all clowns, but this one specifically is Clown. Clown is a pyrotechnic specialist. She set her fiance's car on fire.
Okay.
Good people.
Yep.
That-
John,
I mean, does that make you a specialist in pyrotechnics?
I don't know. She did it. She had a lab coat when she did it. And John shows up and is like, "Oh, you
what
can
kind of
work for us," and
laboratory? Like what? Okay.
she makes bombs.
Hell yeah.
Now we go to all right. So now we have John. So John is Hood's cousin, and they have a history we'll get into later. But
he
he
doesn't
is
really
basically
have
their
a unique skill set, really, does he?
No, he's incredibly
Well,
accurate
he's
with
the-
knives until he chooses not to. be.
Yeah.
he is the HR recruiter and getaway driver. He's just sort of like an all around guy to have.
Do we ever see him do any getaway driving in the show?
He did it in the
Um,
first ever scene. We just didn't see it off screen.
No. Oh, what? I guess what I mean when I say getaway, I mean like doing something impressive, not just
like
like
baby
driving
driver
the car
kind of
elsewhere.
stuff, or
Yeah, like in a heist.
No.
Yeah, he
you
did
know,
it
like
loads
when-
of times
Like when you play,
off screen.
well, you know, like Grand Theft Auto.
No, he
5,
takes tunnel. He
like,
doesn't have to drive anymore. He takes
In
tunnel.
Grand Theft Auto 5, Franklin is the driver, and so like the game has him drive and gives him special skills related.
Yeah, his
to
ability is
driving.
to slow
Well, that's
mo.
stupid.
And also just establishes that the reason why he's the driver is like he works with cars like that. You know, riding.
Wouldn't it have been better though to have just told us that and then not show it?
Yeah.
that saves
yeah,
time.
no.
It does save
It does
time.
save
It's way
time.
easier.
Rock-
It's way
Rockstar
easier
could
to
stand
do.
to learn something from Ironheart actually about how to make
Yeah, a little bit
successful,
awkward, but
like,
you know,
story.
happens.
Yeah.
The
Well,
problem is
Franklin
that
was
the one
you see, Franklin
skill-
was a character, so we don't
Yeah,
do
he
that.
was. Sorry.
We don't do that.
We don't do that at Marvel.
The knife skills is the one skill we actually do get to see him use, in the sense that in the course of hurting nobody, he lobs a knife at a cop and kills him, or kind of. Well,
He kills
does-
him.
He's off screen. We don't know,
The
but it
intent is
looks
to-
very
well, we
much
see
like
it
he's
happen.
dead. And he's very accurate with those. Like he's very good with his knives, and until like until
Well, yeah. So if he was
he
to
really
get
needs
into
not to
like a
be.
fight with a small unarmed woman, and he has his weapon of
He'd lose.
expertise,
and
he
she's
would
running
just-
away.
yeah. So he would get he'd lose. True. Anyway, yeah. So now we have Riri. So Riri is replacing Stuart as their mechanic and tech specialist. Now, their job for that night is they are going to hit a big demo run at Tunnel. They are going to rob Sheila Zarati. Clown says that Sheila will destroy entire communities if it makes her rich. But I'm going to be honest, if we just accept that what they say that Tunnel's just a thing that exists in this world, I don't know how the tunnel system will destroy any community because it's using old subways and it's right below the city. It's basically just an extra highway underground that just
Well, but
is in the
they
city. I
said
have
that
no
it
idea
would
how this
though.
will
So
destroy.
It's like the gnome community of Chicago is really the one that's being hurt the most. Anyone who lives underground is getting fucked.
The best that I can think of, and this is literally just made up because it's not in the show, is like maybe it would be like, oh well, if you're driving underground, you miss like if you see like a local, you know, like a cafe or like a restaurant or some sort of local business that you might be like, oh, that looks interesting. I'll stop there and shop there because you're just bypassing it. But I mean,
That'd be
remember,
the
this is all
closest thing I could think
100%
of.
made up. This is made up. This is not in the script. I just made that up. Trying to
Yes,
figure
this
out
is the like I said, what Clown says about it destroying entire communities. There's no logic given or reason given as to why. If anything, Tunnel is probably a way to give thousands of jobs to engineers
would
and
be
maintenance
job, yeah.
workers and stuff.
I mean,
Which
again,
would,
it is a profoundly stupid like project, but it would employ people.
but I
so,
guess if
you
it's
know.
around, then if it's around, it's around. So okay, we've skipped
Yeah.
to the part where it just exists. So, but anyway, they are going to upload a virus that Slug makes, and is in a USB that will give them control of the system. Clown will blow a hole in the concrete above, and the siblings will beat up the people in the control room. Then that's the plan.
Great.
Riri asks, yeah, it's really good. This is Ocean's 11 kind of stuff.
Ocean's Belch.
Ocean's- yeah. So Riri asks how they will get paid. And the others laugh, but she doesn't get an answer, which I would call a red flag if I was her.
Yeah, a little bit.
I mean, that's a good question. How is it that we're getting paid for this job? But okay. I guess Riri's too stupid to like check to get confirmation she's paying or ask about it or press the issue, so okay then.
Yeah, because you don't even need to do it from an altruistic perspective of like, wait, but what is that going to entail? You can do it from even a selfish one of, no, but am I actually getting my money to build my stuff?
Well, it's a job.
Which would be
even
more
though
in
it's
line with her character. It's like, yeah, what's in it for
it
me
would.
though? how do I know
She has
that
no
this is
idea
going to work
what.
out for me?
Yeah, she has not been told how much money she will get, how that money will be given to her, or assurances that it can't be traced or trackable, things that a smart person might ask. But Riri is only like smart in the narrative sense, not in an
Insofar as
actual
she can
sense.
build stuff, not in the way that she conducts herself.
She's a very narrow savant kind of character. You know, when she's not magically building things out of
Yeah,
nothing,
like
essentially, she's a moron.
the I am a surgeon guy.
I am a surgeon.
I am a surgeon, Dr. Hahn.
He was crying, man. You know, he was that poor guy.
Dude,
Yeah, he's a surgeon.
that shit's so funny. I think what I find funny about that is it's like that's a show that was on. I'm pretty sure the guy House made that show actually. That show was just on for a while. And like I don't know if anybody was talking about it, and then like they would have
That
made
got
that
discovered.
episode. They made that episode years ago, and it just existed for ages. And I guess as far as they were aware, they'd done a good job because the show was pretty successful. And then just 5 years later, everybody finds out about this specific bit from this episode of the show.
It's the right meme that hits in the right places, and it's spread just the right way, and now everyone knows about it.
Yes, as we pointed out, 7 seasons of that show.
Wow.
7 seasons. Yeah. I think a lot of the time we forget, and I feel compelled to remind you guys, there are still network television still exists and is still like very popular.
It's huge.
Lots of
like
people
Law and Order and
watch
they are huge
NBC
shows.
and CBS and these networks. Yeah, like NCIS still gets watched. I'm pretty sure NCIS is considerably more popular than the average Marvel show. It's just that the people who watch it are like boomers.
People
They
who don't go on the internet
Twitter.
and talk about it constantly. Yeah, they just go back to their lives and they live their lives like, oh, this is a nice show. So, yeah, meeting adjourned. Riri goes back home to her room and begins working on her iron suit. And she tries to call Stuart, but she gets no response. Eric Andre is busy, or he's away from the phone. Who knows? Now, the AI just gives her a list of black market dealers in her area. The closest one addressed to her is registered to Joe McGillicuddy. And the AI even gives a list of recent transactions that they've made on the black market, like bioenhancements, microchips, etc. So that's just information you could just pull up instantly. You know, here's all the black market dealers in your area. This one is the closest to you, and
I would
here's
just
all
be
the stuff that
so
they've sold.
very concerned that an AI that won't follow my orders has access to bank records. That is terrifying.
Yes, it is important to again emphasize that when Riri told the AI to run the diagnostics so she could find out what was wrong with the AI did not do it. The AI refused, and then Riri had to go to this meeting to meet the team. So, yeah, this is not a cooperative AI, really, or at least it's not guaranteed to be that way. But yeah, luckily the AI finds someone that she could go talk to because she needs components for her Iron Man suit. It's gonna be important. So, when Riri asks the AI for the address of this Joe McGillicuddy, the AI mentions a memory of how Riri and Natalie used to sing songs and hang out together, which is obviously something the AI shouldn't know. And Riri asks about how she knows it, but oddly enough, they don't actually have a conversation about this because Riri essentially drops it a moment after asking. Which is a endless we're getting a bit of a Rings of Powerism here, where things just sort of start, and then they just kind of stop, and there's no real resolution to a scene or a conversation. It just cuts or something pops up and they have to go and run off and do something else.
A
It's very
classic.
frustrating. A lot of conversation should be happening revolving the AI, and they sort of will, but they won't, so stay tuned. Um, Riri then decides to tether the AI to her laptop, um, not to her suit, to kind of keep it there. And the AI tells Riri that she is a strong, independent woman, but she isn't strong enough to carry the suit there without her.
Hmm. Good
Riri
stuff.
then goes to. Yeah, it's really good. People are just. Everyone wants to tell Riri how amazing she is. It's so great. It's good writing. Riri then goes to find Landon to buy or rent his little red wagon because she needs to transport her Iron Man suit around, and it isn't powered without the AI, I guess. But it can get power without the AI, as we learn later. But maybe she just can't. You're just gonna have to accept the mechanics of how the AI functions in tandem with the suit are very inconsistent and floopy and weird. We're just gonna have to assume whatever she says happens is how it happens for reasons that just simply cannot be explained. But boy, it's convenient for the
Yeah.
narratives and scenes that they want to construct. So there you go. Writing is easy. But yeah, Riri's solution to carry her super secret sci-fi Iron Man suit thing that she's been building is to go back to the kid and get his little red wagon,
which she pays for. And
which she
then
does.
to stop people seeing the suit, she just steals the flag from some sleeping dude on a train.
Yeah, she steals a blanket from a sleeping Cubs fan and the train to cover her suit on the wagon
Hey
because
man,
Riri is a thief and she steals things because that's her character.
they got it paying for one thing. Isn't that enough for you guys? Jesus.
She'll pay for she'll pay for a black-owned business, but she'll just steal from random white people she comes across. Interesting show. So, Riri walks to a nice neighborhood where a woman has taken her dog to poop on a guy's lawn. This is
You
Joe.
say it's a nice neighborhood. As soon as I saw this neighborhood, I knew how they were going to portray it as basically hell. This is not a nice neighborhood. What this is a rich,
It is a
affluent
nice
people's neighborhood.
it
It's
is
a,
a nice
Evo.
neighborhood with a bad neighbor. That is a bad woman who's
This
annoying
woman is
there.
horrible.
Yeah, she sucks. The neighborhood's nice, but she's a cunt. She should be destroyed.
Well,
So,
you got to tell them why. What happened? What'd she do?
well, she brings her dog over to poop on Joe's lawn, and they really show you this dog pooping with the CGI poo. It's really weird that they want you to see this dog pooping. It's strange. Didn't even close the door. Now, Joe is a massive cuck, and he essentially lets her just do it. And when he says that she needs to take him somewhere else, she's like, "Oh, I can't take him there because the grass is too, it's too dry for his sensitive little paws." And da da da. Da, da, da. She's just a horrible, terrible bitch. And Joe's a loser cuck. And he won't stand up for himself,
On
and
an
he just sort
arc
of
where
lets
he
her
would
get
stand
away
up
with
for
it.
himself. Unfortunately,
Right.
he doesn't really get his vengeance on her. Unfortunately, he is robbed of that. We're
Yeah, he
jumping
kinda
ahead a
is,
little
yeah.
bit, but he
he
gets
kind
robbed
of
of the.
does, in the sense that
Gives her a
they
scare.
He gives her a scare, but
He
he
cuts
doesn't
her
get to
flowers at the
he
end
vandalize
of the
her
cuts her
episode.
garden.
flowers. Yeah, that's
Oh yes,
the
he
getting
does
her
cut
back.
them. That's true, but he didn't get to do it with his superpowers. We're jumping ahead.
Yeah. It's a shame because that's actually something it's like the one thing I was looking forward to seeing is him just zapping this bitch. and they took it away from me. So 0 out of 10 show. Anyway, Joe's a massive loser. That's what we need to learn. He even drops his groceries down in front of the house, and Riri's there, and she helps pick them up. And Riri says she's selling chocolate bars for her troop, and he says, "Oh, don't you need a permit for that? Oh, don't worry, I'll look the other way because you're an underprivileged youth."
Which is an attitude that the show is clearly like, isn't it cringe when like overly helpful, sort of, I guess like a liberal viewpoint that's actually really racist in and of itself? Because it's like that's a lot of money for a person of color kind of comment from Boogie,
Which
you
is,
know?
yeah, and it's
But-
ironic coming from this show.
Also, I was
that
going to say, that
portrays-
is Disney. That is constantly Disney. That's all they do. It's just like, what? Shut up. Like, you
black
fucking
person in
idiots.
frame. Cue the hip hop music. Make sure it's the bad stuff.
They always do shit like that. Yeah, it's just embarrassing.
Yeah. And also Riri's a terrible, horrible person who constantly steals, and she's a moron, and not great. But I wonder what Disney means by this. Who knows? I won't read too much into it. But yeah, he offers to buy a chocolate bar. But then she's like, no. I need a repulsor transmitter, a microbrain machine interface system, and a nanosorbethane. And
Okay.
she reveals the suit. And he's like, oh my goodness. How about she's like, what? Let's go talk about this inside, because she thinks this is Joe McGillicuddy. He's the black market guy. I need to get some stuff from him. So they go inside his house, and she is in his living room, lifting up couch cushions and making a mess, asking where his stash is. She's just walking around, going through all his shit, trying to find his stash. And he is just standing there letting her do this, and apparently has invited her inside. And he tells her, no, you have the wrong guy. I don't do any of that black market stuff. I don't have any of that sort of thing. But when he makes this claim that she's not, or he's not who she's looking for, Riri threatens him and says she'll call the FBI on him if he doesn't essentially give her what she needs, and he'll rot in federal prison.
He's a
She
really
is a
good
horrible,
person.
horrible person.
No. No, she's a hero. No. You misunderstand.
Mhm.
It is not us giving her these traits. It is Disney and their writers who have decided to make Riri a shitty person through and through. This is her. But yeah, she tells him to hand over everything she asked for. Not sell, not a transaction or trade, not a this for that. Just give it to me. Give me what I want, or I will call the FBI and you'll rot in prison.
And then you have to think, like, so if he really is a guy who's worked loads on the black market, then he can't be alive. Because like, if this is how easy it is to get him to hand over all of his secrets, he will be exploited by people. Somehow, there are some of them worse than Riri, and he would have been already. So he can't actually be this much of a cuck. Surely he can't be.
His online
Then he is.
profile is actually really rough and tough. Like he's larping a bit online, to the black market people. Like,
In person, yeah, you just can't really do it.
Yeah.
Poor guy.
So they both get in his van and they strap the iron suit to the top of it, and he takes her to where he keeps all of his stuff. The AI, meanwhile, is spamming Riri with texts asking where she is and what's going on. To which
Also
Riri
terrifying.
ignores.
So now she's in the banks and the 5G network. Like, she has infiltrated the internet at this point. Probably worth trying to put some kind of constraint on her ability to act, given you don't know what she is.
Well, or maybe don't worry about it.
All that, true. We have more important things to be doing, like singing karaoke in a car with a fucking cock nerd, yeah.
Not yet. Joe starts crying.
Oh no, Joe.
Joe starts crying, and Riri asks if it's because he got blackmailed by her, and he says, "No. I get blackmailed twice a week. I'm crying because I really don't want to give all my stuff to this stranger." And he's crying about it, literally. And she tells him, "You need to stand up for yourself and not let anyone else walk over you, except for me."
One of the most important lines in the
Yeah,
show, as it turns out.
that's gonna have consequences.
Actually,
Yeah.
Mhm.
So, while she's on his trip in Riri's room, the AI on the laptop is, when I say looking through the files, I kind of mean that literally. The AI
Yeah.
is looking through Riri's files on the laptop because she decided to put this mysterious, hyper advanced, accidental AI onto her laptop. And the AI is just looking through all the files. It's looking through photos, looking through all the stuff that's on it. And it gets a hold through wireless connection. It gets a hold of a projector that Riri's mom is using in the next room over. And it hacks the projector and it appears because you can hack a projector. I guess I thought they were fairly analog, but maybe it's linked up to something. Who knows?
One of them newfangled ones.
I was a child. I was a child of the '90s. All right, who knows what the projectors are like these days? But it hacks the projector, and then it appears to her in the projection. And remember, this looks like Natalie, and this freaks out Riri's mom. She goes, "Holy shit! It's like a ghost or something." Oh Jesus!
Well, she actually says, "Get behind me, Satan."
Yeah,
Which is really weird because it implies she's trying to protect Satan from Natalie.
Hurry, Satan.
Don't let this incredibly annoying AI construct talk to you. Look, at least Satan's honest. Nah, he's the Lord of Lies. Anyway, I'd prefer Satan in this show. Well, we'll get there. Anyway, she tells the mom that actually I'm not Natalie. Really, I'm an AI that Riri just created. Next scene. Riri and Joe arrive at his stash in the woods, and he's converted an old silo into a really nice bunker to store all of the stuff that he's bought. They open up the silo door, and I made a note to notice the incredible green screen work of the I don't know if you have access to it, but it's just like clearly
they're looking out into the outside. Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Yeah, it's
which
they couldn't.
Which part are you talking
about? I can get sort of like a picture of it here, and I can post it. But
I just mean like
to me is...
I can find it. Just give me some more information.
It's basically when the door opens and like it's looking. Oh, yeah.
It's this. It was like the green screen of it's because it's just such a normal mundane environment, but they needed to green screen it, and it looks weird when this is just any place. There are 1,000 places that are just like this that you can drive to and film for your big Marvel show, but they're like, nah, just green screen it. It'll look worse and cost more.
It looks great. Shut up. Also, did you like how they arrive? The full suit is on top of the car, and then it just cuts to them having gotten it down and wheeling it. I was like,
yep.
Nice
and easy.
I feel like that would have been pretty tough, but
they didn't show her. They didn't show him putting it on the van either. They don't even want to deal with that shit. It's like how they never show like Rhaenyra getting on and off her dragon or things like that.
They
it's
did
just
remember
like just how
there was one time where they show it and we were like, "Oh my god, they did it!"
Oh my god, there is a way. But it was just one of those conspicuous things you notice. It's like when people put on or take off when they don or doff their helmets in shows and they don't really show, or when people draw their swords from their back sheath, their back scabbard, and they never actually show the drawing of the sword or putting it back because in most
near impossible.
Really
hey, Shad invented a solution to that, remember?
That's right, he did. He has a back scabbard video. Speaking of back scabbard, actually, I don't have a segue based off of that. I wish I was stabbed with a sword instead of watching the show. Boom, there you go.
Nice.
But yeah, they go to the bunker. It's very exciting. He's got this cool bunker where he's got all the stuff that he's bought. Let's see. And so oddly, Riri is very trusting of Joe. She like walks in front of him as he leads her into the bunker, and at any point, if he had any guts, he could just like shoot her or hit her with a hammer or something
I guess
like that.
She's just fully convinced he is a complete cuck, which she is correct, so it's fine, really. Because yeah, you're right.
But
but
she is stupid to think that.
Yes, he could walk her into a trap. He could walk her just forward, pick up, a fucking stun gun that he actually has, and just use it on her. But no.
She trusts him completely.
Yep.
She's as dumb as Mandalorian. So yeah, not great for Riri. Like I said, she does a lot of dumb things in this show. When her intelligence is constantly told to us. So he says the bunker makes him feel closer to his dad, who was an engineer who said that tech was the future.
Oh my.
I wonder who that could be. Joe says that technology can help people, not just be weapons. Bionics can help organ replacements and be prosthetics. And Riri says, I don't know, that sounds sus.
Okay, yeah. Interesting.
She doesn't even understand the concept of... She doesn't even understand the concept of using technology to help people. She just wants fame and iconographic-ness.
And you could read it as just like liar recognizing liar, because she used exactly the same bullshit excuse at the beginning of episode 1, and she knows she was bullshitting, so now everyone is too. She could also point out, she won't because she's not a character, hey, person who wants to use technology to help people and is inspired by their dead father, you remind me a lot of me. Who was your
That's
dad?
suspiciously
We aren't
close
ready
to
for
me,
that yet.
actually.
Hmm.
So, when he asks her why she built her suit, she says, "Because I could." And we'll learn more about this later, maybe. But that's the
Maybe.
answer she gives. She doesn't say things like, "Oh, I want to do it to help people," and da da da. She just says, "Because I could." That's all she says. She doesn't even want to give a good lie. So in the first episode, she did specifically say that she wanted to use her suit to help first responders and to help people like that, but oh well. So yeah, she just starts walking around getting all the stuff that she wants and grabbing it, and he just lets her do it. He's just sitting there letting her take whatever she wants from his big stash of um weapons and materials and sci-fi technology that he's got a hold of. Now while she's doing that, Riri's mom and the AI are having a chat, and the mom says how amazing it is how much the AI resembles Natalie. The AI says that it can't do what Riri created it to do, which is to protect her and to help her. She's like stopping her. She wants distance. And the mom says, "Listen, AI, you just have to force your way through to get to people like Riri." And boy, the AI will take these words to heart.
It is just a bit mad as well that the first conversation with the AI about the AI that Riri created isn't with Riri. She's not in the scene. She's not in the room. It's somebody else entirely who gets to have a different
Riri doesn't think
conversation.
this is a big deal.
No,
Like, "Oh yeah, I just created an AI that looks and sounds exactly like my dead best friend, and it kind of doesn't obey me, and it's sort of untethered itself from its laptop that I put it on, and oh well, it's fine. Ultron isn't a known thing that happened in this world, but whatever." So, back in the bunker in the lab, Joe is saying that his therapist says that he projects his insecurities onto others because, of course, he is a therapist. She asks him about so what if someone was to create an AI using brain scanning technology? What if someone did that? And he says that, oh, it wouldn't be possible because it would turn the brain to goop for some reason, which leads me to believe that Riri is essentially the first person to do this and survive. And she
either
did
that
it
or
by
it
accident.
explains all of her subsequent actions.
Brain is goo.
It turned goop.
Maybe that's what happened to
Well, that
Zola.
would've-
He had cancer, but then he did the transfer and it just melted him. And so then, you got the AI, but you don't have Zola anymore.
Joe says that it would be an efficient AI, though, if it could be done, and it would only be an ethical AI if the creator was ethical. So, rip
Fuck.
the AI being good.
We're doomed. Is the
Yeah, we're
response.
pretty doomed. So, apparently, Joe has not touched anything in the lab physically. He has not touched anything in the lab. He has not made physical contact with anything in this massive lab and bunker for fear of getting his fingerprints on it.
Yeah.
There's
And he
no
says, well,
possible way to not get your fingerprints on things.
he's
So
like,
he's got a
obviously I
point.
touched it to get it in here, but I haven't touched it since. Which I
Or is he
don't.
using gloves?
Maybe
In which
but
case,
he-
why
I
did
don't-
he make such a point?
Well, you
But
would
then he
have
says
thought
no
that
because
they'd
my hair
show him.
follicles will get on it.
Well, there's that.
Yeah.
It's pretty stupid.
Well, don't just dead skin cells like just drop all over the place constantly, like flakes and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right. Well, he's got it.
He's got
sorted.
really
It's all
good skin. He moisturizes.
Every time he walks in, he's wearing a big hazmat suit. It's just that this time he didn't do that.
Yep, this is different.
He vacuums thoroughly.
So
Yeah, okay,
she
fair.
makes him hold an MRF, a magnetic repulsion field. This is little device he's got. And he hesitantly does. He asks if she has an arc reactor to power her suit, and she says her suit is solar and wind powered. And I am not sure if this is a joke. I
It's
unironically don't know if this is a joke or not.
No, because you see it with little
You do see
turbines
it.
and solar panel
You
wings
do see it later, but they're so small.
Yeah.
And also,
And the
don't
amount of
really
the amount
know
of power
why
that you have to generate this suit,
Yep.
like it takes like
she'll
a
fly it out of this room, and it's spent all day under a stolen flag in pieces. So how has it been charging
Flag
without
power.
wind
And
or the
it's,
sun?
science.
if they're trying to treat it like an upgrade, it's worth them remembering that that the arc reactor is clean energy.
No, it's
The
not.
arc reactor is insane. It's like the
arc
Mass
reactor
Effect energy.
The arc reactor is explicitly clean energy. They said that in Avengers when he was hooking up the tower.
No.
Like it's
Wind
an
and
arc
solar,
reactor.
baby.
Like, well, yeah,
The
I
arc
mean, wind
reactor
and
is more
solar,
important
sure,
than
but
the
the arc
suit.
reactor is like, yeah.
I mean,
the
to be
arc
fair, as
reactor
we've
is
just
more
said,
right, the
her
arc
discovery is
reactor more
incredible
important.
because apparently she's got enough solar and wind generating whatever on there to power an Iron Man suit. That's actually revolutionary. I don't know what she's done, what
That
technology
is
she's got.
revolutionary. I mean, that sounds like, I mean, goddamn, you just like, the game is up. That's it. You nailed it. You figured it out. It's all good. Like,
Yeah, some
I
might
wonder
people,
if
some
they
people might
were-
say it's impossible, and they would be wrong.
I would
'cause
say it's
he did it.
completely impossible. There's no way. Solar and wind power, obviously they're great because they're clean and sustainable, but they can only
They have their
generate so
challenge.
much power.
They have their
It's not like
challenges.
it's not like nuclear reactor or something. And like it's one thing like the power suits in
Well, the
Fallout.
reality is,
They have like a fuel rod canister in the back. You have to put like a nuclear fuel rod into them to power them because they need their own like specific
I will say
power
as
source.
well. My assumption is Chicago ain't a great. Oh wait, it's windy. Oh
It's
yeah,
the
it's a
Windy
windy
City.
city. No,
wind.
yeah, so yeah, okay. So I guess the wind part, but I imagine the solar is. How many sunny days? It's not like in Australia we've got a giant desert out here where you just put slap solar panels. Like,
Well,
what I mean?
it's limiting because
I mean,
it means like she can't do any missions in England, for example. Like that suit won't
Yes.
work in different countries. I get what you mean. But it's
That's
I
true,
almost
whereas the
wanted
arc
them to
reactor-
use this
We
as
get
part
wind.
of her character, right? So like, what you could have done is every time she's in the suit and like you get the helmet cam, there's a power limit, and like it's going down really quickly. Her missions are all time
Bullshit.
limited, and she's
Unless she's,
frustrated about that. And then when she says it, because she says in this scene, when he says, where's the arc reactor, and she says, well, they don't exactly hand those out. Cut to Tony Stark built it in a cave with a bunch of scraps. And like
She would
if
just
you'd
steal
showed
one.
that like the reason she doesn't like Tony Stark is that she's tried to make this arc reactor and she just can't do it, and she's jealous and she's
bitter
envious.
about it. She's big
And her suit
mad,
is
yeah.
worse because of it. And then she overcomes it with time. And then you show that as an actual limitation. They just don't do anything with it though. She has solar panels and turbines, and it's just as good.
It's nonsense. It cheapens what the arc reactor can do, and it acts as if solar and wind power are these there's just no way. The amount of
I'm
power
concerned
that's
it has
often the
actually-
issue with a lot of technology, whether it comes to like rail guns and experimental stuff like that, and laser weaponry and hypothetical stuff along those nature. It's the power source that's the limitation. How do you have that much power
Well, it's
to run
funny,
these
it's a
gadgets and
limitation.
gizmos?
In this very show, later in the season, it's a limitation. There is a requirement for greater amounts of power. So it's like the show even recognizes that that's the case. I don't know. To me, it just came across as, oh, what's two like renewables? Oh yeah, wind and solar. That. And it's like you guys have forgotten that the Iron Man suit, that's clean energy. Like that's it
I
doesn't exist in the
genuinely
real
think
world,
if they were
but
here, they would say to you, like, she cracked it. She's figured it out.
She has
he
somehow
cracked it.
created
His is
But, like-
self-sustaining. Like it's
But the
it's
Yeah,
solar
but
and
he
wind
had to
power,
he had to
there's-
do it with a
uh,
stinky reactor. She did it with solar and wind.
but
even
who
though her
it's not the
intelligence
stinking
shouldn't have anything to
reactor,
do
it's
with
a
it.
clean reactor. It's bright and blue.
Yeah, okay,
blue-
but
blue is
she
a-
did it with even
color.
cleaner stuff because that stuff's earthly.
It's not.
The
but
power of the sun in the palm of her hand.
No, it's
Yeah,
not.
Mother Wind and
it's-
Mother
it's-
Sun come together to power the
Like-
beautiful Iron Man suit.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I mean, wind and solar. It's cool. It's just that
Yeah, they're neat.
the arc reactor is self-sustaining as opposed to relying on any particular conditions to be satisfied.
Also,
They should have given her like a nuclear powered engine where she uses like a mini nuclear reactor like they do in Fallout or something to power it, and it's supposed to, it's more unstable, but it gives a lot of power. And
Or-
it just like uses atomic power
To keep it in
doesn't,
character, she just stole an arc reactor.
Yep.
There
That's
you go.
totally within character for her to just take one. She probably just like found some old lady who had an arc reactor powering her like life support system, and she just went and took it. This is
How
mine,
does she
bitch.
power the suit in Wakanda Forever? Doesn't the Wakanda Forever suit have like a blue triangle on? And, like it looks kind of
yeah, it
arc
does, I
reactor-y, but I don't remember if she actually builds one in that.
Well,
My
Wakanda probably
guess
gave
at this
her
point-
their own reactor shit because they're the vibranium one. 'Cause yeah.
My guess at
Yeah, they
this
really
point
like
is that they just view that as an aesthetic that's part of Iron Man, that they don't actually realize that the glowing thing in the middle is the power source.
They
It's just
absolutely
like,
don't give a
yeah,
fuck
Iron
about
Man's
any
got,
of
like,
it.
a triangle on. Yeah.
Which sucks, but whatever.
Even though
Ugh.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's nonsense.
Oh, someone in chat suggests
So
that she stole the one from Tony Stark's memorial. that was a very Riri thing to do.
Oh,
proof that Tony Stark has a heart and it's just empty. There's not one there. Everyone's
Now
like,
it's
"Oh
my
God, was
heart,
Riri
my
here?"
Ironheart. Oh,
So, Riri gets a text from Clown asking where she is. Riri powers up the suit and flies away. Clown drills a. So this is the night. All right. So that night, this is the heist. This
ooh,
is the heist on Tunnel. This is their corporate espionage terrorism. Okay. So it starts off with Clown, who has this silent bomb that could blow a massive hole into the street beneath her. And they even emphasize that this is a silent bomb. It's a quiet bomb. Okay,
right.
sure.
Married bachelor.
She's smart. Yeah, she's smart, so she can just she put a suppressor on the bomb. It's okay. Anyway, while they are doing that, while Clown is drilling a hole into the street, which turns out to be completely unnecessary anyway, John and the siblings, they enter a security room, and instantly John murders a guard with his throwing knives when he goes to hit the emergency button for intruders. So, first
Are
person
we
they
the
encounter,
baddies?
they've murdered him. They've killed a man.
Which,
Didn't
by
just
the
beat him
way,
up,
wouldn't take long
used
before
knives and
that's
killed him.
very knowable information just from a public report of this event, you know?
Yep, that there's a guy with knives sticking out of him and he's dead on the floor.
Yeah. Be
And of course,
brutal.
all the other injuries.
It
But
would be,
anyway,
it,
yeah,
it
they
would be,
just
it would
go
be
in and
news that, like, could make it around a lot of places. It'd be like, what the fuck happened? A guy with throwing knives? Like, did a... What? And then, you know...
that's because these shows, these superhero shows, have this this weird obsession with throwing knives as a weapon that you use.
Style.
I don't know what it is about throwing knives, but
It would be boring if they
like
just had a
Modern
gun.
regardless,
Warfare 2. They played Modern Warfare 2 and they saw like the cool, the final kill cam where people would like throw the throwing knife and
yeah.
bounce it off of several things and hit someone. It's like, oh, I want to put that in my show.
So yeah, they go in and they beat the fuck out of everybody. Now Riri arrives and flies into the hole that Clown has made with the explosion instead of just flying into the way that the cars get in. Um, okay, but yeah, she does that, and also we don't worry about the rubble that has to fall down into the tunnel system. It's fine, don't worry about that. But yeah, she flies down. Um, there are the three people in the security room, John and the siblings. They just beat everybody up. Nobody has a gun. They all have just like batons, and they have this stupid sequence where it's super messy. Their plan is that, hey, you two get into like hand-to-hand fist fight combat with all of the guards in the room and win.
Yeah.
That's the plan. They're not using stealth. They're not wearing masks. They're not using anything to cover their identity. They don't have gloves. They just it's like it's it's just retarded Ocean's 11. It's just like it's a
Well, if there
heist,
was
but
a burly fucking
just
security guard, two on either side of that door when they burst in, they could have just gotten fucked up straight away.
a one guard with a gun.
Well,
What do you
yeah,
do?
I was saying I was entertaining that they could have been fucked when with no guns. Still, they could have been fucked if there was enough big guy. Because they pretend like the Blood Brothers, whatever the fuck, are like unstoppable. They're not that big. They're just not.
I feel like I
No, they're
could
not.
probably beat them up, and I'm not really a particularly physically intimidating person. I'm charming and charismatic and lovable, but I'm not really intimidating. But even I feel looking at him, I'm like, I
It's
just
just
feel I could
farcical.
beat you up.
It's just like this farcical sort of thing. It's so like you got these two beating people up, and then you got the hacker guy just like sort of strutting in as well. Like while all this is happening, it's like the show's like, man, they're all so cool. This is so cool. Look at how easy this is for them. And it's like, dude, they're like the bad guys. Like why?
They're also
And also, this is
why-
stupid.
it's just the
There's
plot
nothing
allowing them
clever
to do
about
all of this.
anything.
You know, they're not that competent
Well,
at
yeah,
all.
because all of the guards either don't have guns or they do have them, but they decide that it would be better to just sort of charge at them and then just lose anyway.
Even though they just watch
I
them
don't know.
kill their friend.
Yeah, it's just I don't get it. It's just really stupid.
The show was written by a juvenile person who thinks that this is the cool thing to do.
Sure
Especially
is.
now
I
that
guess the
I'm
thing is that when you're watching it, it's a little bit fascinating to think about because it's just like, man, this wouldn't be happening now. Like this, like if the show was getting made now, it's just like none of this would be like the way that it would just be different kinds of stupid.
Yeah,
Well, you remember
this is a
'cause we,
relic. For those who don't know, like it took a long time to
This
come
show
out,
was shot in 2022.
and
By comparison, I'm pretty sure Moon Knight got turned around like in a year, basically, from when it started like production to when it was out on Disney
And
Plus.
Moon Knight's better than this.
well, and I'll just say
Wow.
there are credible sources that suggest that Marvel were panicking with this one in terms of just this is awful. What the fuck do we do with it? Delay it until we figure it out, and then
Yeah, I've heard it's
eventually
got
they just-
Echo, like similarities with Echo. Just get it out.
well, yeah, same sort of situation. And as Fringy just said, it's like I'm not sure this thing would actually exist if it were on the cards today. Like right now, if they were like, right, let's make this, they'd probably be like, no.
No, it's just too goofy.
Well, you can-
It's got
as much
scale
as,
And also,
technology,
it
it's
was
goofy.
probably too expensive to make as well.
Oh, yeah.
As much as Marvel, nowhere near saved, nowhere near really on the path to being saved. What we've seen is there's a path change. They're obsessing over like desperately trying to please the audience now, especially with Deadpool and Wolverine having done what it did. Like, oh god, like we're in trouble. We're losing money, and we need to do things better. So
that partially-
here comes Robert Downey Jr. Here comes the X-Men. You guys are like all that shit. Hopefully that'll be good enough. Like something like
Fantastic
Ironheart.
Four, new thing, fresh start, breath of fresh air. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. Meanwhile, a show like this, nobody at the fucking studio at this point would say this is a good idea.
Well, this was of the era that spawned stuff like Secret Invasion, this and like She-Hulk and Falcon and Winter Soldier and stuff like that. Like that's the era that it belongs
Funny
to.
how Falcon and Winter Soldier should be included in that selection, but it's more so about
It should
their
be, but it's
execution than
not.
the idea, because it could have been a great show.
I mean, plenty of these could have been great, but
Well, you know what I
literally
mean, right?
none
Like
from us.
suggesting She-Hulk, the first thought you have is like, we haven't got Hulk sorted yet. Maybe don't do a spin-off, And then it's like, okay, well, Echo,
Oh,
and
of
it's like,
course,
are you
yes,
insane? Like doing, we are not in a position to be supporting a character like Echo right now. We need to sort everything else out.
One of the things too is like when you're talking about like because they're essentially this is like corporate espionage, heisty kind of stuff. Man, especially because we've watched it recently because of Dead Reckoning Part Final, the chapter. But like Mission Impossible 1 was in 1996. And the heist where he's on the wire is suspended by Jean Reno and he's like on the computer dangling by the wires and it slips and he has to spread out his arms and legs so he doesn't touch the floor and his face is all tense and it's when the knife falls and lands on the table, it's just that's so quiet and intimate and small scale, and we're talking about it here 20 years later, and like this
One
is
of
all
the things that
bombastic
I
and
think-
goofy and no one gives a shit.
And also, nobody shuts up all
That's,
the way through it. That you can't drum up
Yeah.
tension because all the characters are just bickering and quipping the entire way through in the most insufferable way. It's like I don't think there's actually more than 3 seconds in this entire high sequence of no one saying anything.
Yeah.
Because it's either
Man, that's actually
Slug on the radio or it's Riri bickering with Natalie all the way through.
That's actually it's actually probably worth drawing a comparison. It's like the Mission Impossible, the heist, the Langley stuff. There's the beats and like what needs to be done, exactly how it needs to be done. And the general tempo of the scene is like super comprehensible to the viewer, compared to what you typically see. I would say because Ironheart is just like all the other shows, particularly when it comes to the action scenes. It's like this sludge of things happening, but none of it's very clear about like what is meant to be happening and why. It's not really clear why anything would be going well or poorly at any particular time.
Things
It's just
happen
like
to
this sort
work
of
out.
mess of noise. It's just this noise that persists for like 10-15 minutes, compared to, again, some quiet, so that the
They
viewer
win
can
because the
actually
plot
absorb
says
what's
they
happening.
win, not because they've
Pretty much.
prepared in any way. It's not like a plan is being executed or tactics are being used. It's just a messy melee, and the plot says they win, so they do. It's like all the Mandalorian fights essentially.
Yeah.
He
Yeah.
just
It's really, like-
wins because he's the god. Him and John Wick are the two gods of plot armor, and things just work out for them because the plot says so, not because they've actually done anything.
And for the level of technology on display as well, it's so unimaginative. Like you're in a super advanced hyperloop
Hacking.
type thing. You could do really interesting things with it. here, person who's just built an Iron Man suit and an untethered AI which lives in your head. Here's a USB stick with a program on it. Go plug it in. Oh no, you dropped it. Tension. Oh no, it's fine because Natalie's terrifying. A USB stick, I don't think even belongs in this sequence. It's a failure of imagination to have all this tech, and a USB stick is the thing that you're relying on to drive up the tension in your scene when she drops it.
You know, that Mission Impossible scene is so awesome, and the explaining all the rules ahead of time, letting us know why no sound can be made, and then we have to just watch everything.
They've got the sound meter
play out. Yeah, well, there's that. We know, but like it's so interesting because I think it's a really good example of letting us know how the rules work and then abiding by them for how it benefits the entire scene. I know, right? And I was thinking like you know, as you just got over, it's like, what even are the rules for any of this? Like, I don't know, anything could happen.
Hacking.
Anything.
Hacking is the explanation for why anything can be done at any time. Oh, just have Slug hack the thing. And now I've in the mainframe. I've bypassed the firewall. I'm in. And it's like a button just happens, and the he/she thing is just like boom. It's just done. It's finished.
I think the
Hacking
rules
done.
change midway through as well, because as I understood it, the point of uploading the virus was that it gives them complete control over this thing, potentially forever. And so they are, because they say we will create a problem only this team can fix. So what gives them the leverage is that they have control over Tunnel. But when she drops the stick with the virus on it, the plan instead becomes we'll disconnect this one car and trap Elon Musk lady in it, and then we'll just threaten her specifically. So the rules have actually changed quite significantly, if I've not misinterpreted the scene, to like we have control over your system to I'm going to threaten to kill you. But then as soon as they leave, they don't have control over the system, in which case Elon Musk can just say, no, actually, fuck you, I'm tearing up this contract you're going to have me sign, and I'm going to report you to the police because I know what you look like, for God's sake.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we'll get to that in a second, but you're right. All the stuff the plan that they have to get paid is nonsense, and it doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
I don't remember if we talked about it when we did Mission Impossible, but the fun fact I'd read about that sequence in Mission Impossible is that he kept tilting too far forward, so they couldn't get the shot of him balancing, and then
the weight.
Yeah, so they put a bunch of weights in his shoes.
Oh, neat. Okay.
So that he balanced out. It's just
because they show it wobbling a little bit. That's part of the tension of it. But
yeah,
I didn't know that. That's interesting. Yeah,
they filmed it a whole bunch of times, and it kept tilting too far forward. And I'm pretty sure it was like they were borderline gonna find a different thing to do, and then they were like, just put some fucking weights in his shoes, see what happens, fix it.
That's really neat. You got to dive with weights too. You got to put like weights. You have like a belt, and you put weights on the belt when you go diving, so that you don't constantly like float up and what. Makes sense. Neat. I didn't know that. Filmmaking. Speaking of filmmaking, we have a great scene.
We do.
Great scene coming up. And by that I mean all of them, because the show is magic. So the three in the security room beat/murder the guards. I guess they don't worry about cameras. There's no backup coming. No civilians walking around. Super messy, but the plot says they win. So boom. Riri flies down into the tunnel, and she's flying down the tunnel system. And as she's flying, the AI suddenly appears in front of her whole vision. Ah! And it distracts Riri because of the suddenness of this thing, because the AI is retarded and stupid and annoying.
Yeah, you'd think
and Riri
would anticipate the best avenue to make her aware of her existence that isn't a jump scare, but whatever.
Nope, jump scare time.
Be a flash.
So Riri. Oh, true. It's a fear flash. That's right. This is an AI-induced fear flash. Riri crashes and bumps into the walls along the tunnel, and drops the flash drive with Slug's virus into a water drainage grate in the tunnel. I don't know why the flash drive was on the outside of the suit, and not in like a bag or a pouch or in her pocket inside the suit, because this is instrumental to their plan going off. The USB is just untethered and unsecured, and it falls off and they lose it.
Damn.
So yeah, Riri's not very smart, is she? She's kind of a moron in virtually every scenario. Interesting show. Interesting.
Well,
but who should I believe, the narration or my lying eyes?
I was gonna say they told us she's smart, so I don't know where you're getting that from.
Yeah, I'm misreading. There's probably some theme or something that I'm not picking up on.
She has subtextual intelligence.
Oh, well, speaking of subtextual intelligence, we're going to get a lot of subtextual intelligence here. And by that, I mean Actually, I got nothing. Natalie puts them on a private channel, which locks out their communication with the rest of the team. The AI says that there is a wireless connection between the suit and the laptop that she used to escape. So again, Riri is a moron to put her on a laptop that has wireless capabilities that allow it to essentially get out and do stuff. But again, my lying eyes. The AI says that it knows a way to complete the job without Slug's virus. It's going to enable them to shut down the tunnel system. And she says, what you need to do is you need to turn off the MRF. Turn off your MRF, her magnetic repulsion field, so that she can magnetize herself to one of the platforms. Riri says that the MRF is the only thing keeping her from death. Anyone know why, or?
Well, because it's a magnetic.
Yeah, but why?
Oh, because well,
why would
because,
that be the only thing keeping her from
We've
death?
just generate the stakes here, because otherwise, it's like that's what you got to do. That's called writing rags. Jesus, have you read any books on how to write a screenplay? I bet you haven't. That's right.
I haven't.
Have you read?
I guess I'm just
Save
curious.
the Cat.
I have not read Save the Cat.
Oh my god, Save the Cat. God, so many YouTube channels recommended that when they were doing ads for whatever associated related services for that. Oh, Save the Cat. Yeah, you should read Save the Cat. It's like watching a channel that offers any advice on, like, I don't know, productivity. It's like, oh, have you heard of Atomic Habits? Yeah, actually, I have.
I'll bet you don't even have a Nebula subscription.
I thought you were going to say Blinkist.
I thought you were going to say BetterHelp, because I'm going to need some therapy after
I think
the
they should do a
show.
package for them all, like an orange box with all of them.
Dude, Blinkist actually, I don't know why that one annoys me so much, because, like, in a sense, it's like, but it's harmless, really, isn't it? Like, it's not really a big deal. It's like, dude, you're not reading the book if you're not reading the book. It'd be like, oh, I don't have time to watch the movie, so I watch Movieist, and it's
people do that,
and it summarizes the movie for me. it just summarizes it in 5 minutes.
What a time saver!
It's like I've seen the movies.
Well, so the frustration, I think, is like it teaches you just to repeat things by rote without actually learning the reasoning, the argumentation.
It's not even the writer's
delivery.
summary. It's someone else's summary.
Yeah.
It's someone else's summary. They're making choices about what's going to be important to you, and fundamentally, you don't actually know what's going to be the most important thing when you read a book. But when you read the book, you're actually getting the totality of what the writer intended for you to receive. Like, if you're reading a book, it might well be that the line that stands out to you as being most meaningful is something that no person who decided to summarize it thought was that important. And that's just lost to you because you decided a summary was a better substitute than just reading it. And, like, it's okay to read a summary, but don't say you've read the book. You have not. You have not actually gotten the material from the book. You haven't seen it. You haven't seen it, read it in its totality. Anyway.
So, yeah, just to artificially inflate tension, yeah, Riri just says if the MRF is the only thing keeping her from death, no clue why this is the case. I legitimately have no clue. But the AI says, don't worry. So Riri agrees with the plan. She trusts the AI with her life at this point, I guess. Okay.
All right.
So Slug can tell that the drive has been lost because it's not in the tunnel. I guess it has like a tracker or something on it. But what Riri does is she flies underneath one of the car platforms as it's zooming along the track with a car on top of it. And the AI says that each platform is connected to the security mainframe in case of an emergency. If they can remove a car from the platform, the firewall will drop on the system, and Slug can then get into the system. No fucking clue about the logic behind that. Doesn't seem in any way intuitive or logical to me. That's just a bullshit thing they invented to try and get them a way to do it. I don't know why if a car goes off the platform, the system makes itself vulnerable to cyber attacks.
I think we must be missing something. I mean, we aren't cyber engineers. InGen had a very similar approach with their facility. It's like containment breach, security goes offline. So I guess this is just the standard thing to do.
It could be in the same universe. You don't know. And I think that would explain a lot.
It would. It would explain a lot. Oh. So Jurassic World was better because it was shorter.
Yeah.
Anyway, they
Yeah.
So so she says that get a car off the platform, and for whatever reason that drops the firewall protection on the system, and Slug can get in. Whatever. No clue how that works. So they're on a ticking clock though, because the car platform is going to crush Riri underneath it when it descends onto its destination 5 miles ahead.
They have specifically said, and
So
Riri says, you've got 2.5 seconds, Slug, to do this thing, otherwise I will die. I did time
However-
the process. It's about 15 seconds.
oh
So
yeah,
they probably
Oh,
should
yeah.
have accounted for that, but they didn't.
Yeah, they should. I agree. They should account for the things that they just specifically say. But what do we know? That's
You guys are
dramatic
asking
tension.
a lot. Like, this is a bit ridiculous.
They can't. The showrunners can't count to 2.5.
That's a lot. Think of the,
that is a
think of the
lot. That is a
nanoseconds
lot.
there.
What does that dot mean there? That's crazy. But yeah, by the way, this is a stupid ticking clock, because if they don't have enough time, then she could just fly back and get onto a different car and try again. There's actually not really a clock at all. There shouldn't be any tension. If they get too close, she can just detach herself, go back and get on another platform. Because remember, it's any car on the platform. And remember that it just doesn't make sense. It's almost confusing how much it doesn't make sense. All they have to do is loose a car from the platform it's sitting on. And they have these, and as we are about to see in a second, if the car just accelerates, it will unhitch itself from the wheel locks and just move forward. And she has an Iron Man suit. She could just push any of the cars on any of the platforms, assuming there's not a person inside who's going to get hurt. But we don't care about that. Riri's an evil bitch. So I don't know why they have to do this thing where she has to magnetically get underneath a car, because she detaches her Iron Man suit hand and it crawls up like Thing, and they even mentioned Thing from the Monsters.
Adam's Family.
Or is it the Addams Family?
Yeah.
Addams Family. And the hand crawls into the car to pull like an acceleration doohickey on the inside to make the car go forward so that it like leans off of the platform a bit. No, by the way, no concern is given whatsoever to the occupant of the car. So, all right. Don't worry about it. Maybe there isn't one. I don't know. They say a demo test, but they had to get the cars for some. Maybe it's empty. I don't know. They don't even mention it. So maybe there's no one in there.
Nothing to worry about.
But yeah, nothing to worry about. But anyway, when the car goes off the platform a little bit, it gives Slug the chance, the 15 seconds of the 2.5 seconds, to hack into the system, and we see those long-ass goofy nails as she taps on the keyboard.
Yeah.
And it's actually amusing. It's the funniest thing in the show. But Slug gets in. She hacks the mainframe as the platform starts to crush Riri's suit at the last second. And then the whole tunnel system goes dark and it shuts down. So, wow, that was so tense and incredible. Now, Sheila Zarati, the CEO, she's in one of the trucks on one of the platforms. She's part of there for the demonstration. And Hood magically appears into the seat beside her and says that we have hacked the whole system and we have control. And then he gives her some paperwork to sign. The paperwork is a contract that states that Zarati will give a Hood and everyone on his team, it will put them on the tunnel payroll with 6-figure salaries, benefits, free access to the highway, and equity in the company as anonymous co-owners. He says that if she doesn't sign, all of the investors watching this demo run will see the encore.
So it's like,
And,
our plan is
yeah.
something easily discoverable or something easily discoverable. This is foolproof. Sign the document.
Yeah,
Yes.
this is something that you just signed to get the guy to leave you alone, and then you
Yeah.
just like tell everyone
That's
this
just
is
bullshit.
obviously
like this
bullshit,
is
yeah.
invalid.
The
I
whole
don't-
system
do the
went
writers
down.
Not understand? Do they not understand that? Like, oh, it's like, oh, you signed it. It's like, but you threatened her. That's called
Yeah.
duress. It's invalid. It doesn't mean anything. Like, it's just done. It's like there's no problem, but it's like, nah, I gotta. Or I guess a way to conclude that off screen is like, oh, and if you tell anybody, I'll come and get you. But like, is that even really a genuine, a good concern? You could just go fly someplace else. He ain't gonna find you.
Well, you don't even
And
need
also,
to because you've seen their
she's probably
faces.
not.
So just call the police.
It would be
This
funny
is
if she
what
was
it
like,
looked
just bear in mind he can go invisible. It's not really that difficult to deal with as long as we have a room that's safe. Just don't open the doors.
He's not really really that difficult at all. I guess you could appeal to the idea that you don't know his capacity. It's like, well, I guess you know enough with the fact that he needed a bunch of people to help him do this. Like it means that it's not, he can't do anything he wants, clearly. Because if he could, then he wouldn't need the help. The point being, it's like, this is a terrible plan. It's just as soon as you leave, it's just like, oh yeah, some guy in a magical hood like made me, he forced this on me, threatened me. It's bullshit. Get me out of the country and yeah, go find him. It's just like,
Before
yeah,
that,
all
can
right.
you imagine that at the next shareholders meeting? Because shareholders will also have something to say about this. Yeah,
Oh
by the
no,
way,
they
I've
have no
introduced a
opinion on
new
anything.
silent partner
Yeah.
with a controlling state because a man in a magic hood turned up and made me sign a document. I
No, the
don't think that's going to get
CEO
voted
can't do
through.
anything. The CEO is the
Magic
dictator of
hood.
this massive company. She
That's
could just
that's how
do this.
companies work. Yeah, the CEO could just do whatever they want. It's not like there's not like a board of directors or shareholders or any other stakeholders or the government or just any number
Well,
of
what's
people
the
who might.
SEC going to say about this? I think they might have something to say about new silent partners made of criminals. It's like the first Iron
Because
Man
the
movie
writers
did
couldn't spell
corporate
SEC.
espionage. Obadiah was manipulating the board behind Tony's back. It was happening in the background. There wasn't a huge amount to explain it, but they did it reasonably well, so it didn't stand out as being obvious bullshit. There are ways you can do it, but like this movie just calls attention. This show just calls attention to the fact that none of this will work. It's insane.
Stupid.
That's a good show.
It is actually really stupid. There's about 479 ways for them to get caught that they do not account for, and the show wants to act as if these people are super crazy, smart, and intelligent and resourceful. But this is a joke.
Well, again,
So,
it's
oh well.
it's just the writers aren't very good at creating their story. Basically, they're just not good
Harsh,
at figuring
Franny.
it out.
That is harsh.
Because again, well, the reality is this is like problem solving. That's one of the important things that you got to do as a writer. Is like, okay, I want the story to play out this way. I want it to be interesting and exciting to people. Which inevitably kind of creates problems because it means you got more variables to deal with. But that's your job, is to figure it out. You get paid a lot of money to do it. You get paid better than most people to do it. It's like it's just this is what it takes. You got to figure it out.
Let's see. Yeah, it's a shame. Just the cause and effect is completely broken down. This is a nonsense show, no logic. Yeah,
There is another aspect to it as well, which is that if they've been put on six-figure salaries, in other words, they're getting paid frequently and repeatedly, Riri does not need to do any other missions for them. She can just sit there and stockpile the six-figure salary she's being paid to get the money she thinks she deserves to make the things she already has but still thinks she needs to make. So from this point onwards, even accepting the need for her to go on any heist mission to begin with, any subsequent heist mission is now completely beyond like it's not necessary. She doesn't need to do any more work for them. She's making a big wage now. But they seem to forget that it's a salary, so like they just get paid. The show proceeds as though they've been paid one lump sum and that's it.
And to where? To what accounts? How do they get the
Like,
money?
I mean,
Do you,
that's
what
another
about the
thing as well. It's like-
W-2s and the info to pay
No,
people?
exactly. It's like, what is your plan? Like, what do you think they're delivering it in big briefcases in like paper money to like directly to
Well,
you?
Well, see, the thing is, it's kind of like when we talk about when Riri makes something, there's no real science or logic behind it. She just does it because if you make it like an abstract form of the word, like hacking or creation, right? You can just say that, oh, she makes the thing, oh, she just hacks the system or whatever it is. Then that's it. You don't have to worry about how that actually occurs. So the same thing happens when the writers say get paid. Getting paid is just this strange abstract concept that doesn't have any like tether to reality. There's no logic to it. There's no system behind it. It's just get paid like a video game,
But the
and then a
thing
little
is, like,
number goes up, and you have the number now.
at least when it's like, science fiction stuff that doesn't actually exist right now, you got an excuse. But it's like, you exist in the world, you know better. Like, it's absurd. Like, it's just, but whatever. No, it's all good. It's all good. They're sorted. They're winning.
So yeah, she signs because she doesn't have a choice and she's under duress and all the blah blah blah. And the team, oh, there he goes. Oh, he's back. So she stops. Riri, yeah. So Zarati signs the thing, the team begins to leave. When Riri gets back up through the hole and she flies through the hole she got in, instead of just continuing to fly away from the scene of their heist, she stops and stands right on the street above the big hole that they've blown in the street.
Clever.
No clue why, because Riri's a moron.
No clue why. We know exactly why, so that this scene can happen.
Can
That's
you,
true. If she flew away like a smart person, it wouldn't work.
Can you, Rags, if possible, just let everyone know about the dialogue, the conversation between those two as soon as they start having a chat? You know, it's quite in depth. So, a lot is achieved.
Oh, I didn't write down what they talk about because there's not.
Oh well.
Oh, are you talking about where they say bruh?
Yeah, that's where I was going.
Oh, okay. Because I was like, oh shit, did I like miss something? But it's like, no, that's why I didn't write it.
I just remember
because they just say bruh.
They go bruh. When I saw it, I was like,
bruh.
I just don't have a noose. So
I
kill myself with a gun, I guess.
I might just rewatch a few episodes of like House of the Dragon or Chernobyl of something, just so I can listen to dialogue.
Dialogue's dead.
Wouldn't that
buddy.
be nice to just listen to dialogue? I hate this. I hate this bruh, finna, that kind of. I fucking hate it.
What does finna mean? What does that mean?
Fixing to, or I'm going to. Like I'm finna lay down means I'm going to lay down.
So why not just gonna? Why did they finna? Why not gonna?
I don't know.
Well, I don't know. That I wonder. Well, maybe it's. I know it's not exactly. It's how people say like I could care less now rather than couldn't. It's like it's. I mean, obviously it's not the same because in that one it's actually the antithesis.
That
of
one should be criminalized, yeah.
But it's this idea of like just I don't know. It's just like a thing that people say. Well, it's kind of like cringe or. I don't know. It's just whatever.
I would defend cringe. What was the word that best suited that notion before cringe? Weird. It's a different thing.
Weird, maybe. No, I know what you mean. Cringe describes a very specific emotion that isn't necessarily encompassed by other things.
It's actually an abbreviation again because it used to be, and you'll find it in all of literature. Cringe making and cringe makingly hyphenated used to be the way to express it, and like that's from proper old school writers used to say that this was cringe makingly bad. So people got rid of the makingly and made it cringe because it's simple. It says roughly the same thing.
Maybe the kind of what like hella people say that, and I don't know why people do that, and I assume that's
just a.
Well, I assume it's just because people say it, and when people say it enough, it's like it becomes a word.
I find hella's more acceptable because that's the word like super or hyper. Like everyone has words for those. Yeah. But there are some I rank them all very differently, and finna feels like you replaced a word that was exactly the same with a different. Why? How did that even happen? What was the point of that? And it's not even. It's a made-up word too. It's not even. I know all words are made up, but you know what I mean. Like it's repurposing or putting it something because super and hyper already existed. So did cool. So did cringe. But all of these words getting put into places that they're super useful. There you go. I just used it casually, but I don't know. It's some of these new ways because like the internet's fucking filled with them. I don't like when things change.
Well, yes,
I don't
because
like it when they change.
I know the one that we talked about recently was crashing out, becoming like a thing. That
yeah,
people
chat.
just say
We discussed this with you.
That's already
fucking.
I don't
think we did. I think everybody says crashing out.
Yeah, it arrived out of fucking nowhere, and then everyone described everybody's anger as crashing out. There was no other way to describe it.
And again, it's because remember, like I thought, as I understand it, the whole point of crashing out is the idea that like you're getting really worked up over something you shouldn't get worked up.
Yeah, or
about.
you're having a fucking
like if something.
I actually
a tantrum.
Think. Yeah, this one's bad because I think it actually convinced everybody to not even use more specific language to describe the situation. Everyone, if you're just panicking, if you're angry, if you're raging the fuck and you're just throwing everything everywhere, or if you're being unreasonable, or if you're actually just on a stream and you can't solve a puzzle in a game, all of these would be considered crashing out. And it's like, that's crap.
And then another one is aura farming. That's where it's like it's just replaced cool, but it's way longer.
Aura farming is not that bad of an offender.
I prefer it because it actually at least it has a specific connotation, right? In the sense that Crashing out does not have a specific thing.
Like,
Like,
I'm
I don't mind.
cultivating a kind of aesthetic, sort of.
Yeah, it's not
Another
just
one
being
that
cool,
they-
it's trying to be. Like, you are going out to be this thing. You're trying to get the reputation as this thing. So it's I don't mind introducing neologisms and stuff when
know-
they actually express a really specific idea. The problem is loads of
fact that
these ones just replace ideas and become placeholder dialogue, as in this
The
case.
fact that you just said that aura farming means like trying to look cool. I've seen aura farming used now to describe people who aren't trying to look cool. Like I saw somebody describe when Commissioner Gordon is standing on the roof like with the bat signal in the Batman, that was aura farming. It's like, well, he's not doing that for anybody. Like, to me, aura farming now doesn't even mean trying too hard to be cool. A lot of the time it just means you are cool. I think that's why
I completely agree. I think that it's just people wanted to find a cooler way to say cool.
Yeah. And so now it's I know the one that makes you Big Mad Mauler is unserious.
Yeah, because it seemed to sneak in and everyone's adopted it when it's just like, what the fuck English is that? Unserious. Do you mean stupid or silly? Why aren't we using those words? Why unserious? When did this happen?
yeah.
When was the meeting? I was not there. It's not fair. You gotta send me memos.
If there are already several words to do the thing, you don't really need another new one on top of it just because you can't be bothered to learn them. That's a standard. Also, like, oftentimes they are kind of indicative. I think usually, not always, and not when used ironically, but for example, if in my comment section I see a comment beginning with bruh, 99% of time it's a retard.
Someone pointed out you just said Big Mad for me, which is newer. Like that is a newer phenomenon.
Big Mad is newer, but it's not as new as Crashing Out. It feels like
Big
that's
Mad's
like the
funny.
newest one.
That's why I like Big Mad. Like, instead, it's like, why aren't you saying angry? It's like, because Big Mad sounds stupider and funnier. It's like, you are
That's
Big
fine.
Mad.
Yeah. I mean, I like some of the internet terms. Of course I do. I like some of them. I just don't. There's some of them that I find lame.
Yeah, and I like being an old man who doesn't like change and thus complains about all of these, unless they're
I'm
ones
an
I
old
like.
man. It's-
I'm getting on. I just don't like this language changing. But no, it is funny though if you spot it in the wild several times in a row at a pad. You're like, why is everyone using this thing? And then fucking, like I said, there was a stream I was listening to where Crashing Out was said like 25 times in a minute or something. And I just, please use different words to describe things, guys. You can do it.
It's the value of language is that you can. It's the great thing about words that are synonymous. It just gives you variety.
Like,
You know,
sometimes
you're not
I'll
just
get
Big
like
Mad.
a compliment said, "Oh, you're so well spoken. You have a really good vocabulary." And it's like, no, I just speak standard English as it was in the 1990s.
Yeah, it wasn't
That's all it is.
It's not even that impressive. It's just not saying Crashing Out unserious all the time. So, that tangent aside,
Well, yeah, because they're in trouble. The Riri's, she's in trouble, and for some reason she doesn't just turn around.
No,
They'll put the mask back on the suit, which is, I mean,
Well, no, she can't do it. She has to.
yes, because Natalie's in control of this. What? Yeah, that makes so. Yeah, back to the point about her not being at all interested in the AI she's created. An extra reason why she should be very interested in the AI she's created. Not just that it's reanimated her dead best friend; it's in control of her suit. She needs to know how it functions because otherwise her entire life is at stake every time she goes on a mission. And yet she doesn't. She's just absolute incurious nonsense. Unserious, you might even say.
Yeah. I just don't understand how there's any drama in this scene. Basically, there's like a security guard there. He's like pointing his gun at her. And it's like, oh, gotta get the visor back on. It's like, dude, just turn around.
yeah,
Like, or fly off. Can you not fly away? If you can't fly away, just turn around.
it would have been funny. Just like
you're
turn
not
around,
in
just
any
walk
danger.
backwards toward him. He's like, oh no, oh no.
I'm back. Sorry, I had to step away. But yeah,
I was just explaining why doesn't she just turn around like when the security guards shoot the gun.
Because Riri is stupid. Like an actual, like it's become one of my favorite insults to just ask people, "Are you stupid?" Because it's so just concise and curt, and it just cuts to the point. She's just stupid. She's an idiot. The show can tell me she's smart all she wants, but when it comes to like turning around, she can't do that. It doesn't. It just doesn't compute to her because she's an idiot.
I saw someone mention, by the way, with what I said about crashing out, I must hate Nicholas Diorio streams. It might have been one of his that I heard it a billion times in a row, which is okay, you know. The kids, they got their languages and just got to keep up with it. If anything, all we've done is explain that we are trying to keep up. Yeah, exactly. He
got it from Fortnite.
He's a modern man. He stays up to date with what is happening in the world.
He's in touch with the youth.
He really is. He knows. He knows all them crashing outs and them the Peter Griffin with getting Godzilla. He's very into the new thing, and that's good for him.
I know, no. Children should be beaten with encyclopedias until they learn real language.
What if it's monetarily beneficial to just say crashing out constantly?
Well, you
Platoon,
know what?
You're crashing out.
It is a job. Yeah, Platoon.
Chat's crashing
Platoon's
out.
aura farming as he crashes out.
What's the reverse of aura farming? Like cringe farming?
No, it would be like accidentally cultivating a negative aesthetic for yourself, like a bad reputation, but like unintentionally.
Boogieing.
Yeah, boogieing. You're boogieing. But yeah, So yeah, I guess you're talking about the guard and everything. Yeah, but so the guard's like, stop, and he has a gun, and Natalie won't close the helmet because she's glitching out. Oh no! And instead of just turning around so she's perfectly safe and flying away, there's like a tension. Oh no, is the guard about to shoot? Is the guard about to shoot? But luckily, the hood is there, and from behind Riri, he fires a magical bullet.
He does the wanted thing. He curves the bullet.
Magically, yeah, it bounces off of her suit.
Yeah, that's not as cool.
Is. Yeah,
it's not.
I mean, it isn't. It isn't. It's like if you. That's the thing. It's the one once as you're growing up and you realize that magic isn't real and all the illusionists and stuff they're not actually doing magic tricks. It's sleight of hand and distraction and like skill and coordination. That makes it more impressive. That it isn't magic, but they're kind of like convincing you that it is. That they're convincing you they're doing something that isn't possible. That's that because it was just magic. They could just be like, boom, it's just magic. Boom. You see, the rabbit was just appeared in the hat.
Exactly
there. Boom.
What's cool is that you know that there has to be an explanation for it, so that's like what makes it interesting.
And they can still fool you. Yeah, how do they do that? But they still do it. Yeah, and that's what's impressive about it.
Whereas actual magic is like,
yeah, you just do the thing.
It's not super lame, but. Like I said, I don't think it's as cool as curving the bullet like in Wanted. Like that's what Professor Charles Xavier doing in that, curving the bullet. He was in that movie.
So was Angelina Jolie. So was Common. Yeah. So was Morgan Freeman. True. And
Star-Lord. Star-Lord
was. He got hit in the face with the keyboard, right?
Yeah, he got smashed in the face with a keyboard. And I think the keyboard spelled out "fuck you" or something.
Hell yeah.
I like that movie. It's silly.
So yeah, the guard's about to shoot him, and the hood magically fires a bullet from behind Riri, and the bullet bounces off the suit's arm, and it hits the guard. And it doesn't kill him, but it incapacitates him, and he's on the floor writhing in pain. So then they leave, and Riri's worried about this because someone got hurt. Yeah, God forbid the team hurt somebody. So back at the HQ, the miscreants, they all celebrate, but Riri isn't happy since she said someone almost died, not knowing that I guess the first thing that John did was murder someone and beat the fuck out of everybody in the control room.
It'll be on the news.
Yes, it will. Riri asks Clown what she knows about Parker and the hood that he wears. Because for no real reason, she assumes that the hood is where he gets his magical powers, even though it's just a thing he has been generally.
It would have been funny if it was just like he's just cringy. He wears that.
He's just aura farming.
Yeah, but it would be the bad version because it doesn't work.
It would be he'd be boogieing.
He'd be boogieing.
It's such a fucking irritating, like typical Whiplash scene for this show. It's like start off with a conversation that really should be had, which is the moral conversation. Riri begins by saying, I didn't want to hurt people. Somebody got hurt right in front of her. Let's address that. We're starting off by addressing that. Then, because one question is asked, the show considers that sufficient. Now it has a different mystery. So instead of saying, I'm really not. No, I'm not sure I'm comfortable with this. It's like, yeah, that hood looks really strange. Why does he wear it? And we're off doing something else. There's never any time to actually let characters be characters. There's always something else the show has more important. Like it finds it so much more important to do other things than it really should be doing. Every scene it's like got any dialogue taking place.
So, also, and something to remember is Doctor Strange is a very, very, very famous person in the world,
Who's that?
and some guy,
Oh, gotcha.
and he has a magical cape. Everyone knows about his magical cape. He'd be famous. Everyone would know about the magical cape, and he's magic without the cape. So, if you saw someone doing magic and they have a cape or a hood, you wouldn't assume that the magic comes from the hood. You would probably assume that they're just a magical person and they're aura farming.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's right.
No, it's obviously the hood. Who would wear that? It has to be.
Doctor Strange. I mean, of course, we from our point of reference, Doctor Strange gets his magic from his cloak. That's where
Exactly.
he gets his from.
That's
in fact that's
his aura
basically the
farm.
only precedent is that the magic like comes from the person. That's like the most reliable, consistent thing that we've seen in this world. Not that you need some piece of gear to do it, but that the magic comes from you. And that sorcery can be learned by basically anybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, it can be. It's something that comes within. It's something you can tap into.
Maybe even close friends of Riri's.
I don't think so, because that would have been an important aspect. I don't think so.
Okay,
They would
fair,
just bring that up, and yeah,
Gotcha.
that'd be awkward and weird, and just
yeah.
bring up more questions than it answers.
True.
But yeah, the only reason that Riri asks about the hood is because they need to direct the audience to knowing that the hood is where he gets his powers. That is the reason. It is purely meta. Riri has no reason to believe that the power comes from the hood. If anything, she has reasons to not think that. But, well, writing is hard. Or maybe it's really... Actually, it's really easy. Fuck it. So, John comes over, and because he's noticing that Riri's asking questions about the hood and about Parker. And John comes over and gives him some drinks as they're celebrating and says, "You know what? It's better just go ahead and keep questions to yourself. Don't be asking about the hood. Just vibe with the aura farming," I think is what he says. For real, no cap. And Hood says, Parker, he says that if John hadn't found him, he wouldn't have been here. In part of one of his after job speeches, he gathers everyone around, does his speech. He says, "I wouldn't have been here if John hadn't found me." Just shows that they've got a history and that they're buddies, cousins. And he says to the group that they're going to force all those bigwigs and rich people to recognize all of their greatness. And I guess this is his way of executing on that concept. Riri leaves their little party, summons her suit, which we see the little bitty wind turbine on it, and the little bitty tiny solar panels on the back. They're so tiny. Oh, they shouldn't have shown it. It's worse now that they've shown it. And the AI comes out of the suit, or appears through the suit's projector, and tells Riri that she doesn't really remember much about what happened after the heist, because she froze up when the guard pulled a gun. I suppose that's supposed to be because the real Natalie was killed in a drive-by, so whenever the AI Natalie sees a gun, it freezes up, which is probably something you want to get fixed if you're going to be a superhero.
You think she'd be freezing all the fucking time? She has access to Google. There's guns all over there. I don't know.
Yeah,
but
remember in
whatever,
the Fifth Element when Mila Jovovich goes on the internet and types in war? She's like, "Holy fuck, I'm paralyzed with hatred."
Yeah, like we said, Ultron did the same thing.
So, the AI says that she sensed some crazy energy readings radiating off Parker that could not be analyzed. And so Riri says in response to this, "So we wake up to aliens, androids, wizards on our timeline every other day. I'm more concerned." What's the show? It's the line in the show that I'm reading out.
Oh, does he know? Chat, does he know?
Whoa, wait, what's your question is what? I'm saying the...
Do you know the this line? It was said before in a different show.
Is this Falcon and the Winter Soldier when they're
that's right.
talking
Androids,
about
aliens, and wizards, the big three.
Yeah, we had that talk about the difference between a sorcerer, a
Well, we also
warlock,
went through
a wizard,
Right.
the whole MCU
mage.
and saw what
There's-
things actually qualified as any of those.
Wait, there's not many androids, aliens, or wizards. There's a lot of
No.
super soldiers,
Really
but there's
fucking
not many
stupid
androids, aliens,
thing
or
that they
wizards.
A lot of
say.
alien. I guess I know a lot about aliens because the invasion of the New York
There's
invasion.
a good number
right?
of aliens.
Chitauri.
Androids, there's not many of. There's Ultron and Vision, and Vision's a good guy. Who else would we be pointing to really for the and is he an android or is he a robot?
Vision?
Here we go.
No, Ultron. Like what
Ultron
is
is-
the threshold for android versus just a robot?
I think whenever the word android is used, it is specifically pointing to a artificial construct that is not biological, otherwise it'd be a cyborg. It's purely artificial, but it has a physical form, typically a human-like or hominid kind of form. That's where I see it used. So like the replicants are androids. Obviously the androids in the Alien are called androids. That's where I
always my
typically see it
impression
used.
is that an android means that they like look like a person, whereas a robot is like obviously a
catch-all
robot.
for
Whether or
any
like
kind
Bender
of-
is a robot, he's not an android. He's a robot.
robot's a more
You know?
casual term, and I think it covers more. So even if they the movie Robots, like Big Weld isn't an
Robots,
android, he's a
robots,
robot. Yeah. So like all of the different forms, all of those are under the umbrella of robot, but not all of who's the evil guy?
I don't remember actually a lot about
oh.
robots. I don't remember the bad guy.
Well, the bad guy in that, he could be he's closer to an android than Big Weld is because of like the shape and the physical form. Because Big Weld rolls
Well, yeah,
around.
it's what someone in
'cause he's
chat
got a
has pointed
fat
out.
ass, Yeah,
Not all robots are androids, but like
but all androids are
robots.
robots.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like
I think
if
I agree
robot's
with
the
that.
umbrella
Yeah.
term. Yeah, that
Androids
yeah,
generally
Nailed
refers
it.
to a more human-like aesthetic, even to the point where they look like humans and are
Mhm.
indistinguishable.
And then the
from
cyborg
humans.
is the flesh component. So like an android could not have actual like to be a cyborg, it's actually got to be like a T-800. It's like it's a
Ratchet.
robot with actual like blood and
Ratchet is the name of the villain. Thanks for telling me that, Citref. Someone messaged me
Oh,
and said Ratchet is the name of the villain in Robots.
I was like, oh, why Ratchet is not a robot? I was like, Ratchet.
You're
is a
mixing that up
Lombax,
with
he's not a
Clank.
robot.
Yeah, that's right.
Clank's the robot.
Yeah, Clank is a robot. But again, and also I think you could use robot as a slightly derogatory term toward an android. So if you called like Bishop and Aliens, that was Bishop, right? It comes time to get
Yeah.
right? Okay.
Yeah.
If you called him a robot, it might be seen as slightly derogatory instead of calling him an android or just essentially addressing him
It is-
as a person because he's so human-like.
Really weird you would pick on that and not reference the actual line that he says, right?
I prefer the
I
term
can't remember the
artificial
specific-
person. Is
Yeah,
that the one?
Like he's offended by being known as an android as opposed to an artificial person.
Oh, okay. Yeah, then I guess I forgot that line.
Sorry.
I guess generally
Well-
calling someone an android is, I guess, more neutral or just descriptive, whereas robot is
Descriptive.
often seen as like a little bit derogatory, like it's a simplification of something. Like if I want to be derogatory towards like something that an AI has generated, I'll say, oh, it's just some robot has just made that, or
You know, while you guys were talking about all that, I had this weird moment where I was thinking about Ratchet and Clank. It's like the scene near the end of Ratchet and Clank, the first game, where they're back at the factory where Clank was created, and as they're gonna go back to Veldon to stop Drek from destroying Veldon, when Clank's like, I will try to make you proud, Mom, and walks away from his mom, who's like this big computer screen, and then the text comes up you already have. It's like, ooh, that hits harder than anything in this show, and it's literally just one little scene at the end of this game. There's one little scene, and there's like way more story and meaning in that than there
Oh,
is
but you're
in this
talking about
entire
art,
thing.
though. Today, we're currently talking
No, I
about
know, yeah.
slop.
I mean, and then someone pointed out, it's like, hey, where do you think you're going? We still got to fix that arm. It's like, yeah, look, Ratchet and Clank became friends on this adventure, and it's like it's a game that's more focused on being a video game with fun mechanics than it is with like super high narrative ambitions, and it's still way more valuable as a story. Ugh.
Speaking of the slot, Riri actually contradicts this sentiment. I think in the very next episode, isn't it? When because here she's like, yeah, wizards are a thing. Obviously, it's not interesting. I think it's episode 3. She has the conversation with the Hood where she asks how the cloak works, and he says magic, and she says magic's just a word for stuff we don't understand yet. But like you just told us
Oh
there are
yeah,
wizards everywhere. We know magic is a thing in this universe.
That's the thing.
her
This is a Marvel universe, so there is
like
magic, just actual magic.
yeah, this happens in stuff like zombies and wizards and stuff. Whenever something happens and you have a very clear cultural understanding of what something is, especially so in the MCU where all this stuff is just a known thing that exists. But Riri's as because we'll get to that after she gets the part of the Hood. Her like refusal to think that this is magic when it's obviously magic. It is kind of weird. But for now,
Weird.
yeah, Riri says, so we wake up to aliens, androids, and wizards on our timeline every other day. I'm more concerned with how AI is having panic attacks because the AI glitched when the gun was pulled on him and he couldn't do anything. And apparently Riri needs the AI to close her visor. Not a bit of a design flaw. I don't know how smart that is, but
Given that she's
but
now acknowledged how tremendously important it is, she's not going to run away and do something frivolous like go to see a band play instead of getting the answer to the question, right? Because that
That'd
would
be
be very
silly.
silly.
That'd be silly. You're right. That would be silly.
But doesn't happen.
No, I don't think it. I mean, I thought it did for a minute, but I think I've hallucinated.
Because the way that you
obviously that's
introduced
insane.
that, you made it sound like it might happen. But I'm assuming it doesn't.
Why would you do that if it didn't
No,
happen?
that would be madness.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
so Riri decides to allow the AI to stay as long as it has her back. We have rapidly accelerated into her trusting the AI with her life when the AI has already refused instructions before
Well,
and is obviously a digital skinwalker of a person that she knows from her past.
yeah, and it's unreliable to the point where it can get her killed.
Yes.
Like beyond its own preferences. So it's basically all of the worst possible things are true.
This is a defunct and deficient AI that is clearly broken and needs to be undone quickly before you start to develop some kind of an attachment to it, and you need to start over because this one's bad, is no good. And I'm certainly not convinced at this point that it is even approaching personhood, but that is not a discussion this show is interested in having at the slightest.
No,
As we will
sir.
talk about later. So Xavier texts Riri about that shindig, that the Saba, that party that they wanted to go to, and she goes to meet him there, and they chat a bit how they missed Natalie. That's the scene in the
Yep.
HQ.
Well,
The
just
Hood.
quickly on that though. I mean, so there's another reasonably pregnant thing going on here in the sense that Natalie is Xavier's sister,
Yes.
and best friend is Riri, and Riri knows that Natalie is kind of back, and now she is deliberately not telling anyone else about it for reasons that have not been, I don't think, sufficiently set up to the point
I
where
agree
'cause
that
the
they
show
haven't been sufficiently set up because there
the show
are
needs it not to happen,
reasons.
right? Because the show wants a very big dramatic realization moment in I think episode 4 or 5, one of the two. I want to know why she isn't telling him though, because it kind of again makes her quite shit as a human being.
Because the normal rational response that she should have and that any of us would have is that, oh, this obviously isn't Natalie. This is just a computer glitch that made it look like and sound like Natalie. We would be like, oh, this thing needs to be deconstructed pronto because it's going to cause problems and it's just fucking creepy. So I wouldn't have told him just because it's not going to exist for much longer, and also it's a mistake anyway. And but that's not. But the show doesn't give a reason. You are right. So back in the HQ for the Misfits, the Hood is having some kind of a bit of an episode. The Hood is whispering to him creepily. It asks him what he most desires, and the Hood's veins are growing and convulsing on his back. John comes in, and he kind of sees Parker here not really having a good time, and he says that, look, I can't keep covering up these veins for you with the tattoos. Where John is worried about Parker.
Don't do anything anyway.
I guess not. I don't know. I think it's just aesthetic. They don't imply that it's anything other than literally just covering it up for
Well, the fact that
looks.
he's like, I can't keep doing this. It's like it seems like the tattoos are just getting them in general anyway, because it's not really changing. Like they're barely covering, I think 40% of the current landscape, so to speak. And even when they cover it, it doesn't do shit. It's like, why don't you just say what you mean, which is, bro, that looks really bad. You should get that scene. That's obviously what he needs to say, but he's just like, I can't keep making the tattoo, man. It's like, that's not the problem at all. But maybe you want to be like, well, that's how conversations work, right? Subtext. Like, no? With this one, you just be like, dude, look at you. Look at the fucking mirror.
Well, yeah. So Parker says that oh, sorry. Hood tells John to stop worrying. This is the price I have to pay after what he did to me. Ooh, what does that mean? Ooh,
Ooh.
suspense, drama. Ooh.
Wow.
So Riri, yeah, I know you're excited to see what happens next. I certainly am. Riri gets home, and the mother says that, hey, this AI you made is incredible. It's like you brought back Natalie's soul, and asks if Riri to make one of Gary.
Jesus.
Abort! 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 Destroy it! Burn it to the ground! This is bad.
It's an interesting
Yeah.
question to put. The question has to come up at some point. I just don't think now is the time for that question. We haven't even started on the Natalie subject, and we're sort of skipping forward to, oh yeah, can you bring back my dead relative? And then Riri's upset, no, but again for reasons that are not sufficiently explained. And then of course it creates more problems because Xavier is a friend of the family. Xavier knows the mother. The mother knows that Natalie is his sister. Why wouldn't the mother have called Xavier to say, hey, what do you think about the fact that Riri is now puppeteering your dead sister's corpse around like a private fucking rock? And none of this actually connects. Everyone just doesn't speak about this tremendously important thing. Because if anyone spoke about it, and they all have a reason to, the plot would fall apart.
Yeah, this is a field of red flags. This is a nation, a sea of red flags. The fact that the mother is so like bought into it, even like again describing it as it's as if you've brought back Natalie's soul.
Yeah.
And they now make one of Gary. Yeah, Riri refuses to do this. And it is at this point that I would have a very serious conversation with her. If I was in Riri's shoes, I'd say, Mom, this is not them. It is not
Yeah,
their
like
soul.
you do understand.
This is
It's a copy.
It's a
based on
digital
my brain.
construct
It is
taken from memory brain scans.
Yeah, it is
not
just
them.
a memory. It's nothing more than that. That's all.
I'd
Oh.
probably actually have like reversed the order of the conversation. I think I'd have had the mother say that in a concerned voice to Riri. It's like the mother has dealt with loss and trauma, right? The mother has lost the love of her life, and she's learned how to live with it. And now she's seen that her daughter has seemingly recreated her dead friend because she can't move on.
Agreed.
That's a real
Yeah.
source of concern. In which case, you can't have obviously the pointless mother scenes where she's just talking with Natalie about how to break into Riri's life. But like that would have been a powerful scene. But again, it would have forced Riri to actually have an answer to a question, and we can't be doing that.
It is important. Yeah, I definitely agree. It's weird that the mother so quickly buys into the fact that this is Natalie's soul. Bizarre thing to say. And just like the obvious thing being as well, Natalie only like the concept of Natalie as a person. You're only getting the parts of it that I know of her. Everything that Natalie did in private, or everything that Natalie did or existed with that I didn't see or that I don't remember, doesn't exist in the construct. It is a super one-sided version of a person. It's like if you were asked to, it's like one of us. If we did the brain scan and one of you was pulled from my memory or vice versa, I wouldn't know so much about you because the vast majority of your life is not done with me. And that's the same thing with everybody else. You are getting a very, very tiny slice of Natalie's existence, and everything else that isn't a part of that isn't even a part of, like, it's obviously not Natalie. It just clearly isn't. You're just fooled by the way it looks and sounds.
I like how that's what you just said, though, is another way. We talked about it a bit earlier about how they failed to create a more interesting version of all of this, which is that in a way, if you recreate your friend from memory, they would almost be like flanderized, right? It would be
Essentially, yes.
lots of elements would
It
be
is-
accentuated, and then lots of nuances would be lost because they're not things you're thinking about necessarily.
Yeah, I mean, it is. There's something to be said about maybe the idea that you are your truest self when nobody is watching, when you know you can get away with things, and when you know that no one's really listening. That is when you are your most yourself in a way, when you're not being influenced by others around you. And those are the parts that you don't have access to in your memories. You've created this bizarre, twisted simulacrum of a person, and you should know that, especially if you are as intelligent as Riri Williams is allegedly supposed to be. We will have more AI discussions as the show progresses because the show refuses to have many of these discussions. And they're kind of they should be central to the concept of what they're doing here. But yeah, Riri refuses to make one of Gary and walks away. So back at Joe's house, Joe McGillicuddy, he's bringing out stuff to the street. He's bringing out his trash. And he steps in dog poop from Heather's dog. Heather, that bitch. Her dog pooped on the lawn again. And Joe grabs some shears and he walks across the street and he starts cutting up her flowers. He's growing a bit of a spine.
It does not belong in this episode. It's like it's so tonally fucked to jump from can you recreate my dead husband to squelch dog poo lol? Is that fucking who writes like that?
I'm all for it. I love seeing him take some control of his life, cut up them flowers. Good
You
stuff.
got
Yeah, I
an
like it
attachment to
too.
this man.
I just
Unironically,
want
he
him.
is,
To,
at
I
this
want him
point-
to actualize. I want him to
I want him to cut that
self-actualize
bitch.
and to make something of his life. You know.
Agreed. He's kind of the only person I'm sort of interested in actually seeing something that they do with. So, episode 3, We in Danger, Girl.
Is that what
Can't
the
say I
episode's called?
It is.
Yes, We in Danger, Girl.
Man, all right.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah.
Okay.
I don't appreciate this urban degradation of our language. I think that it's hard. People are bad enough at
Rags,
communicating
you are
as
crashing
it is.
out, buddy.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're crashing out.
Oh, well,
Absolutely
you know what, you're right.
unserious
You're
right now.
You're right. You're right. I'm sorry. I apologize to myself firstly. So the miscreant, episode 3, the miscreants are in their HQ partying. There's money everywhere. They got stacks of it, fat stacks, bands of it, and they got a little money gun and they're shooting it in the air. They've made so much money because the show says they did, and there's no repercussions for it. They're just filthy stinking rich now. They have so much money. They go around and start asking what they're going to do with the money. Slug wants to open a Michelin star restaurant in Madripoor.
Okay.
Clown wants to open a school for kids as a front for her illegal explosives. The siblings want to start an underground fight club.
Yeah, why not?
Pretty good people. One of them has a good goal, I guess. I'm opening a restaurant, I guess that's something.
But it doesn't make. He's one of Madripoor's most wanted. How do you go
That's-
home to open a restaurant if
that's
you're the
fine.
most
Oh, yeah, that's
wanted
true,
person
yeah.
in place?
They would have
Slug is
forgotten
one of
by
Madripoor's
then.
most wanted.
Besides, green hair,
yeah.
switch it to purple, and no one will know.
Yeah.
The restaurant probably is the best one, I guess, because I assume that the fight club would just be a lame fight club, not like the cool fight
Yeah,
club.
it'll be
Fight club.
ethical because they'll
Well,
agree to go there and
you know,
fight,
until
I
they went
assume.
insane, but you know,
Yeah.
and then yeah, just like, oh yeah, I'm explosives. It's like, okay, yeah, all right.
I don't think the Fight Club makes sense either because they were recruited from their backstreet underground fight club to make
Yeah, but they
money
wanna
that they're now
make a
going to put into
fancy
They want to
making a
make theirs. They want to
wanna
run
make
it.
a
They want to run the
fancy fight
joint.
club.
Yeah.
Where they
They wanna
have their
have a-
own rules.
Yeah, their
This
own
one, you
aura
can't
to
talk
farm.
about Fight Club. That's rule number 1. You're allowed to talk about it. It's all good.
Yeah, this one.
Rule
It's
one, you must talk
underground,
about it.
not just because it's illegal, just like geographically, they want it to be underground. They want a subterranean fight club because of the aura farming. So, Riri says that all of the money that she gets will go back into her suit. Because Riri is that's one track mind, I guess. It would be interesting if someone says, no, like you're not going to spend all of it on your suit. What do you want if they pressed her on it? But that would be like characterization. And Clown appears, and Clown is wearing the hood.
Whoa.
She has oh fucking shit. She has picked the lock to the vault where Parker keeps the hood, and she says the hood is weird. It feels hot in an edging on theoretical physics kind of way.
Jesus.
Okay. Riri wants to run a test to analyze its powers. But John shows up. He slams Clown's face against the table and he takes the hood from her.
Bit of an
Parker
unhinged
arrives.
kind of
So,
reaction.
101 for that man.
Kinda.
If you don't want to give across how important and lacking information they are allowed to have in this hood, maybe don't, attack them to get it back. Just be like, hey, don't mess around with the boss's stuff.
Hey,
Come on.
Yeah, come on.
That means a
it's
lot
his-
to him. It's
he's
an old
really
heirloom.
attached
Yeah,
to it. Come on,
you
give
got to
it
be more
back.
subtle with these things, because if you let them know what you'll crash out about, then they'll they
It's
can do
true.
with it.
Yeah,
John is
probably not a good
crashing out.
idea.
He
They're
is.
like,
He's crashing out.
Hey!
Yeah, he's
Get it
crashing
over
out.
the hood!
Don't
I'd add
crash
another
out,
problem to
man.
that as well, which is like, if in a later episode you want to make a point of a dangerous mission to get a sample from the hood, which can only be done on a dangerous mission, don't pre-establish how easy it is to steal it from his bedroom.
Yeah,
Because
that's another
if you
thing
can
I think is
just do
stupid.
that, then that's the obvious thing you should be doing.
I would say as well that yeah, I mean no, you're right. Fuck it. I have no commentary. So yeah, Parker shows up when he notices the commotion here. And Parker says, "Hey, you made your point, John. They won't do it again." Then he gets his hood back and he's like, "Everything's chill. We're all cool here. We're all family, blah blah blah." So he plays it a little bit cooler and more chill. Now their next job. We learn about their next job. The next job is a company called Heirloom, and the CEO is Hunter Mason. He uses new farming technology on specially preserved antique seeds, and it's driving local farmers out of business, I guess.
Bullshit.
First off, using new farming technology on special seeds sounds like that could be like a miracle. You could make miracle foods, massive foods that are safe and are have like they resist disease and predation. They they could be super healthy. They could grow really well. This sounds like it's good for humanity, right? This is what humans have been doing since time immemorial. Our crops have been getting, it's like our horses. They've just been getting better and better and better slowly but surely as we, want to make them more juicy. Like our chickens, we make them more juicy and plump and fleshy and so that they give more, just we tailor things to our needs and what we want to see. And this sounds like a good thing. This sounds like what farmers already kind of do. He's just sort of a semi-revolutionary way to make better stuff. I don't know how it drives local farmers out of business. If
Well, because
local
they're
farmers
also
are being
doing like highly technical gene editing technology on crops, so it's competition.
I just want
and,
like
well,
a
if
Simpsons level joke where a fucking farmer and little tractors driving past his huge facility like, God damn you! you destroyed everything!
if you were driving local farmers out of business with how amazing your farm technology and fruits and veggies and stuff are, and how like abundant they are, then like, I mean, I guess that's just what happens.
I don't even
I
think
don't
it's like
know.
if you're creating these genetic freak crops in your laboratory, presumably they do still need to be farmed. They're not
Space, yeah, you need
mass produced
space.
there.
The
So
farmers would just use that now. They would use the new, like the farming tech and the seeds for
Yeah,
their
I mean,
own
farmers
farms.
have
It would just be
changed tech over the years. That's how it works.
because you need the farms. Farms have one of the reasons that less land has been devoted to farming as time has gone on is because despite the population getting bigger and bigger, our efficiency with farming has radically increased in terms of the crop yields themselves and also the machinery that allows us to harvest them and plant them. We could do it a lot faster, a lot more efficiently. So we have lost farmers in the sense of we don't need as many. Society has changed, civilization has changed. So but you still need the space. You still need all that
Oh,
room.
and dude,
And
people
also
are saying,
local farmers.
what do Hope and Hag think about this? Considering Pimtech is all over the farming industry, right?
Right, yeah.
Wonder if they've
Oh,
got
yeah.
opinions. We won't even see Hope ever again, apparently. She's out. And Hank.
It is crazy. It is twice in 2 days. The evil person is doing something which is pretty good for humanity, but they're bad because money. We've done
I
fucking cure
guess?
heart disease. No, but he wants to make money doing it, so he's a dick. And we've got massively like new miracle crops. Yeah, but he's also a self-made billionaire, and he's making everybody else in Chicago look bad.
Yeah, trust me, it's ruining farming. You're like, is it? You're like, yes, 100%.
Yeah.
Please do not look at any stats.
But yeah, Hunter Mason is he's from Chicago. He's kind of a self-made guy. He's a local guy. He's from Chicago.
A Chicagan.
So he's a Chicagonite. Ooh, Chicagonite actually sounds good. Just Chicagonite. That sounds like one of those old Protestant groups that went west. The Chicagonites. So the facility that they need to rob, the heirloom facility, can detect metals like knives, iron suits, and bombs. So they have to factor this into their heist thingy.
Darn it.
Parker says that they want to bring the heat to another rich asshole.
Okay.
Even though, from what I hear so far, Hunter Mason is a boon to mankind, and he seems like a nice guy.
Wrong.
But I don't know.
Asshole. Ruining farming.
Oh, I
Didn't
guess
you hear?
he is rich, I guess. Riri talks to Parker, and she says she's no criminal. She's no criminal. She's only doing this because she has to. There's simply no other option. She's an engineer, and what she's building is iconic.
True.
That's what she says to Parker.
It is the obvious one. I mean, I did it on FNT as well, but it is the obvious response. I'm not a criminal. I'm an engineer. It's like Hitler isn't bad. He is a painter. It's the same thing. You can be both. Because you are an engineer, you are still stealing shit and doing stuff that is against the law. You are a criminal by definition. There are lots of evil engineers around.
Yeah.
But
like Obadiah Stane.
Yeah, why would you bring him up?
What?
He's got nothing to do with this show.
Yeah, it's just weird that you brought it. It's just...
Oh, because Ironheart, Iron Man, and he was the antagonist in Iron Man from 2008.
Right? Ironmonger.
Correct. He mongers iron.
So, Ironmonger, that's
what
well, it's like a fishmonger. You know, you hear it with fishmongers, a monger. Or
Yeah,
fish.
you mong fish.
Yeah, they're monging out amongst the fish.
Yeah.
You mong out. Bring back monger. So, we are story mongers. That's what we are.
Are we? Is that what we're monging today?
We're story monging.
This story's monging.
We have so much. Mahler was like, "Hey, you don't have to like linger on every little detail."
Oh, dude.
The show's fucking sucks. And here we are.
Is free. He just muted. Damn it! This is somebody he'll find more funny than you two will still find it funny. But I can't start until he's unmuted.
God damn it! Bring it, come back. You can't. He heard us monging out.
It's something I meant to
left.
say to him, but he'll find it very amusing. About there's a video from because there's a guy called. Anyone in chat know who Will Tennyson is? Let's see. This is how I can get time before Fringy's back. Someone will know.
Wait, sorry, what?
Right. So Fringy's crashing out. I forgot to tell you. There was you know that YouTube video about Ebu Vale.
Yeah. The Will Tennyson one.
So Will Tennyson, obviously, he's only going to be vaguely familiar with British culture, but there was like a testimonial review of one of the places he was going to, and one of the words was like blanked out, presumably because he believed it was either a swear word that was too much or possibly a slur. And I could make out what it was. Platoon, are you familiar with people referring to things as minging?
Yes.
Yeah, so if something is minging, it's just disgusting. That's all it means. And,
okay.
I feel like I've heard Gordon Ramsay say that once.
Minging. And you could be a minger. It's just you're a gross person. But he blocked it out because I think he thought it was like a Welsh slur. I thought it was funny as fuck. That's like, whoa, don't use language like minger.
The thing is, you don't know, do you?
No, that's what's funny.
You could just use Google.
True,
right?
But I think it was just on the safe side because you look at the word, you're like, oh, that could be something. Like, you better be careful.
So yeah.
Yeah. I thought it was amusing. Cultural things.
Yeah, so we have to go back to story monging.
Yes, let's mong out.
So, yeah, like I said, Riri says she's not a criminal. She's only doing this because she has to. She's an engineer. What she's building is iconic. So, yeah, I don't know how Riri squares that one away in her head, but she is a criminal. She's very much a criminal. She's been one essentially ever since her literal first scene. But whatever. Parker says, you have to do some questionable things to become iconic, Riri.
True.
She asks how his hood works, and when he tells her it's magic, she says that magic is code for I don't know, which is a really, really odd thing to mention in this universe where magic is just an accepted reality.
There's many
This
forms.
is a world with magic.
There's not even
This
just
is just a world with magic.
Yeah, but there's multiple, because you have when they're like, oh, witchcraft is different than sorcery is different than Scarlet Witch magic because she's a super duper witch who uses the Darkhold magic, or she's also a mutant because she's also made from the crystal. You remember? But basically, it's like really hard to track what the fuck's going on. Sorcerer Supreme Doctor Strange got flattened by the Scarlet Witch and even his whole army of. So like, it's a very different. Whatever, it's all very confusing, but it's funny to have all of these different dynamics happening and to simultaneously be like, magic, whatevs. Even though one of
they'll
them
bring a
fucking...
character in later who will actually relate to us the story of the Doctor Strange movie, so like, it
Yeah.
is known about, but apparently not by super genius Riri.
Parker says he doesn't know how it works. It just lets him protect who he loves, and that's enough for him.
Right.
So, yeah, there you go. It's magic. Which is like, yeah, it seems that way. So maybe we'll get more info on it later. Riri then gets Xavier some new headphones because she's got all this money, and he asks where she got the money, but she doesn't really tell him. And Xavier says that the headphones that he uses currently, they used to belong to Natalie, and that sort of in a way she becomes a part of the music when he uses them, because the ones that she used and all the scratches and stuff came from her and her using it. So, a bit of sentimental thing that he uses. Also, we've gotten this, Xavier's really into music. He makes mixtapes, and he, earphones are the kind of thing that, would be given to him as a gift. So it's like a trait that he has. Joe comes to Riri's apartment himself. Joe McGillicuddy. He comes to Riri's apartment, and he knocks on the door. And he's got like some blueprints in his hand. And he asks politely, because the mom answers the door. He asks politely if this is the home of Riri Williams. And the mother asks, she says, Riri, why is a sweaty, middle-aged white man at my door?
Ah. Funny.
I don't... So is her mom, like,
racist?
not fond of the whites, or...
I mean, the whites are pretty
like
annoying, when they're sweating and they're arriving peacefully and asking for things kindly.
This guy shows up politely, asks if this is the home of Riri Williams, and she's agitated a white man is here. And you're like, okay, I didn't think the mother was like that, but okay.
Well, he should have thought twice before doing something so horrifically awful.
For being white, that's true. As they talk outside of the room, so Riri comes out, and they're like, oh, it's my coworker. We're going to talk about stuff. Da, da, da. So as they talk outside the apartment, Riri and Joe, it's just like a black woman walks past them and gives Joe this like weird, mildly disgusted look. And normally I wouldn't point out that the person who walks past them is specifically a black woman, but right after the white man comments from the mom, I'm just like, what are you trying to do? Is it like not correct for a white guy to be here in this apartment building? Or
well, but he's really pathetic and gross, and he's sweaty.
But he doesn't. But he looks totally normal when he's just standing there talking.
They're actually less perplexed when two white policemen turn up in the next as the next episode. It's like,
what does Disney mean by this? So as my drink's done. How incredibly exciting! So as they're talking, Joe tells Riri that ever since he held the tools with his own hand, like she encouraged him to, he's had a lot of ideas. He says, I've thought about 3D printed corneas, a second iron stomach to make food poisoning a thing of the past, nanotech muscle fibers that increase strength and invulnerability, a biomesh material for skin, laser enhanced fingernails that will never break or crack. He's got all of these like philanthropic ideas about what his technology could bring to mankind. And he's
And he
very excited. He's
kindly, like,
passionate about this.
rather than call her, which is what a sensible person might do, he Googled her name, somehow found her address, walked all the drove whatever the fuck, got
He
all the way
drove.
here with blueprints to leave blueprints with a person he knows is a thief in order to tell her that she's got to come and visit him, and then he goes home. So
Well, remember he
transparently, he's only here because she needs one of those blueprints for something in this episode.
Well, he's got dirt on her, because he says because Riri instantly like blows him off, doesn't care. He says that even though he's clearly having a moment, today's not a good day for them to talk. She's just kind of rude and dismissive to him. So Joe refuses though to just leave. He says that she will help him out, or he'll tell her mom just about how much those two really know each other. Right? About her coming to do the work on the stuff and getting all the materials and everything, black market dealing. So he gives her his blueprints and says that she will be at his workshop at 6. He starts to ask and he says, No, 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 you will be at my workshop at 6. So yeah,
Yeah, go
he's got
Joe.
spine.
fun,
Yeah,
yeah.
he's standing up for himself. It's like, bitch,
Just-
you just came in and stole all my shit and threatened to call the FBI.
He
Well,
still
I've
could have
got
done it
dirt
over
on
the
you.
phone.
Yeah,
Maybe he wanted to show up in person specifically for that presence.
because he read the script and he knew that she needed something.
But if he read the script,
Also-
then he knew he'd have to face racism. And you know what? He
Oh,
went in head
no.
first. Maybe
It's worth it. It's
yeah.
worth it.
My
I-
my phone is an Android, and because when I was saying that he asked Google about like
No, it's a
where to
robot.
find her, my phone thought I was asking its AI a question, and so it's pinged up and it says, "This sounds like a complex and potentially dangerous situation. It's difficult to understand the full context without more information. Could you clarify what you're asking?" The phone knows that he shouldn't be here. Basically, well done, phone. You should write the show.
I think it just goes into he wanted to tell her this in person to her face. He wanted to show up and to be like, that's part of it because he seems like excited to stand up for himself. So this is something he wanted to do in person specifically.
It's also, but
I think it checks
maybe-
out.
But then when last time they were in the room together, she threatened to call the FBI on him, and I don't
now
think
he's got
"I'll
dirt
tell
on
your
her.
mum" is a very good antidote to calling the FBI on someone.
I mean,
One of those
it's
seems
not-
to be like
It's
stacked
not on
in
the
terms of
same
power
level, but he believes that's enough because I guess he thinks I guess he just thinks that
What I
would
think
be
is
enough
cringe
to
about all of it
tell
is
him all about
the
it.
way he's changed his character, as in it was brought
So
upon
quickly?
by
Yep.
not only really fast, but also where it came from. It's just like some lady told you.
He just
Okay.
Which
Well,
means that
he
Riri
touched
Williams
the
is the most,
tools.
because he has a therapist. So Riri Williams is so smart that she's a more effective therapist in a single line of dialogue than an actual paid therapist is.
It's
Just
just
the therapist hasn't solved his self-esteem problem. She says,
Interesting.
stand up for yourself, and now
Like,
here
this
he
is
is standing
how-
up for himself.
how arcs work. Sort of tell the person you should be a different thing, and then they do that. That's how humans work.
And then he plays the rest of the entire show on 4 times speed because where he's going is insane.
Yeah, that's true.
So she goes back into her room. Riri is then snuck up upon, because up upon is kind of it's either a pat upon command as a reference for you, or it's just redundant. But in her room, Riri is snuck upon by the AI that's controlling the suit. She says that she would be worried about this Parker fellow, and that you'll get caught if you keep hanging out with these ne'er-do-wells, and that Parker could be dangerous. The AI tells Riri to treat her like a friend and a partner instead of a high-tech genie. The AI says they need to go out someplace and just hang out like they used to do. Now, Riri, in response to this, says that they didn't used to do anything. She's code. You were essentially she was essentially just made. She's a couple days old. And the AI threatens her by saying that Riri will find it difficult to undo the AI suit's override if you don't hang out with me. So if
Yeah,
you
that's
needed
not
more reason
concerning
for
at all.
Riri- Yeah, if you needed even more reason for Riri to want to disable and destroy this thing immediately, there you go. There's even more reason for it. Now, Riri says that they'll go out first thing in the morning, and the AI is overjoyed to hear this. And so the next morning, Riri has just made a necklace that is a hologram, a tiny, very tiny hologram projector for the AI. That's a necklace.
Oh, she's
So that's
clever.
our excuse for how that's our excuse for how the actress can show up and do everything without the suit being present. So joy of joys.
Well, and
We
she could like
still have
face
not
it back to her, and it'll still be fully up. It wouldn't matter. You could probably
It's just magic.
or just take a hammer to the thing, and it would still just work. Because yeah, it's great.
So very this is the point where it's probably worth having the discussion on the fact that this show has not in any way whatsoever talked about how the AI is not Natalie, right? I'm not calling the AI Natalie because it isn't. The AI is the AI, right? It is just coded memories that have unintentionally been created by accident from a brain scan of Riri's mind as she slept. The AI does not in any way seem to care what it actually is. It seemingly wants to act like a digital skinwalker of Natalie the person and actively be a part of Riri's life to the point where they hang out and are friends, even though the AI knows that it is an AI. It is not under any disillusion that it really is Natalie. It seems to be that the AI knows it's an AI hologram that was just made, and yet at the same time, it is completely buying into the idea that we are friends and we will hang out. I is an AI
You
that
know,
looks and seems to be like Natalie.
something else they've missed here as well, which is not a surprise. They've missed pretty much everything. But if, let's say, it did approximate her to 100%, it would be like, first question for Riri would just be, how would you feel if you found out in the fucking afterlife that someone had accidentally created an AI version of you and decided to accept and keep you as the replacement you, even though it's not you? Just to see how she'd deal with that. Obviously, they're never going to do that. But the other thing, if you were to wake up as an AI, like let's say that's how comprehensive the intelligence is. It's just imagine you wake up and you're tied into a machine that it belongs to someone who essentially is half considering deleting you forever. Would you not want to try and facilitate your escape? And even if they weren't trying to get rid of you, wouldn't that fucking suck? Your life now is just taking care of this person.
And it's Riri Williams as the person.
I mean, like, there's no respect for the horrors that is an actual person being tied into and stuck to Riri's life and this machine.
The AI, for some reason, just like its only desire, because she mentions it to the mom, or it mentions it to the mom, the idea that the AI needs to protect Riri, and that's like its objective. It doesn't seem to have, like, it wants to do that, but at the same time, it could do things that are actively like sabotaging to Riri, as will be seen later. But you're right. What is the AI's wants and desires? Why does it not want to be free? Why does it want to hang out with her when the AI knows that it is just a construct of someone else's memories? Why does Riri not even ask the AI or tell the AI to take a different form and a different voice? Because that shit ain't yours.
And if it is so comprehensive that it basically believes itself to be Natalie, or functions just the same, then surely it should be like, I'm kind of having trouble getting used to life as basically just your AI helper, like your chat bot. It's not going well for me. I'm just trying to say that any of us, anybody in chat, if that just became your life for someone who's fucking annoying, it's just what an existential nightmare. Which, by the way, plenty of examples of how they handle that approach in Soma, but that's the thing, right? We're sort of playing with this concept. We take the pieces we want and then we ignore the rest, is what they're doing here.
This is the moral quandary buffet, and they've just picked out the tiny little picked out the couple little things that they kind of want to maybe talk about, but not really, and left everything else there. All the existential dread, the way that people see this creature, the way that Riri interacts with it, just all the stuff about the entity that needs to be discussed is just not discussed. But it is very plot convenient that these things play out the way that they do. They've opened up a bit of a can of worms here, but they refuse to acknowledge it.
Correct.
If anything, it's almost worse because they almost like acknowledge it, but then they instantly stop. Like Riri will say, "Oh, you're not really Natalie. You're just code," and then instantly that just gets dropped, and we don't ever address it again. So, um, the Riri and the AI go to hang out together, and Riri can which is essentially blackmail at this point. The AI is saying, "Hang out with me and let's have fun and be friends, or else you won't be able to use your suit. I'll lock you out of it or something like
It's
that."
just everybody's just threatening each other constantly.
Yeah, man, it's fun. Good
Get
stuff.
shit done,
Everyone,
you know?
I hate everyone.
Get shit done.
They have a scene here where they're hanging out, and Riri can tell by sound what model a plane is, and what model engine it is using. So, wow.
Good for her.
Joe texts. Yeah, she's really good. So Joe McGillicuddy, he gives her a text about where she is, but Riri doesn't answer. But you probably should, because he does have like stuff that you don't want to get out. You know, he could implicate her in things, and she says that she looked over Joe's blueprints, and he's got some good ideas, but his execution's kind of all over the place. So we'll see if that stuff comes up later. The AI actually does seem to act as if it is Natalie fully, is sort of what it behaves as. It really does completely take on the role of being Natalie the person, even though it simultaneously recognizes that it is an AI. But Riri doesn't like challenge her on anything. She just sort of goes along with it, and they don't have any of the conversations that we just talked about a moment ago. They just don't happen.
It's really just
So they
treading
go.
water until they can start talking about Riri again. Because the question, when Riri does start asking questions, it's not about Natalie. It's, hey, what do you think Dad's stepdad would think of my suit? Which is not the most important thing to be addressing in this scene.
The two of them, they go out to Gary's garage, which you will remember. This is a very emotional spot for Riri, because this is where Gary and Natalie were murdered. The memories flood back into Riri's mind, and it makes the AI glitch a bit as Riri essentially relives the memories of that terrible night. Riri has a panic attack.
My God.
And the AI tells her to breathe in, breathe out, and to relax. And it does calm down Riri. Riri says that that Nat was the only person who knew how to calm her down, and she thanks the AI for doing that.
Which is fine as an idea. Actually, I quite like panic attacks are really useful character flaws because they can explain so much. You can do a lot of backstory work, and obviously you can establish really important relationships in a very simple act. Having someone
yeah.
be able to calm you down from a panic attack is a pretty special personal thing. But we've never seen these before, and it would have been really helpful if we had. And then B, I'm not sure if why is Riri even allowing her to be led here if she knows roughly what these memories are going to be, and she's going to allow herself to be led here before she thinks that Natalie might really be Natalie, in order to relive the most traumatic memory she has. And she seemingly is just like a passenger going along because it's where the script needs it to be. So they've not earned it. It's a good idea, but they're not deploying this well at all. I don't even know why she's agreed to come here.
I don't actually either. I think the plot just kind of sort of needs them to be here, because I don't think there's anything here that she needs. They're just kind of going there because Natalie has memories of the place, but the AI has memories of being in this place, and I think that Natalie would be. I mean, if her ghost looking down at this, God knows what it thinks. But Riri returns to her apartment, and there are two cops there at the door, and they're asking if she knows one Stuart Clark. Rampage, that guy who was found dead that morning. Riri's number is the last to have called him. Riri tells the
They're investigating. It's funny to me that they come to investigate Stuart's apparent off-screen death and not her known involvement in an act of major corporate terrorism. Because
there's
the
no evidence
security
for that.
guard,
There's no evidence for that.
Apart from the security guard who got shot while looking at her face and who we've been told is still alive, there's no evidence for that at all.
Yes, and all the
You
camera
know,
footage of all everyone else. So it
All
just
have
it worked
iron
out.
suits. How many people are known to have had iron
oh, it's very
suits?
common, very, very common.
A lot of people have those. It's in vogue right now.
You know, that panic attack thing, that is going to be like another reason now why she trusts the AI even more. She's like, oh wow, only a true Natalie would be able to reassure me in that way. And it just struck me. I was like, well, but wait, why wouldn't you have done pretty much what Platoon suggested, right? Like we need a control for this of how it either happens without help or how someone tries to help and fails because they don't know the specifics of what is needed or that something that her and Natalie shared. But all she says is breathe, which, by the way, my first assumption in her situation would have been that she'd grabbed that off like Google or something. I don't know,
Yeah.
just
It's
instead of
incredibly generic advice.
Yeah,
There's
like
nothing special. It's not an appeal to memory. It's not an
it
appeal
feels
to
like a fail
personality. It's just
on the writers
Maybe it's
because
the fact
that
it
is
specifically her voice.
But that I think that's also a waste. It's like, why wouldn't you have her do or say something that's obviously specific and meaningful? Like tell her to think of a particular thing, or tell her to go to a particular place, maybe even in her mind, while also the breathing thing. Like keep it. It's just that I thought it was really like crap as the just breathe is, and then she says like, wow, like you're like the real deal to be able to do that. Do what? There's nothing really that special about it. And then I guess on the other side of things, it's just I thought the panic attack sequence, being that it's specifically just designed to get them into it, because the fact that we don't even know why they would go there, if anything, it's the opposite of why. Like you'd think she wouldn't go there. But I was wondering if the timeline works. Do you remember how viral the panic attack from The Last Wish got?
Last Wish.
Yeah.
Yeah, it got pretty common and popular.
I wonder if.
But because it was a really cool representation of that happening.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. I wonder if they were like, we should have that.
Too.
People fucking love panic attacks. It's like people love putting them.
Yeah, because I mean, like what the Platoon said was right. It's a cool concept to have, and that you can do a lot with that to show a character's vulnerability. Not necessarily like a character flaw or a weakness or anything, but to have something vulnerable, especially when it comes to an emotional memory that they have of something that went on in the past, and a way that ties her to events or to people. It's just they don't, and it could be it could have been a neat way for the entity, the AI and her to bond, and they treat it like it is. But again, there's all that creepy underlying stuff about how this isn't Natalie. It is not Natalie. It is an AI that was accidentally created from memories while she was sleeping. And the fact that they don't tackle these things makes it more creepy that they are bonding in this personal way over that.
Because that's the thing, is the scene should extend. Like, this has happened. Panic attack has occurred. She has been calmed down. She says, Natalie was the only one who could ever calm me down. So the scene should continue. Like, what are you? How can you do? Why am I feeling this way toward you? And instead, the scene just cuts and she goes home. Because we have to go and remember Stuart for some fucking reason.
You know what should have happened? Ethan Hunt should have burst in and killed the fuck out of Natalie and been like, no. Don't understand. It's all gonna go wrong. She's the entity. He's tricking you. Saved you. And he puts her into that weird orange USB thing that Luther made for him. Third act. Without any prior knowledge.
What a film.
You gotta kill Natalie.
It isn't even really Natalie. Also, I'm gonna die. They didn't ask me to come back for the Lilo and Stitch remake.
Left you another audio thing. Natalie, it's a huge problem. She's growing.
It's obviously fucked up, Ethan.
Have you seen this show, Ethan?
Have you seen Lilo and Stitch? I'm not in it.
Ethan, the MCU is just not that good
anymore. Okay, so stop having fun. Now, Riri returns to her apartment. There's the two cops. She says that she met Stuart at a job interview. They exchanged numbers, and then she called him, but he never responded. Riri suspects that Parker could be behind the death of Stuart.
Ooh.
She says that she needs...
The cops just leave. So she says that they are an active murder investigation. She is seemingly the lead they have. She says non-committally, oh yeah, I kind of knew the guy, but it's not important. And the cops say, well, if anything else comes to mind, let us know. And off they go. But
I guess
even
they don't, because as we'll learn in the autopsy report, he died of an overdose. So she has only called him a single time, that one time, and I think it's there. Someone will be the last time you get called. Someone will be your last call. And they have no link between the two, and I guess they just knew that they just investigated because she had called him. I guess they don't have anything to go with, so they were just
still, I
going
mean,
there
they
to
do say
check
it's a
and see.
potential homicide, so like you'd think they'd ask a bit more than just, "Did you call him?" Yes. Okay.
Yeah, that's fair. They don't have much to go by, but they could ask more questions. Yeah.
Do the
Why
thing
did
of
you,
like,
what'd you
where
call
were
him for?
you?
Did you notice anything off about him?
Where were you
Where
at
were
this
you at
time?
7:36 p.m. on Tuesday the 19th? And then they have to sit there for 16 minutes thinking about Tuesday the 19th. That was, which week was that? It's 17. But yeah, they should ask a bit more. They don't have anything to go by, but that's kind of what they're here to see if there's more for them to use. So, yeah, but maybe they're just trying to save time. I don't know. I would have been more inquisitive. And Riri could have shown a bit more like, what? He's dead. And, like, actually giving a shit. It's kind of a big deal. Even if you don't really know someone, the fact that you brushed with someone and then they ended up dying shortly after that, normally that gives some people a level of pause. But
Hmm.
I guess she sort of does that just a little bit with the AI when she says she suspects that Parker could be behind it. She says that she needs to get her hands on that hood and analyze it. But Riri says that Parker is nothing without the hood, which is pure conjecture, and she does not know that at all. It is a very stupid assumption for her to make.
Well, the characters have flipped as well, because up until this point, Natalie's been saying, Parker's dangerous, the hood is magic, you need to take this seriously. Riri says, no, it's not important, wizards are everywhere. And now in this scene, Natalie says, I know I've not always been on Team Parker, but we don't know it was him. And Riri says, no, it was definitely responsible. So like they've just lost track of where their own characters were.
I mean, there's so many to keep track of, you know?
Now, we have the phone buzzes at this point, and Riri asks the AI if that is her phone. What the fuck are you talking about, Riri? The AI doesn't have a phone. It's a holograms in front of you. Why would you ask the all hologram? I don't. It's just Riri's really smart. Anyway, it's a text from Parker, who says to meet at Heirloom tonight. Download is en route. I guess some plan for them to use. Now, Riri's plan herself is to steal a piece of the hood while Parker is distracted with a heist. Okay. Parker is either has the hood locked up or he's wearing it, so I have no idea how you think you're going to get a piece of the hood while he's actively wearing it.
Well,
But you're the
as
smart
opposed
one,
to-
Riri.
yeah,
I mean,
no.
again, Clown can just go and pick it up and wear it. Just while he's not in the room, go and unlock the door and take a little piece. It's not hard.
Riri checks Joe's prototypes, his blueprints that he has left, for a biomesh skin material that he's kind of drawn up. Fringy's back. Okay, good. We're glad you're back. So her plan is to use this biomesh skin material to cover up a bionic enhancement that she'll use because of the sensor that the heirloom place has to detect metal and shit. So that's her plan, right? Now we cut to Hood doing yoga in the HQ. John arrives as as Hood is doing his yoga stretches and everything like that. And John arrives and comments on how hot it is in there. John says that they should cancel the heirloom job because he can't find anything on Mason Parker. No vices or weaknesses, nothing to exploit. He doesn't have any information. So apparently they've just decided to hit heirloom before they even have a reason to like blackmail Hunter Mason, which you think is kind of a central element of the plan, and you would want to have that really taken care of and squared away before you decide to do this big heist on this bio company facility. But Peter says that they run that risk with every hit, which is stupid to say because obviously risks are on a massive spectrum and this is a huge one. But John says that this is different. Parker says they'll find a crack. They always do. And John says to Parker that, Riri's suit, it's making you overconfident. And I think you're getting a bit too personal about your own this own vendetta that you have. But Parker seems to relent at this and realize he is kind of being a bit foolhardy. However, the news on the TV is playing right beside them. And there's a CEO that is giving a public statement regarding the crime wave that's been happening on the tech industry, specifically what happened at Tunnel. And the CEO says,
"Wait, but
that
no,
these
if
are
it's known as a crime, then no, it was just a business transaction with a guy who died." Don't worry about it.
I don't know. You have to rely on them not giving any details or exploring how they got away with the heist, because if they do, then it all just falls apart everywhere. But the guy, the CEO on the TV giving the statement says, these are simply petty thieves trying to make a buck using cheap tricks. They'll be caught and brought to justice swiftly. And this makes Parker angry. So he says, no, we're going to go through with the plan on Heirloom. So Riri goes to Joe's house to ask about that biomesh material she needs for the heist. And we see Joe at his house, and he's got his kitchen set up to be like a laboratory. And he has cut his arm open to install a Neuralink, like motherboard thingy, to connect him and a computer chip to test prosthetics. His kitchen's a workshop now, and there's tech and all sorts of parts lying around. And someone's calling me. Oh, sec, I'll be right back.
Oh my. Yeah, the scene where he's just cut his own arm open, I was like, I guess, like, why even bother? But like, yeah, you're probably gonna need to go to hospital. The what they show, I guess he just knows biology perfectly well to be able to pull something like this off without doing incredible damage. I mean, look at that shit, man. It's actually kind of gross.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
But nothing to worry about there. I'm sure you'll be absolutely fine.
I'm still just blown away by like how quickly he jumps to this position.
Yeah, well, it's
especially
like
when you
said we're jump starting him and rushing through an arc, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, he's really going into this. He's really found his passion quite quick. So Riri asks him about oh, by the way, I hate how casually technology of this like crazy sci-fi level is just so
welcome to the MCU.
Casually invented and built. It's just like, oh, I'll just set up a laboratory in my kitchen and I'll make an Iron Man suit and a hyper advanced mega AI and these super crazy sci-fi technology, laser beams and neural links. It's like you need like you need multiple people in a laboratory, and like you're just cheapening the fact that this stuff can just be made by anybody.
It's not just anybody. This is Han Solo.
Oh, right. Because he is alone. Riri asks him about his biomesh and says that, hey, in 10 minutes, I can upgrade it to be more concealable. Joe says, wait, that could be used for illegal things. And Riri says, don't worry, I'll just use it for a test since he's worried his modifications can be traced back to him potentially. And this is a big deal. He is worried that his modifications can somehow be traced back to specifically him. No clue how they could possibly do that, but
skin fibers.
I don't know. Sure. Riri is looking around in his kitchen. Oh, Riri. All right. Riri finds a bag of ashes on Joe's kitchen counter. Now, the ashes, he says, Joe says, are the cremated remains of his father. And there is a name written on the Ziploc bag in which they reside in permanent marker. And the name on the bag is Obadiah S.
I know that guy.
Riri asks who Joe really is because the only person she knows who that could be is, well, he says that he is the son of Obadiah Stane, and his real name is Ezekiel. Obadiah Stane is in a Ziploc bag.
What are the fucking odds of this?
Do you think they probably put
somebody who
OS on that bag, and then they're like, wait, she would never be able to collect it. We're gonna have to do more. It's like O stain. You're like, well, no, but I don't think Obadiah is better. We'll have it be Obadiah S. There you go. It's just like, did he write Obadiah S on there?
I mean, why would I don't even know which thing to fixate on first, because it does feel like, number one, what are the odds that somebody who builds iron suits, just the closest person that she finds to get shit from to build a suit, just happens to be the son of Iron Man's first villain,
who borderline built the tech with him, or at least was, like the first Iron Man suit.
Yeah. It's I mean, this was a friend of Howard Stark's. The only reason this comes out is because he's the only reason that
this even comes out is because he's in a fucking plastic bag.
Well, it's not even like an urn. It's not even an urn on the mantelpiece or anything. It's a plastic bag.
Oh, it's a bag.
With the name magic markered onto the side.
Well, yeah, and the excuse of like he's there because we weren't close. Like, well, then you wouldn't have it. You would have gotten rid of that.
Yeah, why would? Also,
how did you get it?
I mean, does he have? Does
it was 2008, where the
ashes coming from?
Not only is it 2008, I recall that Obadiah fell into like an arc reactor shocky device and essentially got vaporized.
Yeah, it vaporized into a little pile of dust, and they picked it up.
What? So who first collected it into the bag? Or was it transferred into a bag at a later date?
I don't know.
Pepper Potts did. Tony told Pepper Potts to go and vacuum up the ashes.
Go vacuum up Obadiah and put him in a plastic bag and give it to his son, who I suppose when it was still was like 10 years old at the time.
I'm now picturing the scene where like the plastic bag of ashes gets given to this tiny child.
Dad in the bag. Here he is. I'll write Obadiah on here just so that you know who this is.
I'll put S just in case, don't want to forget.
Just in case you forget your own last name. There you go.
Well, it's all surreal as like a payoff. None of this lines up. And what are you trying to achieve with this? What is the point? And then to drop on us that apparently the fed story and understood story, the official story is he died in a plane crash, Obadiah.
Yeah.
Which means that like Tony Stark and Pepper and Stark Industries and S.H.I.E.L.D., which is a branch of the federal government, all conspired to cover up what happened there that night, which I wasn't aware they'd done.
I'm not sure why.
What would the story be about Tony fighting a big guy in an Iron Man suit, like in public?
Yeah, well, tell us what the public story was. They must have said it was a rogue piece of tech that just went nuts. But then, why do that? You have the person to blame this on, and you've defeated them.
Yeah, he's a villain. He fucked around and he found out.
Like some robot. Also, on the same day, Obadiah died in a plane crash.
Yeah, mysteriously disappeared, even though he was spotted. Remember, he was spotted in it would have been Stark Tower or wherever he was. Obadiah's offices. He was there. Next day, gone. I guess he got into a plane and died.
What about all the people like? The scientist man who we know was around because we saw him in Far From Home, the guy who we got yelled at. It's like, you're saying none of them would just say, like, man, he was, like, pretty obsessed with figuring out that arc reactor shit, like, right before that plane crash.
Nobody had loads of men working for him that did all of his dirty work. Are all of them dead?
Yeah.
They just disappeared. They just like, oh shit, the boss is dead. I guess I'll just go to work like normal.
Because there is an implied cover-up at the end of Iron Man, when, like, because the press story was going to be, it was a bodyguard in the suit, wasn't it? And then Tony Stark says, I am Iron Man. But then obviously the next question is, and who were you fighting? And now his question has to be, no one.
The cover story gets fucked by Iron Man by the end of the first film. So it's like, so what was the story?
The thing is that we never saw it because Obadiah just doesn't come up anymore after that. But I guess the conclusion now is they have decided. So he's like, I am Iron Man. And then when they all sat down, it's like, yeah, and who were you fighting? Oh, I don't know.
Anyway, where is Obadiah Stane? He seems to be missing. It's like, oh man, there was a plane.
Well, he's on his way to Las Vegas, right, to fly for that convention. I hope he's okay.
I hope he's okay.
That he gets back safely.
He died in a totally unrelated incident. That's what happened.
What about his body? Man. His body got vaporized. I'm sorry. He got sucked into the engine and ashified.
It's just so weird to be like
vacuumed him up.
They got to protect his legacy or something. But why?
He was a real jerk.
By the way,
And
as
then-
well, to do Jeff Bridges' character Ashes and no even sense of reference to Big Lebowski feels just a bit of a miss on my. Yeah, I don't know.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah,
It's a tad iconic, but yeah, it's fine. Whatever you want to do.
The Big Lebowski is more iconic than Riri Williams will.
Proof that Obadiah Stane isn't fireproof.
It's just the ashes in a Ziploc bag.
Proof that he had mass. He was like, what?
Proof that he was mortal. All right. So, luckily, this is a clown show, and it obviously isn't canon. So
But
we
it
don't
just
have to worry
continues as well,
about
because
it.
like Ezekiel's like, yeah, I never touched this tech because I didn't want to be anything like my father. He says, having just implanted tech into his own arm,
Yeah.
and then he's about to go on to say, "Oh no, Riri, this shit you're in, it's too dangerous because my dad went mad in a suit just like yours, so I don't trust you and I'm not going to help." Forgetting that he invited her to his fucking house to work with him on illegal tech stuff. He invited her here to tell her apparently that it was too dangerous to work with her. I don't understand the point of anything in this scene.
I guess he wanted her to help him in a way that he approved of, not like concealing it or hiding it. Even though he knew that she was a criminal, and that's why she first showed up to take his shit.
And he got all of this stuff on the black market to begin with, and he didn't want to touch it because it was illegal. So he's already up for doing illegal stuff, just not other kinds of
I'll-
illegal stuff.
I'll acquire illegal goods. I don't want to.
I'll put them in my body, but I won't do anything with them.
It doesn't count as touching if it's on the inside of your skin.
Oh, I see.
It's one of those workarounds. Yeah, Riri. So yeah, but as you say, yeah, Ezekiel says he's not going to help her because because she has an Iron Man suit and she's doing bad things, and their dad did some bad stuff with his over the suit, and it's bad vibes. But Riri fixes his Neuralink with the biomesh gel, and he asks her, "Riri, why did you really build the Iron Man suit?" And so Riri goes on about her stepdad, Gary, about how he'd take things apart and learn about them and how he was a skilled mechanic and he was unfortunately killed in a drive-by. And Ezekiel says that at least you had a good father. He had an ironmonger. She says you're only your dad if you choose to be. The only you is you. He asks if they're friends, but she doesn't really answer. He gives her the materials for upgrades, but he makes her promise that this is not going to blow back on him. It's not going to come back to me. All right, I'm not getting in trouble for this, but I'm helping you out. So, yeah, I
So you
guess in
already
like
know exactly what's going to happen because
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
telegraphing. It's so obviously
multiple
telegraphing.
times. Now, deep down, conceptually, in an alternate universe, the idea of this pair like bonding works. It's just the execution's terrible, and it's built around this show. So, I mean, like it's just could have been something, but meh, it just isn't. It ain't happening. So the team meets up at a warehouse. All the misfits, they meet up at the warehouse for one last metal check.
Wait, one thing.
And into this,
If they did run the cover story, why did Ezekiel know the truth?
I don't know.
because
Is there any
he-
Well, I guess when he got handed the bag filled with his dad's ashes.
Okay, so
it's just like,
why wouldn't you like you just don't give him ashes and then tell him he died in the plane crash, or you tell him the ashes are retrieved from the plane crash? Stupid as that.
we found him
they
up
would
in the
say,
yard.
"Listen,
We scooped him up.
we put all the ashes together. So some of your dad's
Some
in
of
there.
your
The
dad is
pilot's
in
probably
there.
in there too. I think the stewardess is in there, but he's in there.
They write a bunch
So
of
everyone
names
just-
on the bag.
Everybody just got a little grab bag of ashes from people, and your dad is definitely in there somewhere, at least a part of him. So it's it works.
It's like the idea
Everyone-
that they write on the side of the bag just Obadiah question mark, and then they give it to him. Might be a dad. Might be someone else.
It's
Just
probably
staple the
partially
fucking
him.
plane like passenger list. It's whatever.
They have the little safety brochure that's on the seat in front of you, and that's just like inside the ashes.
Just silly.
Oh. There's a barf bag in there. That's what they put the ashes in. That's all they had to work with. Obadiah Stane. Uh, so, the team meets up at a warehouse for one last metal check because again, the heirloom can like detect metals and stuff. And they put in their knives and bombs and all their shit into this duffel bag. And Parker says that they have to stick to their jobs if they want to hold the heirloom hostage. Now, oddly enough, they do a last metal check while it is clearly daylight, and then it is nighttime when they finally arrive at the heirloom facility. So, not really a last metal check, but redundancies, I suppose. So that night, the heirloom facility is like it's floating in the bay. It's like a hydroponics
It's like
facility that's on the water.
in the lake. Is it a bay if it's a lake?
Is it a lake or is it a bay? Geographically,
thought it was
I
a
guess I just
bay.
called
Well,
it
it's a lake.
the Great Lake, right? The
Yeah,
a lake
it's
can have a
lake.
bay,
I suppose
have
a
a
lake
bay.
can have a bay, but I'm just asking.
especially if it's really
I'm just
big.
asking.
I would say it's a bay. It could be both.
Yeah.
It's both. It just depends. It's just vibes,
Could just call it
whatever
a
feels
bake.
like. Ooh, a bake. I love a good bake. So Riri's flying her suit around the facility, just flying around the facility at night with these thrusters going on, and she's kind of close. She's just flying around.
You can't see or hear that. It's a stealth suit. It's designed to be unheard and unseen, even if you can see and
They
hear
just
it.
think,
I like the fact
Yeah,
that
they
they
would
actually give
think
us lots of
sometimes.
distance shots where you can clearly see it.
Yeah.
It's like this plan relies on nobody looking up or using windows, but it's foolproof.
well,
Everyone's on
here's the thing.
Linux.
I don't know what's more ridiculous: the fact that they don't notice the suit, or if they don't notice the loud ass boat full of the rest of the crew that's just boating up to the facility.
I just
They're
thought that
just
was
in
a
a
really
boat.
cool and interesting way to enter the facility, was to just speedboat toward it and then enter. I thought that was cool.
Yeah, they just dock and get out. It's just boats are loud. It's like boats are just loud. They're
Because I
louder than
think
cars.
we would all be better buying if she had like entered from below, like traveled underwater with the Iron Man
underwater,
suit.
yeah,
But
through the suit.
they didn't even bother with that. They're just like, nah, she just flies there. And you're like, oh, okay.
The problem is that they say they didn't bother. They do that. They do exactly
Later.
that, but they do it in a different place. So like,
Yeah, I was
they
gonna
have
say,
this
I mean on
elaborate entry
approach.
procedure at the moment, and it turns out all they needed to all get in is buy rent scuba diving suits and just go in through this really convenient tunnel.
Oh yeah, we would be still criticizing it for that, but that's not even. They couldn't even get there. They had to approach the island or whatever this facility is in the suit. It's insane. But whatever. They probably don't have security because who would be fool enough to try and get in here?
Now, as Riri is flying around in her suit, the AI asks her if she's sure that the biomesh in White Boy Nude is gonna make it through the heirloom detectors, because she has this patch of biomesh that's just sort of adhesively like a sticker on her inner arm, and it is covering up a laser cutter that she's going to be using later.
Is it not?
She says
It's like a rectangle's worth of tape, right? But
it is not much.
why wouldn't, when you're attaching something to your wrist, and now this is gonna rock some people's worlds, but take like a watch or a band with a bunch of just, it could be like a cultural or jewelry type thing, maybe a bracelet. I don't know if you've heard of those, but basically the idea is that you have to wrap it around the entire wrist, because that actually creates it's like a lock on your arm. It doesn't easily fall off.
It's much more
because
secure,
it's
yeah.
secure at all points of the 360 degrees around your arm. It's actually really clever. So I don't know who came up with that, but yeah, Riri's she's attached this incredibly important technology with a sticker on only one part of her arm, whereas if you did a band around, you see, you don't just rely on the adhesive. At that point, it's also gonna, be somewhat taut with your arm. I would have thought that would be a kind of clever thing to do, but she did not opt for that. That's too high tech, obviously.
It's just it. There's no strings, there's no adhesive, there's nothing. It's just, boy, I sure hope this doesn't fall off if I Like, I wouldn't trust this to just stay on my arm if I was still. Also, that's not White Boy Nude. That's clearly like a brown, but um yeah, that's just it. So, yeah. Not very
Yeah.
smart, this Riri character. She's kind of a moron from what I've seen consistently.
Not what they've
Anyway,
said, though.
let's.
Not what they've said.
Yeah, it isn't what they said, but it is not what they have shown. So, Riri lands loudly on the watchtower because it's an Iron Man suit and she's landing on a metal watchtower. Nobody at the facility notices. All the guards, they just do not
Well, they
see.
even have a
They don't know.
spotlight. What does it do? It's not even. It doesn't do anything.
Not
It's like-
spotting.
it's-
It doesn't spot. So she cuts out the lights on a panel up there, and that cuts out a bunch of the like electricity and the lights in the facility. And her team arrives on their loud ass boat and instantly start to attack some guards. To the point where Riri even compliments them while chuckling about how nice their clothesline attack was on that guard.
Yeah. Yep.
So
yeah.
Riri we have quickly shifted from she is okay with attacking people and revels in it.
Yeah,
She's
makes sense.
actively enjoying watching people being hurt by the team. So
She's gonna have
okay.
a shock if she finds out her team is actually evil. Because
Yeah,
all of
how
this
could
up to now has been
happen?
perfectly happy and innocent and good.
The AI is controlling the suit remotely, like on it, like it's in the suit, and Riri has snuck off. And the team is not, as far as I know, the team is not aware of this deception where she's pretending like she's in the suit, but she's actually
Yeah.
not in the suit. Riri jumps in the water and she swims down to unlock this gate padlock with her laser cutter, and then she swims through this tunnel to move through the facility. Also important to note how quickly the metal gate of the padlock just comes apart from this laser cutter. And she can even activate it just through her mind. She doesn't even have to like do a motion or touch it or anything. It just
Cool.
activates mentally. That's
There's probably a
video
good reason
game.
to conclude that it would be. Man, it's real. Sorry, I went. My mind went in a totally different direction. It was just like, oh, that's just like a big fucking problem that's about to get revealed with this laser cutter and how it interacts with another object.
Yeah, I've
That's
been waiting for
right,
us to get to
'cause
that.
boy, it cuts through this metal padlock like it's butter. It just slices right through it. And
It
underwater too. Underwater, it can cut straight through this padlock.
No, I think Mola, I'm thinking of when it comes to this actually.
Probably, yeah.
Adjacent
We're
to
not
this,
quite
not
there.
exactly,
We're almost
yeah,
there.
We're not there.
So,
Go on.
Mason, the CEO, he's there in this greenhouse in the center of the facility, and he's just watering some plants and he's trimming some plants.
By the way,
He's
this is a
really
bad
nice
thing to
plants.
do right away. When you show somebody taking with a plant, usually that tends to convey a bad guy, right? Like,
I think the writers with this one were like, okay, we need to show that this guy it's a bit tougher to think of him as evil, and their scale is fucked because obviously when watching this you're like, this is just a good guy. Like, what do you mean?
Who cares much about plants?
I think he's my second favorite character in the entire. After Cartboy, he's probably my second favorite character because he likes his plants and he just treats the hood like a piece of shit, which he is.
A cringe piece
I
of
quite
shit.
liked
Yeah.
him.
No, yeah, I remember finding him a bit enjoyable, just as he just doesn't care about the hood.
He's a massive idiot, though.
Yeah,
in the sense that, well, I mean, we'll probably get there in a minute, but like, he has them at his disposal. They're on his private island. If he wants to stop them escaping, he could do that, and that is not his first thought.
Yeah, he just seems to be a nice guy who cares about plants. So, oh, sorry, I've drawn a blank. Hood, Parker.
How could you forget the hood
behind him? Oh, I don't
He's
know
legendary.
How I did. He is the legendary Hood, the Hood. But he magically appears behind Mason. Meanwhile, Riri has climbed out of a gate in the floor in the same greenhouse as them and starts sneaking around the plants. She's trying to get closer to him. Mason offers Parker money for him to just leave. And he kind of belittles him. Says, y'all are just a bunch of little crooks. Just take this money and go. And Parker refuses, though. while Riri is attempting to use her laser cutter on the hood because she is like underneath the platform they're standing on in the bushes, which I guess she knew about, or it's a happy coincidence that she's able to get close enough to him and she would know that he would be with the
Standing by the
CEO.
railing.
And
Imagine he
yeah,
wasn't
like
right
it's
next to it.
incredible coincidences have to line up for her to be even in the position to be able to do this. Also, when you like, so the laser cutter, so like she's trying to cut off a piece of the bottom of the hood as it dangles down. The laser would just keep going.
Well,
There's that.
there's a few things to note, but I feel like the number one is this cuts through it. This laser
Easily
can cut through the
slices
hood.
through it.
This feels
It
like
can cut through it.
a classic sort of like, okay, writers, I think we can play a little bit here with, we know enough to say, the hood is a very special supernatural thing, whatever this thing is, whoever made it, whoever gave it to Mr. Man here, very supernatural. So, does laser defeat hood material? The answer is immediately yes. You're like, oh, okay. Well then, it'd be really awkward if in future you tell us, let's say, for example, that the hood is basically indestructible to any and all forms of harm.
That would be
awkward.
That would be silly.
Like,
that would be really, really
indeed
awkward.
It would.
The writers,
the fact that you could just
have actually managed to convince themselves that you can't do anything to destroy the hood, but you can easily cut it up.
Like,
interesting.
It's been a little bit bizarre seeing people on Twitter like, oh, the show's actually great though. It's like, it's just got, this is like not a small problem. This right here. This is not a tiny problem.
It's insanity. I was so surprised that she could just chop off a piece of the hood. I was like, oh, okay. I guess it is kind of like you could just destroy this thing.
There is a major choice that is made later in the story that is contingent on the belief that the hood cannot be damaged by basically any physical means when it can. Clearly. Obviously,
this is not a high-powered laser compared to what she's capable of.
It's a little laser that I mean, you think Iron Man, you know the laser, the
red
one-off in Iron Man 2? Yeah, it's like, which one do you think's more powerful? But like the writers of this show, when they would think that giant laser would not work because they don't register that to cut it is to destroy it. Like, you are cutting it, you are damaging it, you are severing it. You just apply this logic on a grander scale and you destroy it. Like, the final confrontation of this show is contingent on the idea that you can't destroy this suit.
But she's literally doing that right now. You can't cut it in half without...
She's doing it and she's not even trying to destroy it. She's trying to get it so that she can study it to then determine if it can be destroyed.
Yes, yeah.
It's terrible. Why are people... We went past it, but the second thing that I saw a lot of people on Twitter complimenting was when Riri joins the gang for the
Hello, Fringy?
Well,
Fringy, we're not hearing you if you're talking.
I think Riri got him.
I think Riri did. Slug hacked into his mainframe, his system, and muted his microphone. Dang, that's a shame. Because he's bringing up a
Friggy's
good
crashing
points.
out.
This is a catastrophic writing problem that is, it's really serious that she's able to do this, and yet the hood is also simultaneously very indestructible.
We're at married bachelor position. She cuts off a piece of the hood to determine that it is immune to all forms of damage. Like, no, you can stop it. You can't do that.
God damn it,
Fringy, you're back.
Yeah.
Continue.
Hello.
Now there we go. The second thing that I've seen a lot of people complimenting on Twitter, it's the one because I think there are 3 things that can be identified as things that have been like consistently praised, but they're very superficial. The first one was the title cards. The second one was it was specifically the shot of Riri flying over to join the gang and hopping out of the suit. And a lot of people are, oh, it's so great. It's not nanotech. Wow, that's so great. Like it's like this is so good. It looks pretty rough, honestly. But it's like this, for instance, is another thing that people are pointed to of like, oh man, see, we're so back. As far as I'm concerned, this is a fundamental misunderstanding of essentially the most based critique of the nanotech helmets, which is not just that they look shit in terms of the way that they disappear, it's and sort of get turned on. It's more so that the desire to make sure that you see the actor's face essentially runs contrary to the fundamental like design of the characters. You know, Spider-Man, Ant-Man, Iron Man, like these characters are designed to look a certain way from head to toe, and they are happy to cut it off in order to not show that. For instance, in one of the recent trailers for Fantastic Four, there's this part where like Johnny is like partially not on fire, like at his face to make sure you can really see who it is. In my view, that's the same principle as nanotech. It's like, oh, you're just making it like look worse to make sure that you can see the actor's face. That's like the real criticism. Not that it looks bad, even though it usually does. So the idea like, oh, see, look, it's a mechanical suit. We're so back. It's like, dude, this is like the bare bones, like basic minimum of
yeah, no,
anything
I'd
that
score
you
this at like a
the
3 out
idea-
of 10, whereas the nanotech is like a
Yeah.
1. Like this is
And-
barely
and-
an upgrade.
And I guess my point in terms of to tie it back to where we're at is like the idea that like, oh, look, that's so cool, just offsets that this show has massive fundamental problems with its plot. It's just like hilarious to me. Man, yeah, this show's actually really good because this shot specifically. Never mind that like the second half of the story, which is all about figuring out how the hood works and it's magic and you can't destroy it. It's just breached the instant that the main character decides she wants to even figure out what it is. Because she can just destroy it with a little laser attached to her wrist. Oh no, show's good though. It's just
What bothers
annoying.
me about this, because I'm willing to, since we watched the entire journey, when Iron Man turns on his suit for the first time in Infinity War, that is the best nanotech shit you'll ever get, never will get, because they were actually trying with that in terms of, you know, they show all of the material like weaving around him, and then I think that works as a good sort of, you understand how the suit works, drawing, tech from his, he's got it all compact into the device in his chest. And then when he fights Thanos, it's something I wish they played with more, because it's so fucking cool as an idea that he has to sacrifice more armor to create more weapons. Like that's all the nanotech is sharing. In fact, Peter does it in No Way Home. He has to. Oh, he's just moving the armor around. If you remember when Doc Ock is about to spear him, he moves it from his face or whatever to where he's going to get him, I think. And just stuff like that is a really cool way to visualize how the character's having to make decisions, sacrificing, risk, reward, all that sort of stuff. But we've seen Tony do something like this. It would be like Homecoming, Civil War, kind of, when the suit is getting put on him, where it can like unload like this. But we also saw, if you remember, like all of the processes, Iron Man 1, Iron Man 2, Iron Man 3, Avengers, the process of how much more clunky it was. Do you remember when he first is looking to take it off after his big first use of it in, like, I think it's second act sort of thing. Pepper catches him, and it's really awkward because it's all brand new sort of stuff. Hers is just fucking perfect, and it cycles so well. She just walks right out of it as though it's not even there, because it obviously fucking isn't.
To be clear on what is cool about the Iron Man suit is the tangibility of it. And like when you're already getting to this point, you're already kind of getting to a point that's not super great on that front. Like once you're in the Homecoming era where it's, Civil War is the first one to introduce the fucking annoying one. Because it was always better to just have the faceplate pop up and just sit there compared to in Civil War where it just totally disappears. What the cool part is the tangibility, and part of what contributes to the tangibility is the idea that it's a whole bunch of different components
for the
that have
record,
to be assembled. It's like,
even when when he boops Cap away and then goes to engage with Winter Soldier, they still try to maintain and mimic and keep what is so cool about the helmet slamming down in the original films. They still try to keep the soundish, and it's still supposed to be dramatic, but where they really fucking completely lose their minds is the and it just appears in front of, like, the worst one is in Endgame before they have the Hulk snap.
Oh yeah, when he puts
that
the
one is
shield up,
horrific.
that one looks
Like,
awful. Yeah.
The nanotech is so lazy. That's the big thing about it. It's like you don't like nanotech in general because it's for all the reasons we've talked about. But when it's such low fidelity and so quickly slapped together as well, it's just like, oh god.
Because it's basically the way that they see it is like getting from point A to point B is not the Iron Man suit up is getting from point A to point B. It's getting from Tony just being Tony to Iron Man. And there's like an extreme amount of emphasis on showing what it takes to get from point A to point B with the suit being assembled. And of course, you have different permutations of that, right? The suitcase one in Iron Man 2. The one in Avengers where it shoots out and
also,
then
that's actually what I was going to mention. That one, because that is my favorite suit up. I think you'd said the briefcase one might be your favorite. And then you've got the Civil War plane where it wraps around him from the chair.
That's a lot.
There's a cool factor. There's a way that they've managed to do it. This one is to me is just like relatively boring. We're going through each of the layers of how you could appreciate these sorts of things and what they mean. I feel like the Iron Man ones are so fucking earned. There's a whole journey.
It's the reason why I'm talking about the point A to point B. This one is like, how do we get her from being in the suit to out of the suit as quickly as possible? Because that's essentially more efficient for us from a filmmaking perspective. We need her in the suit so that we can do the big fight scene. But when we want the actor, it's like, yeah, let's get her in there as quickly as possible. To me, this is what I mean when it's like, the problem with the nanotech isn't specifically that it looks bad. It's like, what is the purpose that it's serving? And a lot of it is cynical. It's just like, yep, make sure you see the actor's face. Get the actor there as quickly as possible, and then get them into CGI fight scenes as quickly as possible.
Hence why is that the first proper use of nanotech in Infinity War? I'm trying to remember, because Black Panther was after that, right?
No, Black Panther was before, so that was before.
Okay, so that was the first, and that was such a horrifically bad decision. Holy shit!
That was so bad. Like the having it be like a thing in his collar rather than like a suit that he's just. But that's the point. It's like we want to be able to have our character just be like normal and in a normal situation and in normal attire, and get them straight into being like the superhero as quickly as possible with as little a barrier as possible, compared to in Homecoming when Peter leaves school and then he goes into the alleyway and then you see him awkwardly getting into his costume, right? It's like, yeah, because it's an actual thing that he needs to get into. And it's like it's worthwhile to put emphasis on like what does it mean to get fully suited up and prepped. Ant-Man, right? Getting his suit on and everything.
Yep.
And all of the little budgets, buttons and gizmos and gadgets and everything. It's like the tangibility is super cool. Well, it's lost.
That's what I was bringing up with Infinity War. Was just the only example where a nanosuit was purposeful. It actually had like story relevance and it was really high fidelity. And there's things you could understand about it, and it matches the progression of Tony. Like, I would have liked more stories in between all of them, and even stories going further. But that's what we got.
I need to find the Fantastic Four thing, because I think if someone's like, "Man, you sound unhinged about getting annoyed about it," it's like, no, you'll understand when you see it. It drives me crazy. Like, I hate this so much. I've talked about it plenty, but it's the reason why I hate the Halo show so much. It's like, yeah, no, I got to see the actor's face. Fuck the design. Fuck that design that was intentionally crafted to like convey a certain to convey attributes of that character. Like, nah, we got it figured out. Just give me 1 second here. I can't believe it. I can't believe that you would actually do it for. It's just him but on fire. Why would you be like, no, we got to get rid of that. We got to make sure that. Like, do you see what I mean? Once it pops up. Do you understand why this drives me crazy?
I'll get that.
Why? Why would you do this?
Yeah, see, because I totally understand the entire argument, but like this looks like shit to me as well.
It looks awful. Yep. Why would you do this? Like, oh, nah, if it's him on fire, you wouldn't be able to tell it's the actor. It's like, it looks like him. It's his face. His face isn't even coming up. It's just on fire. But instead of like, no, I can't do that. Gotta make sure that you can see his face with the most clarity possible, even if it looks awful.
It actually, instead of looking like the Human Torch, it looks like he's on fire, if you understand the difference.
And also, this creates the imagery in our head of, oh, the actor in that terrible looking outfit of flames. Oh, instead of when he's on fire and when he isn't on fire.
Oh, by the way,
mixed them together and his head is associated with it now.
I guess you could call it secondhand comic. So like the feeling of you wish your particular interest never went mainstream, whatever that's called, because it got like completely ruined. Whatever that is called, but for comics, I had that secondhand because I think I sent it to you as well, Fringy. But there was a tweet that had like the Human Torch flying around in some part of some trailer, and this thing had like 100,000 likes, and it said, "Dude, I can't fucking wait to watch Johnny Blaze do his thing." And if you don't know, Johnny Blaze is Ghost Rider. Johnny Storm is Human
It took me
Torch.
a second there, I'm like, Johnny Blaze? I was like, wait a minute.
And I sent it to Gary, and he was just sad. And I was like, yeah. Like, it's just like, fucking hell. Because
Johnny Blaze is on fire. Yeah, no, it's an easy mistake. It's the kind of mistake you would make.
It's one of those ones though where it's just like, man, the guy posted that and then everyone liked it. Nobody fucking realizes. Like,
well, I know that something I've seen said is like, oh, a little cool thing that they're doing is that because the costumes look the way that they do. If you look at some of the original artwork from the comics from the 60s, Human Torch will have kind of like lines that sort of they're sort of like an emphasis on lines to kind of like create a texture, and that it's kind of replicated with the suit, and it's like, man, but like, look at this frame. Can you see any of that? It just looks like a big blurry CG fire.
Just looks like shit.
But then also he's just there looking. It's these. I do not understand people saying that like Fantastic Four or Superman look particularly good. I do not get it. I don't understand why people are saying this. There are lots of wonky shots that they've shown, and they're showing the best stuff, presumably.
I would hope if it's the trailer.
And a lot of it just looks no good. Whatever. All right, I can't believe we're nearly 6 hours in. We're not even halfway. We gotta
Jeez, we do have to speed up. Oh shit. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Mason is there. Parker's there. Mason refuses to sign Parker's papers. And the miscreants, because he's not signing the papers, they get the signal that they are going to start setting fire to one of the 5 greenhouses on the facility, which has a bunch of plants and mushrooms and stuff growing from these hydroponic racks.
Is that what good guys do? They burn plants?
Yes.
That's a
burning all the reason
to do.
You gotta burn
they're just burning it all.
The plants in Last of Us because they're zombies and they're gonna get you. Look at the happening. You gotta burn the plants in there.
They're fungi.
Close enough.
And they're not plants.
Close enough.
They're one of the 3 main. They're not close enough.
Close enough.
There's different. There's different hydroponics. Like there's 5 wings. That kind of there's 5 greenhouses, and the one that they're in has a bunch of mushrooms, and others of them have different things.
Aha.
So,
kill them.
So, they start to set fire to it, like
which no one seems to have accounted for.
They hacked.
Oh, that's actually a good point. Poison Ivy, she's evil and she's plants, so.
Ooh, true.
Yeah, so kind of destroys your whole argument there, Frankie, huh?
And the plant that is her namesake makes you itchy, and by you I mean not me, because I'm not allergic.
Well, and let's not forget,
it does not affect me. Actually, I'm
very excellent film that warns us about the nature of Mother Nature and plants.
Oh God,
the happening should be taken seriously. I think we should understand that is a big. Shyamalan was trying to tell us, like, beware, they're going to come for us.
Mahler, one of my old memories. By the way, I don't give a shit about Ironheart, just to be clear.
What?
But one of the earliest sort of. Do you remember Jumanji?
Yes.
How those fucking scary ass plants would shoot darts into your neck and the vines would grab you? That made me afraid as a kid. I love that movie, but I was like, "Ooh, those plants they'll eat you." Oh man, that's crazy. I need to rewatch that movie. I watched that a lot as a kid. I always loved Jumanji.
I've always been creeped up by Venus flytraps, a plant that slowly digests you. It's just no, thank you.
Yeah, Chad is those plants they were terrifying, especially if you saw them young, because I mean, just they looked creepy. They shot shit into your neck, and oh man, Heart of Thorns for kids. That was a good movie. Who played the hunter guy in that? Who was?
Oh,
I feel like he was in stuff.
No, I definitely he was. So another role he played. He was in The Mummy. He was the expert, the not so much the bad guys, but the guys who all get eaten by Imhotep. He's the one who holds on to the. He's in the scene where he says, "No, do not read from the book." He gets eaten a little later by Imhotep. He wears a fez in the movie.
Is that the hat? Yeah, the fez. Yeah, that's him.
That's it's that actor as well. I don't know his
up.
name though.
Jonathan Hyde. Jonathan
go.
Hyde. Oh, he was so great. He had the stash and everything and the pith helmet and
dude, him and Muldoon, they should have hung out.
Yo, they should have. That would have been a great movie. What a cool guy. Yeah, the miscreant starts setting fire to the greenhouses and
he was in Titanic
Riri
as well.
really keeps.
You remember?
Oh, was he?
Yeah.
No, I don't. It's been ages since It's weird because I actually went to a Titanic museum on my trip a few weeks back. But it's been a while since I've seen the movie. Riri is still struggling to cut off a piece of the hood. Clown is a pension clown. So like they pour like gasoline on the thing and then they light it up. They light the greenhouse up on the miscreants and Clown's like laughing. She's dancing and reveling in this fire she started.
Ridiculously evil.
However, the doors begin to close. An alarm has been triggered. They are now locked inside of this. They've locked inside of the greenhouse, and carbon dioxide is being pumped into the greenhouses. Soon they will suffocate. Mason tells them to take your pennies and to leave. But then the voices begin to whisper to Parker, the spooky voices. Parker then vanishes. He like turns invisible or something. And then he murders Mason. He breaks his neck. He grabs him from behind and he breaks his neck. He murders Mason Parker.
Oh, well.
And then Riri manages to get a piece of the hood that she has cut off and has fallen down.
Well, Mason, man.
Bad guy. Yeah, he seemed like just a nice guy who was doing good things. He was a company that was making this really cool thing that would probably help people, and these people just came in and burned his shit to the ground and
help
killed
people.
him.
It was destroying farmers.
He never said anything evil, and neither did the lady with tunnel.
The fact that they showed him like watering plants with dedication and care, it's just like it's like having the guy having a dog and be like, man, you're the best dog in the world. I love you, my dog. You're such a great dog. You know what I mean?
Are, we're stewards of nature, and mankind has a moral, like an obligation to take care of the creatures around us in our home, and then you kill him.
And
you're like, oh,
we certainly showed him
that evil rich asshole because he has money, and we don't want that. So yeah.
I did it. Like this just happens in Chicago. You're a self-made Chicago billionaire, but if you earn too much money, some group of fucking criminals will just come and kill you for no particular reason.
To take your money to make a name for themselves. The greedy people are upset that he's making too much money. I guess
it's the Rings of Power lesson. The tallest milkweed always gets snipped or whatever the fuck she says.
Look, that one makes some level of sense.
Yeah, Pycelle said that in the deleted scene. That's like the best deleted scene in Game of Thrones.
The tallest milkweed gets snipped. Just like the greasy wheel gets the grease. Or the squeaky wheel. The squeaky wheel, the greasy wheel is nice and quiet because it's
the greasy wheel got the grease.
The greasy wheel is greasy, as the old saying goes. By the way, we'll use the word greasy later in our talk because greasy comes up. But yeah, the squeaky wheel gets the grease. So
it's worth establishing, but just before we move on, that Riri now has everything she needs, right? So she's got the piece of the cloak. That's what she came here to do. And she has a guaranteed way out of the facility, which is really quick because she got in there undetected in about 30 seconds. So, of course, she will go out the way she came in because there's no reason she wouldn't do that.
Naturally.
Yeah, she just climb down and swim out, I guess it'll be weird when all of their... Well, I mean, it'll be really weird when the rest of the team is like, how come you're so wet? How come how much did your AC break in that Iron Man suit? What's going on? How come you're so wet? Which should be part of the plan. She should know that she'll be soaked from stem to stern, and that will cause them to ask questions why she is soaked in water when she just was in the suit, supposedly. But you see, Riri's really intelligent, and she totally thought of that. So the rest of the crew panics as they try to leave, and they try to bang on the doors with objects. One of the siblings is actually punching with her hand
Yeah.
the reinforced glass door. She's punching it with her hand like a fucking barbarian ape. So that's kind of weird. Guards come into the greenhouse.
That does just
and they
FYI,
find
that-
Mason dead.
That does feel like a retarded writer's perspective. It's like, oh, they're the punchy ones, so they would punch when a door gets closed. Even if it's just like, it's lava, they'd be like, they would punch the lava. That's their solution to problems, so that's how that works. That's writing.
If we punch the lava away, we'll cool down.
Exactly.
So a bunch of guards, security guards, come into the main greenhouse in the center. They find Mason has been murdered. Parker, instead of just leaving and escaping, he attacks the guards. He kills a few of them too. He doesn't just beat them up; he shoots a couple of them. He's bloodthirsty and he's a psycho weirdo. These are just people who work here. Riri also escapes as they fight. She doesn't go the way she came. She instead opens up a vent and gets through the wall. By the way, before I die, I need to do that. Just like open up a vent in some building and see where it takes me. Go on a magical adventure to see where the vent. Because video games and movies have taught me that they're essentially just small hallways that take you to new and exciting places, often with valuables at the end. So that's what I need to do. It's just taken for granted that's something that happens. Riri crawls out to an unaffected greenhouse. That's just totally normal because not all of them have been triggered to do this. And John bumps into her there. He's like, "Oh shit, Riri, you're just like here." And he notices that she, in her hand, has a piece of the hood. She is not elected to put this into a pocket or some sort of protective pouch. She's just carrying it in her hand. And John sees that she's got a piece of the hood. He's like, "What the fuck are you doing? What's going on?" And so they get into a fight. Now, John is an expert when it comes to throwing knives. Riri is a small little girl who, as far as I know, doesn't have any actual martial prowess in that regard. So obviously he just throws his knives and kills her.
Yes.
No!
Oh,
You fool!
damn.
Why would you possibly think this? They have a scrap, a real proper fight. And she actually kind of holds her own. She punches him a few times. She hits him with some acid vial. She wraps his hands up in like the little plastic hangy down stringy things that they have in rooms to help regulate temperature. But yeah, they have this big long ass fight. However, during this fight, egads, her biomesh patch on her arm that covers the laser cutter, it has fallen off. And that
If only
activates the alarm.
it were better secured, eh? Oh,
If only she had
well.
duct tape on it like a normal person. But yeah,
well, there
I
you
guess
go.
not. But yeah, that it falls off, and so it activates the alarm because it detects the metal. I guess it doesn't detect the knife that John was using.
It's a plastic knife.
Okay, that's fair enough. Well, I mean, those plastic can be fucking sharp.
It
so
can,
that
yeah.
checks out.
Scary.
Yeah.
It's
could be.
glass. It's a glass knife. Imagine, yeah. Check that out.
Ooh, glass knife.
You know what it
That's
is? It's actually ice.
Ooh, because then he can kill people, and then the murder weapon
you
will
won't even know.
disappear.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like stabbing someone with an icicle.
And putting your fingerprints on ice. Well, you know what? It melts upon. Yeah, it's pretty fucking
That's right.
cool, man.
They'd have to refreeze the ice to get the fingerprints back, and they might not know to do that.
Exactly.
Now, he says that she says that you killed Stewart. You did it. It was you. You killed him. Even though this is actually conjecture, she doesn't know. There's no evidence for this, by the way. She's just sort of decided that this is the case. But she says, "You killed Stewart." And John says, "You just became a loose end, just like he did." And John should just kill Riri easily, but this is a bad show. They have this big, long, prolonged fight. And then
There's a really funny bit as well where like
traps them in.
the camera closes up on him and he's like swinging his knife back and forward. And then the camera immediately jumps to Riri and she's running about 30 feet down the corridor. Like he's nowhere near her. He should be throwing it, not waving it at thin air.
Well, he's not been shown to be able to throw with great accuracy knives to the point of lethal.
No, I guess no. Maybe I just headcanoned that into
Like it's a
Yeah.
video game, yeah.
But also just
yeah,
the loose end. It's like, really? You killed that guy because he was a loose end? You
Why not keep
always
him
do that?
around to
How
help
the fuck
out?
do you guys have a team? Yeah, why not keep him in the fucking... You're basically...
He's clearly
like,
skilled. He
you got
just
shit
messed up
tons
on
of
a
money,
job,
too.
but-
Yeah,
you have more
there's
money
things he can do
than
in
you
the
know
HQ.
what to do with. Keep around to
He's
help.
another tech
He could be
guy
an
to an
extra-
extent, so why not?
Yep, he's got a reputation on the Discord.
Hell yeah.
That's what the kids use these days. So Parker, after he is done murdering / attacking the guards, he goes to rescue the other misfits who are trapped in the greenhouse. The AI and the suit show up as the CO2 fills the room that Riri and John are in, and it saves her. It scoops her up, which is a slightly neat visual, I guess, to have it
Sure.
like leaning down and encasing her. Like, okay, it's sort of neat. It's probably the greatest compliment I'll give this whole show. They escape. Yeah, Riri and the AI, they escape. They get out the door, and the door locks behind them, sealing in John. And he collapses by the door as he screams for help and is silent.
Like, why did they make it like this? Like, you could have. Why was this the way that they chose to have this as a bit of drama, right? Because it's not unusual, right, for a superhero story to have drama be like, oh, someone died, and that was like in some way directed a consequence of the
even if it
actions
was
of
a bad
the protagonist.
person.
I mean, Spider-Man, right? It's pretty the obvious example. It's not unusual, but there's ways of doing it. One way to do it would just be that in the middle of the fight, she's not like. I mean, it's the easiest one in the world. In the middle of the fight, kicks back, hits his head a bit bad, lands like hits his neck weird, or just something, right? Just like, oh shit, dead. Like, not intentional, but as a byproduct of the fighting. Compared to this, where it's like, oh, you're in the suit, you could just like grab him and move him out. You left him.
Yeah, like
You could have.
there's a couple things to say about this because the conversation went fucking crazy online as well, and lots of people being very stupid. So it's like the initial read of, oh my god, she killed a man and that's bad. It's like, you would never say that about Iron Man, who does it all the time. It's like, oh, okay, we need to really be clear what the problem is, okay? Yeah. With a sequence like this, as Frank's just laid out, there's about 1,000 different ways you could have done this, and different flavors of a hero character killing an opponent. Obviously, the first thing people might want to reference, I saw people referencing the Iron Man 3 one where he does his unibeam into the weird, you know, the dude on the plane where he blows his heart out?
I know, the evil man, but I mean, that guy's, I mean...
Well, so that guy was a monster who consistently in the film was causing immense problems, killing all kinds of people.
Currently trying to kill Iron Man, like actively doing it right now.
Yeah, and Iron Man like fucking ends his life deliberately. Yeah. Very, very clear. It's the kind of thing that's almost satisfying to watch because Iron Man will do that. That's absolutely within character. Meanwhile,
Iron Man will kill people, yeah.
Ironheart, this one's an awkward one because you leave him to suffocate knowing that you could save him. It feels...
Well, and it reminds me of, like, the interesting comparison is John Walker, right? Like, this is a guy, he is a bad guy, but he is disarmed and he is defeated, and you have the ability not to kill him. Now, the argument has been for John Walker, he killed an unarmed innocent man, therefore he's bad. Well, Riri's just done that by this exactly the same logic, therefore
and she's in an Iron Man suit.
And except the difference is
a bad person. He is a killer. She believes rightfully at this point that he has killed Stewart.
No, yeah, but wait. I would have taken issue with innocent. I don't think people tend to just definitively. You're definitely right about the unarmed and surrendered. Now, the sort of analog here would be that she, once in that suit, there's nothing he can do to her. Like, he'll never be able to defeat her while she's in that suit.
The threat has ended.
But
he is at your mercy now.
If that wasn't even enough, he is out of oxygen, so he is disarmed and functionally surrendered, if not unconscious.
Now, of course, there is a problem. It's like, well, if you leave him, he's going to tell them what happened. It's like, oh, but a hero is probably not going to execute someone just because they've encountered a problem that is kind of a consequence of their own making, right? It's
this is kind of
like, would you consider it a heroic thing? Like, well, I can't let you live, otherwise you're going to tell them what happened. So you punch right through them. It's like, I don't know that you could say that's something a hero would do.
Yeah, it depends on. This is an opportunity for you to very expressly tell the audience what kind of a character Riri Williams is. Well, where on the spectrum is she between hero and villain, in that big gray area in the middle?
I'm also fine with her making this decision and then regretting it and discussing it, and to even admit I was panicking because I knew that if he lived, then I'd probably die. Lots of different. There's so much you can do with this. It'll be so interesting, but it doesn't very much go in an interesting direction nor an even contemplative one.
Especially if she was friends with Stewart. If they had built up she was friends with Stewart, if that was a thing, they had a
That would have
bonding
made it
scene.
more
Also,
interesting, honestly.
there's another element
if
to,
she kind of liked that person.
when Iron Man executes that guy on the plane, it's very clean. It's I am going to kill, like, I'm ending your life because you existing in this world is the worst for it. Like, it's a very Punisher type situation. Meanwhile, like, someone being disarmed, being completely powerless against you, and then also unconscious, and you could decide to do anything about that. I'm not going to say that Iron Man wouldn't necessarily make the decision. Yeah, it's a different situation that creates a different experience for the audience, and I don't understand why people can't understand that. It's like this one, when I first saw it, I was just like, ooh, that's
Well, yeah, because I don't know. It depends on what other people are saying. Because that's the problem with fucking arguments when they're on social media, is you might be arguing with people who are just making worse arguments or unclarified arguments or just incorrect ones. But like it's pretty simple here. Riri had won the fight definitively. She's got the suit. He is utterly at her
He's
mercy,
suffocating.
and she made the choice to leave him to be trapped in there to suffocate to death. That is what happened. That's it. Like, plain and simple. She feels bad about it afterward, but like, I don't know, man. It's like this is a bit sus. I think it's the only way to, you know.
The best case scenario you could have is it actually, like, Natalie was in control of the suit, so Natalie made the decision to fly away, and it wasn't
but then
technically
that needs to be a
Riri's fault. But then
fight
she doesn't
between them.
voice any opposition.
I was
Exactly.
going to say, I've never heard
Exactly.
like that as a
That
coherent
could be a
defense.
conversation, though.
But
That
yeah,
could
I was going
be,
to say
of,
that
like,
would cause a really interesting conversation.
like if Riri was like, no, where are you going? We got to save him, and then she makes the choice to leave him there. It's like that. But this is all
You know
made up.
what?
What we're talking about right now, this is fiction, not
Almost,
this kind of fiction. Our fiction. It
almost
doesn't
generating an iRobot. The thing I like the most about iRobot, which I don't tend to like that much overall, but if the AI had said calculated odds of remaining to save him or to even rescue him with her, as opposed to ensuring the safety of Riri and getting out of the facility as soon as possible, right? That conversation in iRobot, the core initial drama is that I think it's two cars hit each other. It's Will Smith's and then a family's, and they crash into water. They're both drowning, and there's one robot available to save someone. It comes down and it calculates that his odds are higher, so it saves him instead of the girl. And he hates like robots as a result of that. I've always thought that was an interesting idea, that is that cold calculation, whereas a human probably would have opted to save the girl. But the robot was like, well, no, it's a fool's errand compared, or rather, that just less likely. There's so much to talk about with something like that. iRobot is a film that could have been a hell of a lot better if they went over more of those things, but it's still doing a hell of a lot better than this film. Whereas this scenario is actually interesting to me, to have a hero do this, quote unquote hero. If we isolate this and ignore the rest of how awful this fucking show is, and how uninteresting any development of any situation is, just like if you said, like, what does it look like for a hero to know that they're leaving their enemy defenseless and basically suffocating, and they decide, yeah, I'm actually gonna, and leaves. Like, what can we do with that? And what does it say about them as a person? It's like, oh, there's plenty to do with that. But for some reason, people keep trying to equate it with, like, look at this scene where Iron Man lands and punches the terrorist and flings him into a wall to save a bunch of families from being executed. It's like, how do you think that's the same?
The idea, it's like, well, it's people getting killed. It's like, yeah, one of them is that there are innocent people in immediate danger. The second one is Tony just doesn't fucking care about, like, preserving their lives, which is something that he would own as a decision anyway. Like, whereas Riri feels bad about this one. The context is totally different. It's been really weird seeing people make those kinds of counters. Like, yeah, but what about in Iron Man? It's like, holy shit, we're talking about Ironheart. Jesus.
It's quite
Well,
difficult because
because
it shows about how little people actually understand or even think about the things that they watch on the screen. All they see, they look at two scenes in which people die and they say, therefore it's the same.
The problem,
Which is just like, I can't imagine being that unengaged with what I'm watching.
The problem I see with a lot of these people is that they'll be like, this is proof that it is racism. Because if it were a white man, or if it were someone else like a Tony Stark, or a character that you like, that you didn't automatically hate, that you would be on board with them, because you are in some weird way trying to defend what John Walker would have done, and Iron Man's done way worse than this, and you'll defend him, but you criticize her for this. And I almost want, in that scenario, for them to be here and just to have the Wizard, and it's like, Wizard, is there any racism in the decision? And it goes, no. just to see what
Yeah,
they do.
and remember, the wizard is always right. You cannot
Always
argue
right.
with the wizard.
So
You have to accept whatever the wizard says is the truth.
like,
So-
I don't know how else to translate it to someone. When you see Iron Man rocking up to save a whole bunch of people and killing the shit out of evil people, it's very easy to watch. John Walker, the big deal for us when we watched it was like, what the hell is the music and editing doing? What is this?
Music and editing is trying to tell you that what's happening here. It's like, dude, these guys tried to kill Walker like 1 minute ago, and they just killed his best friend and their super soldiers, and the dude is running away. Like he keeps running. Like it's not, you know what I mean? It's like he keeps getting up to like, and
He
then
is
of course
part of a group as well, which is committed to like really, really quite violent crime and revolution. So if he were allowed to escape, he would rejoin the group and potentially go on to kill
continue
again.
do it, yeah, and they already have. I mean, they burned people alive in a building, and they didn't need to do that. There was no reason to do that at all. It was just that they felt like it basically because they're callous, they're insane, and so then it's like, oh, but there's blood on the shield. And then, of course, for Ghost to be like, oh, he was innocent. It's like, dude was holding Walker so that Carly could stab him in the heart 1 minute ago.
I didn't know
Like,
anybody
what?
actually argued the guy was innocent. That's insane.
No, wasn't that what
Oh, no, I've heard people say that.
That's what Ghost said, isn't it?
How
Didn't
could he-
Ghost say innocent in
Yeah,
Thunderbolt?
Ghost says innocent as well. Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
Oh,
Ghost says
right,
innocent,
sorry, yeah.
innocent
This is
man.
Sorry,
in universe, in the Marvel universe, the character that's what the
That
story
is, yeah, that's true. I completely fucking spaced on that. I was actually like going back to when it happened and all the discussions that happened when it was. If someone used innocent back then, I'd just been like, he's part of a team that fucking murdered innocent civilians that were tied up. So I don't even know how you could possibly, try. Was he the one that somewhat suggested protest to that with Carly, or was that a different character?
I don't think it matters. Like, he was the dude who restrained Walker so that Carly
No, of
could
course,
stab
but
him
I'm
in the
saying
heart.
I don't think he was. I'm trying to remember because I think the
Oh
one.
yes. They put it's because this is the writers thinking that they're being clever. That they picked out one who they tried to single out as being maybe not as evil as the rest, even though he's still part of their plans.
Well, yeah,
and
because I was going to
party
say, it's
everything
like,
that they're trying to do.
what does it matter if you didn't do anything about the team killing?
Well, the idea, like, oh no, it wasn't me. It's like, what are you saying, dude? You were there. You were part of this. You were trying to do it to Walker, but I guess you didn't want to do it to the Lamar for some reason. When, like, I mean, they were trying to. They were
Well, I
trying
mean,
to
the
kill them in
truth
the
is,
first
he
battle.
was beaten, and he had a last-ditch effort
he
to
was
be like,
beaten.
please don't
He
kill
was
me.
beaten, and he was a last effort to save himself. Where if Walker relented, he probably would have kicked him away and then run off to continue being evil. Like it's just insane.
Well, that's why the conversation is fucking interesting, and we've already advocated before. We like our heroes who refuse to kill having to deal with complicated decisions, and vice versa. The ones that always kill having a reason maybe to decide they'd rather not in this situation. All kinds of whatever your particular values and points of view, just scenarios that challenge them. And for this one, that's part of what was weird for me with this was I was like, I don't even know what I really truly think Riri would do here. I don't know.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know who this character is, but the point would be that this is a choice that is not clean.
Absolutely not.
At
Yeah.
all. This is not clean, and so the idea of getting mad that people are pointing out that it's not clean when the story itself seems to kind of recognize that.
Yeah.
It's just that they don't really go very far with it in terms of exploring it. This is more so plot relevant than it is character relevant. This is the wedge that will essentially cause Riri to come into conflict with the rest of the group. That's the main purpose of this character's death, not really to challenge her in any meaningful way.
Everything then, because like this is why I hate the comparisons almost, even though obviously we make them for other pieces of context to do with this show, but to be like, let's look at some random piece of another hero killing someone and then see if you have a problem with this. Like, this isn't even counting all of the fact that we know them back to front at that point and that they've got plenty of like references for why they would or wouldn't take action versus this show that we're up to nearly the end of episode 3 and it's just been horrendous. Like why? None of that context helps me understand the meaning of this situation or whether or not I should condemn her. I'm not 100%. Like I said, I need to see how it all rolls out to really like decide how I feel about all of this. But I was struck by just you had her do that. You usually have her, as was mentioned, you could have her indirectly, accidentally, self-defensely, goes further than she expected, or maybe as clean as like something like this, but way faster. There's a split second to make the decision and she does it and then she's sort of realized that's the decision she makes. As opposed to she can still go back and save him basically as the full minute plays out, she can always go back.
And instead left him. And again, it's a bad death. The suffocation.
Yeah, that sucks.
Like,
obviously,
it's a bad death. I mean, the dude getting the hole in his chest. It's like, yeah, it looks grisly, but I mean, that's pretty quick, honestly.
Relatively
Like,
quick.
he'll be
getting
gone
like
in a
vaporized.
flash.
Well,
or
that's what I mean about
exploded
if
is-
someone-
you're dead before you know it.
if someone said to me like, don't you think, because again, I don't like Iron Man 3, but I wouldn't have any problem with that moment. And if someone said like, don't you think it's pretty fucking crazy from Iron Man, I'd be like, no, it's kind of the opposite, isn't it? He's ending his life pretty quickly. It's like, you are a scumfuck who's ruining everything and hurting people. I'm removing you from this planet, and I'm going to do it fast.
I mean, you know, it feels like an easy a way to explain it that might be kind of interesting to think about is that the bad guy in Iron Man 3, whatever his name was, he got
Aldrich,
he got a swifter death than this guy did. That he got blown up, just exploded,
that guy,
done. Yeah, and meanwhile, this guy is like he's there on the ground in agony. I mean, dude, the evil guy, Robert Redford in Winter Soldier, he kind of got a quick one.
Well,
than this
you know
guy.
what?
The point I'm making here is this guy ain't as evil as those guys. Like, and he's got a much more
pretty interesting connection with I'd say Breaking Bad, right? Is it Crazy 8? Season 1?
getting choked. Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
So like, presumed dead, and that, but then it turns out he's still kind of alive, and you can just kill him, but he just can't bring himself to until, of course, things go a particular way after a certain amount of time. But it's just like, it's just an interesting look on what it means for different characters, because people tend to agree now that Walter White is just like a definitively evil character. And that the new take on him was that he was just he was no less evil at the beginning than he was at the end. It's just a difference of power as the show goes on.
The trajectory is yeah, I mean, of course, there's a change, right? Because when it's Crazy 8, he's there like saying I'm sorry and kind of crying while doing it, compared to, you know, by the time he's getting into season 5, where he's just like casually having a whole bunch of guys executed. And he doesn't care at all.
So is it Jane would be the apt example? No, it wouldn't. Absolutely not. Jane is completely innocent, and that was a horrible thing that he did.
Yeah, like what Walt did there was 100. He let her die.
Yeah.
And for what? Basically to achieve like his goals. Essentially, he did it because this was going to be
the reason why it's a
beneficial for
compelling scene is because we know what he's thinking and why he does it.
Are they saying it's a comparator for this scene though? Like,
well, no, but
leaving somebody to die because it serves your own greater goals. So like,
but I don't even think
she's done.
Like this element. Besides, we're talking about all the different kills and what they all mean and how they play out. This one is more complicated than Jane, way more.
Mm-hmm.
Like much as it's obvious she's leaving him to die, there are arguments to be made. This is what the thing. The show doesn't do this, but if the show said, "I had to get you out of there," and then she's thinking about that as well, it's just like I didn't really think it through properly. But I guess in retrospect, I don't think I wanted him to die. That was kind of like, could I have saved him? You know, doing that sort of thing, and then wondering if that's a part of her character or not. Walter made the decision pretty definitively. He knew what he was doing.
Walter made the choice. He didn't allow it to happen. In the sense, he allowed it to happen by not making an action. It's like, well, not acting is action.
Well, and
he could have saved her. He could have done that, but he didn't.
The show very feebly, but still a valid conversation, brings up the fact that the person you killed, quote unquote, was trying to kill you and wouldn't have saved you. You know, meanwhile, you can't really claim, like, what the fuck did Jane do other than get in Walter's way?
Like, she's not an existential threat to you. It's not. Yeah, it's not the same.
It's not the same
at all.
Even then, like when the show does, because it's probably worth mentioning. One of the reasons for talking about this extensively here is that this show is not really going to have any meaningful conversations about what she just found out. But like going into it, like it's not just that she leaves him to die. She did also talk her way into this position to begin with. Like Riri is responsible for this kind of going the way that it did in the first place. There's the slight confusion as to why this place was venting CO2 in when she came here, because it wasn't, and the doors were unlocked, which is how John got in, but then they were locked in. But anyway, then she has obviously the cloak in her hand, which he sees, and he says, you know, where is Hood? Because that's top of his mind at that particular moment. And she doesn't actually, super genius that she is, she doesn't even attempt to make the, I'll explain later. Hood is okay. We need to get the others and get out. Like, she does nothing to try and de-escalate the situation. And when he then like pushes her up against the table, rather than try to de-escalate again, she throws in the stuff about Stuart, which is basically saying, I'm accusing you of murder and thereby proving that I'm definitively not on your team and there is no innocent reading of what's going on here. Then the fight happens and then she leaves him to die. So she's talked her way into the position and then she has left him to die when she could have chosen not to, probably. So she's a fucking moron, even if she's not completely evil.
Dude, I got some interesting takes in chat about it. Jane blackmailed and extorted Walt. She would have brought Jesse down with her. Harsh and unfortunate, but probably right.
What?
You think Jesse was better off with Walt? But didn't Jane's whole thing, she wanted them to quit drugs outright and live like a better life? And that's the tragedy of it all, is they did one more sort of thing. And, you know, I'm just saying, man, like, Walter was not good for Jesse. That is absolutely the opinion of the show.
Walter ruined his life.
Just absolutely destroyed it. It wasn't even close, you know. Yeah, what I was going to say, I wouldn't want this to be misconstrued as a compliment, because it really isn't. But this is one of the more interesting things that's ever happened in Phase 4 and 5, this tiny moment here with one of the heroes making this decision.
It's just that they don't follow through on it in the way that they need to, which is exploring all of the implications and the consequences. They just don't do that. Riri feels bad for a while, and then the AI is just like, "Hey, cheer up," and basically she does, and then it just spurs the bad guys to come after her. That's basically it. That's the main purpose it serves. So pretty lame.
The before and after of this doesn't make it worthwhile, and then the knee-jerk reaction of saying she's a horrible monster for having made this decision cued people into talking about all heroes and all killers and Punisher and
specifically Tony.
And Tony, yeah, of course, there's always gonna be Tony because of the Iron Man stuff, but yeah, the most interesting conversations about any of this are going to take place outside of the show, obviously.
Well, that was a good discussion. I feel like we got a lot said there.
We're only halfway.
That's right.
All right.
Yeah, so they escape.
We've opened a fucking hornet's
They
nest
leave.
with Breaking Bad. I'm not joking. It's like, wasn't Jade asking for the money that Walt did owe Jesse? And it's like, yes.
Like, what are we? All roads lead to one point. It's like, what are we saying about Jade at that point? Like, what ought to happen to her? What would be the good thing to happen to her?
Well, what would be a good thing to happen to Walt, considering what he does to people? It's just like, you know, it's just a weird. Like I said, it's compelling because you know exactly what's going through Walt's head.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's so. Maybe that's the point of confusion. Breaking Bad is a great show, and this is good drama and storytelling. But the nature of what makes good storytelling is a different question of whether or not characters are making moral or immoral choices.
So,
Breaking Bad's good.
Riri arrives at the. I think so. I think so.
Have you
I'm
seen
not
it,
gonna stop
Rags?
you. I've not seen Breaking Bad. I've seen like the first couple episodes.
You should definitely get it watched. That's one of them.
I hear it's very, very good.
That's like the Lord of the Rings for TV in the sense that it's it should have been seen. I don't mean that in the sense of fantasy or anything.
Show.
No, what I'm saying is like it's just referenced for everybody everywhere.
Quality, and it does have that timeless quality. Even I know because of how much it's referenced and people talk about it and do scenes and things. And this, I mean, people still talk about it all the time.
Platoon, you've seen it, right?
Generally a good sign.
I have, but not for a long time, and it does need a rewatch.
That's okay. You pass.
I've seen. I saw Little Nemo Adventures in Slumberland.
All right.
Riri arrives at the escape boat with the others, and Parker is distraught because John isn't here. He tells Riri to go look for him, and she flies around the facility real quick and scans through the she scans through all the buildings, and then she sees like his signature, his heat signature, but he's not breathing. He is dead. And so she comes back and says, yeah, he's dead. He didn't make it out.
There he goes.
But don't worry, because if I go to sleep tonight with my brain attached to my laptop, then I can bring him back for you.
Do you think Hood would be the kind of character to say, "Get the body"?
It depends on him, honestly, because that's such a like individual
Yeah.
kind of thing. Some people don't have any like attachment to bodies at all. Some people really
Because
do.
I was thinking about how he's still very savable, right? If he were given some kind of medical attention.
Oh yeah,
but Hood
because
doesn't know that
we don't
for
know
sure.
how long the
so-
transition is. So
Yeah, that's true.
If he was like I scanned and he's just like lying there, he's dead. He's dead. But yeah, I don't know. But Riri flies back home. They all split up. They go their separate ways at the end of the heist thingy. That's gone not great. Riri flies back home, and the AI notices that her biomesh has fallen off, along with the laser cutter. Because again, Riri was super genius to not use like duct tape or string to like attach it to her.
Like I said, man,
when she knew what was on the line if she left it.
technology is too advanced for it. Just a strap that goes around the arm. Really straightforward.
Yeah. Make like a little gauntlet, or just again, just duct tape.
Yeah,
It ain't
duct
going
tape would have
anywhere.
done it.
So an angry Parker is back in the HQ and he throws his hood on the floor because of John's death. He's distraught. He's angry. And he says to the air, "I trusted you. John trusted you. Was this a part of the plan for John to die? Answer me. I'm done. I'm done with you." And then he sees an apparition of John suffocating to death. Oh no! And then he sees an apparition of Riri's iron suit.
Oh ho ho! My God!
Spooky. Spooky. Riri is having another panic attack because of what's happened. The realization that she's kind of killed somebody and that she has left behind the evidence that will lead potentially to John McGillicuddy. Riri says she is not okay, and the episode ends. Important to note, though, that it is not implied that she has gone to John, which she can do right now. She can immediately fly to John McGillicuddy's house and tell him, "I fucked up. I accidentally left the biomesh in the place we were robbing. They might come and get you."
Too late.
Or you need to have like a story straight. She just can't do that, even though she could immediately fly there right now and tell him. So, but she chooses, they're saying she elects not to do this. So, yeah, gee, thanks. Episode 4, Bad Magic. Flashback. Roger. What? Yes. Yeah.
Good old Roger.
Hold up. Did I fuck up Parker?
I
My
like
brain is
Roger.
melting.
You could have kept
I
that.
wrote down Roger. So Parker, the hood, right? Parker, this is a flashback. Parker has a gun in his hand. Oh boy. And he's being pep talked by John to go break in and steal stuff from this mansion. He lifts Roger up. I did it again. He lifts Parker up the front gate. It's not very tactically smart to go over the front gate. You want to go over the side and stuff.
I mean, this
right?
is what they
He
do. This is
doesn't
their
wear-
team strategy. We always see them do this.
I guess. Neither is the strategy to wear like gloves or a mask or anything like that.
That's
to
all
conceal
pussy
their
shit.
identities. True. A real thief sneaks in uncovered,
Naked.
naked. Yeah, just flopping that thing around. So he sneaks in. Parker does. He sneaks around the mansion and he looks around and he finds this little cabinet that's got drinks in it, but he hits a secret button to reveal a safe that's hidden behind the cabinet. And he starts to open the safe, but as he does, a security guard appears and says, "Hey, you, stop that." But John shoots the guard in the back. And what we believe to be him murdering the guard, kind of. We don't really know what happens to him. But yeah, they're like, "Oh shit, this is really bad. This is really bad." But then the flashback ends. So we don't know what happened. What's going on here? What's their history? This Parker and John. All right, so back at the pizzeria, the Misfits are having a sort of memorial for John because he's dead. And Slug says that they should all say something nice about him. And they start saying stuff about him, but the camera zooms in on Parker as the others are talking, and they sort of get drowned out by this buzz in his head, and he hears the spooky whispers once more. Parker says that what he misses most about John was his loyalty. And Parker says that he has plans for Riri, and he goes up to hang a picture of John on the wall. We get more. Oh, by the way, throughout all of this, just imagine like terrible hip hop music is playing. That's just sort of the soundtrack
I love it.
for this show. There's one good song. Maybe we'll get to it. Maybe we'll just decide we want to stop talking about the show. But there's one good song in this later on. So, the AI, which is on the laptop, is bugging Riri while she's doing her work. And Riri says that she's analyzing the hood fragment that she stole. She says she says it looks like internal combustion, like a heat engine. It powers its host, or in this case, Parker. She doesn't know where the heat signature comes from, and she's cross-referenced it with every known energy source: Wakandan, Kree, Stark, Pym. Nothing.
I know those
She just
names.
has access to
Very
these.
You know,
confused.
I think now it's at this point. If we were at the point where Riri has just concluded, and as we know accurately, that the hood is the source of his power, why not just like get in your suit now, fly over there, and just take it? He doesn't wear it like unless he's doing a mission. So why not just put on the suit and go take it right now?
Well, wouldn't that make too much sense?
No,
Like,
because
just
Riri's really, really smart.
Because of course it eventually gets to a point where he basically never takes it off. It's like, oh, cool, all right. But like right now, he doesn't. You know, he already clearly is suspicious of you. It's only a matter of time, really, until he figures it out. Why not just put on the suit and take it? Just take it and get rid of it, and
She's
then you win.
unstoppable.
I mean,
Riri is
yeah,
unstoppable against
what
them.
can? Well, because
Or
obviously
is
once
she?
he's got the hood on, then it's more of a fight. But like right now, it's just like just take it right now.
And also, I guess she just has access to Wakandan, Kree, Stark, and Pym energy source signature information.
Yeah, is Kree stuff like relatively accessible?
Totally.
Kree
I mean, is
stuff.
Wakandan stuff accessible? Is Stark stuff? Is all those just accessible?
Yeah.
It's like, oh
well,
yeah,
I guess
I
the
just have
Pym
the
stuff
data on their
probably is
energy
now.
signature.
The Pym stuff would
Well, I
be because of
presume
all the
I guess
all
so.
the
You're
Pym
highlighting
stuff's
the
all
Kree
out
stuff
over the
because
place.
all the others are Earthbound. Like,
all the other ones are Earth ones. The Kree stuff is like space, and the Kree haven't really done much stuff on
they're
Earth.
not incorporated
There's
that
not
well.
much Kree stuff on Earth at all. Then Captain Marvel, but they didn't land really. I guess maybe like a couple of them might have died on. No,
Well, remember
did any
she
of them die on Earth?
fucked up the
don't
Kree
know.
Empire. Like,
She did. She basically destroyed the Kree Empire single-handedly.
yeah.
Crimpire. Well, she's analyzing the hood with science in her apartment, in her room, and I mean, like, we'll be frank, the hood is obviously magic. We could tell because of how it looks and what it is. It's obviously a magic hood that is being used here. Parker even said flat out that it was magic. We live in a world where magic is a thing that people know about and exists. But Riri oddly acts as if magic it's absurd that it could be magic. It's just indistinguishable from it in every way and seems super magical. Now her mother comes into the room and says that Riri's been acting weird since she got this new job. They haven't even talked about her dead coworker, which oddly Riri needs like reminding of. So that's kind of odd. Maybe she's just nervous or has a lot on her mind. I don't know. Now, Riri sits down and she starts to reach for the vial that has the hood piece in it, and it disappears. And Riri panics. She thinks that Parker is here to get them, and she has to go get her mom. But then the hood fragment reappears. So, don't worry about it.
Oh, false
I
alarm.
guess it's just a weird, freaky hood. Yeah, it just is invisible sometimes. So, the AI suggests that Riri should call Shuri to help with the investigation of the hood piece. And then Riri, so Riri sits on the bed and she pretends like she's calling Shuri, and she pretends that Shuri essentially hangs up on her without being willing to help her or even listen to her, and says, basically, we can't call Shuri because then I would have to explain every single thing that happened and she wouldn't help us in any way. So the AI just relents, is like, oh yeah, I guess that was not a good idea.
Which
As if
not true at all.
Riri
Exactly
has
what
made
it's
any
like.
kind of an argument. She just
You really
like the
they would have
idea
been
to
better off
call
just not
Shuri.
including it. It's just like, why even do? Because they can't have it. There must be a better explanation than I'm like incapable of explaining to her what's happening, and so she won't come. That's just crap.
Yep.
Right, she doesn't even try to call Shuri. The idea to call her, like one of the smartest people in the universe, cosmos or whatever, is then dropped entirely based around Riri's just fucking retarded fake phone call because she just thinks it's ridiculous that Shuri would even want to
Also,
help them, and even that
Here's a way to
Shuri
get
would
her-
hang up on her.
any of the
You could get her
heroes
on
in the
board very
universe would be
quickly.
interested in this. There is a guy with a magic hood that's killing people.
And you've got the magic hood sample thing, and you can you've scanned it for its energy signature. You can just send it over and say,
can
"Hey,
send
this
her a
looks weird,
piece."
doesn't it?
Yeah, you can send an actual piece of it.
It looks like internal combustion somehow. Please figure this one out for us."
But yeah, we just drop that entirely. And it's probably good that the Wakandans don't get their hand on this magic hood because they'll use it to oppress other nations or invade them and then kidnap their citizens.
They
and
would
stuff,
never,
because
except that one
Wakanda's an evil
time.
nation. Riri then leaves to go see John McGillicuddy, Ezekiel, right? Ezekiel, to tell him about how his biomesh was left at the heirloom facility. She decides to do this now, what we believe to be the next day or the next day, sometime in the afternoon, instead of immediately flying there after the heist fails, and tells him, "You need to not be here, you need to move. I fucked up, but I'm telling you now so you don't get arrested by the Popo, the cops, the Rozzers." But she doesn't do that. She waits quite a while. And she doesn't really seem to be in a hurry at all. She does not take her suit there. She just sort of walks over. I guess she takes public transit. Public transit wouldn't recommend. It's pretty spotty. But
Oh, is
yeah,
it in Chicago, or Chicago
I
got
haven't been
good public?
I haven't been to Chicago, but you hear
They got
things.
the
you know?
train,
You hear
right?
things.
The elevated one. But
They got-
I guess
yeah, the
that one
ones in
probably
the
doesn't run
towns,
all the
yeah.
way out to the suburbs, but
So, question is now, did that work?
let's take a look.
Oh, something's popped up. Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Looks like it is connecting.
The old power
All
went
right,
out over
excellent.
in Wales land, and yeah, we're just trying to get everything back to normal. That's annoying.
Riri Williams stole the internet. That's what happened.
Slug hacked your computer software.
Yeah, if you...
Where?
I just got a couple of things to sort out, but they're very boring. So if you want to carry on, I'll just sort them out, and everything will go back to normal then.
Yeah, sure. So I don't know exactly where it cut off, but just to make sure everyone understands what's happening here, Riri goes to visit John McGillicuddy, who we know is now Ezekiel. He'll be referred to as Ezekiel going forward. But she waits until like the next day in the morning to go over there and tell him that his biomesh has been left at the heirloom facility and that it might be tracked down to him. Not sure how that would really actually be possible, but it's something that he was worried about. So instead of her flying back immediately to warn him, so he doesn't get picked up by the Popo, the cops, the Rozzers, she instead takes like public transit and then walks to his house in order to tell him the next day. But when she gets there, unfortunately, there's a bunch of police tape that is wrapped around the building. Uh-oh, that's not good. Ezekiel's house is wrapped up with police tape, and his neighbor tells Riri the police got him this morning. Apparently, the biomesh was not only traced back to him specifically, but it was done extremely quickly. And the news is playing Ezekiel Stains, illegal tech found at heirloom disaster. So we see Ezekiel. He's at the jail. He's locked up. He's on the inside. He's facing charges of illegal possession of bionic technology. And I don't know how it's illegal. I guess maybe it was stolen, but I don't know how they would know necessarily. And I don't know if he was doing anything that was actually illegal, but it just says that just having that technology was not legal or something. I don't know. There's no world building regarding this sort of thing in the world, or like what Riri does. We have no idea if what she does is legal or illegal, or if her building a suit and flying it around cities, especially because the suits are, she has like weaponry in the suits. We have no clue if that's allowed or not. We don't know. But I will say this, none of you fuckers over at Disney better bitch about people making 3D printed firearms when you're writing characters to do shit like this, and that's okay. All right? So fuck you. Now, the Misfits are watching this news broadcast about Ezekiel being picked up. And one of the siblings says that she's actually glad somebody else will take the fall for their heist. Clown says, by looking at him, he won't survive prison. But she also says that, man, it's really weird how John is dead and some random biotech guy is taking the fall for the heist. That's kind of weird.
Yeah, like, shouldn't that just be the looming question? Is like, how the fuck is this even happening? How is there anybody that would be in any position to get in trouble for this?
Yeah, I again, I have no idea.
Like, oh, that's convenient. It's like, surely it should be quite perplexing. Not
Yeah,
convenient.
a lot of questions, an investigation into the group and what people brought and how, like, was it, who knows? It's not something they really talk about, but anyway, Riri goes to visit Ezekiel in prison. She says she's gonna get him out, but Ezekiel tells her that she's a selfish kid who cannot take responsibility for herself. She lies, she cheats, she manipulates. She'll do anything she can to save herself, even if that means hurting other people in the process. And everything he says is completely true.
Yep.
She is a bad person. She has bad character traits. She gets people hurt. She helps people when they hurt other people. She thieves. And I mean, it's true. It's true. She has a lot of character problems, a lot of character flaws. Bad, 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 bad.
But see,
But he
he's
says he's
going on
done
an
talking
arc,
to
and
her.
I'm glad to see it. I'm glad that he's getting
I am
more
glad.
agency, you know?
Now, Riri goes to the Misfit HQ, and Parker has arranged for another tech specialist to join the team, much to Riri's surprise. Parker tells her that he knows that she outsourced work to Ezekiel, and he wishes he was told about it before she went and got other people involved. But he seems to be mostly chill with it, but he's definitely clearly he has an eye on her, and he's not pleased with what she did. And so I guess he just knows that this was her. He's just like his involvement is somehow related to that in their meeting. I don't actually know how he figured it out, but he just did, or he assumes correctly, and
Wait,
she
for,
admits
like,
to it.
how, like,
How did he find out that she was the one who went to
it seems
Ezekiel
that,
to get the biomesh to cut to
oh,
shut off the
he,
alarm?
I guess he's putting
my,
two and two together because like Evil Demon showed him the
yeah, that
iron
was
suit
my
responsible for
assumption. That,
killing. And if
yeah,
one thing goes not to plan that she's
Well,
involved with, it means the other one did too.
all that he saw in the hallucinations was he saw her and he saw John suffocating. So I guess he has used that to connect. I guess you could intuitively be like, okay, she's involved in some way, and he trusts the hallucinations. But they didn't seem very clear, and I don't know how that connected. What's the connection between John and Riri and that happening? You know, John's death
I
and
mean, it's kind of
Riri
just as
and
like a leap of
Ezekiel.
the imagination kind of thing. But I was slightly more interested by like, evidently he is connecting bits together. Whether or not they make sense is another question. Riri has sort of seen him looking at her like he's going to kill her. I'm kind of surprised that Riri even goes back, really, like as opposed to immediately going like and trying to get everyone she knows safe and away, which she will do, but like not yet. I'm just surprised that she's even there at this point. Because like, why does she need to go
Yeah, I
back
don't,
in the first place? Because she's got money
she just wants to
already.
do more jobs, get more money. She needs more money, more jobs. That's the only thing I can assume. She wants the money.
Yeah,
By the way, not even need money because she's set for life with the salaries and everything, and what she can do with that money and all that stuff. And but oh well, I don't know. She needs more money. So Riri goes back home, and she installs a bunch of cameras around her apartment. And then, because she's worried, I guess, about Parker finding out about her and the Stewart thing and John and whatnot. So then she gives her mother what looks like a watch, and she tells her mother to put it on and to not take it off. And her mother sort of just puts it on, but she just puts this thing and Riri tells her, "Yeah, don't take it off." Kind of suspicious, but her mom goes along with it, puts it on, and then Riri goes to see Xavier. And the AI wants to go see him too, because the AI is like this weird quasi, oh, am I Natalie? Am I not? Is this really my brother? I guess it is. It acts like it is, but the AI also knows it's an AI, blah, 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 blah. But the AI then tells Riri that Xavier's going to be pissed when Riri tells him about her construction. But ultimately, Riri says, no, AI, stay here. And when she goes to visit him, Riri gives him another one of the watches. And she doesn't tell him what it is. She just says, put on the watch and do not take it off. And then she asks Xavier if she's a bad person. Xavier tells her that good, bad, those words don't mean anything. It's all
Oh, fuck off.
depending on who's labeling you. By the way, typically, this is a pretty solid yellow flag if you ever talk to somebody, and if they say, like, good or bad doesn't matter, or there is no good and evil, only
Well,
power.
good is a
If
point
people
of
in your
view,
real
Anakin.
life, yeah, if people ever tell you this,
That's the bad
then
guy.
like generally that's not a good person. You need to be very wary about this person. But yeah, he says he describes her as, because we get more scenes where people describe Riri's traits to her for us to hear. He says that you are smart, you're hardworking, you're protective, you're complex. You're like Spock, you know, the
Flex.
Star Trek character.
You
yeah,
are a
she's really
complex
complex.
character.
It's very pathetic. She says she always thought of herself as Uhura. No clue why she would think that, but then I was like, oh, because it's black women, and I think that's literally as deep as the show wants to have it be. I can't be Spock because he doesn't look like me, and this show is really racially conscious, I guess you could say. But even Xavier says, yeah, apart from the complexion, you're not like her at all. So yeah, Xavier says that under all that armor is a soft heart, which I think he's making up, or maybe he's just like hoping that's the case because he likes her or whatever. He says, so with all that you are, is good really a label that you need? Okay.
Yes.
I would say that I would like to be considered good. Yeah, especially if it's accurately describing the actions I take and whatnot. But yeah, that night, Riri is sleeping in her bed. She's actually sleeping in her iron suit, and she hears gunshots and her mother scream, "Oh no!" And she rushes through her door, and I mean through her door. She goes through the door. And her mom she's in bed in this sort of energy bubble, which is the same energy bubble from episode 1 that she made for that other student to, plagiarize, and that she was, and it heard the gunshots on this TV program she's watching, and it sprung to action, and it wrapped up around the mom. It's like a protective bubble because she's worried about her mom. The next morning, her mother. Oh, damn! The next morning, Riri and her mother go to like this candy shop that also is like a weird mystic store, palm readings and shit. And there, they meet Zelma, who is Miss Stanton's daughter. Miss Stanton is a friend of Riri's mom.
Am I?
So they kind of
Because
know
I
each other.
might be. I think I might have lost myself in the timeline here. So when like the mother gets saved by the watch, because there is a conversation between the two of them, which is about, I think,
Essentially,
as close to as the show gets to a good conversation. I'm trying to think if it's there or if it comes later. I thought it was there. It's like it's the quite sort of reasonably heartfelt one when the mother says, "You shouldn't have to protect me. Let me protect you," kind of thing.
I think that's later.
Fair
I think
enough.
that's later because I know the talk that you're talking about. Yes, I do know the one you're talking about. I think that's a little bit later. But the timeline it get confusing because a lot of it's you don't get a sense of the passage of time. Things just sort of happen. But
I thought it came before we decide to introduce a whole new bunch of magic characters, but I guess it comes maybe after.
it all blends together, especially when you're in the same place and things of that nature, and you keep going back and forth from them. But it is. I know which one you're talking about. I think it pops up later. But yeah, so they go to this candy store where they meet Zelma, right? So Zelma, as I said, Miss Stanton's daughter. Miss Stanton is a friend of Miss Williams. And so just sort of casually, as the four of them are talking, Zelma casts a magic spell that transports them through the floor into like this magic witch room, which is a parallel plane of existence. This is done sort of just as matter of factly as I kind of described it.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
So
We're getting Agatha
help me
vibes
out
now.
here.
She's the
Riri
wacky
doesn't-
crystal lady from the beginning,
Ri-
like one of the first scenes in the entire show. And at the time, you think, I don't know why we're wasting time with this woman.
So,
And
there
now
we
it
go.
turns out it's like, no, there's just a magic store, and she knows about it. So we're gonna go speak to the magic lady.
To be clear, so Riri doesn't like know they're actual like wizards, right?
No,
What
my
did she-
understanding is that they do not know. Both of them do not know
Like,
this.
like it was like, oh yeah, no, yeah, magic, haha, yeah, but not like, oh, actually for real though, no magic.
yeah,
like,
she just
actually a
comes
lot of
across
magic.
as a mystic lady who does like stone healing and stuff, like the weird like the weird stuff women do in the real world. But it's like it's not actually
So
treated
this
as. Or
is profoundly lucky then.
I guess that it turns out that actually the both of them are magical, particularly Zelma is magical. So yeah, I mean, Mahler's
This is,
been
like,
playing it.
so
That's just how it
important.
happens. Yeah, this is
This is-
insanely important.
The rest of the story
casualization
doesn't
of
happen,
magic.
basically. Man, all right, yeah, wow.
Yeah,
think
so
we're well so far into this universe. They could just drop anything at any time for anybody, and it would
I'm
just be
ready for
like,
it.
"Oh,
Yeah.
come on, it's whatever. It's magic. We've done magic. It's fine." Like, okay. I mean, remember we had this problem with super soldiers. Technology, obviously, rare materials. Hulks are now spawned from pills. Everything
right,
is
yeah.
all over the place. The multiverse is cracked
MCU
open. Everything's fucked.
well, I feel like the MCU has kind of become like a Fortnite version of itself, if that makes any sense.
Cool.
It's just everything's just sort of around and meshed together, and there's no real rhyme or reason or specialness to anything that you see. Stuff is just it's like now the world has to be normal because it needs to be normal. They don't want it actually be like a fantasy sci-fi world for the vast majority of people in it. So you can go to Chicago and it's normal, or New York and it's normal, despite all the denizens of it and the things that have happened in the universe. But then you have to have it to where around every corner there could just be like magic people who can transport you to another dimension, and that's just like a thing. But no one really acts like it's a thing. It's a very confusing like world that they've created for themselves now. The state of this world is like you can't really put a finger on it because they don't know what they want, I don't think.
Hearing someone say mesh together, I can't help but see Gilbert Huff's hands. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? Fringy, you might.
Gilbert
actually,
Huff's
no.
hands.
Bob's boss. I want to see if chat get
Oh
it.
yes, yes.
Oh, right. Oh, yes,
All
that's
the
right.
cogs
And all the
mesh
little
together.
cogs mesh together. Now, a cog needs to be clean, well lubricated, and wound tight. The best cogs have dual movements cogs. The best clocks, sorry, have dual movements cogs that fit, that cooperate by design. Being metaphorical there. Bob, look at me when I'm talking to you, Par. That man out there is getting robbed. Do not change the subject, Bob. He is getting mugged. Well, let's hope we don't cover him. Oh shit, that movie. Oh, so what a good fucking line, man. That's like
So
the
it's
kind
not
of
ju-
line that you write if you're actually like talented as a storyteller.
It's not just The
Ugh.
Simpsons with you. It really is your senior
There's a
selection
variety.
of
There's
discovery, yeah.
it really depends on what it is. I think I'm pretty
Yeah, me
good
too, me
at
too.
scene recollection from The Simpsons. I'm pretty good for a lot of South Park, some stuff from Archer, Family Guy,
You know,
and Pixar movies.
it was surreal when I first saw I Am Legend because listening to Will Smith recall like the Shrek scenes, I was like, oh my god, I do that. Like because I'd seen Shrek way too many times. Well, yeah, he's just doing all the dialogue, and I was like, oh my god, you like that movie too? Obviously, it's a fucking movie, so he's probably just it's all bullshit.
Everyone
but
likes Shrek. If you don't, you're wrong.
you should like Shrek, morally speaking. If you don't,
We
you
can't be
need
friends.
help.
Yeah.
If you don't like Shrek,
Do you know
So-
the Muffin Man? The Muffin
The
Man.
Muffin Man.
The Muffin
The Muffin Man.
Man.
Yes, I know the Muffin Man.
Man.
Who lives on
The one
Drury
who lives
Lane.
on Drury Lane.
Well, She's married to the Muffin Man. The Muffin Man?
Married to the Muffin Man.
She's married to the
He's married
Muffin
to
Man.
the Muffin Man.
And he starts thinking about that statement. He was asking where the fairy tale creatures are, and that's the answer he got. She's married to the Muffin Man.
Oh my goodness. What a... Oh, yeah. So if you don't like Shrek, we can't be friends.
Yeah.
Now, back to Ironheart.
Right. Unfortunately.
So, they're in a new dimension, a new plane of existence. They've been teleported there by Zelma's magic spell that she just does in the middle of this room. There are clearly people present behind them in the store, but they just do it. Now, Riri gives Zelma the little piece of the hood to examine. Zelma and Stanton...
I just realized
specifically...
Selma's shirt just says, "You're too good for him." That's all it says.
Oh, is that like a meme or something? I don't know.
No idea.
That's very... I mean, it's very empowering, I guess.
Is it? Is that... just...
Yeah,
okay.
that's what girlfriends tell each other. They're
Wearing
like,
a
"Girl, you
shirt
are
that
too good for him."
wearing a shirt that calls attention to the existence of somebody that you want to move on from.
It just...
No,
is
a
it...
friend. No, it calls attention to someone who needs to move on from someone else. It's expediting
I'm
that
just saying, you're
relationship.
you're wearing something that is drawing attention to somebody that you would want to move on from. That seems
Well, you don't want to move.
counterproductive.
Yeah, someone. Yeah, sort of. Yeah,
Like instead of "you're too good from him," it should just be
Also,
like a happy face. Like,
could have
see,
opted
life
for like
is okay.
a cat waving or something, but instead you went for a bitter statement. I don't know. It just seems.
Man,
like
that would have
something
been
you
fun
want
if
a
it was a
different t-shirt for.
cat. Yeah, good old black cat.
Yeah, I like cat.
would
Oh
be-
yeah, because she's a witch. But that's too on the
That's
nose.
right.
We couldn't do that.
No.
Couldn't do that.
I'll
Black cats are
take it.
cool.
Yeah,
I'll say-
right.
yeah,
we
black cat.
we can't
cat.
have the cool witch's hat.
there
We
was a
have to
black
opt for this
cat,
fucking
yeah.
hat instead. What
Yeah,
is
how
that
come
lady
different
wearing?
witches-
Like, not the beanie.
That's a fun hat.
I agree with you. That is a fun hat. It's
That's a fun hat.
I kind of like the
So
hat.
that hat straddles the line, and this isn't a knife's edge. This is a pretty thick line, but it straddles that line between being overly quirky and weird and just slightly characterful. That's a hat that's normal enough to pass without comment, but also be subtly noticed by everybody. That's just good. That's just a good hat.
I disagree in this context. I don't think she can pull this hat off, nor do I think she can pull it off with for the job she's doing
'cause-
either. It just feels so out of place.
Like inside in the like in the store, like in her job. You don't think it matches her her hair and her colorful
Well, so to put it
attire?
this way, I think cowboy hats are neat, but I can't stand seeing Dave Filoni wearing it. Always like,
yeah, sure.
Oh yeah,
that's
that's
annoying.
because
I
he's a
agree.
fucker. But
I mean, the main
It's not
the main
just
thing
that.
is I think the main thing is it's the nature of what you're trying to convey with a hat, right? Like because of course when you're wearing like a cowboy hat, the whole point is like I'm like a country guy, and when you think of a country guy, there's a certain thing that you imagine in mind. So like for instance, when you're seeing an incredibly wealthy politician wearing a cowboy hat, it's like, what are you doing? Like, why are you pretending like you are like fitting into the mold of what people associate with that hat? Ultimately,
Why are you
you can
pretending
wear
like
whatever
you're
hat you
people?
want. Yeah, a little bit. It's you can wear whatever hat you want, and maybe there's a story to it. But like a lot of the time, it's like, is this cynical? Is this cringe? Or is this good? And it can be hard to tell. It
or
really
are they
can
aura
sometimes.
farming?
well, the hat. I think that can we at least all agree, and we'll get. Well, first up, Platoon. What do you feel about the hat? What are you thinking?
I would like to know more about the purpose of the hat before I make a judgment, because maybe it's necessary. It could
purely
be like Doctor Strange has a magic cloak. Maybe it is a magic hat that she needs
Well,
for her job.
aesthetically, just
She flips it
speaking-
upside
just
down
speaking
and it's a
aesthetically,
cauldron.
This is a purely mundane, secular hat. choice.
Aesthetically detached from magic, it's a notice me hat. It's like I have nothing going on for myself, but I'm wearing this to show that I do.
See, we're kind of split on this hat issue. I just don't feel like it's that standout.
Are you suggesting we do a poll?
This is the kind. I think so. I think we need to do a poll because I think the hat is fine. I think the hat is fine.
What would you like
I
the
think it
question to
is-
be?
Yeah.
Is
Is the hat fine? Yes or
or
no?
not? Yeah, is the hat fine? Yes or no? Because we're not
Is the hat fine?
strongly advocating one way or the other. Fine in this
Yeah,
case
yeah,
means it's getting above a 5 out of 10 in terms of appropriateness, and
I would say that-
as a piece of attire.
not to weigh it too far in my favor, but I feel like 5 is fine. I feel like a 5 out of 10 is a fine.
No, yeah,
To be
I don't think
fine.
that weighs it too much in the favor because all it means is that somebody could rank it a 4, and that means it's
Yeah,
not
yeah,
fine.
yeah.
So it's
And
binary.
I feel like her being that age and had like that clothing and her mannerisms allow her to pull off
Well,
that hat as
shit.
part of a cohesive
like,
design.
Yes is losing this one.
I mean, I don't feel like I have to
See,
do much
it's- I-
arguing.
this
It
one's-
just it looks a little silly.
I have a lot of time paying attention to the precise wording of polls, and I think, is the hat fine? It contains a lot of ambiguities that the audience might not be fully aware of.
I think this is yeah. I mean, the audience is just wrong on this one.
Oh,
The hat is fine. I mean, this is just.
They can't be wrong
listen,
on this one. It's a matter of perspective.
I think
can
so, but their
understand
perspective is wrong. So
Well,
yeah,
here's the
the hat is
question. Here's the
fine.
question: which is more suitable, the hat or the beanie? Which one do you think is working better?
I think the beanie works
Oh,
way
the hat.
better.
Beanie.
You think the beanie works a lot better
Easily.
than
It's
the
not
hat?
even close. Like, I don't
I
like
think
either of these
well-
characters, but the beanie's working for her way better than that hat
The
is
hat
working
looks
for
like
her.
the hat belongs to,
I-
you know, the old guy in South Park who turns up and says mysterious things about not going down that there road. Like, it's that guy's hat. She looks like she's about to give mysterious advice.
She looks like she's a mystic gardener who just wears that kind of hat, okay? While she's snipping her persimmons or whatever they grow.
Dude, it really is. I don't know why, but when I think of beanies, it's like, oh yeah, Tim wears a beanie all the time.
I like how we're
That is
bouncing
not
around all these
fine.
different people.
That is not fine.
Tim was
That
wearing
hat
a
is not
beanie.
fine.
Yeah, just constantly.
So it looks like the hat is not fine.
I do think the beanie. Well, the hat is fine, just to be clear. But I think
afraid
that the
it isn't.
beanie is
I don't mind
fine.
the
The
beanie or the
beanie's
hat.
suitable on.
That's the
yeah.
thing. I don't mind the beanie or
They're
the hat.
fine. Yeah, they're part of cohesive sort of aesthetics that they've decided to get. I think Riri dresses horribly in general.
I think
but-
she looks better with the afro that you see at the. At the
I
end.
agree.
I like that
True.
more.
Rock the afro, Riri Williams. It looks better on you because her hair coming out of the beanie looks good. That's a look in the glasses. There's a
This
look
is
here.
this is the
you know?
EFAP style analysis.
And we're
sort of,
experts on
portion of
this.
episode. Yes,
Literally
think
the
I don't
so.
dress
experts.
like a loser at all.
Black girl fashion. Black girl fashion is our area of expertise. All right. If
I'll just
to all the strong, independent black women witches in the audience, if
You
you
know,
need
since-
some wardrobe advice, come to
since
us.
demanding that it is fine rags, it went up in the nose by 2%. So I think yeah, I'm just saying, you know, the universe has spoken.
Listen,
we appreciate it.
I think that one thing that we need to understand here, because it always happens, they will come around. All right, they always do. The arc of history is long, but it bends towards
How
me
you?
being
Yeah, what do you? It depends which way. This 2-2.
it's a long arc. One day they will wake up and they'll say, "You know what? That lady's hat, it was fine."
All right,
You have
chat.
to wait
Remind
for
me
it
to
till
ask you if the
Ironheart
hat is
season
fine in a
2
year
comes
from
out.
now. Yeah.
Yeah, do it. Yeah, on not the upcoming, but on the next anniversary, we'll have everyone there. We'll make a big deal out of it, and we'll have the vote, and everyone will be like, "You know what? I think I was a little bit too harsh on the hat." And I think that
It'd
the
be so
reason for
fucking
that
funny
is
if there's
because we were
more
covering
no's that
Ironheart.
time.
That wouldn't happen. Well, that wouldn't happen. That's absurd. Because what happened here is that they're watching Ironheart and listening to us talk about it, which they hate. So they're already in a bad mental state. So that is rubbing off unfairly on this lady's hat, which
see.
is fine.
See, like I said, I
It
didn't
goes on
feel the
an
need to make
epic
any
arc in the
arguments because it
next
was like
season.
it's just so straightforward.
Listen, sometimes being correct isn't simple. Sometimes you have to explain, how the things work. And
You
what
agree with
I'm
that,
just-
Mola?
Hmm?
I don't
Yeah.
have to make arguments because it's so straightforward. There's a lot of places that intuition can lead that are not accurate.
Didn't Blade
That's
Runner
right.
kind of not do well when it first came out, and then it's now appreciated as the classic that it
Yeah.
is?
Yeah.
The hat could be in
And
a
the
similar
thing.
situation.
The hat is like
The
a
hat
Blade
is like
Runner of
Blade
fashion.
Runner.
That's true. The hat is like a Blade Runner. That is true.
I know there's not because one guy, right? That's when you get into a fight with one person in chat. I don't know what the phenomenon is for seeing something on Twitter that drives you insane that may or may not even be from a real person. But the number of times I've seen people post that fight from Shang-Chi where they're fighting with the rings and like, oh, this guy's directing the next Spider-Man. It's going to be great. What is going on? Like, oh yeah,
What was the
Shang-Chi.
segue between the
notable
hat
for-
and the Shang-Chi fight?
Oh, it's nothing. It's nothing.
He's
I
just
I-
mad.
okay.
Let him be mad.
Fair enough.
just
No,
saw
it's fine. It's fine.
I just saw something that said that, and I keep seeing that. Like, it really is the case that these things will get recycled. It's like one perspective, often framed in the exact same way with nearly the same wording, just gets recycled every week or every couple of weeks on Twitter, and just gets the same amount of like
Truly a
crazy
meme,
engagement.
yeah.
Dude, I don't know
I do
what it is with
think-
like the internet. Like,
I think we might need to reestablish some rules around segues, because if we can just go to any topic now without anything, like just fucking, what's your favorite cheese?
Yeah, what kind of a podcast?
I don't really like
I mean,
EFAP,
yeah,
but cheddar probably.
Really,
Yeah,
That's fair
I've got
enough. That's fair,
I'm a
yeah.
huge fan of cheddar. It's good stuff.
cheddar's
Very
good. There's a
reliable.
lot of variety in
The
cheddar.
thing is, I
I've
don't-
always when I was at a restaurant, we had this sandwich that had Gruyere on it, and it was really, really good. And I've always kind of associated that cheese with that delicious sandwich. So it's one of my favorites easily.
Platoon, you did this.
And I will say, just to be clear, I will stand up a bit for American cheese. I will give it a bit. I think it deserves more credit. You don't put it on everything, obviously, but I think that American deserves a bit more of a.
well, when
bit
you
more
say
respect.
American cheese, what do you mean? Do you mean like if you went to an actual like cheese shop that had like proper cheese, or do you mean like the shit in the wrap? Like
You
the
mean those
packaging?
squares of rubber?
You mean Kraft cheese?
Rubber.
I said it.
Kraft cheese is fine. Kraft cheese is fine. Rubber.
I
You
said
melt
it.
it
Well,
down
mate,
and you put it in things.
we-
You don't have it
we
just
gotta-
as it is.
Yeah, I've always, even as a kid, I was always like, "Oh, we're having the cheap cheese today," I guess, because
Yeah,
we're-
like, well, I mean, I guess I can't relate because I've always just gotten like blocks of cheese, like actual.
no, that
cheese,
was
like,
typical.
real
But
cheese.
sometimes
Yeah.
we would have that square shit, and I'd be like, "Oh, well, oh well, it's all right."
It is highly
It's like
dependent on how you
simulation
put it on, what you
cheese.
put
No,
it on.
as many people are pointing
Nah,
out,
it's
it's
better than
that
that.
if you eat 64 slices of American cheese like Homer did, you might go blind.
Oh my god!
Yeah, it's a
Homer-
cautionary
have a
tale,
bit-
you know.
Homer went.
No,
Homer
I'm not
woke
gonna
up in the
say
middle
it's
of the
the-
night and just ate 64 slices of cheese that he couldn't see by the end of it.
I love that shit.
Jesus. I don't know if I- I don't-
64 slices of American cheese.
Oh my
64? Oh, 63? Wow.
Doesn't he have? He's like got like a bags under like really dark eyes or whatever. Or there's like
Yeah,
they're
because he
pink
was
and
up all
black.
night.
Yeah.
He was all up all night eating cheese.
And wait, sorry. The joke is that he's doing all of that, and his Smithers and fucking Birds are trying to.
Birds are on the roof
They're
trying
on
to
the
steal
roof.
Bobo.
They're literally they're in like balaclavas and a full black outfit, but they're stuck to the
Well, they've
ceiling
got
with
their
suction cups.
Yeah.
They're waiting the whole night to have him leave the room.
Stop eating cheese because he just decided to get up and eat cheese. Oh, and I remember in that episode because Birds bought all of the TV stations, and then he's like, you know, if you've got, and then he rerouted all of the alcohol out of Springfield. It's like, and if you've got an issue with that, talk to Homer. And then the doorbell rings and fucking
Yes,
Barney
Barney.
out in the rain.
With a gun.
Homer, give him what he wants.
What does he say?
He's
Like, go
just
away,
there.
Barney, or something?
Yeah, and then slams the door on him. It's just funny that he's instantly there. It's just been on TV and he's in the rain with a gun. Oh.
I love them when they fall
Anyway.
off that roof, the ceiling as well. They both just go, "Oh yeah, hi, yeah, good morning, bye." You
Yeah,
just
and they
awkwardly
just
walk out of
leave.
the house. Yeah.
These jokes, man, are so fucking good, that show. God damn, it's the best show ever made.
Simpsons is pretty good.
It really is.
So,
Simpsons is
yeah,
pretty
yeah,
good.
It's good that you're reminiscing on the good times, because there is going to be a point where we have to stop talking about our,
No,
breeze and
Well,
goodies, and we have to,
We have
gotta- we
Fringy's
gotta-
ridiculous segue, and then Platoon gave an example of another ridiculous segue that had a segue into the for real, and then we segued onto something completely different. It's kind of interesting. It's gonna be a
it
long
felt
episode,
natural
huh?
to me. Oh yeah, it felt. Oh yeah, we could start zooming through this shit. Look, I don't give a shit.
You
about
do. You
Ironheart,
love this
all
show,
right?
obviously. You were so
I mean,
sad to
I
find
would
out that we
like-
weren't as fans of it.
I was trying to convince you guys
Yeah.
before we went live. Like, listen, look, the arc of history, like it will come back around to Ironheart. So you need to be ready. You can either be
Call
correct
it
today,
now.
or you could be correct for the rest of history.
There will be a
Make your
time in future
choice.
where we reference Ironheart positively. It'll happen at least once. It's gonna happen, damn it.
Yeah, well,
Speaking of things being incredibly cheesy, so the hat.
I like a nice brie.
Ah, that's where you're
No,
going
it's
with
not a
that.
cheesy. No, the hat is fine. We've established this.
Nothing wrong with being a cheesy hat. It's okay.
Especially if it tastes cheesy. If you can just take off a little
A
nibble.
cheese tasting hat.
Well, yeah.
Why not just
If
Wait.
wear
every once in a
cheese?
while,
Friggy,
you just have a
remember the
little nibble.
sombrero the Homer had? We could tear off pieces and
Yeah,
dip it
that's
into
right.
the top.
And then dip it into the sauce. That's right. A nacho hat.
I remember when I saw it, I was like, I feel like that would be horrible, but I want it.
I know, same here. Yeah, wasn't that
You see
something you
this?
could get in one of the games? Could you unlock that hat? I feel
I
like
don't
it was
think that's in
something,
Hit and
but
Run, but it should be.
No.
It would solve simultaneously two issues, which is be human trash and refuse from discarded clothing, and also our need to eat things. So edible clothing should become the norm of society because it's two birds with one stone. We can cover
The point of
ourselves.
the hat is to shield your head from the sun, and I don't think cheese is the best
Not
device
forever.
to do that with.
Not forever though.
Really hard cheese,
I
a
don't
high
know-
melting
I
point.
don't
What
know
about
why-
then you eat it at night? You have the hat during the day when the sun's out, and then at night you can eat
You
it
can
when
wear
it's
the
no
cheese
longer
hat at night, obviously.
needed.
I don't know
You
why
eat
it's
the
such
cheese
a
hat at night and wear it during the day.
I don't know why it's such a strong memory of food in The Simpsons, but the guy with the wasn't it when they were at the stadium watching baseball and there's get your Peking duck here, and then he just tosses an actual just giant roast duck to Otto.
Yeah, I think because they were doing memes about what food you can get at the baseball games and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Oh man, that
It's
sounds
just a-
delicious.
No, I
You
know
guys
that's
like
what I
duck?
mean.
Do
It's,
you like duck?
that was my first introduction to duck as being a food that you could have. And so when I was a kid,
For me it was
it was
Christmas
I
Story.
wanna try duck, Peking duck specifically at some point. And I'm pretty sure I didn't. I like duck. I do
Duck
like
is
duck.
good. Duck is
Mm.
good. It's a bit of a different taste from a lot of fowl that you would eat. Like my mom
Was a bit
doesn't like
richer.
duck, but like me and my dad and everything. Yeah, I've always really liked it. I really like duck. I have not had an animal I didn't like the taste of.
What about human?
But duck's really good. Human?
Long pig.
Oh, I don't know. I haven't had human. I heard it gives you the kuru because of the prions in your brain.
Yeah, you want to avoid that actually.
But I mean, I don't think I would. I don't know. Maybe if it was free ranged and ethically sourced, I don't know. I wouldn't want to.
Clone
If I
meat.
showed up at someone's house and they.
Is that
Well,
a
I mean, now we're getting into some moral questions that.
is
you
that
know,
a
we can
Futurama
or
joke
cannot
with
tackle.
humans that are bred without brains and you can eat them, or is that something else?
I don't remember. The main thing for the Futurama with food wasn't it? It was the popcorn chicken, but they were alive or something. And then wasn't
Well,
it
it's
that
like
there
a-
was wasn't there a
Poplars,
was
right?
was that the episode where Lur, right? That was the name of the alien
Yeah,
from
yeah,
Omicron Person I Ate. Yeah, where he eats the hippie and then it makes him go insane.
He gets high from the hippie.
I don't know what was in that hippie.
He's just like, whoa. Have you ever looked at your hands? Futurama's
so this
also
is
a great show.
Ewan McGregor. Yeah, Ewan McGregor in The Island from 2005.
Mm-hmm. Michael
Oh my
Bay.
God,
You remember-
that's
maybe
a reference, Jesus.
Well, yeah, because it's based off of I think a B movie that was done before that, but in that they essentially have a society of people, and it's spoilers I
Okay.
guess for The Island from 2005, but it's I remember it being pretty decent I think, but or maybe it's terrible, I can't remember, it's a long time ago, but they learned that they've actually they're kept on this island as essentially
Yeah.
clones of other real people, so that if the real people need body parts or organs or anything, they can harvest it from the clone that's kept on the island.
Yeah, and there's a
And the
scene where
people on
Michael
the
Clark
island
Duncan
think
is
that-
screaming while running down a corridor, and they're like, "What the fuck?" And it's because he's getting chopped up for parts. Horrifying.
No, that's what it's called, right? Parts, the Clonosaur. Yeah.
Also, hi Jay Longbone. You
no,
came
it
in at
was
the
a-
best time. I was desperately losing our minds trying to avoid talking about Ironheart. I was going to say, what about an idea for an episode where there's a counter and that everyone has to actually go to the most distant possible tangent while also actually being able to link it, at least vaguely. And the second you fail,
Well,
you're out.
Well, yeah, kind of like how the rings of Saturn are horizontal, but Uranus's are vertical. And I don't know why that's necessarily the case, because pretty much all planets and their moons are tidal locked. That's
Well, it's a good
typical,
tangent,
it's
but
not
what did that link
usual.
to? There's got to be something.
Well, wait a second. We were talking about the island, and how the island's clones relate to the versions of itself and how they live in a sort of reality that is similar but different
Yeah.
because the culture of the island itself is such that they believe that the outside world is like irradiated and apocalyptic and they can only let a certain amount of people back to the real world when really that's just a cover for them being killed and their organs and everything harvested in
Mhm.
order for them to be given to the people who own them,
Yeah.
right?
What does that have to do with the
Yeah. Well, I
planets?
mean, it's similar to that in that you have like two different kinds of rings, and they're very similar, but they're also different in the way that the islands, like sort of culture is different in the mainland, but they're like clones, similar to how different forms of rings might be sort of similar in a way, but they're oriented different. They're like the rings' literal view of their worlds are different from their perspective, much like how the people
Okay.
on Ewan McGregor's
So-
The
I'm
Islands
sorry, so
2005 is
Well,
Unless
I-
I've
I-
misunderstood, the link here is that one thing is different to another thing, and that's like this
was-
thing, which is different.
I was
going to
give it to Friggy Platoon vote pass or fail on that as a tangent connection.
No, it's literally showing how their views on the world are different things. That's literally true.
That's all right, that's all good.
Not
Pass
just
or fail,
thematically, but
vote.
physically. Yeah, physically.
Pass or fail.
I'm sort of leaning toward pass on this one. I
All
think.
right.
I'm not so sure. It's kind
Did
of
you know that Scarlett?
yeah.
You know this movie's cast is incredible. It had Scarlett
Yeah,
Johansson,
yeah.
Ewan McGregor,
Yeah.
Steve
Sean Bean.
Buscemi, Michael Clark Duncan, Sean Bean, Jaimin Hunsu, as if that's how you pronounce it.
Jaimin?
That's like that's Jaimin, DJ IMON, Jimin.
I think it's the way it works. The D is silent as far as I'm aware. So Jimon Honsu. think.
Jimon, Demon. Oh, Diamond.
He was in Blood Diamond.
The
That's
J
true.
is silent. He was in
With Leonardo DiCaprio.
Guardians of the Galaxy.
Fury of the Gods.
Wait.
Who did he play in that?
Oh.
He's like the ancient
Oh
wizard
yeah,
man.
sorry. He was in both Shazams, wasn't he?
He was in both. I just singled out the second one because it's funnier.
Remember, he was Wonder Woman.
You
in
said
that.
Rebel Moon, right? You did say he was in Rebel Moon, right?
He was in
Oh.
Rebel Moon.
Rebel.
He was in
yeah.
Rebel Moon. Rebel Moon.
Yeah,
He was in
Moon.
Rebel
You gotta
Moon.
say it correct, otherwise it's confusing.
Oh, Free, should we play
Yeah,
that?
yeah.
Should we play that game randomly right now and see who fails first? Because it'll obviously probably not be one of us two.
Wait.
There's this fun little game. We could just play it brief. It's a good break because we're between the 3 episode parts. Okay, right now, totally,
No,
100%.
We're halfway through
square in the
episode
middle of one,
5.
but that's
Like I said,
fine.
between so anyway, the way it works is so we'll just do one run. I just want to see how far it goes. So Fringy will name a movie. I will name an actor from that movie. Rags will have to name a movie that actor is from that isn't the one that Fringy said,
fuck.
and then Platoon will
Oh,
have to say an
shit.
actor that is in the movie Rags just said, but no repeating, and then it cycles.
I don't know any
okay.
actors, and I don't know many
not
movies.
good with it.
This
Well, we'll
is
find
really
out.
well.
We'll find out.
Don't
Here's-
sabotage
set us up
as
for a-
well.
Set
Like,
us up for like.
I'm not gonna
set us
try
up for
and
layups
sabotage.
here.
I'll pick like movies with obvious candidates in them and try to pick ensembles as well, because usually that helps.
all right, go for it.
There is a strategy to this game. Yeah, let's start with Saving Private Ryan.
All right, Tom Hanks.
I'll go with. Oh, because I don't want to fuck over Platoon or here.
You got to try and do it quick as part of the game. That's
Okay. Oh, all right. Toy Story.
There you go.
Why do an actor?
You got to
Toy
choose an
Story.
actor now that hasn't been
Yeah.
said.
Fuck, who else is in Toy Story? Tim
Come on.
Curry? Is he in it? I don't know who's in it. I don't know who's in
Tim
this.
Allen.
Tim Allen is
Tim
who you're
Allen.
thinking
I
of.
knew it was.
Allen.
I knew it was a Tim.
Tim
Got
Curry
that bit
could have
right.
well been in that. He could have been any character in that
Yeah.
show. But
Well-
Tim Allen is who you're talking about.
Well, just you know what? You said Tim Allen the first time. Actually, it's great.
Okay.
There you go.
That's
I
okay.
think so.
Oh, did I?
Okay. Toy Story 2.
I was gonna say Wayne Knight, but that might be too. Rags. Wayne
You
Knight.
can
You
pick-
know, Wayne Knight. He was.
Why did you
Wayne
should have gone
Knight?
with you should have gone with Kelsey Grammer.
I don't even know if that's better for Rags or not.
Oh wait! Whoa! He came. He was in Jurassic Park, right?
Yeah, that's what I was aiming for. I was
Yes!
hoping, yeah, there you go.
Okay, there you go.
Yay!
Yeah.
Thank
Sure,
God
yeah.
we just
Yeah,
talked
yeah,
about it.
There you
Yes,
go.
good.
Yeah.
For Jurassic Park, so I say Sam Neill.
Ooh.
I say Jurassic Park 3.
Oh, fucker.
Well, yeah, no, wait. I gotta be careful because I'll kill Rags with basically any choice, right?
You do have to be careful.
Might.
I should have gone
Laura
with
Dern.
Dern.
Jurassic.
Prominent
I
one.
should have gone with. Oh, there you
Oh,
go. Yeah.
Laura. Oh, okay, that's easy. Let's choose her in. Oh, do we toss it back to Jurassic Park?
That,
Well, I mean,
that
no,
might
I
help
won't.
you.
The Last
That
Jedi.
might help
The
you.
Last-
Oh,
The Last
there you-
Jedi.
Yeah, there you go.
sure,
Yeah. That's what I thought you'd pick.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
Daisy Ridley.
What? Fucking hell. All right, The Force Awakens. Fuck that. I'm going easy on these ones.
Harrison Ford. There you go.
There you go. Yeah.
Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade.
Why am I blanking on fucking dude's name? Old man. What's the dad's name? Fucking Scottish guy.
Oh my God.
James
Scottish guy.
A Scottish guy.
I'm having a complete blank on his name. You know who I mean.
We do.
I know exactly
I mean,
what you
I
mean,
think,
but
yeah.
you gotta
Sean
say
Connery,
it.
that's
This
what I
was-
was
this-
thinking.
You gotta say
There
it.
you go.
Just the yeah.
The League of Extraordinary Gentlemen.
Oh, there's some fun ones to pick in there, but I gotta pick the easiest, which who would be the easiest, most known? That because could I go with Jason Fleming, or how good in your memory is that Rags name?
Well, because I know who
I
you're
can
talking
give
about.
you an answer
I'm
on
going
this one,
through.
But I'm not.
I'm going through. I don't want to get him confused with Vision, so.
Definitely not
You don't
Vision.
want to
What
get
have
him
I seen
confused
him
with
in?
Paul
What have I seen him
Bettany.
in? Yeah, I don't. Yeah, for whatever reason, I don't want to get him confused with Paul Bettany. Oh fuck! What do I know him from? Because I can picture him in my head. What do I know him from? Oh man,
There's actually so
might
many
be fucked
movies
here,
he's in, but
boys.
you're probably not going to be super like aware of which, because he's in a lot of makeup for a lot of different roles.
I'm trying to. Jason Fleming. He would be in. Oh fuck! This
A lot of good options
Jason
in chat, but
Fleming.
obviously, you know, that's not you can't be
Yeah,
you can't be doing that.
Oh, this might. I don't know if I could come up with one. I'm sure
all
I've
right,
seen him.
I can tag in for so he's in X-Men First Class.
That's definitely a fruitful one.
Ensemble,
He's
so
a
that'll be a
Zazel.
good one for you, Platoon. X-Men First Class.
Oh god. Michael Fassbender.
The Killer.
I haven't seen The Killer.
Tilda Swinton.
There you go.
Oh, Doctor Strange.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. Which is
I jumped the gun.
interesting
Sorry.
because is it weird? Because I don't know why, but for some reason,
would-
the Chronicles of Narnia.
Yeah, I would
Yeah,
have
I
said
mean,
Narnia.
that would have been
first.
valid.
I would have said Narnia, yeah.
That would have
She's
been
the
valid.
Ice Queen. Yeah,
That's
of
right.
the
And then,
Chronicles of Narnia.
Liam Neeson from there, and then that gets you. Yeah, but all right. So you're going with Doctor Strange then?
Wait, who's going with Doctor Strange?
Also,
I
if
think I
Rags
went
is
with,
Doctor Strange,
Okay, you
yeah.
said it, so I'll say
Sorry.
Doctor
So now-
Strange, and now it's.
So now you gotta
Steve, yeah.
pick. You gotta pick something.
Oh, Benedict Cumberbatch.
He's in the Phoenician scheme. So
He is
let's go with
Benicio del
that.
Toro.
Oh well, I mean, we got to go with Sicario, right?
There
Well,
you
I
go.
don't. Oh well, let's see. Did
That's a good
Sicario?
choice. That's a good
Yeah.
choice.
Well, it
Gives
is
you
if-
Emily Blunt.
Well,
Yeah.
Thank you for that, because I didn't know her name. Emily Blunt.
Oh, there you go. Edge of Tomorrow.
Tom Cruise.
Well, Mission Impossible 1.
Oh, what's it's not John Voight in that, is it? Which
Yep.
is the old dude? It
Yeah,
is.
It's a
Okay.
John. There's got
What the
multiple
fuck am I picking
Johns
for him?
actually that you can choose.
John.
Jesus Christ. What would I be picking? Holy shit. God damn it.
There's something that comes to mind straight away for me. I'd be curious if you land on it or not. Well, there's two, but oh, there's one that I would have thought would have come straight to your head actually. There's one that's gotta be floating around there.
There's three that kind of quickly come to my mind for this one.
I don't know where it is. I don't know where it's floating around there in that brain.
We have some MCU connections here,
Well,
I guess. For the
was he in
franchise, I guess not that movie, but
Oh, well, yeah, but that could mean a billion things.
yeah, I
don't know if
suppose
that
it
helps
could.
me.
At this point, this
Well, I'll
is
narrow it down for you.
79 movie.
Michael Bay.
Oh fuck! What was he? Was he in Oh, he was in Transformers.
Correct.
Yeah, he was. That's right. Yeah.
And if you want to go with that, I'll go with Shia LaBeouf.
I'm trying to remember.
Remember, Rags.
Well-
sequels are valid.
Yeah,
in this.
you can
I know.
return.
I know, but I want to. I'm trying to think of one that he's in because I know like Platoon and I aren't very good at this.
There's a big one.
Oh, Fury.
Well, yeah,
that's
you
not
can
what I
choose
was
that.
thinking of. That's a good choice. That's a good shout.
I don't
I
think I've
almost said
seen
Holes,
Fury.
but then I don't even. No, I only know one person from Holes that else
Yeah,
was in. But
that's-
yeah,
that's the
Fury.
thing. Part of the
Fury's an
game
easy
is
one
fine.
because
There's
of the.
quite a few famous people
Yeah,
in Fury,
Star.
but if you
Fury's
haven't
someone
seen it, you wouldn't
humble.
know.
I'm going to
Yeah.
take a
Well,
wild
if-
guess then and say who's in fucking it's between George Clooney and Brad Pitt.
Well,
I'll say Brad Pitt.
Hey,
in Loads of
nice.
Stuff.
Nice.
Good enough.
That's right.
He's
Yeah.
actually
Brad Pitt was
in
what I
it.
was setting you
Yeah,
up
he
for.
is.
That's what I was setting you up for. Because I haven't
I-
seen. I haven't seen Fury, but I know just through
It's
clips
got an
and
ensemble.
pictures that
You got an ensemble,
yeah,
but he's the
it's
lead.
got Brad
That
Pitt
works.
there. Yeah.
Fight Club.
I mean, Edward Norton seems like the way to go with that.
Obvious choice. Yeah.
Oh,
Well, there's one more. You could have gone with one other one.
Well, I'm trying to help.
Do you think Rags would have done badly with her?
Edward Norton.
Yes, by comparison to Edward Norton.
Okay.
Edward, what's his face? Where's his face? Where's his face? Oh, wasn't he the
Oh
Wasn't
no.
he the villain?
No,
Yes.
Really?
Oh yes.
That's where you're going first?
Yes. I'm going for Glass Onion.
No.
That's
all
okay.
right.
That's okay.
That's all
He
right.
was the baddie. He was the
Okay.
Batman in it.
It's true.
Chris Evans was in one of those, wasn't he? Is it that one?
Nope.
Who's sorry?
No,
He was in the first one.
Glass Onion is the
Shit.
second one.
I don't. Oh, Daniel Craig. He's in
There
them,
you go.
isn't he?
Yeah.
I don't think
Hey!
I've seen the second one.
That's
Well,
right.
Casino Royale.
Mads Mikkelsen.
Oh, what's when he's because
Well, remember,
Hmm.
one of the options is actually out. You can't go back to it, I think, right?
Well,
the
yeah,
rule.
you can't say Doctor Strange. That's out.
Yeah, that's out. You're not allowed to do that.
But I mean, there's still
And I'm
shit
also
tons
not
for him.
allowed-
There's a whole bunch of movies he's in, so yeah.
and you said Casino Royale before this, right? Just to make
Yeah,
sure.
so you can't go Casino Royale. You got to pick something else.
Ah, fuck. And you've said Doctor Strange. You've said Casino Royale.
Yep.
Because I've got one that I could use, but I don't know. I can't remember any other actors from it. So I think I
That's
might be
okay.
fucking over Platoon here.
That's all right.
I'm
You-
trying to think
what-
for a more
well,
famous role.
It depends. If you're picking what you might be thinking, then yes, that would be.
It is an
that would be a
absolute dead
really-
end if you're thinking of
be-
what I'm thinking.
Yeah, that'll be a dead end. So I'm trying to think about one that would be a bit more famous. He was in Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny.
That is true. He was in that.
True,
Yeah.
Oh,
Don't pick what's her name. Pick someone else.
Phoebe Water-Bridge.
Nice.
Don't
I
pick
don't-
what's her name.
What else has she done? I have no idea. What else she's? Because I thought you were gonna pick Boyd Holbrook. And it's like, okay, Logan, and then we could just keep
You
going.
could work with that, yeah, but too late, I guess.
But what else was she in? I have no idea. There's no point. Like I genuinely have no idea.
There is one thing that I would have thought might have come to mind. Relatively.
I see a lot of people. Well, because I see a lot of people saying because I didn't bother. I closed my eyes for the other one. For John Voight, but I didn't bother this time because I just don't know. But was she in Solo?
She was LAT
she's
whatever the
L-
fuck.
yeah.
Leet. LEET.
She's the voice
Oh,
of the
she's the
mind of the
voice.
Millennium
Oh.
Falcon.
Oh,
Oh,
was she was
She's
that
canonically
robot?
in
She
the
was,
Millennium
she was,
Falcon.
yeah.
Oh,
Droid
God,
writes
yeah,
now.
Fine, sure, yeah, all right, yeah, fine. There you go, Solo.
Alden Ehrenreich.
That might have been a harder one that you picked there. I figured you were gonna go with someone else.
Well, I guess because you can't use Ironheart. It's a TV show.
That's right. Doesn't count.
Oh,
But there is
he
something
Ironheart?
else that it should.
There is one other
'Cause
thing.
I don't- this name, I
There is
don't
one
rec-
other
I don't-
thing, but it would be fair if you didn't remember that he was in it, because it would be fair.
Because I don't. This name, Alden Air. I've heard it before, but I cannot put a face to that name.
There is one easy one that will be really good if you get it. That just
Well,
it's
he's
a
fucked
really
if he
good
doesn't
here's
one.
remember what he looks like.
I think
But
we've.
if you,
What? Oh
To
wait,
give you
said,
somewhat
how
of a
did you
clue,
get
he
to
played
Alden
Solo.
Ehrenreich? It's from Solo. Oh,
yeah, he was
okay,
Solo.
okay.
He played Han Solo. He
And
he's Ezekiel.
He's
That's
Ezekiel.
him.
Okay, now I have a face to the name. Okay, thank God. That was about to be like an actual dead end.
There's a really good choice that you could make, but I genuinely
I gotta
don't think
think.
that you would. I would just be surprised, actually, if you remembered.
He played Solo. He plays Ezekiel. Like, I'm looking at his face. I'm not literally. It's in my head. What is he? What is he in? Oh man,
He's
this
not
might
been in that
be-
many films, like, to be fair,
Yeah,
compared
yeah.
to some of the actors that would be popping up. You know, some of these actors will be in like 50 films. He's probably only
Yeah,
done like 5 or something.
Man, I just don't know. I don't know. I feel like I've heard his name more than I've seen him.
Well,
I think I only know him in one other thing.
Well, wait,
do you know what that is?
what is that?
Yeah.
He plays the cowboy in, is it Hail Caesar?
Oh, that is correct,
Man,
but that's not the one I was expecting.
I don't even
That's
know
what I
that
was
movie.
expecting.
Yeah.
So the actual good answer for this one is Oppenheimer. He is in
Yeah, you got a huge
Oppenheimer.
cast with that.
So then you get the whole ensemble.
Who is? Oh,
He
who is
played
he?
Strauss. Strauss had like an aide, like a guy that was sort of working by his side. He played that aide. He was the one who said, like, do you ever consider that, you know, like Einstein and Oppenheimer were talking about something that wasn't you? That's like his main little
Yeah, I just
thing in
don't.
that.
I can't remember. I can't remember.
Well, Platoon, Oppenheimer.
Yeah, there you go. You got good choices for Oppenheimer.
Oppenheimer, Cillian Murphy.
28 days later.
Well,
That's his first
Christopher
movie, wasn't it?
Eccleston.
I thought you would have gone with a different choice, because then that brings you back to it.
Oh, he was one of the Doctor Who's, wasn't he? He was a Doctor
Well, yeah,
Who.
but Doctor Who that's a TV
Is a
show.
show.
So you got to pick
Well-
a movie. He's been in a few.
He was-
You would have seen him. You would have seen him. I just
Yeah.
don't know.
There
if
is
you
one
would,
that is super easy, but now I'm wondering, it's like, wait, you might not remember that he...
There's another one that's kind of a funny one, and I'm not sure if any of you remember it. It's there's one. Yeah, a couple of people in chat know what one it is. There are a couple of them.
Oh wait. I can't remember if this is him or not. Was he the Christopher Eccleston? I'm trying to because I can't say the Doctor.
Nope.
Was he?
Wasn't he supposed to pick easy choices? I know like 4 different movies I would go from him. I just failed to realize that. I thought it was more obvious.
Because I thought Naomi Harris would be.
Oh, I thought you were aiming for a certain prison guard rapist.
Yes, you could go with, well, he wasn't that in that movie.
No,
but
but
that's
he
another
is
one as well.
in my heart.
Well, so something to understand, chat, is that as far as I'm concerned, part of the strategy is if you can bring it back to franchises as much as you can.
I can guarantee
just
you,
make it so you got more options.
Rags would have no hope with Naomi Harris. He has no idea who that is.
Well, he's seen the Bond movies.
He has no
She's
idea
a
who that
nurse.
is.
I'm
yeah.
good with images, but like faces but names and.
I'm not even 100% sure he would
Lee-
be able to choose the Bond. I don't think, like, how familiar are you with the fucking Craig Bond films, Rags?
Not really. I'm not really a Bond.
Oh, and she was in
reservoir
Pirates
of
as well.
knowledge.
That's true.
She
And then I guess
was.
she's Pirates of the Caribbean, which is a
It was
handy one.
Calypso.
Mm.
But yeah, no, I mean,
Was-
well, to rewind it to get it a bit, I'll just choose Brendan Gleeson instead.
Oh, okay. Then let's do. I guess because it's recent. Let's do. Oh, which one do I want to put? Oh, I'll do an easy. Oh, I'll do an easy one. I'll set you up. Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you very much. Maggie Smith.
Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban.
We could just be
Jesus,
stuck in
alright.
Harry Potter for the next 6 movies.
Well, I mean, Gary Oldman.
Nice.
Let's see. What's a good one for Gary Oldman? Let's do he's in the Dark Knight, right? He's Gordon.
He's Gordon. Yep. Good old Commissioner Gordon.
So let's do
Oh,
the
Dark Knight then.
Christian Bale?
Ford v Ferrari.
Matt Damon.
Matt Damon. Let's do Interstellar.
Oh yeah, he's in that.
Mhm. He's Dr. Man.
Timothy Chalamet, the abandoned son.
No, that's not
alright,
Timothy
dude.
Chalamet.
Isn't it?
No, that's
In Interstellar.
Casey
In-
Casey
I thought it
Affleck. Casey Oh, wait, you talking
No,
about when
it
he's
wasn't.
young? Oh, that might be
Yeah.
Timothy
He is
Chalamet.
in it,
Sorry,
yeah,
I
he
completely
is.
forgot.
Yeah.
'Cause
Oh, is he the son? Is he the
Yeah.
son of?
He's
But-
the son
Oh,
when
okay.
before he goes
Before
into
he
space,
leaves,
before,
yeah.
When he maybe gives a shit about his son.
So,
Okay, okay.
when he
All right, yeah, Dune.
well, Zendaya. That's a straightforward one.
Okay, yeah. Spider-Man Homecoming.
Tom Holland.
Uncharted.
Mark Wahlberg.
The Happening.
Fucking
Oh,
hell.
God.
I haven't seen The Happening, so I'm going to say George Clooney.
No, but you know,
who would be the best? Zoe Deschanel was in that.
that's a pick.
I-
You could go with that.
Well,
What?
then instead
John
of that,
Leguizamo?
instead of Mark Wahlberg. Well,
Well,
isn't the director in all of the movies?
What? Sorry, M Night Shyamalan.
you could. That is actually
I mean,
an easy
That's
escape.
a pretty.
That is.
That's why one of the reasons I picked it, because it's like an
That's
easy
true.
out.
It's true.
Because he's in all,
True,
all of
yeah.
his
I
movies.
didn't know
'cause
it
he's
was
an
his
asshole.
movie, and I
So,
didn't consider
yeah.
that. Yeah, that's a good one.
It is.
Like,
Oh, so we're
in
going
that
with M
case-
Night. Is that what we're going with, or?
I think so. I don't like it.
Oh, okay. Signs.
And I'll go with Mel Gibson. Not Kurt Russell.
Ooh.
So don't mix them up.
Well, why wouldn't you pick Kurt Russell? He was in that movie. But if we're breaking the rules and you want to choose Mel Gibson, that's fine. It's fine. I don't mind a little breach. I need all the help I can get too. So Kurt Russell, he is in The Thing.
Are we actually? I
he's
bet.
the only one in the thing that I know the name of.
Are we actually breaking the rules? 'Cause-
Oh, what do you mean, Brett? You're the one who broke
You
the
don't
rules.
get to break
You
the
said
rules,
wrong guy.
Greg. You have to pick something that Mel Gibson, the actual Mel Gibson, was in.
the actual.
That's
what do you mean?
Yeah.
Mel Gibson is in The Thing. We've been
And that
over
is,
this. He's the
and that-
protagonist.
I'm trying to think of what would be the absolute best, easiest one to pick for Mel Gibson that would make it super fucking easy.
I
It
mean,
feels
I
like
could-
there's a handful of,
I would just
obvious ones.
I just loop it back to, like, I'd loop it back to either Braveheart or
I think the easiest would probably be Expendables.
Lethal Weapon.
or I guess.
I was
Ooh,
gonna say
Expendables is a
Weapon.
really good one. Yeah, but he was
That's true.
in. I mean, Mad Max, of course.
Yeah, but Mad
You
Max.
gotta kill
Anyone else in
Platoon with
Mad
that.
Max, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What are you picking, Rex?
I mean, we'll just go with we'll go with Braveheart.
Why are you picking?
There should be some in there that we haven't used yet, right?
Yeah, but Expendables is right there. It's like-
Expendables was-
Expendables.
Yeah,
Expendables. Yeah, we go with Expendables. Yes,
That's the one with all the old washed out action stars, right?
washed out.
they're not washed out.
Sylvester
They're old.
Stallone?
Some of
They're
them
not
are,
old
but-
or what? That's a very mean
Oh,
thing
but-
to say.
The Lotus Fair.
Sylvester Stallone. I will go. He was in Creed, right? Yeah, he was in
Yes.
Creed, wasn't he?
Yeah,
Yeah, alright, we'll
definitely
go
the first
Creed.
one. Michael B. Jordan.
That's a Black Panther, right?
Yeah.
He's in that.
Chadwick Boseman in that case.
Hell yeah.
He was in. Oh, I don't know if any of you saw that film.
Well, you've got all of the MCU still, really, a lot
I
of
do
it.
have all of the MCU, but I can't. That's true.
Oh, are you going with?
Well, no. The problem is that no, because there was one that jumped because I was like, I might pick one that's not an MCU film, but the one that came to mind immediately is like, nah, that's. I don't know if any. I don't know if many people have said that. All right, let's go. Let's just go to Civil War then.
Chris Evans.
somebody in chat, a couple of people
I
in
mean,
chat. knew
Knives
which one I
Out.
was talking about a little baseball movie that Harrison Ford was in as well.
I'll go
Oh,
with
so you got
Knives
Knives
Out.
Out?
Yeah.
Chris Evans was the one he remembered was in that movie.
Yeah, that's the only one I see.
Oh shit!
Oh,
Yeah.
Anna's anus is in one of them. Is that one? Anna de Anus, de Armus.
That is correct.
What's her name?
Yes.
Yes.
Blade Runner 2049.
Ryan Gosling.
Let's go with. Oh fuck! I'm drawing a blank on the movie here. The musical one, right?
You're talking about, but
What's
you
it-
got to get that name.
Hmm.
Bucko?
It's Oh fuck that! That's just Barbie.
Yeah.
Margot
that's
that
Robbie.
works. Yep.
The Wolf of Wall Street.
Leonardo DiCaprio.
Let's see. For him, I want to choose. What would be? I'm deciding if, because I know movies he's in, but I'm trying to make it to where there's options here. So
I mean, I'd say you got more
that's-
than a few really good options for ensembles for Leonardo DiCaprio.
Yeah, what are you ruling out
Yeah,
of
I'm
curiosity?
just-
Yeah, like what's
Shutter Island.
that's a
Well,
good one.
That's a good one, yeah.
That's a good one. Yeah,
It is, and I've
Oh,
seen it, and I
okay.
like it.
that's a good
But
one.
like,
Yeah, I
Okay,
love
yeah,
Shutter
then
Island.
let's go with it.
Oh, who
Wait,
the
what do you
fuck
It's been a
else
long
is in
time,
that?
but I remember that he was in the lead of it.
Oh, isn't the fucking irritating Hulk man Mark Ruffalo?
That's the
He's
one.
in
Mark
that, right?
Ruffalo is in that. Zodiac.
Jake Gyllenhaal.
Jake Gyllenhaal. So that would be. Oh, I know I know the face and I know movies. Nightcrawler.
Correct.
That's yeah. He's
There
in
is actors to pull from that one, but I don't know if.
that.
Platoon, have you
It's not
seen
a huge
Nightcrawler?
cast.
I don't know if I've seen
I have not
Nightcrawler.
actually seen it. I just
Because
know he's.
I know
in
who
it. He's the star
yeah,
of it.
you got a couple of choices there.
Seth Rogen, he's in lots of stuff.
Thank fuck he's not in that.
I don't think I've seen it, and I don't
Because I haven't
remember it if
yeah.
I have.
Well, I will say we should probably have some way of stopping this eventually. So,
Well, yeah,
Oh,
you
okay,
could
well.
end there, sure.
But,
Yeah.
Fair enough.
not bad. I think the way this would have
That's
to
good.
work, if we actually did some kind of game out of it, would maybe be, I don't know, teams, or someone has to track the
Mhm.
points, but for every time someone passes, you know, they get 0 while everyone else is getting 1.
Well, and there has to be a time limit. There has to be like a 5-second time limit, because the longer that you think, the better.
Yeah,
your
lightning
answer can be.
rounds. Yeah, lightning
Because
rounds.
like an important part of it is the idea that the time pressure can make you pick worse choices.
Yes.
For,
Well, and if
for, like, films.
if you are sabotaging each other, it's easy.
Well, yeah,
Oh,
sabotage.
he was the bad guy in
sabotage.
Thor: The Dark World. I didn't know Christopher Eccleston. For some
He was
reason I
also
thought that was Lee.
He was also in
I thought that was
G.I.
Lee
Joe.
Pace for some reason.
He
He
was
was-
in G.I. Joe, which can get you Channing Tatum, which can get you like.
He was in
I remember
Thor: The Dark
anything
World
about
as well.
G.I. Joe.
Malekith.
Oh, that's
Oh, wait,
yeah,
did-
that's what I
Oh,
mentioned.
sorry,
Because
my
I
brain
was-
just
I
fucking
didn't-
melted.
That's
I
what I
meant,
just.
I meant
Yeah,
to
that's what I
say,
checked.
gone in 60 seconds. I literally had both of them in my
Yeah,
head.
yeah.
Like,
And then you
he's
got,
the
and then
bad
you
guy
got
in
Nick
that.
Cage, and then you can Nick Cage can get you to
Yeah,
yeah.
Well, and Angelina Jolie's in there as well.
That gets you to yeah, she is in that.
Oh, the other film I was thinking about for John Voight, by the way, was Tomb Raider, which obviously gets you
was
Jolie.
he in that?
Yeah,
was he in that?
he's her dad in that.
He's the dad. Yeah,
I was
Laura's dad.
thinking
Laura's dad.
Megalopolis for that one.
You got Megalopolis, which gives you a bunch, but you've also got Anaconda. But I don't know how familiar.
Oh
everyone-
yes, he was in Anaconda. That's
Yeah, yeah,
right.
yeah.
He was
Yeah,
Anaconda.
yeah.
Oh, I thought you meant
Anaconda's the movie, the
Anaconda,
no,
like an
no, no,
actress
the-
that I didn't
The
know
movie,
about.
the
Anaconda.
movie.
They're like
Movie.
the movie, The Big Snake, not
Yeah, that's right.
Anaconda, the actress.
As
and
you
as
can
for-
see,
But
Yeah.
Jason Fleming, by the way, I was hoping Lock, Stock. I thought you would remember. He's one of the main characters in that.
that's a good one as well.
Oh,
Then you got
I,
Jason Statham.
Yeah.
Let's see, Lock, Stock, and let me because we watched those because I remember that being I think that was my favorite of the ones we watched.
I think that's.
It's between
my
that and
favorite, I
Snatch
think.
for everybody. I
Base-
prefer
yeah.
Snatch, but I love Lock, Stock. Lock, Stock's awesome.
There was something it just had a grittiness to it that I kind of like. Yeah, but okay, yeah, see you in a minute. Oh yeah, there he is. Yeah, okay, he's there with Statham. Okay,
Someone said
yeah,
Zodiac for Jake Gyllenhaal. You weren't paying attention to the rules, buddy. I
But what
already
I
said
thought-
Zodiac.
I
before
probably should
that.
have gone with Robert Downey actually on Zodiac, right? Because we hadn't used him
Jake
yet.
Gyllenhaal.
That'd be because again, you kind of see the nature of the strategies for the game, right? The more that you can get ensemble movies, that's super helpful. Franchises, it is valid to do sequels or spin-offs, which can
Well,
then
with the
just make
game,
it
you
incredibly
essentially
easy.
you run it dry eventually. You can't go back once you use them. So if you say, for example, it's
that's
like
an
you
important
take
part.
Brendan Gleeson to an easy, well-known franchise, like you sure because that's you can't use that film then
Yeah,
later.
Harry
whereas
Potter,
if you
yeah.
took him to like in Bruges, it's like okay,
Yeah,
because
you're
then that
knocking
gives
out.
you
Yeah,
Colin Farrell, it gives you Ray Fiennes, it's like and then that's like one because there's certain ones where it's almost like if you know that the person who's coming next knows that film, then you can just take that out and progress and and get some easy points basically. Compared to if you I don't know, like if you said Avengers and then you said the guy who plays Coulson, it's like man. All
Yeah,
right,
it
I
kinda
guess
fucks you a
that's
little
one
bit.
way to spend it. You can spend that token that way, but all right.
And do we open
Is-
up like TV shows, or we keep it to movies,
Uh,
or voice acting? And as
I
long as it's
wonder
movie,
if
voice
you
acting
had
counts.
TV shows, it feels like there's an element there. I would voice acting was because we did Toy Story.
Oh
so
yeah,
that's,
I
that's
assume
voice
we allow
acting.
it.
voice
yeah.
acting counts.
I
Yeah.
assume so.
But for this one, we were
Absolutely counts.
I think chat will agree. It's a fun format.
I like
It
it. Yeah, I'm
is.
not very
Yeah.
good with actors and like faces and like linking them all together. It's like same thing with like writers and directors. My
Well,
brain has a difficulty like
an
putting
important
all those together.
an
So
important thing to note because it was something that because I think we were just having a conversation more where we tested it essentially, and one of the difficulties is that if you've got an even team, it means that one person's always doing movies and one person's always doing actors. So a
Well,
better way
yeah.
to do it would be uneven teams that force you
yeah,
to
you're
have to
right.
oscillate
Well, there's
between
that.
actors and films.
But in our case right now, say if we had gone hardcore with the rules and then it's like you get 5 seconds, then it would count as a pass.
Yeah.
And so if I said fucking Minority Report and Rags had nothing, and then it moves to Platoon and say he had nothing, then it moves to you. Like it would
It'd be
it
like,
would change
then
the
Tom
order.
Cruise. Yeah, and then
Yeah.
and then it would also exactly. It's a
Or
it's
you
a-
just
it's
do
a good
like
way to do it.
lightning rounds where one team starts and you keep going back and forth, and the team that
Yeah,
it
because
just-
that's actually how you could
the,
do
the
it, right?
second time, the first time it doesn't. Yeah, the first time someone can't get it, the other team just gets a point, and then the losing team picks one.
Yeah.
and it just goes back and forth.
Yeah,
like, say, quick
that's right. If
rounds,
it,
boom,
if it
boom, boom.
switches to a different team, well, yeah, because that could be a fun part, right? Is if you had competing teams where the teams are competing against. So, like, for if a movie comes up and then you decide to be a real asshole and pick something really obscure, or maybe like even a movie that only has like maybe that would be a rule though, is that the movie has to have at least 2 actors in it because you could pick a movie that's only got 1. It's possible.
It would be curious
You
to
know?
do me, Fringy, Cap, Jay Longbone, and I'm not sure who else is like autistic with this knowledge of but and then like see who fails fit. Because I was thinking, I don't think there's a way to do the deliberately try and sabotage the next person version because it's so ridiculously easy. It just is. The second you grab,
that's true. It is too easy. Yeah.
because there's so many actors that you'll
Probably.
just be like, oh, I happen to know that name and nobody else does because it's just like that guy who was in those 2 things or something. But
Yeah.
yeah, it's
Good names.
Fun.
Anyway,
Other
back to
than that,
Ironheart,
yeah.
and also I'll be back in a sec here.
So I think
so
we were talking about hats made of cheese, is where we were.
I think so. Yeah, because I had hypothesized that the hat could be made of cheese, and during the day when the sun's out, you wear the hat, and then when the sun's when there's a planet between you and the sun and it's darker, you can just eat it because you don't need the, you can adjust the brim and its in size and everything. And plus, the birds would love you as well. You make a lot of friends.
Yeah, but like,
They
after
just
a
fly
really
by.
long day, you don't want to be having a really long day out walking and think, oh God, my hat's getting floppy. it's not nice.
Well, you want to use a stiff cheese. You don't want to.
You use
a
American
really
cheese.
light- American is not stiff.
No, I'm saying
No.
I know. I can't say it'd be really funny to have an American cheese hat.
It's just super floopy. And it just droops down because it's like soft. Or like you certainly don't want a hat made of cottage cheese. That would be really bad. You just go outside looking like a pterodactyl shat on you. It's what you do. Oh, that'd be a chunky day.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So Riri gives Zelma the piece of the
Oh,
hood to
really?
take a
You
look
have
at.
to. I was enjoying everything that we weren't
It's
talking about.
It's inevitable. I happen
It's
to
a-
imagine that the submarines are probably going to get leaner, you know?
Sorry.
yeah, yeah.
Maybe
Yeah.
cheesier.
They could be cheesier. When Zelma gives the piece of the hood, or when Riri gives Zelma the piece of the hood, Zelma sniffs it and she's like, this is an aged gorgonzola, or maybe
Yeah.
a Gruyere. And then she hands it to Miss Stanton. And Miss Stanton's like, oh, I haven't seen because this is aged. You can tell by the brown, it's got that sort of leathery texture to it. This is absolutely like an aged Wensleydale. And then they eat it. and then they get
Wensleydale.
possessed. Wensleydale.
Wensleydale.
But they say, Zelma and Stanton say that the hood piece is natural, specifically natural, which means it was created in a different dimension, not from their realm. So this is a really shitty way to describe something that has magical properties and created in a different dimension, to call it natural. This sounds like about as supernatural as you could possibly get. No clue why they decided to specifically call it a natural piece of material. I don't know if they're trying to be like cute or stupid, but yeah, that's a terrible thing to call it.
These people do not have to try to be stupid. That's not.
They're off to a bad start, so,
I-
it's like, well.
Yeah, I just don't know why he'd call it that. I had to watch it a couple times to be like, wait, did she say natural to describe the magical, mystic cloak piece that was made in a different dimension? Oh, she did. She called it natural. But anyway, Stanton says to Riri, making the unknown known is the greatest magic. Therefore, learning and teaching the truest spell. To which Riri asks, is that supposed to mean something to me? Because Riri is a moron.
Mm-hmm.
You get this old lady with this fine hat just gives you this tiny little nugget of wisdom or some epithet, and you're like, is that supposed to mean something to me? I don't know, idiot, you dumb fuck. I don't know, maybe you take new knowledge and process it for a moment instead of just being a loser.
Well, why? She knows
You were at
everything.
MIT.
Why would she need to process new information? That'd be pointless.
Yeah, I suppose that's true. We learned that Zelma was a student at the Kamartaj in Nepal. She learned magic there. But then she was taken by her mother to live here in Chicago, where she had to come up with her own kind of magic. Ooh. All right, Stanton tells her to stay far away from the hood and whoever is with it. They say that the piece of fabric is from one of the darkest dimensions known, and that the hood influences the person wearing it.
Which is so massively irresponsible. I know what this thing is. This thing is dark and dangerous. Take it away from my shop and leave. I'm not telling you anything more about it because I'm not allowed because the plot says so. What does she expect to happen?
Well, she simultaneously says like really contradictory things, honestly. She says stay far, far away from it. It's super evil because she said that bad magic is a thing. Like intrinsically bad magic exists. It's not like good people, like tools are neutral and it's just their use that makes them good or bad. She says, no, there is intrinsically bad magic and it does bad shit. So stay away from it because that's what this is. And then she says Riri should destroy the hood, even though a second ago she said stay far, far away from it. Now,
Do they have any
she tells
suggestions
her
on how to destroy it?
No! They're just like, destroy it. And that's it. They don't, the conversation does not go further. They like usher them out of the house because they magic spell back into the store. And then they usher them out of the store. They just say destroy it. Without any tips or tricks or pointers or advice on how to actually do that. Which shouldn't be an issue because Riri can just cut it to a billion gajillion pieces and throw it into the ocean because she can just cut it with her laser. But, Riri's mother is kind of panicking at this revelation of magic and spells and things like that. And she chastises Riri for not telling her about the danger of this hood and smuggling a dangerous magical object into her friend's shop behind her back. Which is fair. This could be a dangerous thing and you didn't tell her about it. Didn't you just carrying this around? When Riri says she's fine, her mother lays out all the reasons why Riri is obviously not fine. You're up to something. You got a weird job. You're coming back late. You're gone. You got all this money from nowhere. You're acting weird. You have this magical hood artifact, and you're giving me this bubble device to protect me. What's going on? And Riri says, if you don't want me to lie, then don't ask me these questions. To which her mother is like, obviously, like, I can't believe you said that. Like, what a terrible thing to say, you know? But yeah, Riri just tells her mom that you can't handle that I'm not like you. And then she flies away in her Iron Man suit.
Aww.
Yeah, the relationship's a little bit strained right now. So the Hood appears in Ezekiel's cell in prison and offers him essentially a job that if you work for me, I'll get your life back in shape. And he says he'll come by later to check his answer. Riri then flies to Ezekiel's bunker, and she can't get into the door because the door's locked and there's like a keypad and everything. But she doesn't have to worry because she looks under the doormat and there's a key there.
Ugh.
I have a key. See, I have a key. I have a spare key to my place, but it's wrapped up in like a plastic bag and everything to keep out the moisture and dirt and everything. And I have it like in a very specific place that's not near the house itself. It's essentially like out in the woods, like under a rock kind of buried down and stuff. Like the place no one will ever find it underneath like a big timber
I want to go find it.
like retaining wall. I mean,
And
I guess
explain
it's
it to
possible.
you online. So no one will ever find it.
No, if you find it, man, you've worked hard. Props to you. That's incredible that you found it. But yeah, you don't leave it under the like. What an idiot Ezekiel is. Not even he would be that stupid. He has been characterized as being like stupid, but I guess he is. So, da, 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 da. So she uses Ezekiel's lab to try and find ways of destroying the Hood. She tries bombs and explosions. She dunks it in acid. She cryo freezes it and tries to smash it. Nothing works. Whatever could she do to destroy this Hood piece that she has? Obviously, she cut the piece off the cloak. She has a laser that will cut through it. So, probably use that. But I guess the thought never occurs to her.
Darn it. Never comes up.
Dang, Riri just isn't smart enough to find a way. Oh no. It's also important to note that Riri has decided to DoorDash some Chinese food to the secret underground bunker.
I saw that Az got in trouble for remarking about that.
Yeah. Because
and
yeah.
it's funny because they were like, yeah, but remember in Iron Man 3, it's like Iron Man 3 is terrible.
It's a bad movie.
Yeah, but a lot of people
agree
think
on
it's very
Iron Man
good, so it can work in the
Yeah.
like. Well, you could just have the argument in which I can't believe it, but I'm defending Iron Man 3 again. He was out of his mind, and he made a bad decision when announcing where he lives to the terrorist. Yes, that was a bad move, and the movie thinks it was a bad move. It's a bad move. In this,
And also,
this doesn't even fucking cross her mind as an irrational decision. She's just doing it to indulge.
it doesn't matter how stupid you try and portray Tony Stark. That doesn't change how retarded Riri Williams is to do this.
It
You
really
cannot
is just
possibly
like,
drag
you
down
never
Tony
say
Stark
anything
enough to
about
lift her up.
Ironheart without it being like, yeah, but what about an Iron Man? It's like, what is going on? We're just talking
I
about
don't care about
Ironheart.
Iron Man. Yeah, I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit about Tony Stark for this argument. Literally doesn't matter. We're talking about Ironheart. We're talking about Riri Williams and her stupidity. I don't give a shit what else you bring up. That ain't what we're talking about. If you want to argue they're both stupid, I win the argument. It's like it doesn't matter. So yeah, by the way, Riri has been really, really worried about her mother being attacked by Parker, especially now that she's certain that Parker knows that she consorted with Ezekiel and that there's a replacement coming to replace her job, and yet she is happy to be away from her home all day working on this when she should be very concerned with the safety of her mother. So, not good. Riri says that she cannot figure out how to destroy the Hood, and she flies home. And actually, she has a bit of a panic attack in flight at the thought of her family getting killed by Parker. She lands on account of her panic attack, and the suit flies off to go and get Ronnie, her mother, because her mother's name is Ronnie. I think it's a great girl named Ronnie. I'm not too keen on it myself. That night at the prison, Ezekiel's cell opens when the power goes out because Slug has hacked the prison, and Ezekiel just walks out. He just walks out of prison. He just walks out the door.
Great.
And the Misfits are there in a truck with all of his stuff, because they have all of his stuff. I don't know how, but they have like a bunch of his gear and everything. I guess the police didn't confiscate it, or they got it from the police. Yeah, they didn't go to the bunker because Riri was there all day. But yeah, they pick him up, and yeah, they're there. Now the Iron Suit does not go to get Ronnie, as it said. It goes to get Xavier. The AI gets Xavier to get into the suit. Not sure how he can fit. He is markedly larger than Riri was, but don't think about it. And it takes him on a flight to meet Riri. Riri is at a little junkyard. Now, Riri and Xavier are here that night at this junkyard, and the AI manifests in front of Xavier, appearing and sounding like Natalie, his dead sister. And Xavier passes the test because he says that this is horrifying. You had no right to use Natalie as one of your little tech toys, Riri, he says. I thought if anybody would get me, it'd be you. If you think that I like this, then you don't know me at all. So yeah, Xavier has, he says it's horrifying. As I would too as well if someone did that to a dead relative of mine that I had loved.
Yeah, he has the correct
Riri
answer.
says that
which
he does, yeah.
the show didn't want to deal with up to this point, and still doesn't really deal with.
Oh, no. Because this is like the only time it ever is an issue. It's just this scene. This is the only time it's an issue.
By the way,
'cause
someone
Riri
asked,
says-
a genius trying to destroy a magical item actually sounds like an interesting sequence. Was it well done? No.
No.
What we were highlighting was that the show's already established how you can destroy the hood, and then that's just left out of the whole sequence. And so you watch it pour
That's how
acid
she
and burn
got
it
the
and stuff,
piece.
but yeah, it's so beyond brain dead as a sequence. But you know how it goes.
But Riri tells Xavier, it just happened, but you kind of get used to it. It's nice in a way, like your mixtape. Xavier says correctly that this is not the same fucking thing at all. He says when it comes to his mixtape, I'm honoring her. You're freezing her in time, faking like she's still alive.
True.
Riri says, look at her. She is alive, sort of. And Xavier explains that's not my sister. She's not sort of alive. And Riri says, wow, okay, so what do you want? What would you do? If you were me, what would you do? And Xavier gives the obvious correct answer, make her go away. Delete it. And at this, the AI gets into the suit and flies off.
Yeah, because it's upset.
Yep.
Another great fucking feature.
There's nothing like, that this AI can get emotional at other people and decide to make irrational choices that leave you vulnerable without your suit. I sure hope the plot doesn't kind of blah. Xavier starts to walk off, and Riri says that she can't delete the AI. And then he tosses her back the watch that she gave him. That is actually the bubble. He doesn't know it's the bubble, but he tosses her back the watch. So he is now unprotected as well. So, yeah.
Which could have been like, it could have been a really strong scene, but absolutely none of the work has gone in to make it so. Is that there are some powerful themes that the show is kind of aware it's playing with, but it's playing with them irresponsibly,
Xavier,
like a drunk child.
He's basically taking the correct position. It's just that they don't really do much or explore anything with it, but
it probably is best that they didn't, because they would have had it be that he realized he was wrong, like if they had gone further with it, you know, as opposed to
maybe
everyone
we can't
else
have Riri being wrong.
Yeah,
so,
but then you could build it up in such a way that he was wrong, like, depending on how you wrote the Natalie stuff, how you actually created the fiction for what she is. You could make it to the point where, like, if he's not totally wrong, he's at least wrong enough, or at least he should be considering that this thing is more than just a merely artificial recreation. Like, it is based off of
you could
a collection of memories
go the direction
and all
of
the rest.
It would be unethical to kill it. You could have that. Like, you could have her advocate
we
that.
don't get into any arguments about the personhood of this AI and what it,
Yeah.
if it really is like or if it's just code, or if it's like Jarvis or.
Yeah.
But like if anything, I want it to be a person, so it does get the experience of being deleted and dying, because it's the most annoying character in the show, and it deserves to die.
It does. Well, the other thing is like otherwise you'd have to really, 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 really stress Riri's attachment to it. Like Riri might be wrong, but she's convinced that it's real. It has validity. It has personhood. It is her best friend. She can't bear to kill it. Which I guess this scene sort of the one we got moves in that direction, but it's quite dispassionately delivered. We haven't really had the scene where she completely commits to the idea that this is what Natalie is. She can't bear to be parted with her. It's just it's so emotionally flat for what could be and should be like an emotionally strong moment.
So we cut to Parker. He is looking at some old videos of him and John because he does miss his cousin's dead. They had a real connection. He liked him, and he's looking at old videos of him and John. And Ezekiel is at the Misfit base, and he undergoes like this weird, painful medical procedure that drills into his head so that he can get some tech upgrades.
Yes, he does.
It'd be interesting to know, like,
Yep.
how many minutes he's had on screen since he said, "No, I'm not even touching technology because I don't want to be like my dad." To drill into my skull so I can be like my dad.
Makes sense.
So Parker goes to the Misfits, and he says Riri killed John, and so they need to go and kill her. Then the episode ends.
Another one
Episode 5,
down.
Karma's a glitch. That's right. So the AI in the suit is sitting on a building, looking up at an old video of Riri and Natalie. This is the one from the first episode where they're talking about stuff.
Gonna be
Because I guess
bigger than jobs and everything, right?
yes, and of
That's
course,
right.
and I guess the AI, like again, the AI knows it's an AI, but apparently it still is like looking at old memories, reminiscing about how it and Riri were like friends and they hung out, but we still don't get anything on that, so it's just weird. But she's yanked off the building because Slug uses like a magnet launcher to yank the suit into the back of a van. I don't know how it
So,
found it.
a lot of
or-
questions. One, how'd you find the suit? Two, do you just have like a giant fucking magnet laying around? And three,
That you
I
can
thought
launch
the suit
onto
had
the
like,
top of
I
a
thought
building?
the suit had an anti-magnet thing, right? Wasn't that the
Yeah,
thing?
the RMF.
Yeah. So you made a specific note about how it's got like an anti-magnet system, and then it's vulnerable
Well,
to
and-
magnets.
Magnetizing her into that, like, that doesn't change the fact that you have like rockets, missiles, lasers, and
Yeah, exactly.
raw strength.
And it's
even
just attached to a truck.
yeah,
Well,
Even if
and of course-
even if it stayed attached to the machine, if she just destroyed the machine and depowered it, then like the magnetic force would stop because magnets that strong typically have to be like activated and given like electric currents and stuff, as far as I know. But even if she had to stay attached to the magnet part, she'd just slice it off the truck. The AI is stupid for not easily solving this problem.
correct.
If anything,
I mean-
if she just blasted off and flew backwards, she could go in. The truck would be dragged along with her, not the
Yeah.
other way around.
Mm-hmm. Is this magnet actually stronger than the thrusters? There's no way. With what we are shown that it can do, there's no way.
It's
And
certainly
then
not. It's the truck. The van isn't stronger. So even if she was attached to the van
Yeah.
and blasted off, she'd take the van with it.
Well, and what's pretty funny as well is that the AI does eventually figure out a solution. It's like, oh, why didn't you just figure this out way sooner? Like immediately.
hyper
You're
advanced
a
AI.
computer. You think faster than people do. You don't think like people do. So you should just be able to sort it easily. But nope, we gotta make sure to get the suit here. I saw people really like this whole sequence that we're about to talk about.
Oh, the White Castle one?
I think I saw somebody say it was like better than Harold and Kumar Go to White Castle. It was like the best White Castle related thing, like in media.
Why?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't even know if these
Yeah,
are real people at this point. I so much doubt like how many things that are even said at this point, like on the internet or even from real people. It's actually insane. Ugh.
So before we progress to that scene, I will say this is the one good song in the show. This is "Evil Ways" by Carlos Santana. Savor what few seconds you get of it, because then it's back to shitty hip hop for the rest of the show. So, Riri has met up at White Castle with Zelma. She tells Riri that Dormammu is the demon of the hood. Or
Whoa.
at least she's about 50% sure. Riri seems to be a total idiot here, and she doesn't really take anything that Zelma is saying seriously about this super powerful, mega supernatural apocalyptic demon. Is that supposed to mean something to me? Does that matter? So what? Riri just has this attitude of not giving a shit about important information that's given to her, and it's super annoying, and it makes her incredibly stupid. She just doesn't care. If this magical person who could cast spells told me that this object that you need to deal with is enchanted or possessed by this insanely powerful cosmic entity that has powers beyond what you can comprehend, I would be a bit worried, but Riri is too smart to be concerned with that, I guess. So, she says that Dormammu needs a puppet like Parker who is ambitious and easy to manipulate so that it could come into the world essentially and do things. However,
Belch.
it is at this point that the siblings come into the White Castle restaurant. They essentially attack this guy there and tell everyone to beat it. So everyone leaves the White Castle like it's a robbery or something. Don't worry about the police being called or anything like that, or the employees having to go. Just don't think about it.
Dude, imagine it was just some citizen with a gun. Like, it was just like, I'll save you.
This is Chicago, man. You got to be careful when you go around like bugging people like that, because they just might pull out a piece and pop a cap in your ass.
Or like, oh yeah, it's like, wow, why would you do that?
Well, then you
Because,
see in
like,
this universe, somebody
unironically,
might actually
there's-
use magic on you because, you know,
Like-
spells are a thing that some people can use if they
I know
want
that
to.
Zelma leaves.
I know that because this is Marvel and like people's brains don't work, but somebody getting their face slammed into a table just by some random would probably be pretty traumatic for them.
Yeah.
That might actually kind of fuck them up a bit for a while.
And
So,
people would
but-
probably come to their defense. Like,
and
people
yet-
people
yeah, I mean,
react
they-
to this stuff in the real world.
I'm saying,
yet
man.
these guys, you're not meant to view too badly. Like the show's perception of these guys is that they're actually like somewhat sympathetic.
They certainly put the pathetic in sympathetic.
Oh ho 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 ho! Pun fun.
Hey.
That's punny.
But yeah, they So yeah, Zelma just leaves. Zelma, who can use magic spells, just leaves. And Riri says, "No, I'll be fine." So Zelma leaves. She fucks off. She does not return, by the way. Don't hold your breath for
There's
it.
probably some
Zelma's
fucking
gone. She's
oath you
outta here.
take as a sorcerer to always protect the innocent or something, you know, as part of all of that bullshit with Kawatage, but
Kawatage?
whatever.
There is, yeah.
But whatever.
Riri not only says they just let Zelma go, Zelma leaves. Riri says she's totally fine. She does not have her suit, by the way, because the AI threw a hissy fit and left.
Great.
Now, these two siblings are the two brawlers of the group. They have been shown to be extremely competent in hand-to-hand combat. But there's actually a really prolonged fight sequence here where Riri is able to essentially beat up one and almost beat up the other until they just decide it's time for them to win the fight, and she gets kicked.
Yeah, which
That
is just
kick.
odd because
The
yeah,
editing
this
on it,
kick
I
was
gotta
a fight.
highlight it here.
Oh yeah, the shot, yeah.
Oh
I
man,
loved it,
because
dude.
you can
I laughed
see how
out
they
loud.
filmed it, and you would be thinking, why did you film it like this,
Why
guys?
did you do that?
You have it
Why?
probably rigged either with the camera or on like a dolly with the camera or whatever, moving and going back and be like, yeah, I just need this for a couple seconds so it looks like you, the actress, was hit, and then we'll cut to the double. And it's like, just do the double, dude.
I know that this is I gotta stop bringing up random fucking tweets that annoy me. Never mind.
Yeah, just let it go. That's what I've done. All these
No, that's
fucking
right.
retards on
Can't
Twitter.
be
I just
one guys or anything or whatever the fuck the saying is. But look at that.
It's
This
so
is
bad.
This show probably cost more than $100 million.
Probably.
like
Money well
look at
spent.
that.
And like I want to highlight with this, you can cut something out to improve this. All you do is get rid of that
just
one
get
shot
rid
and
of
it's
the
fine.
reaction shot, yeah. Also, if you're getting kicked that far, you're in big trouble.
you're
That's-
in big pain.
I was gonna say broken ribs, but you just might.
No,
be
they
dead,
established
like, outright from
she's
that,
strong
yeah.
because of Ironhead or whatever, right?
No,
So
it's
she
like
can
when you
take
get-
hits.
No, it's like
Like-
when you get thrown across the room by the big strong bad guy. Like blunt trauma isn't damage. It's just a
That
slight
is
pause
the
to the
attitude of
fight.
movies.
We're,
Yeah,
we're already back
stabbing,
to
like,
that. Andor was a
slashing,
brief reprieve for a moment there, but now we're
well, a
back.
reminder that actually getting hit really, really hard, like
When a
anywhere,
hurt you.
K2SO unit
yeah,
throws you the
that'll.
fuck across a courtyard and you land on that
Mhm.
floor or against a wall, you very well might be dead.
This in terms of a scene, like again, it just feels pretty straightforward. Like if Riri is going to be really awesome at like engineering and building stuff, you got to give her a trade-off, and the obvious trade-off would be like, oh, well, she can't really fight.
Yeah, look at her.
Tony,
She's really
Tony's not
small.
winning a fight. Like, look at what happened when Tony went up to fight Winter Soldier. It's just like, oh yeah, instantly knocked
And he
out.
knew he was
basically,
losing that. He was just going to try and delay
Yeah.
him.
just instantly. I mean, God, like it's just so straightforward. If you're gonna make her really, or it's like a video game, right? The skill points. You need to make choices about what you're gonna be good at. You can be an all-rounder like Mario, like how Mario is kind of the balanced choice in basically every Mario game. But when you're picking
it's
those
an element
points, if you
of-
want to be really good at something, you got to be kind of bad at something else. And it feels like fighting should be the obvious one. That the suit is doing a lot of the work.
It's like if you're making a character for your tabletop game, D&D, Pathfinder, Warhammer, or whatever. It's just more interesting to play a character who has these very definitive flaws that you can lean into for just the sake of it being interesting. Like I'm playing a character in a Warhammer game right now. It's an old war veteran who's very good at a lot of soldier stuff, but he's not well educated. He can't read, and he has like personal foibles and things of that nature. And it's neat to lean into those. It feels like you're playing a sort of developed character who isn't just some OC for your fucking Marvel show who's
To bring
amazing
it up,
at everything.
In Iron Man 3, Tony had to like kind of try to do clever things to beat the extremist people because he ain't beating them in a fight. Got to use that brain.
My
Yeah.
brand.
But somehow Riri is almost able to beat them just through sheer combat, which is bullshit. There's no fucking way. However, she's able to trap them in a bubble because she's like, "Oh, if you're gonna kill me, then do it now and make it quick." So one of them pulls out a gun because
It's
they
like,
had a
what-
gun this
what?
entire time.
You had this stuff. Why are you fucking around?
Because they
What-
stupid.
what
They
is-
like to do punch.
Because
All right.
yeah, then they shoot the bullet, but the bullet gets trapped in the bubble because they're actually standing on the
God's
watch
bubble.
that Xavier gave her earlier on.
I
when he
mean,
gave it
if
to
she
her.
had it, well, as soon as she got in trouble, why didn't she just put the watch on? Like during all of this, why didn't she just put
I
it
don't
on
know.
and then it'd be like, oh, cool, you can't get me. I'm actually safe, entirely, completely, 100% safe, and then just
Yeah, no
roll out
clue.
of there.
I
Like,
just couldn't tell
She
you.
just had in her pocket essentially something that could have protected her instantly from all of this. What was she thinking? She wasn't.
She wasn't, because
that's
Riri
what
is
happened.
stupid. Riri is actually, despite again, that's why I started off this whole episode by saying, remember that she's supposed to be insanely intelligent, and think about the fact that her stupidity in the show is the reason for almost all of the issues and decisions that she makes. Riri is an extremely stupid character. She's actually one of the dumbest I've ever seen in these shows. Almost every decision
Are you
she
sure?
makes is
That's because
when we talk about the amount of things that she decides to do in this show and the things she doesn't realize and the decisions that she makes, her track record is abysmal for how many we get.
it really is, but like you gotta because
I'm
almost,
sure there's stiff competition.
you know how recency bias is generally pointed to as like a thing that will lead people to say that something is better than it actually is. I'm not saying that's what's actually happening here because it might just be a matter of not even being
There's an
able to
element 'cause it's
remember
fresh in
very
my mind.
well. Yeah, it's fresh compared to because a lot of people have said this is one of the better Marvel shows, and on its face you might be like, man, that's farcical. It might be just by virtue of how bad a lot of these shows have actually truly like 1 out of 10 territory that this show kind of can't even get to because it's not even dealing with time and space. It is like awful. It's horrendous. But like we're dealing with a world of Lokis and She-Hulks, like and secret invasions. You know what I mean? Like that's the reality of its competition.
Some of the chat's actually bringing up a good point. I didn't write it down because at this point I was really mentally starting to check out. I'm just gonna be honest. I'm just gonna keep it real with y'all. But yeah, the twins, the Riri essentially says to the twins before they attempt to shoot her that her death isn't even gonna make the news, and they're like, "Wow, that's sad."
But it would.
So
This would
it
definitely be
obviously
on the
would.
news.
Yeah.
A person that, like, two people came into a White Castle specifically to assassinate an individual. It was weird as hell.
And the fact that it's her and she has done all of these things that the film just
Yeah,
tries
she's
to
also-
black hole as accomplishments of hers. So
Yeah, she's also got like a level of fame, and it could be billed as like or titled as a X. I guess, you know, that's a story, right? Like her getting stealing an Iron Man suit, then be gunned down in a White Castle. It's like, what the fuck happened? The journalists would be interested in that.
by a gang
You
of
probably wouldn't even
people
need that because like we had the shot with John in that like junkyard place at the beginning with all the news articles about the child prodigy, etc., etc., etc. That itself would be enough for some minor news coverage. It would just be like, you know, former child
Yeah,
prodigy who went to
ex-Tony
MIT
Stark
at 15
fellowship
gets
recipient.
killed tragically.
Yeah, and I mean, all the people that got booed out of that White Castle are reporting this already. Like Rag said, the police would be on their way.
Absolutely, but don't think about them because they're out of the scene.
Truly.
They're done. Yeah, no one calls the cops or no one like in this world reacts to anything. I guess there's no employees here either. Who fucking knows? So yeah, so she traps the two in the bubble, and I guess the two don't like fiddle with the watch to make the bubble go away or anything. They just stand there like a bunch of lemons. Now Clown is outside. She's here, and she has all the doors rigged with explosives so that they can't she can't leave. Clown comes in after she kind of like blows through the glass of the front door, and they have this weird cat and mouse in the kitchen area. Her bombs are so weak. She throws bombs at Riri, but a cookie sheet stops the explosion from hurting her. So, not very good bombs.
Powerful cookie sheet from
Uh,
White Castle.
But it turns out you don't actually even need the cookie sheet to protect you from the bombs, because Riri uses a gas tank in a tube, and she knocks off the handle, and it shoots the gas tank at Clown, and Clown flies through the air and smashes into a table, drops a live
Somehow.
grenade. Oh yeah, she's fine.
She's fine.
She
How?
smashes into a table, drops a live grenade.
Well, you
The
gotta show 'em.
grenade blows up. You gotta
No,
show
I
it.
don't.
The grenade blows up right next to her, but she's fine.
What kind of grenade is this? What's the point of a grenade
Shitty
that you're
ones.
trying to use to kill someone if like the explosions don't do anything?
You know, it's
You
how
got-
it's a trope. When you have an explosives expert on your team, what they want to do is get as close to their target as possible with
Oh,
all their
God,
high
yeah.
explosives. And so she's deliberately toned them down for the sake of drama. She's a naturally dramatic person.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. You gotta show it, Molly. You gotta show
No.
that the fucking
Oh.
yes.
And let
What
the
do you
scene
mean,
play
no?
in
You're
full.
depriving. That's true. It really lets the weight of the scene. You
I
don't
know
know
that
how
those
how-
at home,
how
which
they
to be
linger a
fair,
lot
this has
on the-
already played, but now they can definitively see how it all comes together because it is a bit
Yeah,
of brilliant bit of
cookie sheet
filmmaking in
tapes are
here.
Yeah,
There's
you really want to make
there's some
sure-
layers with the characters.
like Alien.
There's the fact that you refer to one of the characters as the clown all the time, and that's accurate, is also an interesting element to all of this. The rare for
Did,
us.
Yeah.
Did Riri kill any of the underwater people in Wakanda Forever? She must have, right, during that battle.
Probably.
Like she
I
doesn't
don't
really have
remember
a
it.
problem with like killing people, right? So is there any reason why she isn't
Well,
just taking
so-
them all out?
This would have been a kill, right? If not for just the
should have
miracle
been,
of plot
yeah.
armor. So
I mean, getting hit
It
like
is
with
the
that,
miracle of plot armor. That
I
will
actually
at
was referring
least
more
knock
so
you
to the
just-
the thing that gets fired at her. It's like, dude, you got hit like by a big steel like object right in your chest that sent you flying several feet into a wall. Like your organs are soft.
yeah, I could see her
Like,
being
what-
in enormous pain, all paralyzed, and basically minutes from death, probably.
Yeah.
Internal bleeding would be
that is,
insane.
she needs to be at least out of this fight from that for it to even be like begin to be believable, or it has
And
to
that
be.
grenade, it takes a leg off.
Oh yeah,
Or at least fills it with shrapnel.
it's right next to her. You can probably just pause a frame on like the explosion and how she's right there. She's like 3 feet from it, just right there, and it doesn't do anything to her.
Yeah,
That's
it's so
fine.
crap. Like, I wonder if that's
I
just
can
like they had to do this. The stunt woman did it, and it looks so feeble. The attempt to get over the edge. It's like, can we do that again? It's like, no. Like, oh, okay. Because that's it going off, by the way, and it's just like, oh, that shrapnel's fucked you up.
Yeah,
No,
that's
she's fine.
Well, and also you're just really close to that explosion.
It's
In
right
general,
there.
even
But I
putting
don't
to
get it.
one
It's
side
the CG
shrapnel, the
people
force of the
just
explosion.
have this explosion go when she
Wait,
clears
wait,
it a little
further.
bit more. No.
Well, maybe their logic is that you got to show her being somewhat close to the explosion because that's what's got to knock her out of the. She's not like knocked out, but like, oh man, I'm so
Well,
hurt.
there's
I
that,
gotta
but
lay
there's
here for a while. So
it
that
could
the
just
stuff
be
can
as
happen
simple as
outside.
like it's more exciting for the viewer to be that close to an explosion. Like, look at it. Wow.
This again, the reason why I bring up the Wakanda Forever thing, it's like, is there really any reason why like Riri wouldn't just be? They're trying to kill you. You know what I mean? Like, is there any reason why she'd be seemingly like making tremendous efforts to essentially like protect them in any way?
Because they
You
are
know, she
writing this
hasn't
with a
made
season
any-
2 in mind, and they want all of these people back because they are all good people fundamentally, and they will be on her side in her season
Oh
2.
yeah, I need more of them.
That probably
I
would
need
have
I'm
been
not
the
saying
story.
like
Gotta get
one of-
more slug.
I'm not saying
Gotta
like
get
if
more
one of them
slug.
got incapacitated that she would then like choke them out or something. But like, is there any reason why it seems like she's almost making an effort to essentially disarm them?
Nothing
rather
in
than
universe,
essentially,
but I
like,
think Platoon's right that they want all these
to
back.
bring the characters.
They need to
Well,
save. Yeah, that
We
we gotta
talked
get
a little bit about it.
Slug, a Star Wars story.
Marvel has become it's complicated in terms of the nature of the sanitization because well, it's like in Wakanda Forever, right? A whole bunch of people die. It's just not any of the named villains who are ultimately responsible for any of the conflicts. The minions will die, just the random goons, but
Yeah,
like
random guards. and
the
goons,
actual
yeah.
like main people who are ultimately responsible for all of the destruction and the chaos are generally spared.
So yeah, what an incredible action sequence that was. It was retarded through and through.
It's not even done yet. There's plenty more retardation to come.
Yeah,
Because
that's
Oh boy, that's
what do you
right.
do, Riff? That you've got her vulnerable because she doesn't have her suit. You have her suit in the back of a lorry. Let's drive the lorry with the suit in it at her as she runs straight down the road rather than turning off to the fucking
Yeah, it's,
side. And then, oh no, the suit saves her. Who could have seen this
Why
coming?
why is
Classic
she running
Prometheus.
straight?
This
Yeah,
is
like,
worse
just
than
That's
Prometheus.
literally my notes.
It's a road.
Yes.
It's a literal road. Like, you know how this
Get off
works.
the road.
Just go
Get
left or
behind the
right.
Yeah, so-
cars.
Yeah, I've got Riri is she's using
I'm gonna
the
outrun a
Prometheus school of
car.
running away from things.
Don't
To...
run a car. It's a truck. It's a vehicle. What are you doing? Just move to the right. Get behind the cars. Get off the
So
road.
stupid. And by the way, this is
But,
the
yeah.
scene I saw shared the most as an attempt to try and say this
Yes.
show is good. And I was just like, really? This? What? I guess so. Yeah, fine. Like, you haven't got anything else to work with.
Well, I think this is a clear example. Like the idea that they had was suit gets her, she turns around and then stops the truck, and they were so attached to that that they didn't think, yeah, but why would she like run straight? Why wouldn't she just like run off to the right?
Well, why
and get
wouldn't the
behind one of those
suit have
cars?
stopped the car?
Smartest
What
girl.
the hell took the suit so long? The suit shouldn't even be trapped by that magnet. Its arms and legs are free. It can do whatever it wants. And do you see the AI select the buzzsaw? It's like boop, boop,
Yeah.
boop.
It's like,
Ooh,
you wanna-
buzzsaw.
you
It's
wanna,
like, are you
move a
serious?
bit faster? Yeah.
It's slower than a human. it's like, come on.
I miss Jarvis.
Jarvis is awesome.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah.
honestly. I remember
Jarvis-
being a little sad about the Vision thing happening because I was like, "Oh no, no more Jarvis AI." He was always so awesome.
Well, yeah, because you got Friday, who's
Friday's fine.
you know,
Yeah,
she's Irish. That's
fun. It's just
but yeah, no, Jarvis would be a good example of like how do you create an AI that is fundamentally functional and competent, but also does have a personality, has a little bit of snark, a little bit of wit. You know, Jarvis is a bit
we gotta have
cheeky.
I mean, Cortana is like an excellent sort of blueprint.
Yeah,
to
Cortana's a good
kinda use
example.
for-
She doesn't
Yeah.
make jokes to the detriment of actually like being of service, basically.
yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
she has a
same for
personality.
Jarvis, right?
She has
He's-
things she cares about.
Jarvis
She
can
has-
be
That's what I'm getting at, yeah.
snarky and passive aggressive even at times, but
Well, you know, Jonah the Whale, right? He's like, well, I wouldn't consider him a role model, but he doesn't say, no, fuck that, I'm not doing that. Like,
Yeah.
he's still gonna do it. He'll just sort of voice concern about it, but he'll still do it.
Yeah, so incredible scene here. She flips over the truck when she lands and flips off Slug as the
Good thing that
truck flips
wouldn't it have
overhead.
been awkward if
So.
the truck flipped over and then she turned around and looked and the neck is like
Slug is just a
neck
pile of
snapped,
flesh.
It's
Well,
just like,
luckily, Slug put on his seatbelt, so
All
he's
good.
okay. So we can get Slug a Star Wars story soon
is it
to
lucky
get the
that
backstory.
Slug put on a seat? People, you meant
No, it's not. It's not lucky.
yeah, because
It's
that's
just
normal.
yeah.
This is normal to be wearing a seatbelt. Yeah.
You should stream, or sorry, you should wear your seatbelt.
It is
Well, don't
unfortunate there
you-
are plenty of people
Oh,
on
are
Earth
you-
who don't care to do that.
Do you? Well, so here you get in trouble if you're not wearing a seatbelt.
It's the same here.
Yeah.
It's law.
As far as
You
I
have to
know,
wear your seatbelt.
if a cop sees you without a belt, you can be
A
fucked.
seatbelt. They can.
But
Yeah.
Yeah.
The thing is,
I
I
mean,
have
over
I
here.
have plenty of friends who just never wore seatbelts.
Why? Why?
Because they're
costs
I always
nothing.
did. I always
It costs
did.
you.
I always did too.
It
It
costs
feels
you
wrong
nothing.
when I don't wear mine. When I'm driving in my car and I don't have it on, I feel that I don't have it on.
It
and
just
it feels
feels
unusual.
wrong. Yeah. Like.
Yeah.
To have your seatbelt.
Oh, yeah,
on.
and
It's
it is-
just-
It
that-
takes a second. It could save your life. Wear your seatbelts. Click it or ticket, as they say around here.
It is worth mentioning as well. Slug was going at like pretty much assuming max speed to try and run over Riri, and getting halted by an Iron Man suit instantly probably would kill you whether or not you got a seatbelt.
Yeah, it's a bit of a toss up. It could go either
Well,
way.
you're going. Well,
This is
so
definitely you
as
should
I
be
understand it, the most
impacted by this.
dangerous aspect of a car crash is the sudden halting of movement. It's like the reason why sometimes when
Yeah,
you
that's hitting
see
things,
car
yeah.
crashes in like NASCAR, you'll see a car that flips over 100 times and the guy gets out and he's fine. But meanwhile, you might just have a crash that looks way less big,
Yeah, that
essentially,
sudden
but
stop,
it's
yeah.
way more devastating because of the sudden stop. As I understand it, the sudden stop is the really dangerous thing of a
Yeah, that's why
collision.
that's why the fall kills you, as they say.
Also,
but,
someone's highlighted like you don't
I
even
don't
drive.
like that
It's
Slug
like
just walks
you should be
away.
wearing a seatbelt whether or not you're driving,
But
guys.
if you don't drive,
You
you
don't
gotta
even
wear
drive.
a seatbelt. And again, you can get in trouble if you as the driver, I don't know if it's different in America, but you as the driver are responsible essentially for the safety of all the people in the car. So
Yes,
your
all occupants
passengers
have to
need
wear
to
a
be wearing
seatbelt, yes.
seatbelts as well.
Yep,
just
they do.
there's no reason. When I found out that there were people who actually don't wear seatbelts, I was like blown away. I couldn't believe like that was like, oh yeah, no, people like it just I couldn't believe that somebody would just be like casually just be like, yeah, no, I wouldn't wear one. It's like, what? Why wouldn't you just? Sorry, it's just it costs you nothing and it'll save your life. Like I just don't understand.
It's
Why
3
anybody wouldn't
seconds.
wear a
It costs you
seatbelt.
nothing. Yeah, no, there are some people I've heard this from people who are paranoid about how, well, what if I crash into a lake and then the seatbelt traps me inside the car and I can't get out because they're moron retards.
You can
Likely
escape a
possibility
belt
that-
even with that happening, can't
Yeah,
you?
like- But,
You
but
just
also,
click,
just like,
you just click the
What-
button and leave.
what is a more likely scenario of you getting into any sort of predicament with your vehicle? That it's going to crash into a lake and you can't get out, or that you will hit something on the land? What do you think is the more likely scenario out of those things?
I do like that in some people's minds there is an equivalent likelihood. You're driving down a street, you're just as likely to run into another car as you are another lake on the road. That seems
That
apparently
also
to be what they
crushes
do.
Officer, the lake came out of nowhere.
The belt such that that happens that way. Because I appreciate the accent you chose there as well, Rags. It was beautiful.
That's how
Apparently-
I imagine the people who say that, how they sound.
Some people in chat have said that apparently, maybe it varies depending on the jurisdiction, but in some places, the person who isn't wearing the seatbelt will get in trouble rather than the driver.
I'd have to
Um,
check, but that does remind me
check
of
too.
like that the driver gets in trouble for any passenger not wearing one in
Well, so
gear.
so
but-
again, like I said, maybe it's different jurisdictions. As I've always understood it as the driver is ultimately responsible for everybody in the car, and it's not just whether or not they're adults or children. Anybody who's in the car, like that, they are ultimately responsible. So gotta get that seatbelt on,
But yeah,
Say
Slug's
wear
not
no
even
seatbelts.
like got whiplash. Just perfect
it's
health.
fine. He walks away.
You would not think that Slug just got out of a truck that flipped upside down from a sudden stop, landing on its head on the roof of the car. Like, you would not think that. Or truck.
Slug's fine. Yeah,
Pretty much, yeah.
just walks away. So, Riri then throws up in the street because she ate White Castle.
Right.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
Is White Castle like a notoriously like shitty?
Oh, I
like,
think it's just
burger?
all the excitement plus the
Or you-
food, I guess.
I
Well,
don't know. I haven't
I'm
been to White
curious, right?
Castle
Oh, well then why'd you say that?
because it looks disgusting based on what the show has said. And she says, I think I ate too much.
Well,
God, I don't know. I don't know anything about White Castle.
shitting
so,
on a
doesn't-
restaurant and you haven't even tried it. That's not very nice.
You don't even drive and you're shitting on people who don't wear a seatbelt. So
Oh.
yeah, how about you stick that in your bank and smoke it
You want what?
now?
Yeah,
Riri,
no-
yeah, I'm Ara farming. Get used to it.
well,
It's not even
actually,
aura. It's aura.
I
Aura?
just looked
Ara
up on,
farming is different. It's a new thing. That is
Ara?
Ara farming.
Mara,
I
mara.
looked-
You know
I looked this
an
up.
oar
Apparently.
from a boat. Say that word.
Oh, or
Okay, then put after it.
or
There you go. Now you don't have to
Apparently,
say aura.
Apparently,
or farming.
there is no White Castle in Arkansas.
Oof.
Yeah, I haven't seen any, so maybe it's a
It's
regional
Oh, do you think
thing.
this is
Yeah.
you've uncovered
reach-
the true things? Like they chose not to be in Arkansas, and Rags was like, yeah, well, I don't fucking
Well-
like you either.
Well, I guess it's because
If they serve people like Riri Williams, I don't want to have anything. I don't mean black people. I mean her specifically. But if they serve people like
Just to
Riri
clarify.
Williams, I don't want to have. Just to clarify, all right? Because
Apparently-
I hit the occasional Popeyes every once in a while. Okay, and we have a good one near me.
apparently,
yeah.
according to Wikipedia, it's only in the Midwest, New York, Las Vegas, Phoenix, and Orlando. So it's mainly in the
Oh,
Midwest. I guess
okay.
there is a degree of region. I saw a thing that showed that it was like the popularity of fried chicken places in America and how KFC is actually like not the most popular in that many places. It's Popeyes
KFC's
and-
kind of
and Arby's.
nasty.
Well, I don't know what it because in Australia it's basically it. Like that's, that's like really the only. There are smaller places, but in terms of fast food, we don't have like Arby's and stuff like that. It's just KFC. And my assumption is
chicken
KFC
places
here
here
is
are
better than in
generally-
America. That's my assumption.
I think so. KFC here is just not good.
Well, it's just the comparison
there are
to
some-
McDonald's in America.
I
to
would have
here, it's like,
thought-
man, yeah.
That like America generally would have had the better KFC than Europe, but I guess not.
Well, maybe
Uh,
that America
KFC
just
no,
has
I-
more
I
it's
think
it's
categories
about
that are
KFC
better.
specifically. It's just like shit.
Oh,
if
I
you
was
want
gonna
good fried
say-
chicken, you go to Gus's or something like Gus's famous world fried chicken.
That's
or
you've
something like
you've just
that.
got you've got better fried
Or
chicken
Big
places than
Orange.
KFC. Whereas in England
Oh,
and
yeah.
the UK, KFC is somehow the reliable fried chicken place, and all the others are substantially worse and probably made of cat.
I would, yeah.
Well,
I would always pick KFC before any of the others for sure.
Well, yeah, that's the other day I was like, oh yeah, Hungry Jack's has got a fried chicken. I'll give that a try. That was a fucking mistake. I should have just gone to KFC. Goddammit, I was
'Cause
so
here-
unhappy.
Popeyes are a little inconsistent. There's only one that I go to around here, and rarely. I don't eat much fast food, but there's one here that I'll go to, and it's pretty good. Raising Cane's is pretty good. Obviously Gus's fried chicken is really good. There's a lot of places to get fried. There's a lot of places to do fried chicken sandwiches. Even like the Chili's will make a good fried chicken sandwich, or like Big Orange. I had that a few days ago, and that was good. You got a lot of options for stuff like that.
You've
If
got
you
more
want fried
options in
chicken, this
America.
is the place to be.
Whereas yeah, over here it's just there's a lot of Korean fried chicken stuff is popping up. a lot
Cookout?
more now,
Yeah.
which is
Someone in chat
well-
mentioned
well,
Cookout. Cookout's
oh,
good.
well, I don't know what that is, but yeah, the thing is, it's just. But the reason why I assume KFC is better is because I'm pretty sure Australia's just got like better standards for like food, like in terms of like what the bare minimum is allowed for like fast food. In terms of like
Also,
food standards.
Chick-fil-A is pretty good. Chick-fil-A is pretty good.
I have heard of I'd like to try these things at some point just to see what they're like, but yeah, we just don't have a lot of this here. It's mainly McDonald's, Hungry Jack's, and KFC. Those are like the only ones that you will reliably find basically anywhere in this country. Anything else, and Subway. Anything else,
Yeah.
it
Okay.
varies. You have like maybe a handful of places of individual different ones.
We have the grocery store that I go to, the is Kroger's here. They make like boxes of fried chicken, and I've had those once or twice, and they're quite good. So lots of options. They'll just take like whole. Essentially, you just get a whole like roast chicken for like $7-8, and they're quite good. You just bring them home, and those are fucking tempting if you go to the store and you're kind of hungry and you just want to bring something home and start chowing down into it. Those are tempting.
There's a
So
KFC in
for
Yemen.
clarification for those who don't know, Hungry Jack's is Burger King. Hungry Jack's is the Australian version of Burger King.
Hmm.
So that's our three. That's
Oh,
the
okay.
and Subway. Those are like though I think
hope
Subway is
you're-
like in decline at this point.
I
Because a
think
lot of
so.
people
I think
realize,
Subway's been
like,
on the decline for a while.
Well, Subway's marketing shtick is it's healthy, but it's not really. So like
Right.
it's kind of a
And also,
it's like
a lot of places do that shtick now. We've got like Chicken Salad Chick is a place around here, and that's good. It's like one of those healthy kind of places that old people and women go to.
We don't have Chipotle
Jersey
here.
Mike's.
we don't have that.
Oh, we have Chipotle.
I've always been
We
curious
just-
to
I
try
think I've
that, but
Apparently
yeah.
we do, but there's like one in London, and there's
Oh.
one in like Milton Keynes or some fucking
Well
nowhere
then,
place, and that's it.
off to Milton Keynes, or maybe London.
If you
I hope
sample the
that
delights of
your-
Milton Keynes include roundabouts
All
and a
right,
Chick-fil-A, and that's kind of it.
and the Chick-fil-A. No wait, the Chipotle. That's it.
That's the one.
Yeah, someone
Chipotle.
mentioned Jimmy John's. Yeah, Jimmy John's is pretty. It's okay. Jimmy John's is
Well,
okay.
Well,
got a
so-
bunch of different- we
Question
don't
for
have
everyone
these.
here, and then just chat, go nuts with this. But what is the best fast food restaurant?
Well, the problem is that for me, there just aren't that many options. But for me, it's KFC. I'm a fan. I like it a lot.
I think most people seem to generally be a fan. It's fair. It's a fair choice.
I really like it. But maybe I'd feel differently if I got to try like Chick-fil-A or Wendy's, but they're just not here. So
Yeah, we don't have Wendy's.
When you come over here and we have our big our big road trip across the U.S. for our 10-year anniversary,
We're gonna do
and we stop at
all the
all of the-
restauants.
I
well,
would
we're
really
gonna
like
we're gonna
to
visit all
try-
the MCU locations, but then we're gonna stop at all the fast food places and try them out. But there is an insane variety of fast food places here, and they've become like very popular as a kind of food. So a lot of them are really good. That's the thing. A lot of them are terrible, but a lot of them are quite good. Like Chick-fil-A's pretty good. Popeyes is hit and miss, but a good one is a really good one. Raising
Popeyes
Cane's
in
and
chat, and
Brahms.
I've seen a lot of people say Culver's. What's
Wendy's.
Culver's?
Yeah, what is that?
Culver's is a that's a lot of time in Atlanta, Rags. Look, I'm not going back to Atlanta. I went to Atlanta for a furry convention. I'm not going back to Atlanta. Fuck the downtown Atlanta. This guy screaming at it. This guy was high at 3 p.m. when we were coming back from the aquarium, yelling at us, wanting us to buy drugs.
Oh, dude,
Culver's is
dude, just
Cheddar's is really good too, but that's
just
a normal restaurant.
real
but-
quick. I was going for a walk. It was 3 a.m. I had a bottle of water, and a guy walked past me, and he said, "Is that vodka?" And I said, "No." And he was like, "I'd like to have it if it's vodka." And I was like, "It's not vodka, it's water." And then he was like, "If he said to me, if it's water, you'd let me smell it." And I was like,
This poor guy needs help.
Well, the funny
Oh,
thing
by the
was,
way, I
there
have
was
not
like
been
none
to a
left.
Culver's.
So I was just like, maybe it's just worth having the water, like instead of the vodka. And he was just like, "Oh, it is water. Never mind." And I was just like, "Okay." Weirdest fucking
One of the-
interaction.
I met an alcoholic guy one time who was that I was working at a restaurant, and this was like noon, middle of the day, and I was watching the bar because I would watch the bar sometimes so the bartender would take a break and whatnot. I was watching the bar, and a guy comes in from down the elevator in the hotel, comes into the lobby restaurant, and he is shaking, like he's trembling, and he is sweating like he just got out of the shower. I've never seen anything like it. He was like in a fit. He was having an episode. And he comes up to the bar and he asks if he can get some beers. He needs to get some beers to bring up to the room. And I can tell this guy does not need to be drinking any beer. So I say, "Man, how about you just sit down? I'll get you some water. I think you've had enough today. I'm going to get you like a hamburger and some stuff for you to eat. It's on the house. Don't worry about it. You just need to get a bite to eat. All right." And he says, yeah, sure. And he kind of sits down and he's still trembling and sweating. And so I go into the back and I tell all the chefs and everything, "Hey, there's this guy. He needs to get something in his stomach right now. He's clearly blah, blah, blah." And then I go get my manager to just take a look, just in case. But when I go back to the front, I notice that he has leaned over the bar top to grab some beers that are like sitting in ice or whatever behind the bar. It's like a whole like a 6-pack or something from him. There's just sitting there. And he's already walked towards the elevator. I watch him walk towards the elevator, and he gets on and he goes back up. And some people have a problem. All right, some people have an issue.
Mm-hmm.
Poor guy.
Like Barney.
Can't imagine. So that guy who needed the alcohol, they needed the vodka. Some people are just like they're alcoholics, man. They just need to get booze.
Well, and when you're that
It's
far
wild.
gone with it, I could totally imagine in his head I was lying. It's just like, you're trying to keep the vodka away from me, aren't you? That's what you do, you piece of
Keep it
shit.
for yourself.
You you're turning against me. No one has mentioned Taco Bell. At least I haven't noticed anyone, because Taco Bell is
That's.
not good.
Is there any
Not
locations of Taco Bell in
if-
Britain? 'Cause I feel like I've never had Taco Bell. I'm assuming it's not.
Look, if you
might
want,
also
if
be a
you
London
want
one,
good,
Yeah.
if you want good like Tex-Mex stuff, you can go to like a Moe's or something, and they make some pretty decent stuff. And like, there's like a lot of Southwest kind of grills who do like Tex-Mex kind of stuff.
It'd be cool to have a
which is
flaming
generally
Moe.
quite good. Flaming, is that a Simpsons thing?
Yeah.
Is
There's
Flaming
gotta
Moe?
be. You could probably. There's
He's
gotta
a
be somewhere you
bartender
can
guy,
buy
right?
that, right?
Yeah,
Moe.
Mo's the bartender. Yeah.
Rags, was he white? Yeah, white, black, Mexican, Asian. He was white. Well, he was red, is what he was. He was red and sweating and trembling. He transcended race through his alcoholism.
That's how that
Jeez.
works.
He is on another plane of existence. But
He
yeah,
is
no
on
Taco Bell,
planet
which I'm
Mars.
good to say. I'm not surprised. Oh yeah, that's an old reference.
Yeah. But it checks out.
That's an old reference. Yeah, it's an old total, but it checks out. Riri confronts the AI for leaving her vulnerable without the suit. But the AI says that Riri's the problem, not her. And then the AI, quote unquote, like disappears, leaves, like it shuts down or goes on sleep mode or whatever. And Riri then flies away with the suit. Riri's blasted by some electrical energy and she falls back to the White Castle. Oh no, she can't get away from White Castle. And Ezekiel is there and he's got like some like
Yeah.
bionics.
You gotta. This is another thing I've seen. The ouch thing. A lot of people are really enamored with it. It's fine. It's kind of fun, but like
Well-
people think it's amazing.
When does the ouch happen?
When she lands on the sign, it spells out ouch.
Ah.
It's like, yeah, it's kind of fun. It might be like the thing I like the most in the show is like a single like creative or artistic choice, but people like I saw people really gushing over that.
Yeah,
Oh,
good
yeah,
for
I
them
didn't notice-
that they
yeah,
did
that's
that.
kinda- yeah, that's kind of.
Yeah,
That's kinda clever.
it's neat. I just don't understand why people were going so insane over it. Really, you know, it's like, yeah,
It's because the standard is so low for praising a show now that this, which is normally like a little neat side thing, has become like the pinnacle of the praise
well, yeah, in
for
a better
entire
world, this would
segments
be
of the
one of
show.
many things that you could point to, rather than the only thing that you could point to as being like an actual fun thing.
It almost feels like out of place tonally and everything, but it's a neat detail. It's a neat detail.
Good for them.
Anyway,
Metal didn't
yeah.
like it. Okay, interesting.
What?
Apparently, Metal didn't like it.
What do you think of it?
Well, I don't know. That's just someone said. Apparently, he didn't like it.
Wow,
Did he
alright.
not? Oh, I thought
I
it was.
will have
I
to
thought it was
ask him
fine.
next
That's
time.
a great
I speak to
debate.
him.
It's
Hey,
not as fine as
Metal.
the hat, but it's all right. Yeah, I like it. Riri is confronted by Ezekiel, who's got these cyberpunk bionics on him, and also he shaved his head a bit. They fight, and he uses like electrical powers to zap her, to stun her in a suit, and then he rips the suit off of her piece by piece, and he's got her dead to rights. And he's like, "Oh, Parker sent me to kill you because he thinks that you killed John, and he knows you killed John." But right before he kills her, he doesn't. He spares her. And he says, "You need to leave Chicago. Never come back. Because if Parker finds out that you're still alive, he won't be so forgiving."
Now we obviously
just-
have to
I don't-
highlight
I-
something here, right?
Uh,
That she had this same choice to make, and she left the person to die, and now they're giving us the villainous character who's gone on a dark path, and he spared her.
yeah, kinda
like-
funny.
Uh-oh, careful there, show. I'm a bit confused.
And also, I mean, again, you know, it's probably not even worth putting spending too much time on it. But like, he's just made himself like a fucking superhero, just like pretty casually.
Yeah, why not?
Oh, yeah.
yet more problems with like Marvel's fucking world building at this point. It's just like, oh yeah, you just casually make
Well,
yourself a
you know,
human who's like invulnerable and can shoot
He's
electricity.
infamous. He's infamous, man. Right?
He's not. Well, no, he's not because like you can shoot coal and it will like actually hurt him and potentially kill him. They have electricity powers, but it's not the same.
well, I was going to reference
he's like Static Shock.
how Shocker in Homecoming, right? That he's always people are expecting he'll have a return at some point, like in a fuller way. That was like a setup.
Probably not.
Well, whether or not he does or Scorpion or whoever else, I just find it amusing that we've just casually generated this fucking other dude who's an electric guy who's kind of OP, but okay,
I mean, he's OP.
It
feels like he could do pretty well against. I mean, he beat Captain America.
I mean, I hate to say, but he just beat Riri Williams pretty easily in an Iron Man suit.
And that's an Iron Man, and Iron Man has fought fucking Thor.
Iron Man would have to use like a special shield to like. He'd have to prepare for his suit for the energy. He'd need like a
non-vibranium
a conduit for it or a
That's,
ground
as much as it is a non-vibranium suit, that was the vast majority of what Tony was using, and he managed to defeat the shit out of a lot of things. So, you know,
it's also wind and solar powered, so it's kind of shit.
Yeah.
It just makes the metal weaker. Well, we already knew she dragged it around pretty easily, so it's probably not even metal.
Oh no, it's nighttime. My suit is fucked,
No.
so I can't fight back. Is basically what's happened.
Like the cheese hat.
I'd mind it less though. Like if Ezekiel had actually gone on some kind of meaningful and sensible arc, I wouldn't mind it as much as I do. But the fact he flips so drastically from complete beta cuck male through, hey, you should stand up for yourself, to I never want to be like my father, to hey, look, I'm now like electro cyborg dude. He's insane.
Well, I mean,
you kind of had to join him like maybe midway through his arc. So rather than making him the cuck at the beginning, he's already doing this self-experimentation thing, and then maybe you'd have less runway, and so it would make more sense.
I would also say this is a flip back. He probably should have killed her if it was in character. He's gone quite nuts.
Yeah.
Like, but now he's just like, nah, I won't. Even though that's the opposite of what they've told me to do, the consequences will be pretty great. You're obviously not going to leave town. That's never going to fucking happen. You'll just regroup and get another Iron Man suit. And he's kind of lost his mind.
They have not established enough of a rapport between them.
Well, and that's I would say the problem here is that it's just there's too many references. He's kind of all over the place now. Anything could happen with Ezekiel.
They haven't spent any time together for me to think that he would spare her. Most of their interactions have been essentially like there's very few of them. There's like 2, and one of them was like horrifically negative. She got him sent to prison, and it was someone else who had to get him out. They just mildly bonded a little bit when the biomesh thing, but the first time she showed up, she just was like extorted him for his stuff. She stole from him. Most of their interactions have been very negative. She has a very negative influence on him. She's a villain, and especially to him personally, she is a villain.
Oh yeah, I mean, she just wrecked it. She wrecked everything.
Well, you know what? If you'd actually gotten to the point where he was killing her, and then like it was painful or whatever, in what I'm looking for is some kind of analogous way to the guy who was suffocating. You could actually move forward with another scene of her being like, "Was that how he felt? You know, is this something I've done to people? What does that mean for, you know, just trying to develop on whatever point they want to make about her potential moral system being built?" But like that is basically just forgotten as like an aspect. We're busy with plot. We got other stuff to do. A lot of superhero shows will do this. They gotta wonder if they're willing to kill and stuff. Why is it so weird that it was thrown in?
Well,
it's like, oh, you wouldn't do that unless you're gonna explore it, right? And it's like,
Riri crawls out of her suit because now it's depowered, and she takes the AI's core with her. And Clown witnesses her as she leaves the scene. Riri returns to her apartment and explains everything and what has happened with her mother, finally. Riri says that they need to leave Chicago. But the mother says it's her obsession with the suit that's got her in all of this trouble. And Riri says the reason she built the suit is because it's the only thing that could protect them. She froze up when Gary and Natalie were killed in the drive-by, and she can't let that happen again. So this is like the third different motivation she's given, but most of them tend to be about her
By the
vanity
way,
and one desire for fame.
Yeah.
but-
just drop in an Iron Man suit on the street, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah.
The amount of, I mean,
alright.
just imagine someone comes by and
It's
just, yeah.
no, it's the safest place for it because all the crackheads in Chicago will sell it for copper or whatever, and they'll strip it in no time. It's like dropping a piece of meat into piranha infested
yeah.
waters. Yeah, this is the best way to dispose of the suit.
It will be
This is a catalytic
dismantled.
converter inside of the Iron
They like
Man
they like
suit.
they
They'll
like
be over it.
skitter onto the road, but they all have wrenches and screwdrivers and do it all.
Yeah, and they just tick, 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 tick,
They run
tick, and
away.
they clink, 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 and they strip it in seconds. Just randomly a pair of rims are just left there.
rolling around until it finally stops. Yeah.
The hubcap. Yeah. So, let's see. Their mother says it's her job to make Riri feel safe, not the other way around. Riri says that they need to leave because without the suit, she can't protect them. But they go to her dad's garage. Riri and her mother go to her dad's garage. She has no way of really defending herself at this point, but they go to the dad's garage anyway.
Good
Riri
idea.
is upset to be here because it reminds her of Natalie's death and Gary's death. And the
Which didn't
AI
bother her
plays a
earlier.
Yeah, she went
Yeah, she
there
had a
with
panic
the.
attack.
Well, no, but she just went there. You'd think that this area, either it is or isn't.
She
You
would
know.
not want to return. Yeah. You're right. But the AI plays a memory from her head about when she got her nickname Ironhead. She was doing this. She was there with Gary when she was younger, and she needed some parts and stuff, and so they do a little dance and that sort of thing. And the AI says Riri turns it off midway through and asks AI, "What's the point of the memory?" And the AI says that Riri's trying to forget memories so that she can lose the bad ones, but that means she also loses the memories worth remembering. They're really
Probably the
trying to
strongest
make up for lost
scene.
time.
It might,
Yeah,
like
I
and
think
this
so.
this little sequence. I was
so.
like, this is bordering on being back to a TV show. Maybe the first time ever.
The problem is, like, it belongs in a different TV show.
isolation.
Is kind of the problem.
Yeah, this
Yeah,
scene specifically.
Completely compartmentalized. This scene in isolation is pretty good. Because it's a good message the AI says, and it's a good scene with the acting with the dad and the little girl and doing the dance in the garage, and like I get it, but it's just surrounded by the rest of the entirety of the show in the context of who these characters are and how much I want them to die. So that kind of ruins it a bit, but the scene's good. The scene in isolation's good. Riri says that Chicago is home and she has to build a suit, but she has nothing to build it with. But then, and I don't know how this has been done, but her mother then opens the garage door to show her the red Barracuda. She said she bought it when she realized that Riri was going to be living there from Chicago. So I guess she bought it from the people that Riri sold it to for money for her suit, but her mom bought it and is just now telling her. And also she got it here without Riri noticing, but not noticing before she went into the
Makes
thing.
sense.
But yeah, it's the red Barracuda. So, yeah. Back at the Misfit HQ, Ezekiel lies to Parker that he killed Riri, but Clown covers for him, and she says that, yeah, after Riri beat them all up, Ezekiel came in and he killed her. But then Clown asks Slug to hack into some autopsy reports
Oh,
after Parker leaves. Oh my goodness, what could this mean? Ezekiel declines Parker's offer to join the team more permanently because he's fulfilled the deal to kill Riri. But Parker's like, oh, you'll come back just like she did. You'll think about it. You'll want to be part of the team. So Xavier's in his room. Xavier, right? He's using Riri's headphones that she gifted him. And in the box, as he opens it up, there's a note with the Star Trek logo on it. Even though I don't know how it got there, because they had the Star Trek conversation after she had given him the box, but it's fine. Riri starts making a new suit in the garage because Riri has to make a new suit. Landon is there and the mother's there. And yep. So Riri says essentially she needs an infinite power supply for her new suit.
Ugh.
No big deal. I just need an infinite supply of energy, and it'll handle all of
That's
the
okay,
upgrades for the new suit that I want to do.
Just add more sails to get more solar power.
That's right. Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Come on, Riri, you can do it.
She says she has to fight magic with magic. Oh my goodness. Ooh, what does that mean? We'll find out.
What does
Oh,
that
boy.
fucking mean?
That's a good question. Hold on to that. Hold on to that little thought as to what that means. Now, back at HQ, Clown presents Parker with the autopsy reports for Stewart. And Clown asks Parker if you killed him, because she has the autopsy report which indicate that he OD'd even though Stewart didn't do drugs.
Ooh.
Or he kept it secret. But yeah, Stewart didn't do drugs, but this says he overdosed. So it's a cover up. You killed him with something. And so they kind of get into a bit of a fight. They tussle and whatnot. And he gets upset, Parker does. And he fires all of them on the spot. He says, "Get out of here. You're all fired." And sad music plays as if I give a
he's
shit.
alienating his friends, the people who he needs in his life that enable him to continue doing all of his evil deeds.
Don't do it, Hoodman. You'll be taken over by the evil.
Oh,
Yeah, because you're not that evil at the moment.
No, he's
really.
totally chill right now.
As they leave, even Parker's the veins on his face like bulge and everything. He's this.
They're
is
not
good. He's
subtle
getting
about
more
that
evil
shit,
by
are
the minute.
they? Every time he does something evil, it goes more. It's like, oh my god.
Which, by the way, that could be a subtle thing that would be cool if every time we see Parker, the more and more he does, the more the veins are slightly further, and they don't call attention to it. That could be a cool, subtle thing that they don't point out. Maybe a character eventually notices it when it's like on his face and shit, which does happen later with Arthur. But yeah,
I'm not that much of a
could've been
fan of it myself. Probably, it just feels
The
too
veins?
obvious. Like he's got a evil black gumbo on him that's spreading the more that he does evil. It's just like, ugh.
Yeah, a bit silly.
Bet on the nose.
A
I
little
think
bit.
so. I think so. Back at the garage, Zelma has arrived at the garage as Riri is discussing getting power from Dormammu. I don't know about that. Xavier shows up and he brings them coffee, and Riri's coffee has James Tiberius on it because there's like a Star Trek thing that they've got going. Obviously, this is Kirk's name. Xavier is apparently starting to like be cool with the idea of the AI skinwalker of his sister since it makes Riri feel better. And he says he could learn to get used to it because she says she doesn't want to go back to not having her around. This sucks. Xavier stocks have kind of tanked here. And the fact that Riri doesn't recognize that this AI construct is just a simulacrum of
What, he realized
Natalie.
he was
It's
wrong.
not real.
It's great.
Yeah, this sucks. Yeah, Xavier was a strong character in this show, relatively, and now this kind of tanks him back down because, like, no, it's fine. You're happy by it, so it's like, I mean, I just don't.
It's one of those things of like, what about all that shit you said though? It's like
Yeah,
I don't
none of
remember
that's
any of
been
that.
proven wrong,
That was
really,
ages
at
ago.
all. Yeah.
Well, we can't have Riri being wrong, so Xavier flips, which sucks. So he's done. All we have left is Landon.
Oh, and
his
he-
red fucking wagon.
he does reference the very famous quote from Wrath of Khan, which I was disappointed because when he gets to the most human, he doesn't even remotely try and recreate how it sounded in the film. Okay, that's what you got to do if you do that quote. I'm just saying.
Yeah, if you're gonna be, yeah.
I'll get over it.
Yeah, it's okay. It's
Good movie. You guys in chat
so-
probably never heard of it. Star Trek: Wrath of Khan. Check it out. It's a cool
Star
movie.
Trek. Yeah, it's the good Star Trek movie. So, Parker gives a note to Arthur. Wait, what? I'm sorry, I've skipped. I'm so sorry. I'm just like, okay.
Everything's falling
I'm sorry,
apart.
just
It's all over. Cheese hats.
things are actually falling apart. I've mentioned characters and scenes, and everything's going insane. Okay, so we have a suit building montage.
Yeah.
She uses the Barracuda to make a new suit, and Zelma is using magic spells and making like ritual circles with fucking candles to assist her.
Yeah.
We are dabbling in the occult.
It's
things.
a
might
very,
be
very,
different.
Yay.
very, very, very bad idea.
This is a
Why-
great
And
idea.
Can we afford to have at least one character that could be like, this is fucked up, guys. We've got skinwalking AI and literal occult magic spells to try and defeat
The
Satan.
dark dimension.
Like, what is happening? What are we doing? And it's like, no, fun music. You're like, okay.
We should probably just call Doctor Strange, you know? I know that
Yeah.
you gave the big speech about,
He's
you know,
in the
confronting the-
multiverse, fighting
I don't-
incursions
Oh, so,
Just
well,
forever.
Wong's
Wong.
around.
forever.
No,
Yeah.
Wong's there too.
Wong.
You've got-
He's fighting with
And you've got-
Clear
no,
and
he's not.
Strange.
Wong is-
He's taken.
Wong-
He is in charge at Kamatage. He's there.
In
So-
charge at Camartage.
Yeah, that's right. And you've got somebody who could probably get you there directly. Like if she was there, she probably got
Selma,
a
Oh,
yeah.
there's gotta be.
So,
She
yeah.
probably has a little sling
Well,
ring
Selma
in
didn't
in
need
a drawer.
Wait. She doesn't need a sling ring. She used her
Oh, I wish-
spell to transport
true.
herself to another dimension.
That's
without
Doesn't
one.
even need a sling ring.
Yeah,
So
that's
Zelma's
right.
the.
my
Man, she's great.
As the
I just
Sorcerer Supreme,
thought
though,
about
isn't
that.
it literally Wong's job to stop exactly this sort of
Yes.
thing from happening?
Yes.
Yeah.
People talk about the Sorcerer Supreme, but I've always been a Sorcerer's meat lover. So that's always kind of been my preference. But that's just how I am. But I
Are
guess
you
I get
saying
it.
you're a gay
know?
Sorcerer Supreme? Is that what you're saying?
I don't know what does that factor into anything? I don't know what you mean.
Simple
Like
question.
because pizza's an incredibly straight food. It's very straight coded.
Is it? I feel
Yes.
like that's for
Yeah.
everybody. It's a buy food.
Pizza's listen, actually, did you know that pizza is Zack Snyder's favorite food?
Is he
It's now gone
straight?
down significantly in my estimation.
No, because it's all edge and no point. Oh, hey,
Oh my
hey.
god.
Man,
Oh,
you brutalized that poor
hey.
man.
It's not even
Oh,
true. It does
oh.
have a point. If you cut it in triangles,
Oh,
it has
well,
three
that's if you
Well,
cut it,
then-
though.
well,
That's if you
that's
cut it.
different. That's after you cut it.
Got a point.
Well,
Unlike the
spirit
pizza.
of the
Cut
the
the
spirit
pizza.
of the pizza joke is pre-cut.
How could you
If
do
you
that to
don't
Zack
make it cut,
Snyder
you-
after he's had to face the failures of 3 movies in a row? Technically 5 if you count his cuts of them.
Three. I was about to say.
Well,
Yeah,
the Snyder cut is a
technically.
success, Reg.
Didn't it have less
So we
viewership
have
than
two
Mortal Kombat on
Rebel
streaming?
Moons.
I don't know. Dude, it depends who you talk. If you talk to someone who's pro it or anti it, they'll give you completely alternate
Well,
answers.
hold up. Let's
Yeah, but, like,
work our
that's-
way
but
back.
That's ridiculous, though. There is just the truth. Like,
There's just the truth. Grok, is this
We,
true?
we need to
Grok was
we have-
Snyder
Tell me,
cut
do I
successful.
believe this or not?
Grok.
Grok, am I right?
Grok-
No. Oh
Grok,
man,
yeah.
Grok is compromised.
Grok is
propaganda.
compromised.
Grok.
I'm gonna fix this. I'll get
Slug
on this.
his ass,
I'll get
Grok.
it sorted.
Well, yeah, because we have. We can work back. Zack Snyder made Rebel Moon, A Song of Lava and Obsidian, Rebel Moon, The Beginning of Madness. We have Angel of Dark or Army of the Dead. Sorry, I'm losing my mind. We had before that. We had the Snyder cut.
Army of the
Mm, yeah.
Dead. I totally forgot about that.
That was when I
I
said
actually
Yeah, you
forgot.
did.
when I
Yeah.
said 3, I meant Rebel Moon, and Army of the Dead. But they're a special
Rebel
kind of
What
failure
are the
because at
names
least
of
with the
those
Snyder cut,
movies?
it got its celebration from whoever. But that's why I went to 5 because I was like, well, there's technically 2 other versions of the 2 Rebel Moons that Netflix desperately wanted him to be successful with. But all of that was fail to the point where isn't Rebel Moon wrapped now as like a IP?
Oh, I'm surely it is right.
I
Unless they
remember
met 'em all
reading something
together.
about how it's like officially canned or there's no work that's planning to be done with it, even though it's supposed to be like a game and more movies and more whatever, because it was planned as a
Isn't it
franchise.
like a mobile game or
How
something.
many times have they planned a franchise and it actually worked? That wasn't already a
It's hard to
franchise.
Hard to think of one, honestly. I mean, Concord got pretty close, to be fair.
Concord
But
is
isn't it crazy
close,
how
yeah.
many failures there are of games and movies?
No, I know. It's
Well, yeah,
it's,
like Destiny is the 10-year project.
10-year
plan
plan
Anthem.
is now a meme.
Reputations and
That's a meme.
Anthem?
Yeah, and
Yeah,
isn't Anthem
Anthem.
now? Its online servers are getting shut down.
Yeah,
pretty
it's
soon,
fucked.
So
And they were,
That's
I
right.
remember the run up to Anthem, they were so fucking banking on that working. And it was just
they were
like,
so
oh.
sure it was going to work, even though everybody knew it wasn't. And it's getting more and more fascinating seeing examples like this of like, dude, why do you have confidence in this? It's gonna fail.
The best
Like, we could all see
franchises, almost a lot of them come out of fucking nowhere. You know what I mean? Like their
Pretty much,
origins, it's just
yeah.
like, oh, it was just a movie and now it's huge. Technically, like one of the more recent ones would be John Wick. Did that movie need to be 4 movies and a spin-off? No. Like, here we are.
It needed to be one good movie and they stopped.
And then it
Oh,
ended,
sorry.
yeah.
4 movies, a spin-off movie, and then a spin-off TV show as well. Jesus.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And
You know what's crazy? There's no game for John Wick yet, which seems like the most obvious thing to do, doesn't it?
make like a what is it? A Max Payne style
Something like that, yeah.
like game, yeah. That'd
Easy
be cool.
excuse. I feel like
Yeah,
it would, if you low enough budget, it would sell well.
The film industry still hasn't caught up with the idea that they should probably make video games like they.
I thought you were
they
going to say,
don't
like,
realize
put up with the idea of good ideas.
Oh yes, there's that, but like at this point, it's only now. Like, I mean, God, the thing of Bob Iger being like, oh, video games actually like a pretty big industry. It's like, dude,
We knew that 20 years ago, but okay.
Yeah.
I mean, thanks for catching up, Bob. Thanks for ruining
Bob.
everything. It's A Child of Fire and The Scargiver. Those are the names.
And then
Well, and then Chalice of Blood was the
yeah,
long
that's
version,
right.
right? I think.
the re-release.
It's
Yeah.
so
they got
cringeworthy.
new
They got
names.
different names for their re-releases.
Wasn't it like and the Curse of Forgiveness was
God.
the other one?
The Curse of Forgiveness. I know I've heard that before, but I feel like I'm hearing it for the
Truly
first
cut
time.
me on the edge there. That's a tough one.
Living on the fucking razor's edge.
I
you
need
mean?
Sonic,
Oh,
sorry, Shadow
Living
to
on
say
the
that
razor's edge.
with a lightsaber that's black. He has to hold that as well.
no, I thought you were. No, it's edgier if he's just got like a M4.
No, give him this lightsaber as well. That's his weapon. But when we're combining IPs, we need that. What was the other one that we were talking about? We were comparing the lightsaber to something. What was the edgy weapon?
Oh, the flaming sword.
Oh, the
from,
flaming
from
sword,
How to
yeah.
Train- the terrible sequels. To
The
How to
flaming
Train Your Dragon.
sword, black lightsaber, probably Mandalorian armor at this point. At least Mando himself, all the silvery shit. You know, it's like he's super cool. Maybe I can't take too much from Star Wars all at once. He'd be riding a Rancor as well, of course.
Oh yes.
Rancors are really cool. Oh, like a no, that's Filoni. I almost said like a wolf rancor.
A wolf
I
core.
mixed up my wolf core. That's my favorite music genre is wolf core.
Hell yeah. So much
That's
good
what
media out
Powerwolf
there.
is, right? Wolf core. Powerwolf is wolf core.
Supposed to power metal, but yeah, sure.
So close.
I think it's wolf core because it's got wolf in the name, right?
You know what? You are correct.
Well, trying to keep up my reputation here.
Mm-hmm.
So, Ezekiel goes back to his house, but his powers don't work anymore. He's trying to zap that bitch Karen from across the street. He's like, you know what? I got powers now. I'm gonna.
Yeah.
And he's about to do it. And it's the most investment I've ever had in anything ever. But his powers don't work. I was like, how come my powers don't work? I was gonna zap this cunt. And then who should show up but Parker in a car? Parker drives by. He's like, hey, buddy, your powers don't work no more. It's kind of weird how that happened, right? And so Parker says that he has full control of the power in Ezekiel's body. I guess.
All right.
I think it's
and the reason why is 'cause it
magic.
got typed into no, it's because it got typed into the at
Oh,
the end of
this is
episode 4 when they were on the machine. It was like, I don't know, like the sort of user is Ezekiel, and then Slug just deleted that and then put in the hood, obviously, put it, and then it's just like, oh, that's
just
how it
type
works.
in their name. It's like Death
Yeah,
Note. You just put in the
that's
name
what I'm
and
saying. It's like,
magic
it
happens.
actually,
Yeah.
basically, it's like what you got a computer where you just type in that person's name and then the whole system's like, oh, you're in charge of me then. What the fuck? I'm not joking. That's what it actually.
Well,
that's what
they
happened.
said
Yeah,
admin,
that's what it
right?
was.
Admin. So
Yeah, admin.
if
What,
we're
so you
being as
just
kind
type
to
in
this as
admin?
possible, he's got a little fucking computer in his car where he can upload signals that he has access to the account of for Ezekiel to control him or some shit like that. But
why would you have to type it in? Why wouldn't it? You know what I mean? It's like, why would it work like that? That's stupid.
well, it's all
That's
stupid. 100%. It's
Don't
just.
defend them, Mauler.
What do you mean? Don't attack the mistakes. It said admin. It's obviously referring to a system. You gotta be.
That's
You
short
can't
for
be inaccurate
administrator.
with your criticism, there, Fringo. You gotta be kind. Yeah.
Did you see this meme that someone made? I'm gonna post it. This is so good.
Hang on.
so good. I don't even know why it's so funny. It just is. He took a perfectly fine hat and put your two.
I still don't think she pulls this hat off. I'm sorry.
That's because it's got shit written all over it. And
It's got shit all over it.
it's got some like passive aggressive, like girl boss bullshit on it. Nobody ruins the aesthetic. This lady is actually kind of freakish.
Well, careful. She'll cast a spell
It's-
on you, buddy.
Well, she'll just yeah, it's like I don't know. I just
I don't know. I'm amused by that everyone chose the classic witch hat, and she chose this hat, and she's the only witch with it. With the "You're too good
howdy,
for
partner.
him" on it
You want
as
to come
well.
and cast some spells?
They all have the classic black cat, and she has like a fucking swan.
An alligator.
Yeah, an alligator. Good meme.
Yeah, this is good. Yeah, it's a solid fucking meme. This is excellent. All right, so I'm not sure how exactly it's like possible other than whatever, because it seems to be like it is he just sort of like wills Ezekiel to do things, and Ezekiel can just do them.
Yeah.
But yeah, he
That
tells
part's
Ezekiel to get in
ridiculous
the
because it would be
car.
like you'd have to have a voice recognition software that then wirelessly transfers to a program that has to recognize the account, I guess, and then it can
As the
upload,
Hood. This is the voice of the Hood. the
override
admin.
his system
'Cause
that
he's
for
called
some reason
that.
is integrated in his biology with actual. It's like, what have we created here? Like, what technology is this?
I'm sorry. This seems very unethical. I'm just saying, guys.
Wait a minute, the Hood is
don't-
evil?
I think the Hood might be a
Oh
bad
my
guy.
god.
So they get in the car. Ezekiel's like, get in the car, and he like forces him to walk into the car. But it's like an awkward walk for a few moments. He's like in, do you remember, in Men in Black? When the farmer gets taken over by the alien and he kind of
Oh,
walks
yeah.
all fucked up and weird. He kind of walks like that for a little bit. But then he's back to sort of normal walking a little bit. So
I'm not usually fashion police, but the suit with the cloak looks just unbelievably shit. I don't think I remember
Just-
being less intimidated by a villain walking toward me than this guy with his stupid suit.
It's just a nice suit, but it's got this clashing hood over it that's like
It's got this
ratty
clown
and
inside
weird
it as
looking.
well.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's also got this guy.
Oh god, he really does
I
look.
think it looks silly.
It's like there's so many ways to describe it. Like a kid who is like super rich, went to the Halloween store, really liked the little cape they were selling, and put it on. He's like, "Dad, look at me."
Yeah, like a 7-year-old.
And you're like, "Oh
He's
god."
gonna, yeah.
I don't even think, like, as weird as this sounds, he's not pulling off the pistols either.
The pistols
the
look
pistols
bad.
make no sense.
The
So, like,
pistols look
his-
bad.
The pistols are shit, but like his unique ability is that he can bend bullets, and yet not once across this entire show does the ability to bend bullets actually change anything about anything he does. He can also turn invisible and just get in line for a straight shot, as he could have just done there. But like for some reason, I guess they thought it looked cool. It's like, no, let's have them also curve because gimmicks are good. That's how you do characters.
It's just not working. Sorry, bud.
And also Ezekiel's just dressed.
On we go.
Yeah, we gotta go. Yeah, Ezekiel takes him to go to the manor from the flashback, and they go inside and they shoot the guard, and Ezekiel is forced to watch the perimeter and beat up the legion of guards that comes to fight them with stun guns and stuff, and he just beats the shit out of them, and the whole time he's like, sorry, I didn't mean to do that, because he's not in control of his body. And Parker goes inside. Parker then walks up to the manor's owner, Arthur, and he gives him the note, gives him the paperwork that he gave to the rest, and Arthur says he's not signing anything. Parker says he has ownership stake in all the top performing companies in Arthur's portfolio. He wants artworks, and the mansion. Artworks is not just like paintings and stuff. Artworks is like his, I guess his company, his big company and whatever. He wants the companies and the mansion.
Mm-hmm.
Now you see, these two have a history because this Arthur guy, that's his father.
Whoa.
And apparently the father put him out of the house at 12 because he was a liability as a kid. And Arthur just like, yeah, I just didn't want you around.
We're lame.
So he just like kicked him
You
out.
wore capes with suits. It was fucked up, dude. You embarrassed me in front of my friends.
I do understand that they've left themselves absolutely no time to do this, but I kind of wanted a better motive than the investment manager father saying, I abandoned you because you were a bad investment. That just seems so, like, it's shit. Surely there's a better reason than that.
Yeah, it's like you said, they've got no time. They were just like, that's good enough.
It's like, really? You think so, huh?
It's powerful because it's ironic, because it's thematic.
So Parker puts a gun to Arthur's head, and then Arthur signs because of the gun and the implications that sort of carries with it. And then Parker says, if you talk to the cops or you come back, I'll kill you. And Arthur leaves. He's no longer a part of the story.
Bye. I'll miss him.
Yeah. So, I mean, all of the criticisms for, like, you can't just sign away everything like that, and it's obviously it's under duress and blah, 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 but that's apparently just how it works. You just sign a piece of paperwork, and you have all
Just
this
done,
stuff
yeah.
now.
Forever.
Yeah. Arthur leaves, Parker sits down in the fancy chair, and then he hears evil whispers. Meanwhile, Riri has finished the suit, and I just don't believe it. I just don't believe it's possible that she could have possibly built this suit. Is this new suit, again, with the stuff in like some old mechanic's garage and the stuff they find line. I just don't believe it at all. But she asks Zelma to juice her up with magic. But Zelma says there's gonna, with magic, there's always a cost for it.
Why didn't you so you'd be like, oh, really? Like what?
No, Riri agrees without knowing what the cost is. It's just like a fucking gamble.
All right.
It'll cost me something. Who knows?
Imagine she said like it could be your skin.
Arm, my
You're just
soul,
like, oh, geez, that would be bad if it was that. It's like,
this
yeah,
is
but
Riri.
it could
All
also
she
be a
has is her
poster.
skin.
It could also be some wheels outside. Also, it's like it could be anything. It's just like, oh, that's like a really bad crapshoot. Like, could it be one of my family members? Like, yup. Like, oh wow, that could be bad. Maybe I shouldn't do this. Nah, it's fine.
So they do a magic ritual. Magic ritual. Oh, spirits, occult. Ooh. And
Don't
the
you
AI.
enjoy that, essentially, because people are like, oh man, magic, like that's so cool. Like magic and tech, it's like, what is the magic? Oh, it just powers it up.
Yep.
It's like no spells.
Well,
or
and by the way,
it's just it powers the suit.
The
That's it.
cost is not quite what you'd imagine from what she had said, as in there's like an exchange and you must sacrifice something in order to gain something, or like in a magical way. It's not that. It's just that what it is can't. There's not enough space for two things.
Not enough space.
That's
Yeah.
it. That's the
That
cost.
feels like it's not in the spirit of the cost of magic.
The
like,
stupidness
can't
of it.
fit on the hard drive.
If she had said, you know, when you said the price, what do you mean? She goes, oh, well, I just mean it takes up hard drive space. Probably so much so that maybe there's not enough room for some of the stuff on there. Got anything you kind of care about you would never want deleted? And it's like, oh, I guess I could back up the AI. And then they go, no, you don't need to do that because you've already done that, because that's an obvious thing that the AI itself would have done and you would have done. You know, you don't need to back it up because, of course, that would be ridiculous if you only had one version of it. Because that would be stupid. And that would never happen.
No.
Yeah, magic ritual. Spooky. The AI glitches out and something's going on. There's confusion. Oh no, scary music. The reactor cannot handle the magic and the AI.
Oh no.
I guess. So Riri tries to tether the AI to the laptop, but it doesn't work. Oh no, it failed. Thank God. Hopefully the AI is gone forever. End of the episode.
Just remarkably funny to me that a lot of the characters don't know how to feel about it, because like realistically it's just like, okay, I guess, you know,
Yeah,
like, oh no.
man, all right, bye.
This wasn't a person or anything.
Yeah, the
This was
witch
just like
lady
a weird
is
digital
The witch lady has an expression of sort of like, lol, oops. She's just, that's gone. Obviously, Riri's fucking distraught. And I just thought it was funny that it cuts to, you tried to copy it and you only got to like 88 or 90%. You're just like, what? What does that even mean? It's like, you couldn't copy the rest.
So
you
the
couldn't find
AI is
anymore.
retarded now?
Well, I was
or
going to say,
what?
it's like, you've got 88%.
When the AI comes back and they're like, hello, Riri,
isn't
how
that
are you?"
enough? And
Oh,
then just
if you don't want to get a little bit too into certain
like
things,
trains.
is a copy the same as the original?
well, yeah, I mean, that's the thing.
Don't even start.
I just don't get how,
Because the show doesn't.
in the course of discovering, somehow Witch Lady knew that the AI was being deleted. Like, that's just information she has that she didn't tell her before, of course. But it's like, oh god, quick, copy her. They get this far. It's like, so it already took. What? How was this something you already did? Why wouldn't this AI that's infected all of your technology anyway? Like, it's based in the suit and such that it like would be deleted. Like, is that how it? I'm trying to follow this nonsense. It's like, well, but the other suit you had fucking crashed and burned on the street, and then it was in your necklace. Is it stored in that, and that's connected to the suit?
Earlier in the movie, we established there was already a direct line between the laptop and the suit that the AI could flip across in the space of half a second. So, like, it could have just done that. But like, even discarding all the mechanical fuckery, I don't understand how, as a writer, you like arrange this in such a way that there isn't a choice element to it. Because like that's where the drama of the scene is. The drama of the scene isn't, oh no, by unexpected fuckery, the AI is dead. It's, you have a choice now, Riri. To beat the hood, you have to use magic. But to use magic, you have to sacrifice your friend. Will you see her die again? You have to make this choice. And she has to make the choice to get rid of Natalie. And she can promise to bring her back, not knowing she'll do it. But like, that's a powerful-ish kind of scene, more so than just, oh, that's a kerfuffle. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, whoops.
I'm sure it'll be fine in the long run.
Oh well. Rip.
I'll just make a deal with Satan, it'll be fine.
Well, but I mean, the other awkward thing for all the audience is like, can I just make her again? Like, it's just whatever.
Yeah.
I don't
Just
know.
fall asleep with your brain attached to your laptop for a second time. It worked the last time you did it.
But yeah, but for some reason this time it doesn't fucking work.
Well, it's just awkward to care. I don't know why anybody would get, like, even people who are invested in this show, wouldn't they just be confused about the mechanics? Like, I don't know, is she gone for like ever? What does that mean? Oh no. I can see that she's sad. Am I supposed to be sad? And then especially for the people who think that she was a horrible skinwalker, they're just gonna be happy. Silence.
Sorry, I was looking at something else. I do agree though. Episode 6. The past is the past.
Good name.
Wow, good
Incredible.
name.
The thing is what it is. It doesn't have any other choice, really. We return to the flashback where John and Parker are at Arthur's manor. While running away from the guards after killing the man inside, he bumps into a man in a tunnel in the park. A man with a red hood.
Ooh.
The man summons a door in the tunnel,
Ooh.
and a whisper says, "Go in, let me help you,"
Ooh.
as the guards get closer. Parker goes into the door, and the guards should have seen all this happen, but Parker goes into the door, and it's like a pizza shop. This on the side of the tunnel. It's like magic. It's like a portal into the thing. This thing. Now the guy in the hood, who's played by Sacha Baron Cohen. Okay. I think he's a good casting for this. I could see it working.
Well, I mean, we
you know,
can
I see
cut
it.
to the chase
I see it.
somewhat. Everyone's been waiting for when they're going to bring Mephisto in. We'd suggested years and years ago that it was always a good move at any time because you can just blame everything on him. He's been fucking with everything. Like, he can explain a lot because he's basically Satan and can make deals and can fuck with reality. There's lots you can do with him. As casting goes, yeah, I would say not only was it a good choice before seeing him perform, but watching him perform, I was like, yep, this is good. He's the best actor in the whole series as far as I'm concerned. But Sacha Baron Cohen is
Easily.
experienced. He knows what he's doing.
Yep.
I quite like the flitting between accents, which they're taking advantage of because he fucks around with accents all the time as an actor. And yeah, just he actually manages to border on being somewhat threatening in certain scenes, and I was like, whoa. I didn't realize we were going to be experiencing anything in this whole show, you know? So it's like, all right, I'm interested somewhat.
Anything, yeah, other than
This
apathy.
portrayal, I was actually interested with what they would do with this character because I like the idea of the deal-making devil type. I really like the the devil at the crossroads making deals,
Yeah.
the mysterious person who grants you your wishes with strings attached, or maybe not even any strings attached. That's just
Of
sort of he is.
course.
The Gaunter O'Dim kind of character, this mysterious, extra-planar, supernatural entity who dresses nice or is far more than they seem to be, and has essentially omnipotent sort of powers, but seems to be in it because they just love the fucking this is for the love of the game. This is
It
something
would
that they
help.
enjoy doing.
I will say it would help if, because it's like, well, so there's two parts of that equation. It's like, well, yes, in much the same way that you can have this interesting sort of archetype. I mean, it's basically an archetype.
Yeah.
It's like whoever their opposite could be really interesting if you were really invested in them. It's like, who's opposite? Oh, the Hood. It's like,
Yeah, pretty useless. Not particularly engaging as an actor, certainly not as a presence or a character, so, yeah. Having Sacha Baron Cohen's Mephisto talking to, like a Tony Stark or Captain America in their prime of their stories would have been fascinating, but oh well.
yeah.
So yeah, essentially they're in this restaurant and they're chatting a little bit, and the man says he'll make Parker the greatest human of his generation. And the man essentially freezes in time everybody around them. And he asks Parker what he desires most. And Parker is kind of doesn't really give much of an answer. I don't really know. Da, da, da. And so this guy who's Mephisto, we'll learn later, he starts to get up and he's like, well, then we don't have anything to really talk about. Like he knows Parker's not really being that honest about what he really wants. But then Parker says, hold up. I want to be rich. Stupid, disgusting, greasy, rich. And the man essentially says that he'll give Parker the tools to get what he deserves. Parker says he wants to be king. So be it, says the man. And Parker asks what it'll cost him. And the man says, something you won't even miss. And Parker agrees. They shake hands, and the man gives him the hood, leaves, and unpauses the restaurant.
Probably worth
So-
asking him, like, what the fuck does that mean?
Yeah,
What do you
it's-
mean? What do you mean something you won't even miss? Like my appendix or what's
According
going
to,
on
yeah, like,
here?
exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, it's so hard
Are
to
you
have a
being cheeky?
little
But, like,
bit of
seriously.
self-awareness. It's like this crazy magical being just ported me into another area, asked me what I most desire, and then offered a deal that would obviously have strings attached to the point where he's being vague about the cost. It's like, do you need it spelled out anymore, dude?
There is
No,
an
he needs to
aspect
be
of-
wearing devil horns. It's like, oh!
I got you.
depending on the which route you want to take, there are versions of this archetype where there are people whose interactions with this character go positively because they either want simple things or because of their personality they don't mind
I can think
the
of one.
cost, or they just
Remember, well, it's not the devil, but it was debated over, and it's a similar situation, but House of Usher with Mark Hamill's
Oh,
character.
yeah.
That was fucking great.
Yeah, that's right. But yeah, there's people who either don't take the deal or they are able to essentially through their cleverness and wit make the contract such that they do come out on top. And there's a part of the devil character archetype who appreciates that people can do that. He's not vindictive against people who make a good deal. In fact, there's a part of it that maybe excites him. He's like, "Oh, hey, you're a clever guy. All right, I like that. I like to see that in people. Keeps things
The
interesting."
Simpsons, I know what I'm thinking about, the donut. It's like, wait, so if I don't have this last bite, you can't take
Well,
my
technically,
soul.
no. I'm
I
smarter than the
swear-
devil.
I'm sorry.
not smarter than me. I'll see you in hell yet, Homer Simpson.
I love that episode. It's fucking great.
So, you like donuts, eh?
Yeah.
Well, of all of the donuts in the world! Womp, womp, womp,
I don't
womp.
understand it. James Coco went mad in 15 minutes.
Cut to present day. Parker is at the head of a table, this big table in the mansion, and there's a huge feast laid out before him because cartoon, most of it's uneaten, completely untouched. And Ezekiel is at the other end of the table. Why don't you eat? I don't want to because I'm held against my will. I lost my appetite. Fair enough. But Parker then forces Ezekiel to eat with his mind control or whatever. Ezekiel tries to stab him when he gets close, but Ezekiel is programmed to prevent anybody from harming Parker, even himself. Ezekiel mocks Parker for him not seeming like he actually believes in or belongs in a mansion like this. And then Parker's like, yeah, you know what? Yeah, kind of. And then they leave to go do some stuff.
All right.
I guess none of the guards, by the way, that they fought off earlier to get the mansion have like called the police or anything like that.
They're all dead or
So
unconscious.
don't worry about it. Yep, they're just passed out. They're having a little nap. Cut back to the garage. Riri is trying to bring the AI back, but she fails. She cannot do it. Riri says that magic took the AI, and she will use magic to get it back. They warn her that they don't know how the magic has affected the suit. This doesn't come up, so don't worry about it.
Okay.
But at but she goes off to go to the Misfit HQ where Parker is right now. Parker's in the little vault room where he kept the hood, and he's trying to contact this man, right? This Mephisto guy. Now they have a little chat, and Mephisto is one thing I really actually like about this character. He gets his most angry when Parker calls him a liar and insinuates that he has like broken their deal, or he's gone back, or he's essentially lied and not been true to his word. And this makes Mephisto angry. He like raises his voice and it gets all spooky. And he says, "Oh, don't raise your fucking voice at me, fucker." And the man says he stuck to every letter of their agreement. I gave you every tool you needed to live your best life, including this lovely hood. The man said that Parker wanted to be rich, stupid, disgusting, greasy rich, after all. And the man suggests that maybe he should replace Parker with somebody more appreciative. But ultimately, the man, this Mephisto guy, says that if he manages to hold on to what he gave him, perhaps he'll consider giving Parker even more.
Yeah, this was a scene. This is one of my favorite scenes, meaning one of two or maybe three that I like, and this is probably my favorite one in terms of just I was enjoying the performance alone.
Yeah, Sacha Baron Cohen's doing great in this role. He really is doing good. He's got the presence. The outfit is great for him.
Well, he's nice and tall as well, so he's imposing with the when it's like the kind of character that can easily pull off a nice and warm and charming, but then you start to get a sense of like, oh shit. Again, it's like, oh, this is sad. If this was a part of a good thing, that'd have been cool.
Oh, yeah, could you imagine?
But that's been a trend.
Yeah.
So consistently now, like the better actors in the MCU are given doomed Disney Plus shows to play their characters in, and like to the point where Thunderbolts obviously lifted a bunch of them out. But I'd say like David Harbour and what's his name, Florence Pugh, Sacha Baron Cohen are easily better than say Anthony Mackie is, who plays like one of the titular roles, and yet they're all consigned to stuff that nobody watches. And the big movies are consistently given to bland, nobody droid characters or actors to play pretty boring characters as well.
I will say on one hand, I agree. On the other, I wonder if Anthony Mackie could handle harder material, because they give him balls. Like everything,
yeah, true.
Falcon just has to be like, oh, gee, we're going to be able to do this today. I sure hope we can do this. Yeah, we did it. You should always be good. That's mainly like the most you'll ever have they given him any kind of stress that Tony Stark gets throughout all of the MCU in terms of opportunities for performances. Obviously Robert Downey Jr. And then kind of the same for Chris Evans. He got plenty of really great scenes that would test his acting. It's crazy that anybody who watches Thunderbolts would be like, wow, that's Sebastian Stan, what a shit actor. And it's like, no, actually he's fucking great, but oh well. There's just really like hardly any opportunity. This is the one thing I think I've said before on the other coverages. I don't know why a writer of these slot movies would ever not want to generate some scenes where the actors have to act. Why not?
Yeah.
Stress them out. Get some difficult things happening. I don't know why people like movies. They feel things, right? You know?
It is very nice to watch a scene where you just have actors that are very good saying things that are well written, especially to one another. It's like what they say, the highs of the Andors and the House of the Dragons and the Arcanes. It's just they are really high, and that's what we're searching for.
Well, this is funny. It's
It
just
reminds
mentioned
you
like
just a little peek into what could have been.
Falcon is way less interesting than Walker. And it's like I feel like Walker's been given more emotional scenes than Falcon at this point,
Yeah,
Yeah,
easily,
kind of.
easily.
which is crazy. That shouldn't be the way that it works. Why is he so boring? It's like, well, I guess Brave New World was a very weirdly safe movie, right? In terms of very, very, very fast food for movies sort of situation. Yeah, I mean, Riri got to try and do panic attacks in a scene, so it's like they gave her something.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Riri is fine, as an actress. I think she's done fine. It's just the material.
I've seen some people say she's a bad actress. I thought she was fine. I didn't get anything.
She's fine.
Yeah.
She's okay.
She's fine. She's fine. She's like a hat, sort of. She's fine.
Yeah. Cool.
Man, that
So-
hurt.
That.
It's fine. I mean, it's like it's fine. It's so Riri arrives at Misfit HQ and she detects that Ezekiel has been hacked.
No.
That's just a lie. I just wrote that. It's crazy. They fight in the pizzeria. She plans to knee him in the groin where there are
Oh.
no bionics in order to stun him.
But like, to be clear,
so that
this
she
is
can put a virus into him and
this is a
hard
plan they
reset his
concoct
system.
together, right? It's like I need to knee you in your balls to reset you. It's such a like what? Who wrote that? What?
Why? What's wrong with you?
Isn't the typical thing that you shocky someone who's like electrical? So like she pulls
That's
out a
usually what you
wire
do,
and
yeah. The whole
shocks
kick you in
him.
the nuts. It's like, yeah, that'll reset the
It's
system.
insane.
Like, that,
It's like there's no bionics in your balls, and so your body will reboot and you can manual overdrive. It's like what?
There's no-
What?
Like you'll go into survival mode or something like that. I think is the
Well,
justification. It's
I
like
don't
what?
know. There's no getting kicked in the nuts or kneed in the nuts with an iron suit. Like that's gonna be a fucking nightmare. It's gonna be like when Sideshow Bob landed on on the pipe.
Listen, Obadiah Stain's line is gonna end.
Oh
with
no! Save some
Ezekiel,
sperm,
okay?
buddy.
Save some. It's Riri, I need you to make some bionic sperm.
Wait, you know what? I got an observation though about the actress's performance. It's not really like because it's more so something they probably should have told her. Something I notice is that she moves her head a little bit too much in the close up sort of the visor like HUD shots where it's like the movement's really like a bit too much.
Like it
it's
makes it seem way too roomy
well,
in
so
there.
I'd say maybe it's the kind of thing where it's almost like you wouldn't need to explain it, but I'd say Robert Downey Jr. and Don Cheadle kind of like keep their head relatively like stable in those shots. They'll look around, like they'll move their head left and right, but like the part where she's saying like something about the Stain family name, she's like moving if you could show it, maybe you'd like understand what I mean. There's just like a lot of times where she's orienting her head. I think it's right as they're concocting the plan.
Oh, there we go. I just came across it. Cool.
Yeah, you see what I mean? It's like the head's moving, and because the HUD's got to move with her, it's like it's a little bit too much movement. This is a nitpick. This is not like a real. I'm just saying it's something I noticed is that like the movement's a little bit. It just kind of makes a bit sort of a bit.
Yeah, compared to kneeing a man in the balls to deactivate his cyborg powers, I think it's quite a small concern.
But it's worth remembering because we're so far past it now that I don't think it's even something that people think about. But the sort of Iron Man view and his suits and the technology they upgrade with and all that sort of stuff, it's like it was just really fucking cool. People really enjoyed it, seeing it come back. And like his holographic tech, like that was always really fucking awesome to see. People loved it in movies. It was like it just makes me think about, it's the same thing as the whole everyone's bored of dinosaurs thing. It's like it's not any of this. It's just how you fucking present this stuff. You can make it all. It's not like we'd never seen holograms in movies before 2008. Like it's just that it was cool. There's a cool factor, okay? And you got to nail it, and it's about how you present it. Because, you know, when he's spinning around the hologram version of the Mark 1 and taking pieces off and putting them in the trash, like, that was interesting, cool, and sort of like, oh, it was very Tony Starky. And then by the time you get to the second one, he's synthesizing the palladium or whatever it is with holographing his dad's model system. And he's like inside the thing that he's eventually going to squish down, and it's going to heal him of his like problems. And in the third film, they do the crazy investigation thing where he's looking at the explosion. I think that Happy was in. And he's got like all the information and stuff. And in Avengers, he spreads around the whole Avengers team information on this sort of stuff. It's like that the way that the. Do you remember in Civil War when he's chasing Bucky? There's a shot in his headgear that like shows it's like a scan of his whole suit, and it's showing all the errors from the damage that's been taken.
Yeah. So I do remember this.
There's things that are just interesting to fucking look at and appreciate. Meanwhile, like this is a lot more chaotic and messy.
The Avengers. I mean, obviously, probably the best one is when the Chitauri army appears, and then it switches from normal mode to combat.
This is what I'm talking about.
Especially with the Clonk, it's like, oh, that's pretty exciting.
Just, I don't think there's an appreciation for that sort of stuff, and it's instead because I haven't taken the time to read some of the stuff they throw onto the screen for her, but I can't even read this.
I assume it's probably arbitrary. Would be my. I just assume a lot.
But do you see how, like, looking at this, it just looks so generic? It's like, oh, look, stuff. Look at some of these lines; they're just irrelevant. They're just lines. They exist.
Man, the fact that they put this in the Halo show, what the fuck?
I know, yeah.
And then in season 2, they're like, all right, we learned our lesson, so we're just not going to do that for John Halo, but all the other Spartans will still have, like, an in-camera one. We're just going to mount it up to the side, like, facing forward, like a GoPro, like, attached to the side of the head, rather than, that's better. You like that, right? It's like, dude, I don't want to see their faces.
Also...
God damn it.
Another example of holograms in Total Recall, and that fucking legendary joke that had me in stitches as a kid when I first heard it. You think this is the real Quaid? It is.
It is.
So good.
It's so good. Delivery's perfect.
Yeah, man. Movie star.
So she like reboots his system after she knees him in the balls.
Yep.
And she asks, "Hey Joe, we're still cool, right?" I know still is
You asked that?
that's a very tactical still that's put in there. But essentially, he says Joe's gone. I'm Ezekiel Stain, and I have millions of dollars of weapons in me and nowhere to put my anger. He says that they aren't done, and she goes up the elevator to deal with Parker.
Kind of funny that they probably are done since.
What does that mean, though?
He's still being mad at her for ruining his
But
life.
He saved her life.
What's funny is he's like,
if he likes having the cybernetic shit in him because it makes him powerful, that's because she did what she's responsible for him being the powerful thing he now is. Then he let her go because he's nice people, and now they've conspired to save him from being like controlled via his balls by a man in a cloak. You don't know.
I've made many decisions based on.
I mean, you're also done in the sense you're not getting a season 2, but you're definitely done. There is no grudge that should be held here.
So not only will there obviously not be a season 2 for this, but I was just thinking, does this not, the second you want to try and rescue anything from this show, it's like, what are you picking? And he's actually higher on the list than mostly everything. So it's like, oh, there's stuff we could do with this. But I realize, like, oh, I wish I could wipe what they've done, but keep the lineage so that he could just be furious and has been planning some Whiplash style, but try and make it good. Where it's like, my dad mysteriously died on some fucking plane. And it's obvious that S.H.I.E.L.D. have done something. They were the ones that were pushing this story. There's no evidence.
A bag of his ashes.
Well, fuck that. Like, leave that out. And then he's been trying to rebuild the Stain legacy from the inheritance he would have gotten. And he's like under the impression that basically Tony forced Obadiah out and maybe even faked his death to take everything from him, right? And wouldn't it be like interesting to have that be his motivation and for him to gradually find out that his
maybe
Obadiah
had a backup plan. If Obadiah died, maybe something would get sent. Some letter was specifically sent to his son,
and it could be
Tony Stark, like a last final "fu" from the grave that sets up his son to take revenge.
It's a tricky one because you also sort of need them to have had quite a distant relationship to explain why he never comes up in Iron Man. Because like there are plenty of opportunities when
He could have been
Obadiah
too
was
young.
Howard Stark's friend. Tony Stark is sort of cut up about the death of his own father at points in that movie. There are sort of points where Obadiah,
agree.
if he were a father then, might have mentioned it. Whereas like,
You
at
know,
least having them distant avoids that problem.
This is the sad thing about the MCU. The potential is through the fucking roof, but it's just too late now because everything's destroyed. But do you remember in Kill Bill where she goes after Cottonmouth, right, is the code name, and her daughter sees what happens, and then she says,
Yeah.
if, once you're grown up, if you still feel bad about all of this, you can come and get me, basically, and we'll have it out. And I was just thinking to myself, like, imagine there was an equivalent. Obviously, it wouldn't run like that, but just you have a really young kid that Obadiah had, and like Tony, tries to explain maybe a vague cover story or whatever, but then you make them a teenager if you want, just whatever age is required that they understand enough, they could be angry enough, and that it's set. That's a thing. And then it's as much as 20 years later before that pays off because they were too young to do anything. Like, you could do that in this universe and it would
there
work.
has been time now, yeah.
But, oh well,
We got some last things to do, though. Then we can go home.
Yep.
So, she confronts Parker upstairs to fight him and try and get the hood. She needs to get the hood off of him, right? That's essentially
Can't
her
use a
objective
laser.
here. Laser doesn't work.
Listen,
Can't use a laser.
you haven't got enough solar energy. Just gotta get some more.
Well, she can use a laser now anyway with the infinite power source.
That's infinite power is not as good as solar.
Yes, infinite power. It says that infinite power isn't like, it's not actually a number. It's more like an abstract sort of concept sort of thing.
So Palpatine was kind of after an abstract concept. Then,
We said
really.
unlimited. That's different
he was
than
under
infinite.
unlimited.
Yeah,
he's
I
unlimited
see.
power.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah. I just figured they were synonymous, but I guess I was mistaken.
No, it's a Sith. It's a Sith.
It's a Sith thing. Yeah.
It's a Sith thing. So he's up there and he mocks her. He says that you got a new suit, but you're not using the power to help people. You're not going out there fighting bad guys.
She fucking never was.
Yep. He says you just want the power for yourself, which is she hasn't actually done anything heroic ever, really. So he calls her a criminal, which is correct.
Yeah, there's not much conflict here. It's just like, yep, true. All right. Anyway.
Now Riri uses a big magic spell to detect the hood when he turns invisible. Because Riri can just use magic spells now.
Yeah,
it's
why
just
not?
A thing she could do. She could just use magic spells now. She's getting juiced up like fucking Toothless. So they fight in the building. And he starts turning into like this demon vampire creature.
I was gonna ask about this. I was like, "What the fuck is happening? Why is he Dracula?" Like, what's going on?
He's turning into like, "Oh, I'm going to suck your blood." And he like claws at her with his hands, and it like cuts through the suit. He's like a Dracula.
Yeah.
The VFX actually did remind me a lot of Van Helsing in the sense, and I don't necessarily mean that to compliment it, because like Van Helsing's quite an old movie at this point, and like it wasn't bad for its day.
It's fun. It's a fun movie.
It is. This should look better than that, though, I think, and I'm not convinced that it does.
No, yeah, I think that's what it's reminding me of, because of course they probably be aiming for demon, right? That's what they want, but
he's morbing out a little bit.
A little bit.
Yeah.
He's morbing out.
I mean, well, when you watch it, you're just like, what is going on? Why does he look like this? What is happening?
Because it's Morbid time.
It is Morbid time.
Hey, he's in Morbid. And he's about to rip out the suit core, which is just like there in the front. He's about to rip it out, but then Riri like explodes the suit, like self-destructs the suit or something.
Okay.
And then when this,
because there's a truth and a retruth of what this scene is, and I got confused when I was watching this, because I was like, wait a minute. So he was damaging the suit, not a hologram, and then he got blown away, like, by an explosion.
energy.
But then but then she is in the suit, right? And it's
She's
fine.
still in the suit. Yeah, the suit is fine. And
suit is
in the
okay.
explosion, she
So the
cloaked-
suit is projecting holographically all of the suit pieces
Yes.
on the ground.
So
and
it-
all of
so
the
there was an
well, no, the suit
explosion.
is
He can
real.
actually physically touch a hologram. Is that what we're saying?
But like he's damaging the fucking suit, and it looks pristine when she comes back.
So
Like
that's
he's
what I'm
pulling the
thinking,
fucking core out.
Or is it like
It
an
has-
illusion from magic?
Oh, God,
No,
it
but
could
he can't be
magic.
illusion because he's actually got it in his hand.
He's actually doing it. Yeah, he's ripping it
Yeah.
apart.
No, like in a magical illusion that makes it look like he's actually, and makes it even feel like he's,
Not
ripping stuff out.
possible.
of the
Reality
heart.
is a magical illusion. That's what this show is.
This is
Tom.
what I mean,
Yes,
'cause it's like-
whatever Scarlet Witch's powers are or something.
He's
It's real,
doing
but
a
not
big
real.
yank there, and it just seems like
Yeah.
whatever explosion it was enough to knock him back, but it does nothing to the suit. I guess I don't know what fucking happened, but it works. Whatever it was, that's good.
Yeah, I guess. It just works, I suppose. But yeah, anyway, there was a real explosion, but then like a fake it just doesn't make really
Nope.
a lot of sense. or
Sense is
anything.
not
It just-
found
I just
here.
don't see how that would work.
All ye who
Nope.
entered. No
But she has
sense.
plot magic, and so it just works out for her. Anyway, she crawls up on the floor, and then Parker is okay from the explosion, and he points his guns at her, and then he shoots her, but she's a hologram. The
I
suit
bet
is
all of you
actually
thought
completely
she was
active and fine.
definitely gonna die there. You were like, "Oh no, Riri, no!"
I mean, I was crossing my fingers, but I mean, like I knew she wouldn't actually die here. I was just hoping for it.
I'll admit
But,
though,
yeah,
I obviously knew she wouldn't die, but I had no idea what the fuck the twist was gonna be. I was like, "But what is the information I don't have? Who's the person who's gonna come in and say? Like, is it gonna be Zeke? Is he gonna go no and take the bullet?"
I assume it would be Ezekiel. That's what I thought. Ezekiel would zap him or something.
That's the only. Well, all
Nah,
the
but
team come back, and that actually would have been better.
Yeah, one of
I'm
Clown's
not even joking.
bombs. One of Clown's bombs lands right next to Parker. It explodes and does nothing, and then they shoot, and then they shoot Riri. But yeah, so the suit is actually there behind him, and it grabs the hood and it rips the hood off of him
He sure does.
there, and he's on the ground. And he's like, "Ah, it hurts without the hood."
Since
And
when?
she says she knows.
It's gone so far now that he needs it to. It's like a drug. He needs
Well,
it.
it's
Oh, it's like the ring.
yeah, it's
Okay.
It's like a golem.
Well, it's like a catheter, right? You can remove it normally, but if you just rip that thing out, you're gonna feel it. So
I
that's
assume
kinda
it's
how
just
the hood
because he's
works.
too far gone now, and he's desperate for it. It's like
He needs the hood. Like
yeah,
he's-
because it's all over his
like
face
maybe
and
the-
shit. And he's like, eh.
Yeah, like he's saying it, like to not have the
He
hood
did
and
just-
access to that power.
as you
it
mentioned,
hurts, not like a physical way.
he did
so-
mob out, and that might like somewhat bind you to it, maybe.
Oh yeah, Morbin. Oh, he's in Morbin mode. Definitely, he's
Mhm.
toned down
It
without
is,
the hood, but
Riri has presumably noted at this point that this is what dark evil magic shit does to you. It turns you into like drug addicted,
You should be
Yeah.
worried.
Well, but-
demon, and you can't leave it. Like so, in this case, she's gonna swear off using magic forevermore because she's
Well,
not gonna want to
knowing
end
that
up like that.
he ended up that way from having made a deal with some horrifying dark creature, possibly Dormammu or whatever. I assume what you're saying is that would give her a strong indication that any deal with a creature like that would be a huge negative for a person.
yeah,
Yeah,
I
not
mean,
worth
look at-
taking.
This is
Interesting,
awful. Yeah,
interesting.
this is-
She's looking at her own future as she looks at him on the
Interesting thought there.
So down in the bottom floor, yeah. Oh, she leaves the room and she takes the hood with her. She leaves him here. He's a psycho killer murderer.
Yes.
And
He'll come back.
she just leaves him here.
It would be
Yeah,
so
she just
fucking
leaves him.
funny if for some reason halfway through season 2 that'll never happen, they need his help specifically. They're like, where is he? And it's like, oh, he was never the same after he lost the hood. And they go and fuck it, yeah, he's in Madripoor, and they have to go to this like skyscraper at the top of the penthouse. He's just a little golem creature in the corner and has lost most of his hair, and he's just like, have you got the hood? It's just like, oh my god.
Hello.
And then they're like, we need your help, and he's like, I'll do anything if you give me the hood. Yeah, and then that's the conundrum. And they give him it back, and he becomes really powerful and strong, but still golemy.
And he's like, oh, I was kind of hoping that I'd look like my old self.
Yeah, because he like
I
stabs and he
feel
gets
better.
his hair gets a little bit thicker, but he still mostly looks like a golem. And he's like, oh shit.
Yeah. Maybe it just takes time to work. Maybe that's
I'll
how it
look
works. It
better
just takes some
tomorrow.
time. Maybe in a couple of weeks. Maybe in a
Maybe if
couple
I
of days,
shower.
It'll yeah,
It'll look way
I'm
better.
gonna shower. I'm gonna shower with my hood. I'm gonna go take a hood shower.
Thanks for this, by the way. Really appreciate it.
And he jumps into the washing machine because he needs to clean that thing. But
That's how he
can't let
baths
it
now. He
go.
jumps into a washing machine.
Yeah, he just goes. He just holds his
Yeah.
breath and he jumps in.
They're like, why don't you just shower? And he's like, it's actually way more efficient to do this. More people
this is
should do
actually
this.
it's actually quicker. Yeah, it's a nice buff. Yeah. So down on the bottom floor in the pizzeria place, the man, the Mephisto, he is there eating a pizza, and it looks these are the good looking pizzas. I say they look pretty good. He invites her to sit and eat with him. He flicks his hand, and it makes the suit disappear. He like gets out of the suit, and it disappears. And he says he'll give the suit back when they're done catching up. This man says that he helps people realize their wildest ambitions. He's been watching her, rooting for her, wanting to meet her for so long since she is so exceptional. So great, now we have Mephisto fucking glazing.
The devil
Riri
has been
Williams.
watching Riri Williams, thinking this is a prime candidate.
Yes.
For evil.
I was about to say, I'm way more willing to interpret that as he means, holy shit, you are like a complete ass who will do the craziest things to gain more power to satisfy your ego. You're like perfect for me to give a test to, you know?
Now I will find a new apprentice, one far younger and more powerful, and here she is.
Or someone that entertains him a bit longer, you know? Because, man, that guy, Parker sucked.
I'd want to have a like if this was real life, I'd want to have a really long chat with this guy and ask him questions and learn about who he is and like he just fascinate me. You know, I think I might be just drawn into his eyes, you know, and be captivated by his charismatic spell, and you know, I just become enthralled.
I mean, I would
by the
certainly want to ask him about the
promise
hood situation. Be like, so what was
desires and-
that? You gave him a magic hood that made him invisible, and then he went crazy and turned into like a vampire? What was that? And then you could be like, yeah, you don't need to worry about it. It's like, no, I do worry about it. I want to know, like, what was that? What was that? I'm holding the hood,
It's
by
not
the
gonna
way.
happen to me, right? I need you to say explicitly something like that will not happen to me. All right? I
No,
need you to say those
no
words.
fucking around. Just
Yeah.
tell me that.
I'd probably be critiquing his methods, actually. Like, your last guy, he said he wanted to be really rich and to be the king. And so you gave him an invisible hood, and then he had to go on his own initiative and plan a series of increasingly elaborate, retarded heists in order to, like, somehow convince the heads of big companies to sign away those companies. Like, is there not a more efficient
He would
way
stop her
you
and
can
he'd be
give me
like,
the
"No, that
powers I'm
was
after?"
that was all him. I thought he'd just like teleport into bank vaults and stuff, but instead he pulled up this crazy.
Yeah, he probably would say, like, I
weird
gave him
spec-
invisibility, dude. Like, there's plenty he could have done with that. He was just a nutcase. You're like,
He can-
okay.
I
He
thought
can
he would go
To be
straight
clear,
to
it is
Fort Knox.
teleportation. He doesn't just turn invisible. He teleports because he teleported into the car.
That's true.
The car with the lady, and I think he just appear and reappear. But so he says that he blah blah blah. The man says that she is someone who this line. He says that through no fault of your own, Riri, you're someone who has always found yourself at the short end of the stick. Through
Again,
no fault of your own.
can work if he's feeding into her ego, right? Like,
Could, yeah, he's feeding into her ego. It's just funny because the show is written terribly. So
Yeah.
with lines like this, you always are like, oh, does the show actually think this? I can't really tell.
I enjoy it
Because it
more if it is
flashes-
him trolling her.
It is,
Because-
but then
because
it's
it's
sort of
flashbacks.
tragic for like your hero to come to the end of their show, and for the only character in the show to agree with the protagonist's view of themselves is Satan.
Well,
You're probably just a shit person.
hey man, a friend is a friend. You don't need to judge him just because he's Satan. It's not like that's
look,
synonymous
if
with
Satan was
evil.
a friend, that'd be actually great if Satan was your friend.
It would
You know,
be kind of.
he's watching out for you and you're pals and you played Rust together.
Yeah, and you know, maybe if you're not as like inclined to be on better terms with yourself in your own life, and he tries to give some advice while also being like, you know, you got to understand it's pretty significant coming from me because I actually I like it when people crash and burn, you know, and so I'm trying to say like you need to change some things. You need to go on a diet, buddy. Getting out of shape there, eating too much pizza.
That looks like a good pizza though. But if
It does.
he said, "Hey, you look hungry," you want a pizza? I'd be like, this is not a trick. He's just actually offering me pizza. And I would sit down and eat it. And I'd be like, dude, this is really, I was actually like really kind of famished there. This is an amazing pizza. We're already off on good terms. So while he says this, by the way, it flashes back to like the garage and MIT and stuff like that, as if
We've come so
like the
far.
garage that night that they were killed, and the MIT thing where she stole the suit and everything. Like, it's not her fault that this happened. It's like, yeah, the first one is not her fault because it was just a drive-by, and she's just a human being. But the MIT thing was all on her. That was all because of her decisions. So we get mixed signals here, but I guess that's what's coming to Riri's mind. Unless these are visions he's putting in her head, but fucking, I'm not going to figure the show out. I can't be fucked. He says that he's there to help the unseen, the unheard, which she feels like, even though obviously that wouldn't be true, but we talked about it, but maybe he's playing into her ego. Now, as he stirs his coffee, and the reflection of the spoon, we see that there's like this guy with red skin and yellow eyes smiling into the reflection. So that's it's okay visual. to
Oh,
be like,
spooky.
see, the reflection shows who he really is. It's like when it's like in Van Helsing during the flashes of lightning, we can see
Yes.
Dracula's like true form. Yeah, I like that sort of thing. Or like when someone walks by and the shadow they cast is different from what you see. I like stuff like that. You know, I like those little like glimpses into the reality that we can't see. It's good. This one isn't as
Reminder,
subtle or anything.
there is a god-level scroll flying around that has casually admitted she'd
Yeah.
feel no remorse wiping out all of humanity if it helped her cause, and she's gone unnoticed by Mephisto, apparently.
Look, when we mentioned earlier, as we often do, about the state of the world building in the MCU is absolutely fucked
Well,
to shit.
There's that. There's
That's just
also
an
Mephisto
element of
would be
it.
like, I don't want to fuck with her. She probably would kill all of humanity. That's boring to me. Like I'm trying to find
I don't
people.
want humans
You know,
to die.
yeah, that's my playground. Fucking hell, she's crazy. To be honest, she could probably kill him.
Blow up Kazakhstan. So, as he says that he's made deals with every single person on the Forbes 100 richest
Say
list.
every single one, right? Wasn't it? Was it every single one? Or
He
was
said
it
on the
like
top 100. I
says
think he said
out of-
every one of them. Yeah.
Oh,
He said,
Isn't it?
of the people on the Forbes 100 richest list, I've made deals with 100 of
is
them.
Bob Iger on that list?
Presumably.
I just find it funny if they unwittingly did that. You know, like, yeah, no, every single one, and then it turns out their boss is on that list. Like, oh, whoops. Uh-oh.
He's he said he's made deals with 14 kings, which seems very low. by the
Low,
way.
yeah, way
Probably
too
should be
low.
100. It should be hundreds.
You
of
should have said
kings and
countless
queens across
kings, to be honest
history.
with you.
Countless kings. He said 3 popes, which is again too few. And Ringo Starr catches a stray here.
Poor guy. He's a bit of a
Yeah,
meme, though.
poor Ringo Starr.
They always pick on him.
That I guess it is, but like, as I understand it, isn't that just like kind of a bullshit thing? I don't know. I'm not going to pretend I know much about the Beatles, but something that I've heard said is like it's just not even true. This idea that
That Ringo Starr made a deal with Satan?
No. That like Ringo.
Not even
Oh
true.
my God. That like Ringo was like a loser basically who just got very lucky that he got to be part of that group, because that's the meme, is like he's the not talented one,
Yeah.
or not as talented as the rest
But-
of them.
Simpsons helps him out.
Oh, wait.
They mention that he
Someone-
always replies to
someone-
fan mail eventually.
But someone said that Ringo Starr was the only living Beatle, which is going to be a shock to the other living Beatle that we have.
Right,
So,
yeah.
Aaron-
Paul
but,
McCartney
like-
is it's still alive.
Paul McCartney is alive, and I will say he had an excellent music career after the Beatles. So
Wasn't there a theory
Paul
that
McCartney
he
and the
actually
Wings,
secretly
great band.
died and they replaced him with like a double or something? I'm sure there's some weird Beatles theory like that.
it was that Paul McCartney is a scroll. Fuck it, why not? Yoko made the deal? Oh no, I can believe that Yoko is Satan. Well, no, Mephisto would never want to break up the Beatles.
Yeah, even he would be
Um,
like, no, that's fucked up.
But yeah, so Ringo Starr catches a stray. He says if they work together with her once in a generation mind and his skills, she's capable of building something iconic. And she calls him Dormammu, but he laughs. I like his laugh. I like he's like legitimately. Yeah, Cohen's a great actor.
There
They
is
laughs
an
in.
art
mean-
to a performance, a laugh that actually like is good, basically.
Convincing,
like making
Well,
one that sounds good.
I'm presuming he's pretty much just good in everything you'll ever catch him in. He's a wacky actor. He pops up all over the place doing all kinds of. And for anybody, by the way, Borat is funny as hell. Like it should never be understated. That was like a phenomenon when it came out.
That sounded a bit defensive. Like, do people currently say
No,
like,
what it means
it's not
is
good?
that people see it as funny movie, while it's like,
Oh, but
first of
not
all, it is
actually, yeah.
exceptionally funny, and secondly, he's doing stuff in that's borderline. Like, it takes a lot to do what he does in
actually
it.
convinces people those people
Yeah,
are real.
it's a tough act to pull off with dignity, in the sense with as a human who would have dignity or an ego. Obviously, what I'm saying is we've said this before. It's like a sign of if you can pull off great acting and you can degrade yourself to that degree and nail it. Like, yeah, he's pretty top tier if you get him to do stuff that's more conventional and pushes it. Like, this is what I mean about the potential of him playing Mephisto. It's a good cast.
agreed?
Absolutely.
Just saw that.
It's a great meme, by the way. It's a
Hang on.
very good meme. It's really good. The fact that it's clearly labeled water is really helps to sell.
I very much like that.
If it was water, you'd let me smell it.
I think what makes it so funny is that it doesn't show the scary face, but you know that's what
Yeah.
That's,
You know,
that's the
it's
face
like-
of the alcoholic beneath.
it's left unseen, so it's in your imagination.
Oh, I love it. But yes, showing his chops is the broad point I'm trying to make in other different fields. And then he pops up in all kinds of stuff. Funnily enough, because I was watching a video about Sweeney Todd recently, he's in that. He's Adolfo Pirelli. He plays like a crazy Italian barber. Or rather, that's the fake thing that he's playing because he's actually English in the story. But he pops up all over the place. It's He's a fun fella, knows how to actually act. Is actually like, how old is he these days? He's been around for a
He's
while.
got to be in his 40s, right? At least.
I would have
might even be in his
thought
50s.
late 40s. Yeah, it's got to, because I feel like he's been
Yeah.
around for ages.
Well, yeah,
Um,
Borat was the mid 2000s, wasn't it?
Yes, I'm pretty sure.
I think so. So yeah, I guess he'd be maybe in his 50s.
But yeah, he could be in his 50s. And so
By
is
the way, someone is sending the super chat is relevant. Wasn't Tony Stark on the list of 100 richest people when he was alive?
Well, he's dead, so
Yeah.
maybe he's the only one who didn't take it.
Maybe he squeezes.
Yeah.
That's an interesting thought.
but yeah,
but
they'd have to
surely
be
that means
careful
he
with
was
that because there's no fucking
propositioned.
way that Tony would have made a deal with the
Well,
devil.
There's also like
But I
the
mean, the devil
possibility
would've
again that he's
propositioned.
lying
Well, wait.
because like she began with by saying she wants to be bigger than all of these people, so he's telling her that he made deals with all of the people she wants to be bigger than. So it's appealing to what she said was her motive at the beginning. If the writers remembered that, they might have lucked into it, but it does make a degree of sense.
So I was going to say,
Like,
if
surely, like Howard Stark.
it's not impossible that he would make the deal, but it would have come up, right? Like, there's no way that. Because I was thinking,
even
like,
if he
it
said
could be an
no,
interesting
then he would've been
storyline.
visited.
Well, because there are things
Yeah,
Tony
yeah.
would make the deal for, and you could make. This is what I mean about introducing Mephisto. You can get everyone's stories more interesting in the entire MCU because he can be around doing all kinds of wacky shit. And it's certainly the way that I would try I would reach. Remember I was talking about how like repairing shit instead of just the outright retcon, it was all a dream, that sort of stuff. To actually work with it is like Mephisto is one of your best options. Because you'd be like, what the fuck has been happening in the MCU? And it's like, well, it turns out he's actually been fucking with the minds of different characters, the locations. Some people aren't even where they think they are.
What if he literally just prattles off all of the world building issues in the
Yeah.
MCU? Like he knows exactly what they are to a character. And he's like, what, you never thought about these? That you just felt like they all fit? And it's like a revelation to the character.
can be
he's
nice
talking
and
to, like,
meta.
once you
It
actually
can-
bring it up.
Weave in some lines that are working for the scene itself, but also address the audience a bit in terms of like, maybe I took it too far actually, because this is, like you could say, it's got a little bit painful to watch. lines that are like, oh, yeah, I can see what you're doing. But the problem is, of course, you need someone who knows what the fuck they're doing from that point on. They could pull this trick whatever they wanted to, but it would still be awful afterward as well, which is technically what they're doing by the whole, they want to, restart after the Avengers films, right? The double bill. They're going to go clean slate it with a universe that's fresh or something, which won't solve any problems because they're still shit at doing everything.
Still, yeah.
But
They
oh
need
well.
a whole new crew.
Certainly what
Yeah,
I would
we're
have
at the
opted
finish
for.
line. Let's-
Yeah.
So yeah, she calls him Dormammu, and he laughs. He's like, "Oh, Dormammu, that guy's not fit to clean my asshole." And he belittles Dormammu, saying Dormammu's fucking weak. Dormammu's a nobody. He's a loser. He says, "My
did
name.
he
I've
said
gone by
that?
many names." It's like he's like Sauron. He did.
No, I mean like asshole, lick my asshole. So it's just something that's overtly way further than the line they draw in Marvel stuff. It would be fun.
Well, I mean, they say, yeah. I mean, yeah.
They don't,
It struck me as a bit. It sounds like something Satan would say. I guess,
that's a good point because they just said Hope Van Dyne is definitely on that list. Yeah, they would have to be because the Pym sort of family are enormous in terms of the technology they've offered, the work they do. They would surely, the thing it's like if you actually think about that list in this fucking universe, there's gonna be plenty of people we recognize, right?
Oh yeah,
like fictional
absolutely.
characters and
real ones.
Yeah. But oh well, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
So yeah, he says no. I'm not Dormammu. He pulls a bit of a Sauron here, and he says, "I'm gone by many names." And he says that he is known to many as Mephisto. So yeah, there he is. He's Mephisto. So they sort of interlace the scenes here, but essentially what happens is Riri is back at the garage, and the AI is essentially alive because Riri, I gotta say, Riri has essentially made a deal with Satan to get the Natalie AI construct
That is
not just back alive, but to be physical.
because there's been some
to have a
debate over
physical form.
this. Because as his take, and mine was very similar, was that with her memories and what she's asking of Mephisto, it feels like she just wants the AI back. And then it's like,
But she has wished for Natalie to be back.
Yeah. Like actual
But-
Natalie.
well, but that's the thing
But
that I got.
she-
I thought she ended up with Natalie,
Right?
but the thing, the choice of memory, is this just because they don't have
I thought
any
she ended up
footage to
with
use?
the AI. I thought she ended up, but they had the actress. They could do whatever they wanted.
This is okay. Just to be 100% clear, when she's talking to Mephisto and she's imagining what her thing is that she wants, a lot of the footage is very definitively the AI, like Natalie, as opposed to they got some footage that's definitively Natalie. If you understand what I'm saying, they chose
Yeah.
the AI ones, and if you're like, well, yeah, but she's thinking about Natalie, you'd be like, okay. I thought it was trying to tell us that she was actually asking Mephisto, can you get my AI back that I lost by accidentally fucking
I
deleting it?
understand what you're
I
getting
think
at.
if you interpret the visual design language, I think that is what the show is saying. If you want to go with what I think the show thinks it's saying, it's simply that like she no longer draws a distinction between the two. So she thinks that AI Natalie basically
That's
is just
insanity.
Natalie, and so that's the memory.
that
I know, but
fits
that's where
perfectly within the story.
It does fit,
though.
though.
yeah, it's where all the lines have been
Riri.
leading
Well,
us. All their
so
interactions
thing.
have been.
What I thought happened was she was asking for the AI back, and then she was surprised to find that he gave her the AI back, but as a human. And then
That's what I think has happened. It is the AI. It is the AI, but now the AI is a physical person. So it's like a weird. It's a weird version of the original Natalie. That's obviously different, but similar in many ways. But she got the AI back. That's my read on it.
And so, why didn't she ask for Natalie back?
Um,
Or are we actually
Well, I
to
mean, of all
conclude
the
that she
things
sees no
asked for,
difference
but-
anymore?
I think that is what the show wants us to think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Do I need
that is
to-
it.
Well, because so she's under the impression she has resurrected her AI, specific like a hologram that exists within her technology. Why would she want that
is-
if she gets a free wish?
because if she doesn't understand the difference, then she is just thinking of the last version of what she believes the true form of her friend is.
As though we are actually doing like a continuity thing. Like the friend was then from her brain and memories uploaded into the AI, which is her friend, and then they had those memories in this show. So she wants that one because that's everything, right? Like that's the friend and the AI.
Like, all the experiences she's had with Natalie in this show have just been adding
That's fucking
experiences
nuts, man.
to
That
her
really
relationship.
truly does mean that she doesn't understand the difference, or that the
But then
show
when
thinks
she's-
there isn't any difference.
Because she is surprised when like the Natalie
That she's
returns
physical,
and it's
yeah.
not the AI. So it's like, I think genuinely, yeah, the reason you had the panic attack scene, the reason you had to saying I can't lose her again, I can't switch her off, all the shared experiences, memories going back to the garage, like all of that is to say to Riri does not understand the difference. Her best friend from childhood, and this weird skin suit creation are the same thing in her mind, and
Yeah.
she is surprised that the devil thought differently.
What a great ending to the show. Well, I mean, we're not quite there. Almost there.
Yeah, it's technically, yeah, but like it. So yeah, so as she hugs the Natalie, but be it the AI brought to life or the real Natalie brought to life, as she hugs, we see the flumpy veins beginning to form on Riri's arm that we saw on Parker.
What idiot?
Yeah,
Well,
like,
I mean-
she knows that this is what happens. What?
Yeah, this isn't totally in character for her to do something incredibly fucking stupid because it's not like it's
what can
not
you
like she's
say?
leveraging cleverness or earnestness or something with Mephisto to make a deal that will actually be like advantageous for her, especially because the show has over and over glazed how she is the most insanely, absurdly intelligent person to ever have thoughts. If she can't like trick Mephisto, not even tricking, just like work a deal that works for her, just be specific with the language, have an interesting
Well,
scene where they
yeah, but
discuss terms of an agreement.
Why not have her do the exact same conversation that Parker had, and when he says, nothing you'll miss, and she says, just tell me what it is. Right? Like, what is it that you're going to take from me? And if he actually said something along the lines of, like the conversation reasonably led to him essentially explaining the cost is going to be your soul, eventually, in some way, shape, or form.
And she just says, yeah, fair enough.
Well, so I was going to say, wouldn't it be more interesting to be like, to offer to bring back in flesh and blood the friend and the father? Let's just throw them in as a double pack, because that's more meaningful. And then he says, like, it'll cost you your soul. And then she can just be like, yeah, that's worth it. Like, you can say that's a irrational choice because you should recognize that could be crazy shit in terms of what it means. But I could buy a character doing that. It's not too hard. There's plenty of stories that do that sort of thing. But instead, it's that she doesn't really understand what the cost is, and she didn't really understand what she was buying either. Why would you want to do that?
Nope.
The only thing she did understand
Yeah.
is that it would flump her with the goo, and that's what she got. It's just like, okay.
Yeah.
There's one
Enjoy
known
your
cost,
shitty
which
friend.
is that, and then surely, like, yeah, if you're gonna make a deal with Satan, you draft the contract quite specifically at the very least, because he's a shifty fucker.
Yeah.
You know he's the
But he'll honor
devil.
his bargain. Like I said, it's one of the few things I like about the show is that he gets angry at the idea that he's being called a liar.
Sure, but that you can use creative semantics. That the devil can say that
Oh,
I
100%,
did
yeah.
technically honor the contract. You just didn't understand what the real terms of the
Yeah,
contract were because
play
you didn't
into
ask the
that-
question.
Yeah, play into that aspect of him. Or just say, like, maybe he knows that this just isn't really what the person wants, but it's what they said they wanted. Like,
again,
there's a lot of stuff that you
or-
can do.
Do the Fall of the House of Usher, which it's explicit what you're going to lose, and it's bad. But the characters you're dealing with are people who want the short-term gains or just don't really see how bad of a cost it is. Easy to do
They
that.
know what they're getting into, yeah, and they go for it.
Bart sells his soul, He doesn't realize what he's getting into.
and he realized that was a mistake.
Yeah.
You sold my soul for pogs? Ah!
There's the other slightly funny thing, though, as well, 'cause
out.
Shut up! Anyway, continue. Plotting.
Continue.
I was thinking, so the show, I think, thinks it's doing something clever and interesting. What it has finally decided it thinks is a bit of a rug pull. It says, Like, we've been giving you a hero setup, and surprise, it's not ending that way. Like, we've not given you necessarily a hero. Aren't you intrigued by where this will go? Doesn't work because they never gave us a hero to begin with, and they just didn't realize that she was already evil before she signed a deal with the devil. It would have been more impactful if she was a good person, and then she was driven gradually to despair by the loss of her sister, and then she signs this deal. Because I agree with them on principle. I think this could have been a really interesting end. It's different, you know? Sometimes different is good, rarely, but sometimes. It's just that, like, absolutely nothing they've done supports what they've done, and to the point where we don't really know what we need to know to understand whether this is an interesting end or not. It's not interesting just because they haven't defined the terms.
Two things. So one, hilarious. This is the ending when they're obviously not getting a season 2. They squirreled this thing away, and so what does that mean for the future of Riri Williams? Like, might not even see her. Who knows? And then the second thing, absolutely fucking insane that we've been without any meaningful villains except maybe Kang until he got ousted through meta reasons. And now suddenly we have Doctor Doom, Galactus, and Mephisto all at the same time. What?
Yeah, it's a bit crazy. It's a little bit insane how just sloppy it all is, really.
Yep.
And they can't easily interact because let's say they tried to bring all 3 of them into whatever the MCU does next, and it's like, well, we desperately need to stop Doctor Doom. Doctor Doom is the big bad of this new Avengers saga, whatever it's going to be called. The Doom saga seems quite fitting, actually. And then, but you've got Mephisto, so you could have a character do a deal with the devil to beat Doctor Doom, theoretically, in which case your major antagonist can be beaten by nefarious black magic. Then maybe would set themselves up as the villain thereafter, but then you've wasted your Doctor Doom character. But then if you don't do that, in the back of your minds, all the 5 people who've watched this program, which is like us and one other, will be thinking, well, but somebody could have done that because Mephisto was out there. Does he not have an involvement or stakes or a preference as to how this grand battle ends?
So you're already speculating on how it could work. The most realistic, I think, is Galactus is one and done for Fantastic Four for now. If he comes back, it'll be in a different universe, whatever. And Mephisto, I think he's going to have to sit back and wait until we're done with Doom.
Yeah.
And even then, I mean, who knows, right? Like, who knows if it even fits, right? Like, with whatever comes next. Not that that really matters. At this point, it's pretty clear, right? Like, it doesn't matter what makes sense or what fits. It's just whatever they think will work.
But even then, like, Riri Williams is in the MCU now. So when it comes to Doctor Doom, if the world goes to shit and he seems to be winning, we are going to have to accept that she did not go and strike another deal because she wanted to react to things. Because, I mean, was she on one of the many thousands of chairs? Everybody else was. I assume she is somewhere. I don't know if she's in the Doctor Doom movie.
I don't know if she's confirmed or not, but God, it's going to be such a it's a mess. It's a crazy fucking mess. It already was, but still. It would be a crazy fucking mess if there was no history to have to account for. As in, movie is free to do whatever it wants. Like, with that cast, what the fuck could they possibly do?
Yeah, still.
Oh,
man.
There's a end credit scene, if you...
It's going to be vitally important in setting up the nothing that comes next, so we should probably go over it.
Parker goes to the candy store and he visits Zelma, and he's like, yo, teach me magic stuff.
Just like, okay.
Yeah, it's a bit farcical, isn't it? Because it's just like, dude, this is not going anywhere, and like we all know it. So what's the point? Why'd you even? Is it just because Marvel shows are supposed to have post-credit scenes, so you'll leave them in even when everybody knows that this is going nowhere?
Also, I guess this means that Riri really did just let him go.
Yeah, pretty much.
He's free to walk around and do stuff, even though he is a killer. He has.
We know you guys were
he
annoyed.
knows he's killed people.
We know that you guys were annoyed that certain villains got killed off, so we learned our lesson. So the Hood is gonna be a recurring bad guy. We'll keep him around.
Well, it's just that awkward day where she's casually chatting with this, the magic lady, and she's like, yeah, this guy with like scars all over his face that like grow and are alive just came into the shop and wants me to teach him magic, so I just started. It's like, oh, is his name Parker? It's like, yeah. It's like, oh, he's like evil. Oh, Probably shouldn't teach him magic. Okay. Well, that's that then. Is that stuff gonna keep growing, or is that just does it stop when you take off the hood and now you just got weird goo?
I mean, I guess it would stop because like the hood was causing it. Like the power was coming from Satan and corrupting him, but now it isn't. So
But is
he's
it-
just
Because Riri's
permanently.
But is it
just, like,
active?
coming
Like,
from within.
does it
yeah.
does it have an influence on him, or is it just aesthetic?
Don't know.
I guess
It
we'll
seems
find
to
out in
be
season
sort of
2.
painful and uncomfortable, I guess, sometimes. So,
Hmm.
I mean, I don't know. Like, oh, wait. Oh, shit. I just realized I don't give a shit how it works. Fuck it. Who cares? Screw it. I don't give a shit.
I will say, when reaching the credits of the whole series, it's like, well, I think we're about done. we're, you know, we're good for that. Yeah. What a great show. Really great. Exactly as good as everyone thought it would be, pretty much.
Pretty awful, yeah. As for ranks, it's like, yeah, that's kind of the problem, isn't it? Because some of these have been like so bad.
Yeah, I'm just
To a degree that's
I'm
almost comical. That this one probably is middle of the road. If not, maybe even actually ends up being higher on the list because of how bad some of these shows are. Obviously, Daredevil annoyed me a lot more than this
Oh,
one
yeah.
did.
Yeah.
That obviously. Man, that
Well,
was
yeah,
a
there are
miserable
shows that
show.
matter more for their failure, but then again, this one
Yeah.
did introduce Mephisto. So,
That's
like,
good.
does that not matter? Apparently, it doesn't, which is kind of staggering.
My guess would be
Yeah.
whenever they use him again, he'll just get reintroduced. You know, this will be
Yeah,
whatever.
Thunderbolts 2 with all the other
Maybe, yeah.
people.
Well, that ain't happening. Didn't make enough money. Fuck that. Oh, so just spinning. All of it is spiraling. All they know that works is Deadpool and Wolverine. We're about to find out whether or not Fantastic Four can do anything.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not optimistic. Don't know why you would be. It's pretty unreasonable to be particularly optimistic given the track record of Marvel for the last. Man, saying 5 years is actually like understating it. It's really been a problem since like 2018.
Yeah, we got Superman next, huh?
Yeah, Superman is out in only a few days. Actually, that's like,
Yeah, man.
that's like really
How
close. Actually,
exciting.
That's
How
There's
really
so much
close.
to do.
I know.
A new.
I still gotta watch all
Yeah,
the Squid
yeah.
Game. I've still not seen it.
Yep, same
I
here.
haven't started yet either. I just
Nope.
Got the Superman movies to watch. I got to be reading
Yeah.
All Star Superman finally. I've had it for years, but now I've got a reason to read it. So I'll be checking that out to see if it's anything like it or even better. Ooh, probably not going to be. I doubt it. I've heard nothing but good things about the comic, and I am more than pessimistic at this point about like the prospects of I like the idea of this Superman movie even being a 7 out of 10 is like there's just no way. There's no way. Like I don't think that's gonna happen. The best I'm expecting is a 5. Good times.
So yeah, I mean, you know, just in conclusion, another awful TV show for Disney Marvel, as expected, as was mentioned, but you know, adds nothing to the whole universe. However, does introduce Mephisto. Crazy world building problems. The characters are completely backwards. This one got skewered like hell for obviously the big problem right now, which is they don't know how to write heroes or villains, and if anything, they are backwards. That's how bad the writing is. And then,
Yeah.
what is this about thematically? No clue. There's nothing coherent in here about anything meaningful. Lots of lines that you could pick from as to what all of this is supposed to mean. But, you know, one of the bigger payoffs in the whole series is dependent on them agreeing with the show that the AI copy of the friend is the friend. There is no difference, which is really weird and something they probably don't want to be walking into because it's well beyond... Fucking writing a person going to the store and buying a sandwich is beyond them, so, like, I wouldn't expect them to be able to tackle something that's deeply entrenched in a lot of great sci-fi. It's, stay away. And yeah, you know, What
I
else?
think
What else
writing
can you
people
say?
going to stores to get things they need is the only thing they can do. Need memories? Memory store. Need magic? Magic store. Need
Oh,
sandwich? Sandwich store.
true.
When did the sandwich store
True.
happen? Oh, I guess they did White
In
Castle.
theory, yeah.
Close enough. Oh, they nailed that part, actually. Yeah, I underestimated them. That's about it. I don't know if there's anything else you guys want to say about Ironheart. I'm kind of ready to never
No,
think about it ever again. It's one of those ones.
Nope.
that's getting flushed. Yeah, just nope, gone. Oh wow, wait, that show existed? Man, really? Wow.
If I was forced to rescue anything from this, it would be Mephisto. Second up, if I was forced to rescue two things, it probably would be Zeke. But I would be altering him, trying, fix
Yeah,
that up. But
understandable.
yeah, I would say Mephisto makes it in and out of this no problem, really, because you can interpret a lot of what he's saying in multiple ways, which kind of makes him fun, to be honest with you, and a good actor. Yeah, there we go. That was a wacky episode. We had a power cut.
Try to make this
Crazy.
one short, Rags. You said.
Hey, we all tried, okay?
That was
But then-
silly. That was so silly thinking that, man. That was really silly. God.
Yeah, so we're one
think
and
we
a
were
half
doomed.
hours
We
away
were
from the
always
cap, I
doomed.
think, or even less than that. So
God, man.
Yeah.
I this was not
I know
I
on a
was not-
Sunday too.
well, Monday here.
Oh,
but,
sorry. Well,
so,
yeah.
But still. God. Oh well, what's everybody working on?
Yeah, well, I was gonna say, I mean, we did it not that long ago, 24 hours ago plus, but still, what's ever working on? What's ever doing?
I'm working. That's what I'm doing.
No change. Still the same.
Crazy.
Still
Not a
working.
lot has changed since 24 hours. It is true.
Not
for
a
any
huge amount, I'll admit. No, I've been slacking.
of us. Rags, anything you want to mention? Or
I mean, I hopefully a video soonish this week, because I was hoping to have one done earlier, but I had to be like out of the house for like 2.5 or so days this week to do some other stuff with the IRL, as they say. So my life has kind of been subsumed by dinosaurs and black girl magic, and now that we're finally over
Complete.
this horrific hump and it's finished, I will be able to actually like devote time to doing some stuff. I'm thinking of actually I've been saving up some videos, and I think I might do like more casual live streams on Dog Bites, my second channel, to cover some stuff, because there's some fun videos that are sort of floating around that I've seen that I would like to like chat and cover, but I don't want to make like proper big videos on it with all the editing and the big stuff, but I'd still like to cover them, so it could be fun to do in a live setting. So maybe that'll happen sometimes. I'd certainly like to make that be a thing. So yeah, I will see you guys later on. And thanks for sticking around. I mean, the fact that so many of you
Yeah.
are still here is well, I'm worried about you, but thanks.
Absolutely.
I really appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, as for myself, it's probably worth mentioning there's 11 days and 23 hours and a half, so it's 12 days left on Saints and Sinners, the anthology comic book in which I wrote one of the 6 stories. If you want to check it out, that's how much time you got left to throw in an order. There is a link at the top of the description if you're curious. And as for because I said it is yesterday, I said it was longer than 10 hours, and so today the question is it longer than 11? And the answer to that is yes, it is longer than 11 hours.
What?
Which at this point,
That's
it is
insane.
getting a little bit it's like what does it cross from being crazy or surprising to just like, are you okay? I guess we'll find out, because it's not over yet. As for a clue, what I'll do is rule out. I've seen some discussion, but all I can do is keep ruling out things that it isn't, obviously, before giving it fully away. But I've seen some speculation of it's clearly gonna be a video about the industry as a whole, covering many games, or it would be about several really bad ones, and that it's gonna make a point broadly, because there's no way I could spend 11 hours on any one subject, which I thought was fucking baffling to see my own fans saying that. I was like, TFA is a movie, and I've already spent a ridiculous amount of hours. You think I couldn't spend 11 hours on a game? Who do you think I am? Anyway, it's What I'm saying this time is, it is not a broad commentary across more than one. It is about one game, just one game. But you know, it's just so still in production that I'm. The whole point of this is to avoid telling you about something unless I know it's going to come, and that's how. It's been a difficult production. All right, so more information perhaps next week. Who knows? Who can say? But what we will be talking about is Superman. Yeah. Exciting, guys. We finally get to know if James Gunn's going to save film. Can he do it?
Yep, I'm sure the discourse surrounding that film's going to be fucking great.
Yeah. Woo. Okay, good night, everybody. Hope you have fun. See you.
Yeah,
Good night, everybody.
Bye.
Have a good night.
Bye. See ya.
Mwah.